This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Stop! You can't escape. On the desolate, ruined ground, a figure dressed in tattered clothes, filthy and whose gender was indistinguishable, was surrounded by a group of emaciated men. They stood there, eager and ready, seemingly coveting something. Jiang Mian lowered her head and ran forward with all her might. Stopping would only mean certain death. She wasn't stupid. Having survived so long in the apocalypse, she knew very well that only by running fast could she survive in this chaotic place. Her eyes, hidden beneath her disheveled hair, were filled with murderous intent and regret. This time, she was just unlucky to be targeted by this group. The best way was to abandon what she was holding and escape alone. However, she hadn't eaten for a long time. If she didn't eat, she would only be waiting to die. She didn't want to give up what she had finally found. Jiang Mian clutched a can of cat food she found in the abandoned building, protecting it tightly to her chest. It was hers to have found, and no one could take it away. She glared fiercely at the group of men. She and these men were from the same base, but they hadn't come out together. They were all scavengers, and chance encounters were normal. Jiang Mian had experienced similar situations several times, but this time she had been careless. Her excitement at finding the food had alerted them, leading them to notice the food in her hand. This was why she was being chased by so many scavengers. One of them, seeing her stubbornness, grew impatient. Stop right there. Leave the food, and we might let you go. But if you keep dawdling, believe me, I kill you. Jiang Mian didn't believe his lies. She figured the moment she put down the food, the others would swarm her. The man greedily eyed the cat food can in Jiang Mian's arms. That was meat. In this apocalypse, he hadn't eaten meat in ages. If he could bring it home for his wife, who had just given birth, she could recover better and come scavenging with him. Thinking this, the man sped up and charged towards Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian was prepared. As the man charged, she caught the dagger hidden in her sleeve and stabbed him. The man glanced down. Because he was charging so fast, it was too late to dodge. The dagger was plunged into his throat. Ha, ha. He clutched his neck, uttering two incoherent whispers before collapsing to the ground. In that brief moment of delay, the others caught up and surrounded Jiang Mian. The onlookers were startled by the sight. Their eyes darkened as they stared at the man on the ground, blood gushing from his neck. They swallowed hard, exchanged glances with their companions, and then turned their gaze to Jiang Mian, the killer. Just then, one of the men shouted, "Let's all go. Kill her. Not only is the canned food ours, but the meat is ours too." Hearing this, Jiang Mian's heart skipped a beat. Having survived so many years in the apocalypse, she instantly understood what he meant. This group wasn't just ordinary scavengers, but rather cannibals, the kind of people the base loathed most. She knew she was likely doomed, but Jiang Mian didn't want to be eaten. Realizing the situation was dire, she threw away the cans and turned to run in the opposite direction. She had already killed one man, leaving only 4. She prayed that the group would split up to collect cans in the opposite direction and not all chase her. That way, she might still have a chance to fight back. However, things didn't go as planned. How could the cannibals, who had heard her identity, let her go? If she went back and reported them to the base, they would be doomed. Seeing that the entire group was chasing her, Jiang Mian knew she was probably doomed. She became desperate, gripping her dagger even tighter, hoping to take one of them down with her before she died. Those who saw her intention hesitated, and just then, one of the men was pushed forward, running straight into the tip of the dagger. Jiang Mian didn't have time to draw her knife before the group swarmed her, attacking her with fists and kicks. Having only learned a few close-quarters combat moves, Jiang Mian quickly became overwhelmed. She felt several of her ribs break. She could even hear the cracking sounds of bones breaking. With her last bit of strength, she strangled a man to death with the strips of cloth she was wearing. Perhaps driven by the terror of impending death, the man couldn't resist and died a miserable death. After killing 2 people, Jiang Mian had no more strength or means. In the end, she was beaten to death. Before she died, she vaguely heard them cursing, blaming her for being a woman, for having a flat chest, for not having enough flesh, and so on. Jiang Mian glared fiercely at the group, never expecting that even in death she wouldn't escape their judgment. Then, as if from a different perspective, she watched as the 2 men dismembered the other 3, then proceeded to decide who her body belonged to. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. They had seen something and abandoned her body, fleeing the scene. She looked in that direction, and saw a burst of flames engulf her before her body was completely incinerated. She couldn't help but wonder, was her corpse really that valuable after death? That person had actually gone to the trouble of burning her with gasoline. Well, at least thank you to this kind soul who collected her body. The next second, Jiang Mian's vision went dark. It hurts. It hurts so much. My whole body aches. It feels like ants are crawling inside my bones. Wait. Wasn't I dead? How can I still feel pain? Jiang Mian opened her eyes, staring blankly at the clean, white ceiling. Where am I? Where am I? The apocalypse has been here for so long. How can there still be such white walls? Only people inside the base can afford to live in a place like this, and she seems to be lying on a soft cushion. How is this possible? She slowly sat up, looking around. Her eyes fell on a poster facing her, featuring a female celebrity she admired before the apocalypse. She stared in disbelief at her hands, which, though somewhat rough, were fair. Is this a rebirth? A transmigration? Or has she arrived in a parallel universe? Just as her mind was in complete chaos, her phone on the bed suddenly rang. Jiang Mian picked up her phone. She hadn't used a phone in years, and for a moment, she couldn't unlock it. Looking at the password on the screen, she couldn't remember what she had set before. She tried several times, her birthday, her bank card PIN, 6/8, but nothing worked. The phone was locked. The phone kept ringing until it automatically stopped after a certain time. Jiang Mian racked her brains for the password, and a flash of inspiration struck her. She suddenly slapped her forehead, a look of surprise on her face. Oh, she remembered. The password was her birthday plus 888. The phone unlocked successfully, and the screen displayed the name of the person who had just called her. Su Chang'an. Long-dormant memories flooded her mind instantly. She remembered this person. He was from the same orphanage as her, but he was lucky enough to be adopted by a wealthy couple who donated a large sum of money to the orphanage. She had seen Su Chang'an again during the apocalypse, but by then, their statuses were worlds apart. Su Chang'an was a high-ranking member of the base, while she was just an ordinary scavenger struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Jiang Mian had considered using their past relationship to enter the central area, but Su Chang'an no longer recognized her. After experiencing so many natural disasters, her skin was dark and rough, her face bore scars from self-preservation, and her hair was a mess. She had almost been killed simply for getting close to Su Chang'an's car. Since then, she had never inquired about Su Chang'an again. Why was Su Chang'an calling her now? Too much time had passed. Jiang Mian had no memory of this moment. She opened her phone, looking at their previous WeChat communication history. Jiang Mian suddenly grasped the key point. Su Chang'an, Mian, Lingling really loves your bracelet. She was even willing to spend $1 million to buy it. To be honest, the bracelet on your wrist isn't of very high quality. Lingling gave you $1 million. What more could you ask for? Jiang Mian looked at the bracelet on her wrist. It was a vibrant green, full of life. Right. She remembered, this was the time when Su Chang'an and Lan Lingling were spending a fortune to buy her bracelet. At first, she didn't want to sell it because she still hoped to find her biological parents through this bracelet she had worn since childhood. But later. Chapter 2. Later. It seems they gave her too much money, and besides, she wanted to treat her younger brother's illness, so she agreed. Jiang Mian held her hand up to her eyes, looking at the bracelet. A suspicion arose in her heart. Why would a rich young lady like Lan Lingling be willing to spend so much money on such an ordinary bracelet, and why does she seem so desperate to get it? Jiang Mian suddenly remembered hearing in her past life that Lan Lingling lived quite well, occasionally distributing relief food in the scavenger shacks. Where did she get so much food? In the weather of the apocalypse, storing food was extremely difficult. Where did Lan Lingling get so much food to share with others? Thinking this, Jiang Mian looked at the bracelet in her hand. Could it be that Lan Lingling wanted this bracelet because it had something special about it? According to the fantasy novels she often read, special artifacts required a blood oath to bind them to their owner. Without thinking, Jiang Mian got out of bed to find something sharp to prick her palm and test the blood. Just as she got out of bed and put on her shoes, someone suddenly pushed the door open and came in. Seeing Jiang Mian, the girl said, Jiang Mian, someone downstairs is looking for you. He said he called and texted you, but you didn't reply, and he was worried something had happened to you. Then, the girl looked at her gossipy. What, are you dating someone? A boyfriend? You're so inconsiderate. Why didn't you introduce him? Jiang Mian knew who it was immediately. Wasn't it Su Chang'an, who had just called and texted her? Not wanting the girl, who couldn't remember to spread gossip, Jiang Mian explained, It's not about dating. That guy should be my cousin. Hearing Jiang Mian's explanation, the girl said with some disappointment, "Oh. No wonder. There was a girl with that guy." Jiang Mian looked at the girl as if she were crazy. He had a girl with him, and she was asking if she was dating? Crazy. Of course, Jiang Mian didn't say it directly. She had more important things to do. "Hey, Jiang Mian, what are you doing in the bathroom? There are people waiting for you downstairs. It's so hot outside, aren't you going to go check?" Bang! Jiang Mian slammed the door shut, not bothering to answer the girl outside with her ulterior motives. As for Su Chang'an and Lan Lingling waiting for her downstairs, let them wait if they want. It's not her suffering in the heat outside. Having been reborn, Jiang Mian didn't care about other people's opinions. She just wanted to live well. Other people's views didn't matter. Jiang Mian carefully cut open her palm, squeezing out a little blood. She wiped the blood on the bracelet and watched it absorb it, a surge of joy washing over her. However, nothing happened afterward. No spatial dimension appeared in her mind, and the bracelet didn't disappear. Jiang Mian frowned. Why was this? The bracelet had clearly absorbed blood, so why wasn't it showing any other functions? Was the blood absorption insufficient? She steeled herself and made a 5-centimeter long cut. Blood immediately gushed out. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was contemplating suicide. Jiang Mian quickly placed her hand on the bracelet, which acted like a sponge, frantically absorbing her blood. It wasn't until Jiang Mian felt dizzy from blood loss, and the bracelet seemed saturated, that it stopped. The next second, a Rubik's Cube, shrunk countless times, appeared before her. Jiang Mian froze, instinctively tapping the Rubik's Cube in front of her. Then, in reality, she collapsed on the spot, her consciousness appearing in a frozen space. The space was so large that she spun around, unable to find the edge. Just as she was wondering how to escape, the next second, Jiang Mian saw the Rubik's Cube again. Only then did she realize that not all parts of the Rubik's Cube were lit. Apart from the area she had tapped, a large portion was dark. Jiang Mian tried tapping the dark area, and a line of text appeared before her eyes. Animal Husbandry Module can be unlocked after reaching a certain level of mental power. Planting Module can be unlocked after reaching a certain level of mental power. Charging Module. Manufacturing Module. Spirit Spring Module. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up instantly. Isn't this cheat code a bit too powerful? Then her face darkened. In her past life, Lan Lingling bought the jade bracelet. How did she know her bracelet had this function? Could she also be a reincarnated person? In her past life, after Lan Lingling possessed her bracelet to store things, she never thought of helping her. Even when Jiang Wuzai died, and she begged them to save her brother, Lan Lingling refused to lend a hand. While she wouldn't have saved the person whose belongings were stolen if she were in their shoes, the fact that she was the one who got hurt from beginning to end was hard for her to accept. What Jiang Mian didn't know was that this bracelet was selective in its use. In her previous life, when Lan Lingling bound it to her with her blood, she only received a non-static space. This was why Lan Lingling would occasionally take out things to gain a good reputation, because things would mold if left out for too long. She wouldn't eat moldy things, but she couldn't bear to throw them away. Coincidentally, her father was vying for the position of base leader, so she used these things she disdained to win people over. When Jiang Mian opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on the ground. She slowly got up, looked at the fruit knife on the ground, and immediately stored it in her space. The next second, with a thought, the knife reappeared in her hand. Jiang Mian looked at everything with satisfaction. After cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground, she suddenly saw herself in the mirror. Jiang Mian touched the face in disbelief. Fair skin, exquisite features, and cascading long hair. Oh my god! Is this really me? I haven't seen this face in so long. Looking at this strange yet familiar face, Jiang Mian smiled, but as she smiled, tears streamed down her face. Jiang Mian wiped away her tears, her mind racing as she tried to distract herself. This appearance had brought her much misfortune in her past life, but not this time. She had been reborn, gained a spatial ability before others, and possessed the capacity to protect herself. Everything would change. Jiang Mian touched her hair and sighed. My hair's gotten a bit long. I definitely need to cut it when I have time. Composing herself, Jiang Mian opened the door and went out. TCH. Only after Jiang Mian left did the girl, who had notified her, scoff lightly, then turned and continued lying on her bed, watching TV and snacking, enjoying her carefree life. What did the high temperature outside have to do with her? She was still just a student. Jiang Mian didn't forget to bring an umbrella when she went out. At this age, her skin couldn't withstand the sun's intense rays. If she got sunburned, she would have to waste time getting treatment, and she couldn't afford to waste too much of her time. Chapter 3. Jiang Mian arrived downstairs, and saw a man and a woman standing at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. The girl said anxiously, "Brother Chang'an, what's wrong with Jiang Mian? It's been all night, hasn't she made up her mind yet? Or does she think my price was too low, and is trying to raise it this way?" This woman was Lan Lingling, who at this time was not yet the arrogant person she was 5 years after the apocalypse. Now, her anxiety was practically written on her face. She was determined to get Jiang Mian's bracelet. If she didn't have the space inside the bracelet, wouldn't she be repeating the mistakes described in the book? That's why she was so anxious. Although Su Chang'an didn't understand why she wanted an ordinary jade bracelet so much, the Lan family was a prominent family in the city. Recently, the eldest daughter of the Lan family became his girlfriend, and Su Chang'an's status within the Su family had risen accordingly. This was undeniable. He could accept his girlfriend's strange behavior, and was willing to take action to help. "Lingling, don't worry, Jiang Mian might not be awake yet. For her, a bracelet worth $1 million is something she only achieved by burning incense." Jiang Mian stood there, listening to their assessment of her. Just then, Lan Lingling looked around and spotted Jiang Mian. Her impatient expression instantly turned into a warm smile, and she waved and greeted them. "Mian Mian, over here." Jiang Mian closed her eyes briefly, and came to their side, smiling brightly at them. "Brother Chang'an, Sister Lingling, so it was you looking for me." My roommate's explanation was unclear, and I thought it was those people. I was worried for so long. Her words explained why she had taken so long to come down. Lan Lingling naturally followed her lead, asking curiously, "What's wrong? Did something bad happen to Mian Mian? You can tell me, after all, your sister Lingling has some connections in city." Jiang Mian pursed her lips, looking at the bustling crowd around her, and said somewhat awkwardly, "This doesn't seem like a very good place to talk. Why don't we find somewhere else to talk?" Lan Lingling nodded. The stairwell was stuffy and hot, with no air conditioning. In this 45-degree weather, just standing still was enough to make one sweat profusely. She had been waiting impatiently for a while. Now that Jiang Mian had suggested finding another place to chat, she naturally agreed. So, the three of them went to a coffee shop. Su Chang'an excused himself to go to the restroom, but actually went to pay the bill, leaving the two of them some private space. At this moment, Jiang Mian preemptively spoke up, "To be honest, Sister Lingling, I didn't sleep a wink last night, only falling asleep around dawn. So I only just saw the message you sent and rushed downstairs. Last night, I found out that my younger brother was tricked into taking on a 50 million yuan loan, and now the lender has run away, and the debt collectors are after him. They said if he doesn't come up with 50 million yuan within 3 days, they cut off his hands and feet. I had no choice. I've been trying to think of a way to save him." Her expression was pained and conflicted, her tone sorrowful, and her eyes were dark with worry. Clearly, she hadn't slept well all night. Lan Lingling knew her personality. She was the kind of person who was delicate and fragile, so she didn't doubt Jiang Mian's words too much. She thought to herself, Jiang Mian wouldn't want to spend 50 million to buy a bracelet, would he? Actually, the value of the storage space alone couldn't be measured in money. For something that transcends the natural laws of the world, it was practically priceless. Moreover, Lan Lingling knew that in a month, the world would truly be doomed. With the ensuing natural disasters, everything would be different, and the space would be worth 500 billion. Getting something like this for only 50 million was already a huge bargain. Lan Lingling was, after all, a wealthy heiress who grew up surrounded by money. To her, the difference between 1 million and 50 million was merely a few handbags and pieces of jewelry. Thinking this, Lan Lingling immediately put on a show of concern for Jiang Mian and said, "Ah, how could your brother do such a thing? Doesn't he know that acting as a guarantor for someone is dangerous and illegal?" Jiang Mian couldn't help but shed 2 tears. My brother was also deceived. After all, that person was the second uncle of the family that adopted me. My brother never expected him to run away. She looked at Lan Lingling and said, "Sister Lingling, this bracelet? It's not that I'm asking for too much, but I really need the money, so do you think you could?" She was hoping to get 10 million from Lan Lingling, but she didn't expect that this naive Lan Lingling would simply wave her hand and readily agree. "It's just 50 million. That's a small matter. You wait, I have someone bring me the card right now. We exchange the money for the bracelet. How about that?" Jiang Mian hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, but not yet. What if Lan Lingling went back and discovered the bracelet was faulty and couldn't perform the blood-binding ceremony? Wouldn't she cause trouble for her? So she said, "Lingling, those debt collectors only want cash. They won't accept any money exchanged online." Lan Lingling frowned, wondering why Jiang Mian had so many things to say. Couldn't she just say everything at once, and cash at that? Where was she going to get so much cash all at once? Just as Lan Lingling was struggling with this, Jiang Mian suddenly changed her tune and said, "Lingling, sister, I know this is troublesome. How about we just forget about it? At worst, I take my brother and hide forever, so they can't find us." Lan Lingling panicked upon hearing this. That wouldn't do. If Jiang Mian really hid, where would she find him? Wouldn't she lose the storage space she wanted? She grabbed Jiang Mian's hand, her voice firm as she assured her, "Mian Mian, don't worry, leave this to me. I guarantee you get 50 million in cash within 3 days." Jiang Mian nodded heavily, watching the two leave satisfied. She suddenly chuckled. She had been so foolish, imagining Lan Lingling and Su Chang'an to be so terrifying. In reality, they were just a freshman and a recent graduate. Having never experienced the apocalypse, their minds were still quite naive. She even thought that if she offered Lan Lingling some payment first, Lan Lingling would probably agree for the storage bracelet. However, there's no need for that. Chapter 4. When Su Chang'an learned that Lan Lingling had spent 50 million on a bracelet, he was completely stunned. Is this the extravagance of the heir to a top company in Engshi? Spending 50 million is like spending 5,000 yuan, so insignificant. His resolve to curry favor with Lan Lingling only strengthened. Jiang Mian finished her coffee and asked the waiter to pack some ice. The waiter readily agreed without the slightest impatience. Truly a high-end coffee shop. Jiang Mian opened her umbrella, the heat wave outside hitting her face unexpectedly. Having just come from an air-conditioned shop, she really couldn't withstand this heat wave. However, time was running out. She had to implement her plan as soon as possible. While the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and money still had some purchasing power, she needed to exchange all her money for supplies she would need later. Jiang Mian looked at the money on her phone, a little over 30,000 yuan. This was the money she earned after graduating high school, tutoring and modeling for businesses. She had originally saved it for her 4 years of university tuition, but now it seemed unnecessary. However, this money was far too small to buy anything. It didn't last long at all. She had only ordered some goods from factories online, and it was already almost all gone. And that was just paying deposits. In this situation, how could an ordinary person without billions in assets and no distribution channel stock up on goods? The answer, of course, was to go directly to the source factories on a certain platform. So, Jiang Mian spent the entire day calling various factories. She first called the nearest bread factory, specifically stating that she didn't need many additives, just good taste. Then she ordered 10 tons, figuring she had enough space. The factory kept confirming, "Ma'am, are you sure it's 10 tons, and not the wrong unit?" Jiang Mian, "Yes, that's right. It's definitely 10 tons. I'm planning to open a trendy bakery soon, and these are essential." The staff, "But bread without preservatives only has a shelf life of 3 to 5 days. Ordering so much will spoil it after that. We don't accept returns for spoiled bread." Jiang Mian, "It's okay, I have plenty of money to open bakeries, almost one in each region. You don't need to worry about sales. Just deliver the goods when the time comes." Finally, after confirming it wasn't related to them, they accepted the large order. Of course, the order was to be made in batches. Making 10 tons of bread all at once was simply impossible. Jiang Mian had already spent 10,000 yuan on the first deposit alone. This directly reduced her cash reserves by a third. And these loaves of bread, of course, had a reason. In her previous life, she couldn't even afford a single loaf of bread. These were far more precious than steamed buns or dumplings. Even if she couldn't finish them, she could sell them to important figures in the post-apocalyptic base after it was established. It was a surefire way to make money. Jiang Mian then started calling instant noodle factories, choosing the cheapest kind without any logo or packaging. Then came the flour mill. They had all sorts of flour, low gluten, medium gluten, and high gluten, plus whole wheat flour, sweet potato starch. She bought everything commonly found in the market. Next was the frozen food factory. Here, Jiang Mian witnessed for the first time just how cheap meat could be. A 500-gram chicken leg only cost 1.5 yuan. Jiang Mian went on a shopping spree. She only stopped when she realized she was short of money while buying some seasonings. After thinking for a moment, she started taking out online loans. Since she was under 21, there weren't many loan apps available. In total, she only borrowed 200,000 yuan, and all of them had exorbitant interest rates. Of course, Jiang Mian didn't care. By the time she had to repay, the world would have ended. She didn't even know if these people were still alive. They wouldn't have time to come after her. Now, Jiang Mian resumed her shopping spree. As for the address, she filled in a warehouse for rent, 20 kilometers away from her school. As for whether people would notice she bought too much and attract the attention of certain departments, Jiang Mian thought it was all just wishful thinking. These things weren't much at all. Compared to those who actually ran businesses, they were nothing. When the frozen food market delivery arrived, they saw Jiang Mian wearing a mask and completely covered up. The deliverman thought, in this hot weather, this girl is so bundled up, isn't she hot? Perhaps seeing that Jiang Mian was alone, the delivery driver asked curiously, "Young lady, are you alone? There's quite a lot of heavy stuff in here. Can you carry it all by yourself?" Jiang Mian waved her hand and said, "It's all right, uncle, you can park the car over there. My people will be unloading the goods soon. They're eating inside." After the uncle drove to the spot she indicated and sat down, Jiang Mian's eyes lit up and she said, "Uncle, you've driven so far, you must be tired. Let me treat you to dinner." The uncle hadn't expected Jiang Mian to be so enthusiastic. After a few polite refusals, he couldn't resist and followed Jiang Mian to a nearby noodle shop. During the meal, Jiang Mian lied, saying she had a stomachache and needed to go back to the warehouse to get medicine, telling the uncle to go back to the warehouse after dinner. While she was there, she used her consciousness to store boxes and boxes of frozen goods into her spatial storage. Then she opened the warehouse door, figuring the uncle would be back soon, and released some items outside as a mere formality. Sure enough, the driver returned shortly after. He first inquired about Jiang Mian's well-being before exclaiming, "Young lady, your employees are quite efficient. They finished unloading everything in less than an hour." Jiang Mian waved her hand and chuckled, "Yes, they're all college students, very efficient." They chatted for a few more minutes, and then the driver, seeing it was getting late, left. Jiang Mian quickly stored the goods in her spatial storage. Those 10-odd minutes of delay had almost thawed the chicken legs on the outside. It was clear how hot it was outside. Realizing that this couldn't go on indefinitely, Jiang Mian decided to find some workers who only needed to unload the goods for her. However, she needed workers with high turnover, preferably daily wage workers. So she posted her needs on the app, and soon people started contacting her. After selecting a few people who looked efficient, she finally gave up. Chapter 5. Not long after, the day laborers she had chosen arrived. They were a group of middle-aged men who looked older, and they were covered in sweat when they arrived. Jiang Mian didn't mistreat them. They were paid 500 yuan a day. She hired 3 groups of people, rotating them daily. After 3 days, she wouldn't choose to live in this city anymore. By then, whatever happened in this city wouldn't concern her. After explaining their daily work, Jiang Mian left. She didn't go back to school, but instead went home. It was already around 6 or 7 in the evening. Her adoptive grandmother was cooking in the kitchen, and in the yard, a tall boy, about 1.9 meters tall, was playing. He wasn't bothered by the heat. He was squatting under a tree, seemingly watching something. Jiang Mian went over and squatted down next to him, only to discover that he was watching ants carrying food. Jiang Mian patted her younger brother's shoulder. "Jiang Wuzai, aren't you hot outside?" Jiang Wuzai was startled, then immediately hugged Jiang Mian. At 1.65 meters tall, Jiang Mian looked like a child next to him. After being spun around several times in Jiang Wuzai's arms, she felt a little dizzy, and quickly patted his arm to let him put her down. She had already lost a lot of blood this morning, and hadn't recovered yet. Jiang Wuzai's shaking made her feel even more nauseous. Jiang Wuzai quickly put her down, skipped back into the house, and then brought Jiang Mian a stool. He grinned foolishly. "Sis, sit on the stool." Then Jiang Wuzai, with remarkable thoughtfulness, took an ice-cold watermelon from the refrigerator, cut it in half for Jiang Mian, and handed her a spoon. He then took out a fan and fanned Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian comfortably enjoyed her kingly life, exclaiming, "Having a servant in the house is really convenient. It's just that my head is a bit foggy. In this heat, instead of enjoying the air conditioning indoors, I'm suffering outside." However, Jiang Mian was happy to play along with Jiang Wuzai's antics. Grandma, carrying the dishes, saw this scene and immediately scolded, "You two dim-witted fools. Isn't the air conditioning on inside? What are you doing sitting outside? It's unbearably hot." Jiang Mian stuck out her tongue, looking at the still shrewish, capable, and spirited old lady. The image of her grandmother's frail, dying state in her past life flashed through her mind, and she almost burst into tears. She waved her hand, directing Jiang Wuzai to move her special chair inside. Feeling the coolness inside, she felt truly stupid for playing this cozy little game with Jiang Wuzai. It's so cool inside. Grandma made several dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and minced pork with green beans, all Jiang Mian's favorites. The watermelon in her hand suddenly didn't taste so good anymore. To prevent herself from sneaking a bite, she picked up her phone and started ordering food online. Seeing these dishes, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't specifically ordered any of the delicious dishes from restaurants. After the apocalypse, it would be difficult to find such tasty food again, unless the chefs were still alive. But without the ingredients, they couldn't recreate the original flavors. So, Jiang Mian started searching for nearby restaurants and contacting the owners. "Madam, are you serious? You want to order 100 servings of each of our signature dishes?" Jiang Mian: "Yes, it's true. Once it's ready, just leave it aside for me, I come pick it up later. May I ask what you're going to do with all this food?" "Oh, I'm going to use it for a staff dinner. Someone recommended your restaurant as the best, so I didn't choose any other place, I specifically chose yours." The restaurant owner, upon hearing this, became as excited as a donkey on steroids. "Alright, don't worry, sir, our food will definitely not disappoint you, just wait and see." "Okay." After hanging up, Jiang Mian called another restaurant on the same street, talking for over 10 minutes. Her grandmother then brought over the last dish of chicken soup. Seeing the two of them like this, she said, "Alright, Mian Mian, Wuzai, stop playing around and come eat. I made all your favorite dishes." At the dinner table, Jiang Mian, who hadn't eaten all day, wolfed down her food, looking like she hadn't had a proper meal in ages, which terrified her grandmother. She looked at Jiang Mian worriedly, wondering what had happened to her granddaughter that had led her to suddenly call and say she wanted to come home and eat her cooking. So, she rushed to the market and bought the freshest chicken, carefully simmering it on the gas stove for 3 hours to ensure it was tender and juicy. But seeing her granddaughter like this, she suddenly felt a pang of heartache, yet dared not disturb her granddaughter's meal. Until Jiang Mian glanced up and saw her grandmother watching her, she finally said, "Eat, Grandma." "Why aren't you eating?" Grandma Jiang hesitated, then, unable to contain herself any longer, asked, "Mian Mian, what's wrong? I never seen you like this before." "Ugh." Jiang Mian couldn't help but burp before saying, "Nothing, nothing. It's just that some things happened recently that made me realize the preciousness of food. I promise I never waste food again to lose weight." Hearing this, Grandma Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Jiang Wuzai, who was also wolfing down his food, she angrily slapped him. "Eat, eat, eat! You're still eating? Your sister is full. You had enough for today. You're not allowed to eat anymore." Jiang Wuzai finished the last sip of chicken soup before stopping. He rubbed his bloated stomach and looked at the two of them, saying, "Grandma, my stomach hurts." Grandma Jiang looked at him helplessly, and quickly went inside to get him some digestive tablets. This silly grandson of hers was always like this. He couldn't control his appetite, and ate until he was stuffed without even realizing he was full. Jiang Mian looked at Jiang Wuzai, made him lie down, and rubbed his stomach herself. But a different scene flashed through her mind. Jiang Wuzai, missing an arm, grinned foolishly, pulling a bag of moldy bread from his pocket and handing it to her. "Sister, eat, eat, here you go." Then, she noticed the dagger stuck in her brother's back. Jiang Wuzai had been injured for a long time. He had held on to his last breath just to get this bread back for her. "Sister, it's raining. Why is the rain salty?" Jiang Mian wiped away her tears, scolding angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't move around, I can't find your stomach." "Oh." After feeding him a few digestive pills, Grandma Jiang told him to wash the dishes and get some exercise. Chapter 6. Although Jiang Wuzai was a bit simple-minded, he was still very obedient and did as he was told. After sending Jiang Wuzai away, Grandma Jiang looked at Jiang Mian. She was a shrewd woman, raising her grandchildren all by herself. If she were a simple-minded old lady, she would have been bullied to death. So the moment she saw Jiang Mian, she knew that Jiang Mian had something on her mind. Since it was just the two of them, she asked directly, "Mian Mian, you didn't just come back this time to see Grandma and Wuzai, did you? Is there something else you want to do?" Jiang Mian knew that nothing could be hidden from Jiang Suiyu. She had also thought of this, knowing that under the natural disaster, one person's efforts alone were not enough. So she said directly, "Grandma, I seem to have memories that are not my own. To be precise, I seem to have memories of the next few years. I dreamed that the current high temperature would continue to develop until it could directly boil water. And then? Jiang Mian explained her dream in detail. Jiang Suiyu found it increasingly unbelievable. However, looking at Jiang Mian's expression, she knew she wasn't lying. You mean the world will be destroyed? Jiang Mian shook her head. I don't know what the future holds. I only know that a few years from now, people will be struggling to survive, neither human nor ghost. They won't understand the meaning of life, but they still want to live. Jiang Suiyu persisted. What if this is just a dream, only a more realistic one, and it's all fake? No. It's not fake. It's all real. I doubted it at first, but the events in the dream overlapped infinitely with reality. In my dream, the woman who wanted to buy my bracelet was willing to pay 100 times the price, as if it were something extraordinary. That woman was so happy in my past life, with endless food and everyone adoring her. So I wondered if there was something special about this bracelet, so I experimented, and I discovered it had a spatial dimension. A spatial dimension, you know? It's a place where you can put things, unaffected by external influences. Do you know how important that is? As she spoke, Jiang Mian demonstrated it to Jiang Suiyu. With a wave of her hand, a box of frozen chicken breasts appeared on the table. Jiang Suiyu was startled and quickly grabbed Jiang Mian's hand. All right, quickly put these things away. She looked at Jiang Mian and instructed, you absolutely cannot tell anyone about this, not even your brother. He's not very shrewd and easily tricked into revealing things, understand? Yes. Jiang Mian nodded. Head. She deliberately told her grandmother, all for her grandmother's resources. Otherwise, why do you think they could live in such a large house in Anxi? Of course, it's because her grandmother has her own channels. She's in charge of buying agricultural products and putting them on supermarket shelves. Although she's retired now, her old connections still exist. That's why Jiang Mian was willing to expose her personal space. Because the gains would outweigh the losses. Jiang Suiyu thought of this almost instantly. She quickly said, okay, I contact some people I know from before and ask them to provide us with some fresh vegetables and meat. But we have to be careful. If someone notices something's wrong, it'd be easy for them to trace it back to us. Jiang Mian nodded and said, Grandma, use all the money you have to buy these things. Don't worry about storage. I plan to rent a few factory buildings in other cities to store them. If anyone asks, we say we're planning to open a self-service facility. If you don't have enough money, don't worry, a large sum will come in 3 days. Grandma nodded. Just then, Jiang Mian thought of something and asked Grandma to take out their ID cards. She started using their ID cards to apply for various online loans. Grandma even directly borrowed over 600,000 yuan. Jiang Wuzai, because he had just turned 18, only borrowed 120,000 yuan, half of which was obtained through a predatory lending scheme. A total of 770,000 yuan. Grandma Jiang didn't want the money. It's just some vegetables. It doesn't cost that much. Take this money and buy what you need. You definitely understand natural disasters better than I do, and you find the things you buy useful. Okay. Jiang Mian checked the time and realized it was already 10 o'clock. 3 hours had passed without her noticing. At this time, someone started calling her, a nearby restaurant. Jiang Mian said something and prepared to drive Grandma Jiang's van. However, Grandma Jiang stopped her. I remember you haven't gotten your driver's license yet, right? What are you driving? Jiang Mian slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering that she only learned to drive after the apocalypse. She didn't have a license now, and while she could drive, driving without a license was a serious matter. She didn't want to be arrested for driving without a license right after her rebirth. Wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment? The first person in history to be reborn, but because of hoarding goods. It's hilarious to think about. So, Grandma Jiang drove. Jiang Mian sat in the passenger seat, Jiang Wuzai sat in the back, and he followed along. Grandma Jiang's idea was that his 1.9 meter height wasn't for nothing. He was strong enough to help carry things. Jiang Mian put on her mask and got out of the car. She specifically instructed Jiang Wuzai that this time, he would have to play the role of a deaf mute. Jiang Wuzai thought it was some new game and nodded in agreement. When the shop owner saw Jiang Mian, he looked her up and down in surprise. After confirming it was her, he said, I didn't expect you to be such a young person and already a shop owner. Come on, we packed everything for you. We guarantee honesty and integrity. We use only fresh ingredients, definitely not pre-made food. Jiang Mian casually opened a few boxes, confirmed that the ingredients inside were indeed fresh, and then nodded. After paying, the shop owner helped carry the things. He wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed, "It's so hot today. It's already evening, and it still feels like over 30 degrees Celsius. If it keeps this hot, I'm thinking of going to an ice cream shop." Jiang Mian's heart skipped a beat. Ice cream? Ice. Right. How could she forget something so important? If it gets any hotter, the outside electrical circuits will overheat and break down, making it difficult to even turn on the air conditioning. She needs to prepare not only a generator but also some ice. Chapter 7. After Jiang Mian finished collecting her food orders, filling the car several times, she finally asked her grandmother where she could find a place that made ice. Grandma Jiang thought for a moment, then made a phone call. The two seemed to be old acquaintances, chatting for a while before Jiang Mian said, "Yes, it's getting hotter, isn't it? I wanted to ask if you had any extra order space. I'd like to do some ice business." Grandma Jiang gestured for her to know how much ice she needed. Jiang Mian took out a slip of paper she had prepared beforehand. It was filled with a long list: 100 tons of purified water ice, which could be drunk after melting, a perfect choice. She also wanted 10 tons of filtered mineral water ice, wanting to splurge a little. Grandma Jiang frowned and asked softly, "Why not some regular tap water?" Jiang Mian shook her head. Some things weren't appropriate to say right now. Only after they hung up the phone did Jiang Mian explain, "I can turn ordinary tap water into ice myself, so there's no need to waste money like that." Okay. That evening, Jiang Mian rode her electric scooter around, buying a bunch of freshly grilled barbecue from various stalls, and some crayfish from each stall, not a large amount, enough for 8 or 9 people, so she didn't attract much attention. After doing all this, she finally went to sleep. After a good night's sleep, she felt refreshed. Just then, the Rubik's Cube in her mind started vibrating incessantly, like she had Parkinson's disease. Jiang Mian initially thought something was wrong with the cube. It contained her lifeline in the face of the apocalypse. She quickly focused her consciousness on the cube and suddenly noticed selectable modules appearing. Planting area available. Animal husbandry area available. Spring water space available. Time acceleration available. Jiang Mian looked at the available modules. They were all small, while some in the middle remained locked. Suddenly, it dawned on her that her mental strength seemed to have increased. This must be a sign of the complete fusion of her past and present selves. She thought about it, and realized that the animal husbandry space seemed to be what she needed most right now. As for the planting and spring water spaces, they weren't as urgent for her now. She could buy the vegetables and fruits she planted first, then store them in her space. They would still be fresh when she took them out. As for the time acceleration module, she didn't need it at all. Time acceleration meant exactly what it sounded. It could speed up the flow of time. She didn't want it. The current net worth space was perfectly useful, so she didn't need that one. She would only choose to activate it later, once her planting and breeding spaces were both unlocked. After confirming the activation of the breeding module, Jiang Mian's consciousness instantly arrived in front of a fence. What she could see was an endless expanse of fenced houses. She touched the soil, then suddenly went outside and pulled up the chili seedlings that Grandma Jiang had planted, then planted them in the breeding space. However, the ground in the breeding space was like stone. It looked like muddy soil, but nothing could be grown there. She pursed her lips. It seemed she wouldn't be able to get any money out of this. Just then, an exclamation mark on the fence caught her eye. She clicked on it. 1 silver coin can activate the automatic operating system. Silver coins? What are these? Silver coins are rewards for selling crops or livestock. Jiang Mian discovered that the Rubik's Cube seemed to be more intelligent. It could even answer her questions. But looking at the empty fence house, she knew she definitely didn't have a single penny. So, she then asked her grandmother to keep an eye out for live livestock. Grandma Jiang didn't ask many questions, and simply did as she was told. Grandma Jiang took out the property certificate and asked Jiang Mian, "Should we sell the house? We could get some money." Jiang Mian nodded. She had the same idea. 2 days later, when Lan Lingling received the bracelet and found she couldn't open the inner space, she would definitely know what had happened, and she feared Lan Lingling's revenge. To get the money faster, Grandma Jiang sold her house at half price. The house sold quickly, and Grandma Jiang busied herself with the paperwork and preparing to move. When others asked her, she simply said that her grandson was a good-for-nothing who had gotten into trouble, and she urgently needed money. Days passed like this. 3 days after her rebirth, she suddenly received a call from Lan Lingling. It turned out that Lan Lingling had enough cash saved up, and was just waiting for her to come and collect it. Jiang Mian followed the directions given to her, and went straight to the second floor of the bank. Looking at the stacks of RMB that took up 2 tables, Jiang Mian's breathing quickened. This was the first time she had ever seen so much RMB. Seeing her like this, Lan Lingling felt even more smug. Although having so much money in front of her was indeed shocking, she was used to it and wasn't particularly surprised. She looked at Jiang Mian and said, "Now that the money is here, and someone will verify it for you, can you give me the things now?" Jiang Mian nodded, confirming that the 50 million was all genuine, and told her not to let anyone pack everything up and put it in the van. In front of Lan Lingling, she took off the bracelet from her wrist. "Here you go, cash on delivery. You can check the bracelet, no returns or exchanges." "Okay." After the transaction was completed, Lan Lingling suddenly said, "The weather outside is getting hotter and hotter. I suggest you stock up on food in case it gets too hot and food becomes a luxury." Jiang Mian paused, suddenly feeling that she seemed rather wicked in front of Lan Lingling. Bullshit. Is Lan Lingling crazy too? She bought someone else's bracelet and then said something like that. Isn't she afraid of being suspected? Or is she just reckless? She turned to Lan Lingling, looking at her with some confusion, and asked, "Lingling, what do you mean by that? Is some future disaster about to happen?" Lan Lingling regretted her words immediately, quickly covering her mouth and shaking her head, saying, "Nothing, I was just saying it casually." "Oh, just saying it casually." Jiang Mian, sitting in the van, went inside halfway and packed everything away. The driver had no idea what was happening until he dropped Jiang Mian off at her destination. Looking at the 10-meter-high stack of money in her spatial storage, she took it out and lay down on it. Ah! The smell of money is mesmerizing. Watching Grandma Jiang finish packing everything, the three of them pretended to move things into the van. In reality, only some lighter items were put into her spatial storage, the heavier items were stored away. The three of them then left the city. Chapter 8. Lan Lingling held the bracelet, overjoyed. Looking at the bracelet, she prayed silently, "Since heaven has allowed me to have you, it means we are destined to be together. Since Jiang Mian can open a spatial dimension, I certainly can too." With that, she opened the book and turned to the section on how Jiang Mian opened his spatial dimension. The book read, "During an argument with Lan Lingling deliberately pushed Jiang Mian, causing him to fall to the ground and scrape his hand, drawing blood. The blood happened to get on the bracelet, thus opening his spatial dimension and leading him to a life of being surrounded by beautiful women in the apocalypse." Lan Lingling put down the book. She had found this book a month ago at a resort. At the time, she had only opened it out of curiosity because she saw a supporting character with the exact same name as herself. The more she read, the more shocked she became. The identity and status of Lan Lingling, even the names of her parents, were exactly the same as hers in reality. However, disbelieving it, she didn't take it seriously. But when she encountered Su Chang'an, seeing that he was exactly like the description in the book, with a mole at the corner of his eye, she was immediately shocked. Su Chang'an was considered a main character, so the book described him in great detail. After comparing, Lan Lingling realized that the description in the book was very likely true. She then tried to find some other well-known supporting characters, and then she confirmed that everything that happened in the book seemed to be real. Therefore, when she saw Jiang Mian, she was immediately attracted to Jiang Mian's bracelet, and she decided that she must obtain that space. Now, looking at the bracelet she bought for 50 million, she steeled herself and slit her finger. However, the blood dripped onto the bracelet without any reaction, it simply slid down. How could this be? How is this possible? Why? Why can't I open the storage space? Lan Lingling couldn't believe it. What if she couldn't open the storage space? Wouldn't her plan be completely ruined? No. She was unwilling to accept it. Something must be wrong. This can't be. She carefully examined the bracelet, comparing it to the description in the book. After confirming the bracelet was real, she focused on Jiang Mian's blood. Could it be that this bracelet requires Jiang Mian to open it personally to access the storage space inside? If that were the case, she wouldn't mind Jiang Mian opening the storage space and then killing her. In this chaotic era, what did killing one person matter? Thinking this, Lan Lingling tried to get Jiang Mian's phone number from Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an asked with concern, "What's wrong, Lingling? Is there something wrong with the bracelet?" Lan Lingling was annoyed at the moment and didn't want to talk much, so she just said she wanted to ask Jiang Mian some questions, brushing it off. Jiang Mian looked at the unfamiliar number on her phone, thinking it must be Lan Lingling calling, so she didn't hang up but answered the call. Sure enough, Lan Lingling's voice came through the phone immediately. "Mian Mian, Where are you now? I have some questions to ask you about the bracelet. Jiang Mian said with slight wariness. Is this Sister Lingling? Did something happen to the bracelet? Lan Lingling struggled to suppress her anxiety and said, Where are you now? There are some things we need to talk about in person. I'm so sorry, Sister Lingling. After I used your money to pay off my brother's debts, those people refused to acknowledge it, saying they still owe 10 million in interest. We really have no choice but to leave the country as a family. I can't talk anymore. I have to board the plane now. I'm hanging up. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Lan Lingling angrily slammed the phone down. Leave the country? That damn book didn't mention this. What's wrong with her? The butterfly effect shouldn't be this big. She immediately went downstairs and called her father on the landline, asking him to check where Jiang Mian was. Lan Lingling's father had always been incredibly indulgent towards his daughter, and upon hearing her request, he immediately sent someone to do just that. Within 2 hours, Jiang Mian's information appeared before Lan Lingling. Seeing that Jiang Mian had indeed boarded a plane abroad, and that her family had moved out yesterday, it all matched what Jiang Mian had said. Lan Lingling slumped onto the leather sofa, dejected. Ugh! This damn butterfly effect, how could this happen? What about my spatial storage? Jiang Mian didn't care about any of that. She boarded a plane and went to the US. She had come here to acquire some guns, but the regulations in China were too strict, and she could easily be caught. She was also afraid of being set up, so she simply came here instead. As for how to get the guns, she had a way. She pulled out her long-forgotten contact, Myron. Soon, a blonde young man in a convertible arrived at the airport. Long time no see, Mian. Jiang Mian smiled at him. Myron's parents used to work in Yin country. The two had known each other since high school, and Myron had harbored feelings for her ever since. Jiang Mian didn't mind Myron's overly familiar manner, mainly because she needed his help. It was normal to lower her stance a little. Myron drove, and the girl occasionally glanced at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian had applied light makeup before getting off the plane, which made her already beautiful face even more captivating. Myron couldn't deny that he was once again smitten. Jiang Mian noticed Myron's subtle thoughts and looked at him, saying, Are there any cheap apartments for rent here? I might be staying in the US from now on. Hearing this, Myron was taken aback. Mian, what exactly happened to you in Yin country that forced you to flee to such a distant land? Jiang Mian adopted a dejected tone when this topic came up. I offended a woman in Yin country, and now the whole country is probably searching for me. Tell me, isn't that a big deal? Myron shrugged, thinking Jiang Mian was joking. Knowing she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't press her and instead introduced her to a few relatively safe places. Finally, Jiang Mian chose the cheapest place to rent. Myron said somewhat disapprovingly, Mian, I don't really recommend you rent here. Although the rent is cheap, things are very chaotic in the US lately, and it's easy to get robbed. That's exactly what Jiang Mian wanted, so she said, It's okay, it's just for a short time. I don't think I'd be that unlucky, right? Chapter 9. After renting the apartment, Jiang Mian prepared to buy some things. After saying goodbye to Myron, she looked at a map and found a few areas that seemed to be in disarray, deciding to try her luck there. She had barely gotten out of the car when a gunfight broke out not far away. While everyone else was running in all directions, Jiang Mian ran towards the chaotic area. She then realized that a group of hooded robbers had robbed a jewelry store. The police arrived quickly. Perhaps because of the scorching heat, they didn't want to work outside and opened fire from inside, subduing the robbers in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Mian missed her chance to take advantage of the chaos. She picked up her phone and called Myron. Myron anxiously found Jiang Mian. Mian, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Jiang Mian shook her head, then began to sob softly. Myron, it's so scary here. Myron comforted Jiang Mian. Seeing that the time was ripe, Jiang Mian made her request. Myron, do you know where I can get a gun around here? Seeing Myron's surprised expression, Jiang Mian knew she was being a bit too hasty and quickly added, I was bullied back home, and this happened on my very first day abroad, so I need to protect myself. Myron hesitated, but looking at Jiang Mian's pitiful face, he hesitated again. Myron led Jiang Mian to a shooting club. They found the owner, a middle-aged man who, although somewhat overweight, still exuded considerable strength. Through Myron's conversation with the owner, Jiang Mian learned that the owner was Myron's uncle. I heard you want to buy a gun? Jiang Mian looked at Myron, who nodded. The shopkeeper noticed this and smiled meaningfully. Yes, uncle, I want to buy a gun for self-defense. Can you shoot? If you can't, then the gun is just a toy in your hands. Jiang Mian shook her head. Actually, she had handled guns in her past life, but bullets were a non-renewable resource, so even if she had a gun, she wouldn't have had many opportunities to fire it. Her accuracy was naturally poor, so she simply said she couldn't shoot. The shopkeeper led Jiang Mian to the shooting range, explained the shooting posture and techniques to her, and then asked her to demonstrate. Jiang Mian gripped the gun, focusing intently on the target. Bang! The recoil from the gun made her arm go numb. But the 8 that appeared on the screen above the target greatly pleased the shopkeeper. He clapped his hands. Not bad at all. You Yin people are truly talented. Then, he looked at Myron and said, Myron, you practice with this young lady for a while, explain the rules of the shooting club, and then come find me later. Jiang Mian didn't understand what was going on, so she looked at Myron. Shooting clubs are actually legal places to buy and sell guns. They usually sell to foreigners like you. They actually cooperate with the authorities. Only internal members who register for 99,800 at the shooting club can buy guns, so... Hearing this reply, Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. It's just 99,800, right? She has plenty of money now. Jiang Mian said generously, US dollars or RMB? US dollars. Jiang Mian went directly to the front desk to pay, then looked at Myron. Myron, looking at the message on his phone, led Jiang Mian to the basement. Let's go, my uncle is waiting for us inside. Jiang Mian walked up the stairs, but a sense of unease rose within her. Facing 2 men she wasn't entirely familiar with, she couldn't appear as nonchalant as she did on the surface. Upon reaching the basement, they found the shooting club owner already waiting for them. In front of the owner were over a dozen boxes filled with firearms. The owner's attitude was noticeably more enthusiastic than before. Beautiful lady, please choose your preferred weapon. Jiang Mian stepped forward, looking at the assembled weapons. She picked one up and tried it out. It felt quite good, much better than the gun she found during the apocalypse with only 2 bullets. She wanted them all, but dared not be too extravagant, so she chose a Desert Eagle, an AK, a everyone-can-be equalized gun, and finally, a regular handgun. The owner didn't object to any of this. To him, these people were just profiting from the national crisis. What difference did it make who he sold the guns to? Jiang Mian asked the shop owner for 1,000 rounds of ammunition for each of the 4 types of guns. She wanted more, but the owner said that was all the ammunition he could provide. Furthermore, she couldn't betray him after the incident, or she would suffer a fate worse than death. Jiang Mian completely disregarded the owner's threats. She quickly assured him, Don't worry, boss, I absolutely won't reveal your identity. You're just an ordinary shop owner at the store where I subscribe to memberships. As Jiang Mian paid and left, she felt a pang of heartache. Looking at the remaining guns, she honestly wanted them all. She even considered taking advantage of the opportunity to take down the boss and Myron and steal all the guns. Of course, you have to pay for someone's favor. After taking the guns home, Jiang Mian stored them in her spatial storage. Then she invited Myron to a restaurant, the address of course chosen by Myron. After all, being in a foreign country, Jiang Mian didn't know where to find good food. Eating the familiar taste of home, Jiang Mian looked at Myron in surprise. I was afraid you wouldn't like the food here, so I specially brought you to eat Yin cuisine. How's it? Not bad, right? Jiang Mian gave a thumbs up, generously praising him. It tastes exactly the same, Myron. You're so thoughtful. I'm about to fall completely in love with you. Visibly, Myron's face flushed red after hearing this, until the blush reached his neck. Unfortunately, Jiang Mian successfully missed this moment. She was looking at messages on her phone. It turned out that she had previously ordered a large quantity of steaks, and the merchant had messaged her saying the goods had arrived. Jiang Mian had them put them at the container terminal. She looked up at Myron, somewhat apologetically, and said, Sorry, Myron, my friend just messaged me that some of the things I ordered have arrived, so I have to go back now. It's alright. Do you need me to give you a ride? No need. After saying that, Jiang Mian prepared to pay and leave, only to be told that someone had already paid. Jiang Mian looked at Myron curiously, and Myron blew her a kiss. After leaving, Jiang Mian sent him a message. I said I treat you. Why did you secretly pay again? Chapter 10. The next second, Myron replied, It would be very ungentlemanly of me to have a lady treat me to dinner. Jiang Mian put away her phone, thinking, after I leave, I remind Myron to stock up on food. In her past life, because she was always at the bottom of society, she didn't know what was happening in the US, but she seemed to have heard that the US had experienced riots before the apocalypse, and with food shortages, It was incredibly chaotic, with many people reportedly dying. But it was all hearsay. Upon arriving at the dock, Jiang Mian gave the waiting workers extra tips, which naturally made them very happy. After confirming everyone had left, she waved her hand, directly storing the steaks, cheese, butter, and other items into her spatial storage. There were also some animals, such as turkeys, chickens, dairy cows, beef cattle, salmon, and other local specialties. She mainly wanted to expand her variety. The live livestock were all stored in her breeding space. Live livestock couldn't be put into the static space, only dead livestock could. The breeding area now has many more livestock, and she's learned the uses of silver coins. 10 eggs can be exchanged for 1 silver coin. Silver coins can be used to upgrade the fence house, giving it basic functions like shoveling manure, feeding, and collecting goods. 1 silver coin only grants 1 week of automatic operation. If she wants to maintain this effortless life, she has to work hard to earn more silver coins. The frugal Jiang Mian naturally didn't choose to use silver coins to buy this function. She just used her consciousness to handle it each day. It's just 1 hour less sleep, right? Anyway, she had plenty of time after the apocalypse. Right now she's just a little tired. She currently has quite a few livestock in her spatial storage, including 10 dairy cows, mainly because Jiang Wuzai loves drinking milk. To ensure variety, she bought several different types of dairy cows, even buying a few more while traveling abroad. She has no shortage of chickens, ducks, fish, cattle, sheep, or pigs, making her basically self-sufficient. Not long after, another batch of goods arrived. Jiang Mian received them again and continued waiting. For 3 whole days, she repeated this routine. Of course, she didn't stay in the same warehouse the whole time. Although she claimed the goods were transported by fishing boats, people in the vicinity could still see them. So she moved between several warehouses. For 3 days straight, she practiced shooting at the shooting club during the day and collected supplies at night, living a very comfortable life. The scorching sun didn't frustrate her. Instead, it made her even more anxious. Upon arriving at the club, Jiang Mian discovered the owner had produced compound bows. She suddenly wondered if she should buy some too. Under the owner's enthusiastic persuasion, Jiang Mian bought 5 compound bows and nearly 10,000 yuan worth of crossbow bolts. Boss, seeing that I spent several million here, so could you help me transport them home? Finally, under Jiang Mian's financial pressure, the owner personally drove them to her home. Jiang Mian wasn't worried about the owner's ulterior motives. In his eyes, her relationship with Myron was far from ordinary, and besides, she was nothing special, not worth his attention. She stayed for 2 weeks. Originally, she planned to stay only a week, but the owner knew so much, and she spent the entire time learning from him. That day, after finishing her training at the shooting club, she returned to the dock. However, the next second, a voice she had never heard before rang in her mind. Detected that your planet is facing a new round of cleansing. Humanity parasitizing this planet is about to be destroyed. Therefore, Project Fireseed is officially launched. Join Project Fireseed? Jiang Mian was startled, thinking it was a notification from the Rubik's Cube in her mind. But when she clicked on it, she found that this thing had absolutely no resemblance to the Rubik's Cube in her mind. In fact, the Rubik's Cube in her mind seemed to be disdainfully keeping its distance, as if this thing were some kind of jinx. She clicked on the introduction to Project Fireseed. Jiang Mian swears that this was the first time she had read an explanation so carefully, not daring to miss a single word. The contents gave her a sense of impending doom. According to the explanation, if she wasn't mistaken, the natural disasters of her past life were simply the survival of the fittest, like the extinction of the dinosaurs. Perhaps many years later, intelligent beings would discover their remains and be equally astonished. She focused her gaze on the last line of text. Those who voluntarily sign the Fireseed project will receive resources if they live, and will disappear forever if they die. Sign or not? Perhaps Jiang Mian hesitated for too long, because then the system popped up a final warning. If you voluntarily give up, you will never be able to sign a contract with the system again. Look, this system is even using reverse psychology. Jiang Mian waved her hand. Sign, I must sign. Jiang Mian was never one to back down. If she truly abandoned the Fireseed project, what would happen to her weapons and ammunition once others in the world quietly evolved? Besides, she possessed unlimited space. Wouldn't it be a waste not to stockpile supplies? Thinking this, she directly chose to sign the contract. The next second, everything went black, and when she awoke, she found herself lying on a large bed. A notification sounded in her mind. Welcome to the post-apocalyptic survival game. All of you have voluntarily signed the Fireseed project. From today onwards, please do not reveal the Fireseed project to outsiders. Violators will bear the consequences. In 30 days, the system will activate the teleportation function. Please, dear survivors, try your best to survive. Jiang Mian extracted the most important information from these two messages. First, I can't reveal the Fireseed project. Second, I have to survive 30 days to return. What about the dead? Do they simply disappear? If she couldn't understand, she wouldn't think about it anymore. Just then, a spinning wheel suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Mian, displaying the following message: Newbie bonus. Talent spin, click to draw and receive your initial talent. Friend, wanna try your luck? Now is your chance. You might draw an incredibly powerful talent, or you might draw a very, very bad one, or even a talent that weakens you. Jiang Mian, She silently looked away, intending to assess her surroundings before drawing. She surveyed her surroundings. It seemed like she was in a hotel. The room was exceptionally clean, containing only a large bed, a wardrobe, which was empty, and a suitcase. Jiang Mian crouched down, examining the contents of the suitcase. 2 ID cards, one hers and one belonging to another unfamiliar man. Chapter 11. Fu Junhan? Jiang Mian uttered the name. Is he a native of this world? Or, like her, a survivor? The suitcase contained only some close-fitting clothes for the two of them, looking extremely sexy, like the kind of bikinis one would wear to the beach. Jiang Mian silently put the suitcase aside. She climbed to the window and looked out, only to see an endless sea. Am I going to survive at sea for 30 days? What kind of disasters will happen? Tsunamis? Tornadoes? Robberies? She shook her head. Forget it, better not to think about it. Whatever disasters come, she deal with them as they come. She refused to believe that with such a large space, and so many supplies, she could starve to death at sea. She checked the door, making sure it was locked, before starting to spin the lottery wheel. At the same time, she closed her eyes, clasped her hands together in a prayer-like gesture, but the words she uttered were incredibly arrogant. I died, and was resurrected, and even joined the Fireseed project. This means I'm blessed by heaven, and will definitely get good stuff. If I don't get anything good, I just blow up this ship and make everyone pay for my bad luck. The roulette wheel had originally stopped on a talent that grants the ability to never choke on water, but whether it heard Jiang Mian's prayer or something else, it silently moved forward one space. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for drawing the initial talent. Copy and paste. Copy and paste. Can copy someone else's genetic abilities to yourself. Jiang Mian stared at this talent, completely shocked. Genetic ability, what is that? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mian released a wasp from her spatial storage and activated her talent. Successfully copy genetic ability flight. Note: each copy of the same organism's genetic ability will yield different effects. Due to the survivor's physical limitations, only 3 genetic abilities can be copied at present. Seeing that she had successfully copied it, and it was the particularly useful flight ability at that, Jiang Mian immediately attached it to herself. In an instant, she felt a chill all over her body, and the next second, she was flying into the air. However, after her feet were only about 5 centimeters off the ground, she realized what was happening and immediately abandoned the flight. In this unfamiliar place, she didn't know if there were any surveillance cameras. If she were discovered, she would be in a lot of trouble. Suppressing her excitement, Jiang Mian opened the door and went outside. Looking at the large ship tour map posted at the entrance, Jiang Mian took a picture with her phone before following the route to familiarize herself with the environment. She first went to the restaurant on the 3rd floor, where she found some people wolfing down their food, looking as if they hadn't eaten in a long time. They were dressed neatly, but their faces revealed them to be emaciated and pale, a stark contrast to their clothes. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit said, "Waiter, 10 more servings of fried noodles, please. I take them to go." The waiter approached the man with a smile and said gently, "Sir, we don't allow takeout from our restaurant. Please understand." The waiter thought he hadn't said anything wrong, but the middle-aged man suddenly stood up and slapped him. Slap. What? No takeout. What, you think I can't afford it? Let me tell you, I have plenty of money. The waiter covered his face, tears welling in his eyes. Seeing that everyone around him was just watching the show, and no one was willing to stand up for him, he could only explain in a low voice, "I'm sorry, sir, I might need to ask our boss about this. Please wait a moment." With that, the waiter left, still covering his face. Jiang Mian noticed that a dark line had flashed in the waiter's eyes. She doubted it was her imagination, but she didn't believe she would have such a misperception for no reason. Besides, she was now in a strange world, and she didn't know what would happen there. Even if it was just her imagination, she had to be extremely careful. Not long after, the waiter brought over 10 neatly packed meals and lunchboxes and handed them to the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the others quickly called to the waiter, wanting to take out as well. The waiter smiled and nodded in agreement. Just then, the waiter, seeing Jiang Mian's unmoved expression, kindly asked, "Madam, would you like some food to go?" Jiang Mian smiled and shook her head. "No, thank you for your kindness, but I prefer fresh ingredients." Then, as if only then noticing the waiter's swollen face, she said with concern, "Your face must hurt a lot. I suggest you put some ice on it. It really reduced the swelling." The waiter was surprised that someone would care about him after he had been assaulted by a customer and verbally abused by his supervisor. Overwhelmed with emotion, a dark line flashed across his eyes. "Thank you, madam. I put some ice on my face after I'm done with my work." Jiang Mian nodded, smiling as she watched the waiter leave. It was confirmed, the waiter was indeed suspicious, and the black lines she seen earlier weren't an illusion. Could it be related to this survival game? She originally come to the kitchen to get some food, but after seeing the waiter's strange behavior, she dared not use anything on the ship now. Next, she went to the deck, looking at the surging seawater. She had a fleeting thought of storing the seawater in her spatial storage. Seawater could be purified and filtered for drinking. With so much seawater, she figured it would be fine to secretly store some in her space, right? Thinking this, Jiang Mian slowly crouched down. Just then, someone shouted, "Madam, please don't get too close to the water. You could be swept away by the surging waves at any moment." Jiang Mian silently stood up, looking at the seawater with a touch of regret. With so many people around, she couldn't do anything she wanted. Turning her head, she smiled at the person who had stopped her. The person was wearing a uniform with patrol team written on the sleeve, probably a security guard on the ship. Jiang Mian said somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm so sorry to have troubled you. I just felt a connection to the seawater and wanted to touch it." Seeing that Jiang Mian was a young and pretty girl, the patrol team members immediately became more friendly. "It's alright, it's alright. The seawater isn't always calm while the ship is moving, and it's easy to be swept away, so we reminded tourists not to get too close to the side of the ship. Thank you so much. You're all very responsible." Jiang Mian chatted with them for a few more minutes before leaving. As for collecting the seawater, she could only postpone it. There would always be an opportunity on the larger ship. Chapter 12. After thoroughly exploring the area downstairs and observing the seemingly calm ship and its crew, Jiang Mian noticed nothing amiss except for the strange look in the waiter's eyes. Perhaps due to lunchtime, the entertainment area on the second floor wasn't crowded. Just as Jiang Mian was about to leave, he heard a cry of pain. "Stop hitting us, big brother. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have robbed you. Please let us go." Jiang Mian looked over and saw about 4 or 5 people being beaten by a man in an inconspicuous corner. Jiang Mian sighed, "This is too chaotic. Bringing together people with different post-apocalyptic experiences to participate in a survival game naturally leads to more fighting. This is unavoidable. After all, there aren't that many people in the post-apocalyptic world. Those who can eat and drink their fill every day are mostly ordinary people struggling to survive. Their pent-up frustrations naturally need an outlet. The innocent waiter, for example, is a typical case." Just as Jiang Mian was about to leave, she saw one of the men, who had been begging for mercy, suddenly pull out a dagger out of thin air. However, his sneak attack failed. The man instead flung a ball of fire directly at the man holding the dagger, who was about to launch his attack. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony, writhing as he tried to extinguish the flames on his arm. However, the flames seemed to be fueled by something, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't put them out. Finally, the man had no choice but to harden his heart and have his companion sever his arm. Seeing such a bloody scene, Jiang Mian, fearing she would be caught in the crossfire, turned to leave, but then heard a terrified female voice. "Ah! What are you doing? You're bullying the weak. Do you believe I call the police? Idiots!" Jiang Mian cursed inwardly. She was now caught between a rock and a hard place. She turned to look at the screaming girl, a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s, her eyes filled with the naivety and innocence of someone just entering society. That's why she screamed in terror when she saw this, trying to get them to stop. However, this backfired spectacularly on Jiang Mian. And Ku, like Jiang Mian, was also a member of the Fire Seed Project. This was her first mission. She had only wanted to familiarize herself with the ship's environment, but instead witnessed this scene on the second floor. Having never experienced anything like this before, Enka screamed in terror at the sight of the man's severed arm. Seeing the man who could conjure fire out of thin air approaching, Enka immediately shouted and shoved Jiang Mian aside before turning and running away. Jiang Mian could have dodged, but she was preoccupied with something else. Isn't this the man whose ID was with her, the one named Han? Mainly because the man's name was hard to remember, she hadn't quite caught it. Therefore, after being shoved by Enku, she didn't react in time and fell to the ground. Watching the man approach with a knife, Jiang Mian forced herself to back away, suddenly looking at him with a pitiful expression. She stretched out her arms, making a gesture as if asking for a hug, and said pitifully, "Han, it hurt so much, I think I twisted my ankle." Fu Junhan was stunned, not understanding how this plot was unfolding. Did he know this woman? Why did she suddenly ask him for a hug? When he arrived in this world, he was working out in the gym on the second floor, and before he even had a chance to explore where he was found and surrounded by his enemies from the previous world. Therefore, Fu Junhan was also completely confused about their identities. Seeing that the man was unmoved, Jiang Mian simply used a drastic measure. "Honey, what's wrong with you? You used to feel sorry for me when you saw me like this, and you would take me to the doctor without saying a word. Why have you changed since you got on the ship? You started ignoring me? I've been bullied, and you're still indifferent." Hearing Jiang Mian's words, Fu Junhan staggered and almost fell. Seeing that the woman was about to cry, he had no choice but to pick up Jiang Mian and place her on a chair nearby. It wasn't that he wanted to play along with this woman's act, but rather that a voice in his head was reminding him to be mindful of his character and avoid going out of character, lest the original world's inhabitants become suspicious. The moment Jiang Mian touched this man, she activated her talent. Successfully copied gene ability, strong and powerful body. Jiang Mian frowned. Although a strong and powerful body was a good gene ability, after witnessing a man's ability to conjure an inextinguishable flame out of thin air, Jiang Mian now desired a man's flame more. Therefore, she didn't choose to copy the physical enhancement gene. Undeterred, she planned to replicate the attack when they made contact later. Watching the man effortlessly deal with the men in the corner, Jiang Mian was practically drooling with envy. His exceptional physical abilities, his clean fighting style, and the ease with which he wielded the knife, it seemed like a fighting instinct ingrained in his genes, along with the occasional flashes of flame, all of it made her envious. After finishing off the men, Fu Junhan returned to Jiang Mian's side, looking at her in surprise. He found that this woman wasn't afraid of him at all. Jiang Mian looked at the man, knowing that her behavior had aroused his suspicion. She had only started setting a trap for him, because she had prior knowledge of the situation. "What's wrong, honey? Why are you looking at me like that?" Fu Junhan looked her over suspiciously and asked, "I just killed someone, aren't you afraid of me?" Jiang Mian gave a bitter smile. "Honey, why are you asking this kind of question again? Are you still testing my sincerity? I was willing to give up my prestigious family, give up marrying my wealthy fiancé, and resolutely abandon everything to be with you. How can you still doubt my sincerity? Is this really so melodramatic? How could a doomsday game assign me such an identity?" He was really bad at dealing with these kinds of emotional issues, and racked his brains to come up with a few comforting words. "I didn't mean it that way, don't overthink it." Jiang Mian cursed inwardly, "Scumbag." She looked up, forcing a smile, her eyes still wet with tears, and said resignedly, "I believe you, honey. Can you carry me back to our room now? I'm a little tired." Seeing her forced smile, Fu Junhan wanted to say something more to comfort her, but fearing he might say the wrong thing, he could only carry her and follow her directions to their room. Jiang Mian took out her room key and handed it to Fu Junhan. After opening the door, Fu Junhan then placed Jiang Mian on the bed. Chapter 13. Jiang Mian was somewhat dejected. Since her copy-paste skill was still at level 1, she could only copy other people's genetic abilities 3 times a day. She used her last chance on a man, but what she copied was something extremely useful for men, but utterly useless for a woman. Each time will definitely last over 30 minutes. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, teacher. My Zihan doesn't have that thing. How do I use this skill? If it weren't for her current limited physical abilities, she really wanted to try it out. Could this skill help her grow a penis? That was her dream. Because of this, Jiang Mian didn't bother Fu Junhan at all on the way to the hotel room. She was truly exhausted, and coupled with not having a proper night's sleep since her rebirth, she unknowingly fell asleep in bed. Fu Junhan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the woman asleep on the bed. He was really bad at communicating with women. If he had to choose between killing 100 zombies and coaxing a woman, he would definitely choose killing zombies. He was a straight man, never good at sweet-talking, especially women. Fu Junhan began collecting items in the room that identified the two of them. He also found their ID cards in the suitcase, along with their underwear. This was enough to suggest their relationship was more than just friendship. Perhaps they were truly star-crossed lovers running away for love. Thinking this, Fu Junhan felt a headache coming on. He didn't really want to protect a woman who couldn't even kill a chicken. He hoped that by the time chaos erupted on the ship, this woman would be dead, so he wouldn't have to bother. Although the woman named Jiang Mian was very beautiful, her only inner strength was the unwavering belief in survival. Jiang Mian was the same. Sometimes her feigned weakness didn't mean she was truly weak, but rather that she chose to temporarily appear weak in order to gain greater benefits. After all, by simply using her beauty to feign weakness, she could obtain unexpected gains, so why not take advantage of it? It wasn't shameful. The two maintained a tacit and peaceful coexistence. However, the other players on the ship didn't see it that way. A total of 10,000 people from various post-apocalyptic worlds had been deployed to this ship. On the first day alone, 100 people died. Most of these were people who had previously done missions in the same world and had become enemies. Upon encountering each other again, they naturally attacked without hesitation. While some were cautious, others acted recklessly, and the ship's patrol team quickly noticed the anomaly. They were very vigilant about this matter. After all, this cruise ship wasn't just home to ordinary wealthy people, there were also important figures on board. If anything happened to those important figures, the entire crew on board wouldn't be enough to take them down with them. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Mian was awakened by the knocking at the door. She sat up and went to the door, where she saw people in patrol uniforms registering something in a notebook. After seeing that Jiang Mian was a girl, they asked her some personal questions, and whether she had noticed anyone behaving strangely recently. Jiang Mian cooperated fully with the registration, also writing down Fu Junhan's name. Seeing her good attitude, the patrolman instructed, a group of escaped criminals may have recently boarded the ship. If you encounter anyone who doesn't care about human life, escape immediately. If possible, try to provide us with the location of those criminals. Okay, I understand, thank you. You're welcome. By the way, where's your boyfriend? Isn't he here? Jiang Mian didn't know what they meant by asking this, and a sense of vigilance rose within her. She replied calmly, he went to the 3rd floor to find me something to eat. He should be back soon. As she spoke, she suddenly waved behind them, honey, over here. The patrol team exchanged glances before leaving to register at the next room. Jiang Mian watched them leave, her gaze fixed on the weapons at their waists. She didn't know what their purpose was, but the fleeting sense of danger she had just felt made her feel uneasy. It seemed that not only could she not trust the ship's staff, but even the seemingly law-abiding patrol team was not simple. Players, patrol team, staff, ordinary tourists, these were the only 4 groups she knew of. Jiang Mian temporarily categorized herself as an ordinary tourist. She wouldn't take any risks until she obtained Fu Junhan's fire abilities. Oh right, and that girl who shoved me yesterday, I wonder if she's a regular tourist or a player, but whether she's a tourist or a player, since she wants me to die for her, then she has no reason to live. Jiang Mian has never been a kind person. After Fu Junhan finished surveying the cruise ship, he saw Jiang Mian talking to the patrol team at the entrance. A short while later, she called out in his direction, so he walked over. This time, Jiang Mian didn't lay a hand on him. She had used up her abilities for the day, so she didn't need to touch any more men. If she angered this man, she couldn't beat him. Fu Junhan breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Mian was like a piece of chewing gum, impossible to shake off. Just then, Jiang Mian suddenly asked, Fu Junhan, are you hungry? Let's go eat. This was a test, to see if Fu Junhan had noticed anything amiss in the restaurant. No need, I already eaten. If you want to eat, I can go with you. During his investigation earlier that day, Fu Junhan had also noticed the waiter's unusual behavior, and he suspected the crisis might be related to it. Naturally, he didn't want to touch the food or even the water. Hearing Fu Junhan's words, Jiang Mian naturally understood that he had also noticed something was wrong. She refused his offer to go to the restaurant with her. Forget it, it's too late now. I won't eat. Consider it a diet. Fu Junhan remained non-committal to Jiang Mian's suggestion. However, where would they sleep tonight? That became a problem. Logically speaking, since Jiang Mian calls Fu Junhan husband, it means they're already married, so sharing a room shouldn't be a problem. But the two of them are clearly from different worlds, and sleeping together feels really awkward. Before Jiang Mian could figure out what excuse to use to get Fu Junhan out of the way, she saw him pull up a blanket and lie down on the sofa. Chapter 14. Fu Junhan's explanation was, "We're not really married yet, and I haven't proposed to you, so it's better if we don't sleep in the same bed. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." Jiang Mian naturally scoffed at his lame explanation, but since he had offered a solution, she didn't need to expose him. However, she still said, "Actually, you know I don't care about that." However, Fu Junhan didn't respond to Jiang Mian's words. It was as if he had already fallen asleep. Seeing this, Jiang Mian shrugged, assuming he was already asleep. She closed her eyes and tended to the livestock on the farm, shoveling manure and feeding them. "It seems I need to prepare more millet and fodder, otherwise the chickens and ducks won't have enough to eat." Over the past few days, her chicken, duck, and goose enclosures have produced many eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, and turkey eggs. Strangely, these eggs can be sold for money, and even the cow's milk can be sold, but eggs in the real world cannot. After working for several hours, she finally solved the livestock problem and left the consciousness space. Looking at the time on her phone, it was already 12:30 a.m., and her skills were starting to refresh. Jiang Mian, unwilling to give up, began to sneakily approach Fu Junhan again. However, as soon as she got close to Fu Junhan, she saw the man open his eyes, grab her wrist, and look at her coldly. Jiang Mian was startled by the man's gaze. She saw undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Did this man want to kill her? Almost instinctively, she reached for a pistol from her spatial storage, but a second later, she forcefully restrained herself. Suddenly, she hugged Fu Junhan, her little mouth chattering as she complained, "Ouch, honey, what are you doing? It hurts." Fu Junhan was snapped back to reality by her calling him honey, realizing it wasn't an enemy trying to kill him, but his fiancée in disguise. He released her, looking at Jiang Mian coldly. "What were you trying to do? Why were you next to me?" Jiang Mian angrily turned her back, feigning anger. "You dare say that? I just wanted to go to the bathroom, and noticed you weren't covered by the blanket, so I wanted to cover you up. Did you have to be so rough? My wrist is all red from your grip. You almost broke my hand. I'm never talking to you again." With that, Jiang Mian pushed open the door and left. Fu Junhan instinctively wanted to chase after her, but then, realizing his mistake, he slapped his forehead. "I was so stupid. She's just the original owner's fiancée. What does she have to do with me? If she dies out there because of her own willfulness, wouldn't that be perfect?" Having figured this out, Fu Junhan lay back down on the bed and went back to sleep. Jiang Mian waited outside for a while, and only after confirming that Fu Junhan hadn't chased after her did she head towards her destination. As for the genetic ability she copied from Fu Junhan during their contact, forget it, better not to mention it. It's not as good as the one she copied yesterday that lasts at least 30 minutes each time. Jiang Mian walked out into the corridor and found that the lights were still on outside. Although it was already past midnight, the luxury of this cruise ship was enough to make one forget the difference between day and night. Then, she went to the deck at the stern of the ship, the only place she had discovered that day where she could touch the seawater. Seeing that no one was around, Jiang Mian was about to put her hand into the seawater, but the Rubik's Cube prompted her. "Life form detected. Cannot be placed into static space." Jiang Mian was startled. She quickly withdrew her hand. She was certain that she had only touched seawater, and there was nothing living there. However, the Rubik's Cube reminded her that this was something alive. She looked at her hand. To the naked eye, there was nothing different. Apart from some residual water droplets, there was nothing there. Her eyes darted around, and she put her hand into the seawater again. She collected some seawater and placed it in the aquaculture area. The seawater was successfully collected, and a separate fenced enclosure was set up. The description of the fenced enclosure also changed accordingly. Brain-eating amoeba larvae. How could anyone raise such a thing? Do they want their brains eaten by the amoeba? Looking at the description of this creature in the fence house, Jiang Mian was startled. She quickly disinfected her hands. Worried, she found a toilet, changed all her clothes, and then used water from her spatial storage to clean herself. Only after confirming she wasn't carrying any brain-eating amoeba did she feel relieved. This brain-eating amoeba, it doesn't sound like a good thing. It probably eats people's brains. Even if it doesn't, it's pretty much the same. Anyway, it's not a good thing, and Jiang Mian doesn't want to be bothered by it. Because of today's events, she completely abandoned the idea of collecting seawater, and decided that from now on, she would never use water from the boat again. She didn't need to use a single thing, not even the toilet. There were plenty of plastic bags in the space. She could just relieve herself there, and then throw them into the sea. As for environmental protection? Forget it. She was about to die. What environmental protection could she possibly have? Besides, she was producing and consuming everything herself. How much garbage could she possibly generate in a month? Having figured this out, Jiang Mian finally felt relieved. She wondered if the brain-eating worms would die after being cooked at high temperatures. If they were strong enough to withstand high temperatures, that would be terrible. Reaching the other side of the ship, Jiang Mian found a group of people gathered there. She went over to see what was happening and discovered that the ship's crew were catching marine life in the sea. Thinking of the brain-eating worms in the sea, and looking at the seafood the crew was catching, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Could these marine creatures, living in seawater teeming with brain-eating amoebas, also carry these amoebas? With this thought in mind, Jiang Mian asked a staff member for a small fish. The staff member had considered it too small to release, but seeing a passenger ask for it, they simply gave it to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian naturally didn't dare take it with her hands. She took out a plastic bag and had the staff member put the fish in before leaving. Seeing her do this, a few other tourists couldn't resist their curiosity and also asked for the small fish they wanted. Jiang Mian went to the restroom again and put the small fish in. Of course, she didn't put it back into her previous fish pond. Instead, she created a separate pond for it. Clicking on the fish pond description, parasitized cod, head removed, edible. It's edible. This was indeed something Jiang Mian hadn't expected, but she didn't want to eat it. It felt a bit disgusting. She had plenty of food in her spatial storage. She wasn't at her wit's end yet. Jiang Mian had just come out of the restroom when she was stopped by one of the people who had been watching the crew catch fish. Chapter 15. She still had a deep impression of Jiang Mian. Looking at Jiang Mian's empty hands, the woman asked curiously, "Hey, weren't you the first girl who asked for fish? Where's your fish? Why didn't you take it out?" Song Qianqian was doing it on purpose, even raising her voice slightly. She was just annoyed by this woman's attention-seeking and wanted to embarrass her intentions. Unfortunately, Jiang Mian didn't know her purpose and thought the woman was just curious. To avoid attracting attention, she explained politely, "Oh, you mean that fish? I saw it was pitiful in the bag, so I released it." "Release it?" the woman shouted, as if she had heard some shocking news. Jiang Mian's eardrums hurt from the woman's voice. Now she understood that the woman's purpose in stopping her was not pure. She immediately became suspicious. Did I reveal my identity? But I didn't do anything unusual. Even taking the plastic bag was just pretending to take it out of my pocket. There shouldn't be anyone that perceptive. Seeing the jealousy in the woman's eyes, and the frequent glances to the side, Jiang Mian followed her gaze, and saw 3 men and 2 women standing there watching her. The 3 men were, well, how to put it? They were presentable. The other 2 women were quite pretty, and even the woman who had stopped her was good-looking. She wondered what had gotten into her. Jiang Mian immediately lost interest. She looked at the woman and asked, "Yes, I released the fish. Is there anything else? If not, please move aside, I need to go back." She had her own things to do, and couldn't be bothered with this woman. However, hearing Jiang Mian's words, the woman became even more arrogant. She raised her head, and looked at Jiang Mian with displeasure. "Why did you release such a small fish? Don't you know you're harming it? It will be eaten by other bigger fish. How can you be so heartless?" Jiang Mian looked at the woman as if she were an idiot. Was she crazy? Why was she suddenly acting like this in front of her? She immediately lost her temper, and shoved the woman away. The woman hadn't expected Jiang Mian to be so strong, and was easily pushed away. Seeing that she couldn't catch up with Jiang Mian, she shouted, "You inhuman bastard, harming living beings. God won't protect you." Hearing this, Jiang Mian turned sharply, coldly looking at the woman. "God certainly won't protect you, you heretic who curses others so casually." Jiang Mian thought to herself, "I don't believe in God." She was an atheist now. After all, in her past life, such a great natural disaster occurred, and no gods or ghosts came to save them. Wasn't everyone left to fend for themselves? After Jiang Mian left, 3 men and 2 women approached and asked, "Qianqian, how did it go? Did you find anything out?" Song Qianqian's face stiffened. She had been so focused on arguing that she had forgotten her purpose. Her expression wasn't good. The group had known each other since the previous world. In that world, the 6 of them struggled to survive in a zombie-infested environment. Unexpectedly, In this world, the 6 of them met again and successfully formed a team. They came out tonight to investigate, and just then, they discovered Jiang Mian's unexpected turn of events. They instinctively assumed that Jiang Mian was also a player, and wanted to see if she had found any clues. If possible, cooperation between the two sides wasn't out of the question. Since Song Qianqian had volunteered, they let her go forward to negotiate. Qianqian, say something. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Song Qianqian didn't speak, one of the short-haired women became anxious and shook her shoulder. Song Qianqian rolled her eyes, shook off the woman's hand, and said impatiently, Can you not be so violent? Don't you know you're very strong? The short-haired girl scratched her head, looking at her apologetically. Sorry, Qianqian, I forgot again. Song Qianqian ignored her, and turned to look at the leader, the most handsome of the 3. Her tone immediately softened. Brother Joe, that girl who asked for the fish first was just a show-off from the local area. She just wanted to attract attention. After getting the fish, she released it, and she didn't notice anything wrong with it. Hearing Song Qianqian's explanation, the man called Brother Joe nodded, immediately losing interest in Jiang Mian. He then led the others to search for clues again. Jiang Mian was unaware of what had happened. After leaving, she followed the fishing crew to a hidden door. She looked at the words written on the door, and secretly memorized the location. So the warehouse is here. The map didn't mark the warehouse's location. After memorizing it, Jiang Mian planned to visit it when she had time. She then explored the floors she hadn't yet visited. She roughly understood the layout of the ship. The first floor, the deck area, is for enjoying the sea view. The second floor is an entertainment area with various facilities. The third floor is for dining, with different restaurants. The fourth floor houses luxury stores. Floors 5 through 10 are hotels. The 11th floor is a large hall, seemingly used for dancing and socializing. The 12th floor is presumably for VIPs, as Jiang Mian was denied access without a room key. Seeing Jiang Mian preparing to continue up the stairs, a staff member reminded her, Miss, without a special invitation, floors 12 through 15th are not permitted. The general viewing area is limited to floors 10 and below, and the 11th floor is only open at specific times. Thank you. Jiang Mian nodded understandingly, not giving the staff any trouble. The staff member breathed a sigh of relief. Lately, for some reason, people kept wanting to go up to the 12th floor to see the view, and when they stopped them, they were always scolded. Privately, they all wondered why this group of wealthy people had such low moral standards. After Jiang Mian left, many others, like her, planned to go to the 12th floor, only to be stopped again. However, these tourists weren't as easy to talk to as Jiang Mian. They immediately started making a scene. A patrol team in special uniforms emerged and quickly apprehended several of them. Several tried to resist, but were instantly shot in the thigh with a silenced pistol. Then they were dragged back like dead dogs. Hidden in a corner, Jiang Mian covered her mouth, watching this scene in astonishment. Seeing how swiftly these people acted, her gaze towards the 12th floor became suspicious. To be able to use handguns so openly to stop troublemaking tourists, it seems the 12th floor and above are not simple. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Luckily, after seeing the staff member's gesture of reaching behind her, she became more vigilant and chose to leave. If I had been more assertive, I'd probably be like those people being taken away now. Chapter 16. Jiang Mian returned to her room, still shaken, and saw Fu Junhan open his eyes after she opened the door. To play the part, she snorted and turned to sleep. Fu Junhan looked at Jiang Mian, who had returned unharmed, with a hint of pity, thinking how lucky she is. She actually came back unharmed from that dangerous ship? Jiang Mian had no idea what he was thinking. Her mind was filled with the secret of the 12th floor, and she had no mood for playing the spoiled fiancé. Besides, they had just argued, so she decided to have a few days of Cold War. Early the next morning, Jiang Mian was woken up by the noise Fu Junhan made. She opened her eyes and said irritably, "What are you doing now?" Fu Junhan was innocently caught in the crossfire. He had just gotten up and washed up normally. He hadn't done anything. Jiang Mian simply said that, and went back to sleep. She figured it was only the second day, and there shouldn't be any major danger on the cruise ship. It was best to get plenty of rest. After Fu Junhan finished tidying up and left, she got up and touched the faucet, finding no trace of water. It seemed even this powerful figure had noticed something was wrong. Jiang Mian rinsed her mouth with a bottle of purified water, then took out a bag of steamed buns from her spatial storage. The buns were still warm. Her grandmother had specially steamed them for her, and they weren't sold anywhere else. Satisfied with her breakfast, she went to the bathroom to brush her teeth, cleaning her breath, again using purified water. The water in the room came from the seabed. Even the powerful figure didn't use it, so she dared not. After eating, she began wandering the first floor, occasionally glancing at the warehouse. Unfortunately, the warehouse was always guarded, and she couldn't sneak in. Just as she was feeling somewhat disappointed, she turned around and suddenly bumped into someone. Jiang Mian felt a throbbing sensation on her forehead from the impact. After regaining her balance, she finally saw who was standing behind her. Jiang Mian frowned, looking at the man in front of her. The man had slightly curly hair, almond-shaped eyes, and a cool, red smile playing on his lips. To be honest, Jiang Mian's first impression of this man was that he was not someone to be trifled with. Jiang Mian naturally went along with her first impression. She looked at the man with a slightly apologetic expression. "I'm so sorry, sir. Did I hurt you? It's all my fault for not paying attention to what was happening behind me, which caused this rudeness." Jiang Mian thought her words were perfectly reasonable. Most people would have chosen to let it go, but the man in front of her wasn't going to do that. He clutched his chest, wincing in discomfort. "Ah! My chest hurts so much. Could it be a broken rib?" Jiang Mian, Please, can you at least act like you're in rib pain? Why are you clutching your stomach?" Not knowing what this man was up to, Jiang Mian didn't make any rash moves. She continued in a gentle voice, "How about I take you to the infirmary?" "Really? Thank you so much." Having achieved his goal, the man stopped pretending and let Jiang Mian help him to the infirmary. The infirmary was on the basement level. The two quickly arrived. The doctor examined the man, didn't diagnose anything, and gave him an 4 drip of glucose. Jiang Mian looked at him and said, "I pay for your medical expenses this time. The doctor has examined you. You don't have any fractures or internal injuries. Can I go now?" Hearing her try to leave, the man immediately grabbed her wrist. "Miss Jiang, I've been watching you since last night. You seemed very interested in the things in the warehouse. You must be a survivor too, right?" Jiang Mian stiffened, wanting to pretend she didn't understand, but her inexperience proved costly. "Excuse me, sir, I don't understand what you're saying." He Ling smiled, mercilessly exposing her. "Oh? Looks like you're a newbie. No wonder you don't know. If you were a native, you wouldn't have heard that. I've been tricked." Realizing what had happened, Jiang Mian clenched her fist and instantly pulled a dagger from her spatial storage, holding it to the man's neck. He Ling looked at Jiang Mian like she was a child. Instead of backing away, he leaned forward. The dagger grazed the man's neck, but the next second, his neck was completely healed. He Ling raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang Mian, whose pupils had slightly contracted, and said, "You can't kill me. With your strength, trying to kill me might exhaust your stamina first." Jiang Mian was always a pragmatic person. Knowing that she couldn't kill the man in front of her, she immediately sheathed her dagger, pulled out her wrist, and crossed her arms over her chest. Looking at the man expressionlessly, she said, "Oh, then tell me, what do you want to do after going through all this trouble to lure me here? Kill me to silence me? Or cooperate with me?" "Ha ha!" He Ling clapped her hands. "I like smart people. No wonder you're the woman who can outmaneuver Fu Junhan. You're so clever. How about a deal? You trip up Fu Junhan at every turn in this game, and I guarantee you survive until the last day of the game?" Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised. This man wasn't asking her to kill Fu Junhan, but rather to trip him up. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, the man chuckled, "You can't kill him. Even with my immortality, I can't guarantee I can kill him. If you could really kill Fu Junhan, I kneel down and call you father." Hearing this, Jiang Mian was somewhat tempted. Of course, not tempted by the prospect of having such a wonderful son, but rather by the man's superpower, immortality. It sounded extraordinary, and his recovery speed just now was something she envied. So Jiang Mian asked, "Are you sure you can guarantee I survive if you're just tripping him up?" "Of course. Then I need to know your name, right? I can't be unable to find you when I need something, can I?" The man thought for a moment, agreeing with her reasoning, and said, "He Ling." Jiang Mian nodded, about to introduce herself, when He Ling interrupted her. "I know your name, Miss Jiang Mian." Jiang Mian was very unhappy, feeling looked down upon. She gritted her teeth, secretly plotting to make this man kneel and beg her when she became powerful. He Ling naturally knew Jiang Mian would be unhappy, but Jiang Mian was just an ant, not worth his attention. He was only willing to cooperate with her, because her identity allowed him to mess with Fu Junhan. What would Fu Junhan's expression be when he found out that his fiancée, whom he had always thought was a native, was actually a fellow player? Just imagining that scene made He Ling extremely excited. Chapter 17. Jiang Mian extended his hand. All right. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation, Mr. He Ling? He Ling shrugged, not minding shaking hands with Jiang Mian. Pleasant cooperation. Successfully copied gene ability. Healing power. Jiang Mian's smile widened. Pleasant cooperation. Now, Jiang Mian found He Ling pleasing to the eye. Even his harsh words seemed friendly. What I sought without effort was right under my nose. That perfectly describes Jiang Mian. He had been troubled by his inability to copy Fu Junhan's flames. But now, he had obtained He Ling's healing ability. Now all that was missing was Fu Junhan's flames. It seemed Fu Junhan was indeed a powerful figure, just as he had guessed, and this unkillable He Ling was also a powerful figure. The two even had a grudge against each other. If he handled things well, he might even gain some benefits. Thinking this, Jiang Mian's steps became lighter. With the superpowers provided by these powerful figures, wouldn't she be on her way to victory? However, reality quickly slapped her in the face. Looking at the slowly healing wound on her hand, Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. Wait a minute, why am I recovering so slowly? That guy named He Ling can heal instantly. Is it because it's a copy, so it's weakened a lot? Or is this the limit of my abilities? Unable to figure it out, Jiang Mian stopped thinking about it. Seeing Fu Junhan resting inside the house, which was unusual for him, Jiang Mian was taken aback. Shouldn't this guy be out searching for clues? How come he has so much free time? He's just lying at home resting? Fu Junhan was being stared at by Jiang Mian. At first, he didn't care, but anyone would feel uncomfortable being stared at for half an hour. He looked at Jiang Mian and said, "Why are you staring at me? Just say what you want to say. I won't do anything to you." Jiang Mian hesitantly recounted the events of the day, omitting the fact that she had been exposed as a survivor. Therefore, when Fu Junhan heard He Ling's name, and then heard that He Ling wanted to use Jiang Mian to cause him trouble, he immediately laughed in anger. He Ling is someone I encountered in the previous missions. At the time, they were on opposing sides, naturally becoming adversaries. After eliminating all the opposing factions, only the two of them remained. In their battle, He Ling suffered a lot because his ability wasn't offensive, and thus harbored a grudge against Fu Junhan. In every instance where the two of them met, He Ling would try every means to scheme against him, but he never succeeded. Whether it was him usurping others' power to attack him alone, or his schemes against him, he always failed in the end. Now He Ling actually. You got your eye on the NPCs. You're getting worse with age. Jiang Mian, afraid Fu Junhan would misunderstand, quickly pledged her loyalty. I didn't agree to him. Even though we had a fight, you're still my fiancé, and I wouldn't help outsiders against you. Hearing this, Fu Junhan's lips curled into a smile, and suddenly he didn't find his fiancé so unpleasant anymore. He looked at Jiang Mian and promised, "With me here, I definitely make sure you live a safe life." Of course, whether this delicate parasitic flower would survive after he left was beyond his control. Fu Junhan, I love you so much. As she spoke, she lunged at him, but Fu Junhan instinctively used his arm to shield Jiang Mian's face, preventing her from succeeding. However, the moment Jiang Mian touched Fu Junhan, she activated her superpower. Successfully copied Gene ability, Grandmaster Swordsmanship. She used up her last chance for the day, still failing to copy the ability she wanted. However, looking at the Grandmaster Swordsmanship ability, Jiang Mian was actually somewhat tempted. She even tried to comfort herself. Actually, this ability isn't bad. Maybe I should just choose this one. Who knows, maybe the fire type ability I copied won't be as useful as the healing type. But her unwillingness to give up still drove her. Fine, if it really doesn't work, I just choose to copy the swordsmanship after the game ends. After comforting herself, she felt a little better. Today she successfully acted as a double agent, very successfully, not a complete loss. On the third day, there was a knock at the door. This time, Fu Junhan opened it. The staff member outside looked at Fu Junhan with surprise, then glanced at the record sheet in his hand before saying, "A banquet will be held on the 11th floor in 7 days. Important figures from upstairs will be attending. These are your invitations." As he spoke, the staff member took out 2 black invitations from his pocket. The black invitations were decorated with gold patterns, and when they were handed over, a floral fragrance could even be smelled. Fu Junhan took the invitations and showed them to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian opened the invitations and found a message on them. "Dear Sir/Madam, welcome aboard the Furman family's ship. Our destination this time is the island of Sha. The voyage will last approximately 30 days. To alleviate boredom during the journey, the Furman family has specially provided entertainment on the 10th day. We kindly request that the honored guests who have received the invitations attend on time. When Jiang Mian saw the invitation, she wondered, another new character? Does this mean I have to start making up lies again? Sure enough, Fu Junhan began probing Jiang Mian. Do you know anything about the Furman family, the Shar Island, or the entertainment program on the 10th day? Jiang Mian shook her head, feigning ignorance, but also a devoted lover willing to travel far from home, saying, actually, I don't know much about these things. We left in such a hurry that I didn't even notice whose ship it was. I only know that once we left the land, we were free. Fu Junhan. Han was somewhat disappointed, and at the same time, he despised the original owner of this body. How could I let such a girl, who loves me so much, suffer? If I truly loved her, I wouldn't have let her go to such a faraway place. I would have tried my best to persuade her parents. Any man understands this. I don't believe the original owner wouldn't. Seeing Jiang Mian's self-reproachful expression, he comforted him. It's okay. It's alright if you don't know. We find out when we attend. Fu Junhan, you're so sweet. Jiang Mian's words completely charmed Fu Junhan, who was delighted. Actually, Jiang Mian had no idea what their identities were. She just made it up based on what she found in the suitcase. As for the story of a rich young lady and a poor boy eloping, that was just something she made up. She didn't expect Fu Junhan to actually believe it, and even believe it wholeheartedly. Jiang Mian suddenly felt a pang of guilt for deceiving this naive boy. Sorry, brother, who told you to be so naive and easily fooled? Chapter 18. Brother Zhou, I got some new information. The indigenous people whose doors were knocked on by the patrol team received an invitation to the 11th floor. The invitation is for 7 days from now, but the details aren't specified. Maybe it's related to the mission. In a cabin on the cruise ship, Song Qianqian and her group, who had previously stopped Jiang Mian in the restroom, were discussing their plan around a table. Song Qianqian held up her phone, pointing to a picture on it, an invitation from the Fullerman family. Brother Zhou looked at Song Qianqian with some dissatisfaction after seeing the photo. Why did you only get a picture, not an invitation? Song Qianqian's face stiffened. She had thought that getting information would earn her praise from Brother Zhou, but instead, she was being criticized for her incompetence. If Brother Zhou weren't the most capable member of the group, and if his abilities weren't the most useful, she would have already left this guy who only knew how to give orders. Seeing this, another man with a pointed face and monkey-like features quickly smoothed things over, saying, Brother Zhou, Qianqian was just trying not to alert them. If we did, the patrol team would be questioned again. You know how difficult it is to establish a connection with the indigenous people. Qianqian was just trying to help us. Yes, Brother Zhou. Sister Qianqian has already done very well. Besides, we don't even know what this thing is for. If we act rashly and get discovered, we could easily disappear without a trace like those other people. Hearing everyone's comforting words, Song Qianqian's expression improved somewhat. The man called Brother Zhou thought about it, and realized he was right. Looking at Song Qianqian's gloomy face, he reluctantly comforted her. All right, Qianqian, you know I was too impatient, that's why I scolded you. Besides, I'm only doing this for the team's sake. It's really not easy for the 6 of us to meet, and to be so lucky to meet again shows how strong our bond is. At this point, the fence-sitter in the team started to speak up again. The weasel-faced man spoke first. Yeah, Qianqian, Brother Zhou is only worried about us, that's why he's a little anxious. Another petite girl chimed in, comforting her. Qianqian, don't argue with Brother Zhou. Right now, the mission is the priority. Although we haven't found any dangerous places yet, this is a survival game. Have you all forgotten how dangerous the last world was? Hearing this, Song Qianqian also remembered the dangers of the last world and immediately stopped being temperamental. The group discussed for a while before devising their plan. They chose to steal the invitation. The other players who learned about the invitation also began to use their own methods. Some chose to steal it like Brother Zhou and his group, while others. Some robbed outright, while others committed murder. Jiang Mian happened to encounter one of those who chose to kill. Where had Fu Junhan gone off to do something again? Jiang Mian was left alone in the room when someone knocked on the door. Hello, ma'am. Room service. Hearing this, Jiang Mian peered through the peephole at the 3 men outside. One was strong and about 1.8 meters tall, while the other 2 were around 1.7 meters tall, and looked extremely thin compared to the first man. Jiang Mian noticed that one of the thin men had his hands tucked into his sleeves, fiddling with something. The peephole's field of vision was too small to clearly see the people outside, But Jiang Mian sensed that these three were the kind of people commonly seen in the apocalypse, people who had killed before. She was always accurate in her judgment of people, and never doubted her own opinions. She was never one to contradict her first instincts, firmly trusting her intuition. Looking at the three, Jiang Mian thought, as long as they don't have guns, aren't they completely at my mercy? However, the current problem was that she didn't know if they had guns, nor what special abilities experienced players might possess. This made her hesitant to act rashly. Seeing that she had been knocking on the door for so long without anyone coming out, the burly man inside looked at one of the young men beside him. The young man immediately said, "Brother Dao, I can't be mistaken, there's definitely only one person inside. That person must be hiding inside, too afraid to come out. Maybe they're even a player." Brother Dao's eyes lit up at this. A player? A player is good. Maybe we can even steal some items from them. Thinking this, Brother Dao told the two to step back, while he fiddled with the lock for a while. Soon, the lock clicked open by itself. Jiang Mian could hear the conversation of the three men outside clearly. She could already rule out one of the men. His ability was only to sense the presence of living people, nothing to fear. As for the other two, she felt confident in her ability to fly and heal herself, believing she might not lose against two men with unknown abilities. Most importantly, she had a gun, which was her greatest confidence. So, when the door opened, she deliberately stood in an inconspicuous corner, quietly waiting for the three to arrive. After the burly man opened the door, he was met with complete darkness. Even the only window that let in light was blocked. Just then, one of the young men shouted, "Brother Dao, someone's coming from your left." In front of the young man, besides the red dots representing the three of them, another red dot appeared 3 meters away. So, upon seeing the second red dot rapidly approaching them, he quickly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jiang Mian had originally intended to kill the burly man first, but now she realized that this man should probably be the first to die. So, without hesitation, she changed her target. Brother Dao felt a heat on his left cheek, followed by a thud as he fell to the ground. The underling who had just alerted him was now silent. His eyes were bloodshot with rage, knowing he messed with the wrong person, but it was too late. He turned to back, but the door was locked from the inside. Brother Dao immediately realized what was happening and tried to negotiate with Jiang Mian. "Brother, I didn't mean to offend you. If you're willing to let us go, we leave right away." The burly man said this, but in reality, he was trying to find Jiang Mian's hiding place. If Jiang Mian spoke, he could find him instantly and turn the tables. Chapter 19. Jiang Mian naturally had no idea what he was thinking, but she wasn't the type to waste words while killing. She wasn't willing to reveal anything until she was certain the danger had passed. In the darkness, wearing night vision goggles, she looked at the two men in front of her. The burly man stood there dumbfounded, guarding against her sneak attack, while the other man was already prone on the ground, crawling towards a corner. Seeing this, Jiang Mian knew that if she was going to kill, she would kill the burly man first. As for the other man, he was a coward and not worth fearing. Just as Jiang Mian approached, the burly man seemed to sense her presence and immediately threw a punch in her direction. She easily dodged it, only then realizing that the burly man seemed to be unarmed. This? He dares to rob me. Is he relying on his strength, or his special ability? Thinking this, Jiang Mian became more wary. The burly man said to Jiang Mian, "Brother, I already said it's a misunderstanding. If I'm not mistaken, you're just a newbie. Against me, your chances of winning aren't great. How about we shake hands and make peace, and then go our separate ways?" Unfortunately, Jiang Mian was like a rat in the gutter. She wouldn't openly reveal her location. So she ignored everything the burly man said about cooperation and admitting his mistake. Why should it be a misunderstanding just because he says so? Was breaking into her room a misunderstanding? Was wanting to kill her a misunderstanding? He who kills will be killed in return. From the moment Jiang Mian first killed someone, she knew that one day she too would be killed. And sure enough, in her past life, she was at someone else's hands. This man dared to plot against me. He should have known I would be killed in return. Jiang Mian took out a silenced pistol from her spatial storage and fired a shot into the burly man's head. With a thud, the man collapsed to the ground, eyes wide. He hadn't even used his special ability before he died. Before dying, the burly man thought, wasn't it said there was just a newbie inside? Why could he afford a pistol worth 500 gold coins? He died with resentment. After dealing with the two men, Jiang Mian looked at the man still crawling forward and shot him through the arm. The man cried out in pain, then quickly covered his mouth. He thought this would prevent him from revealing his location, but little did he know, Jiang Mian had seen all three men's actions clearly from the beginning. Looking at the dagger that fell from the man's arm, Jiang Mian scoffed. I thought you were hiding something, but it's just a dagger. However, the man was even more surprised to be discovered. You're a woman? Jiang Mian sneered, stepping on his face, and said without any politeness, instead of worrying about whether I'm a man or a woman, you should worry about yourself, whether you can walk out of my hands alive. The man realized what was happening and immediately begged for mercy. Big sister, I'm sorry. Big sister, I was forced into this. If I didn't join Brother Dao's group, he would kill me. I have children in my world too. I want to go back alive. I don't want to die, that's why I joined them. Jiang Mian felt nothing for his words. This man had children at home, and wanting to live was understandable, but she also had a grandmother and a younger brother. Did she deserve to die? Did she deserve to be killed by them? Unwilling to listen to the man's sobs, Jiang Mian pressed the gun against his head and asked her questions. Why did you open my door? What do you want from me? With a gun to his head, the man was naturally very honest, answering Jiang Mian's questions verbally. Someone got word that some players and natives had obtained new clues, invitations. However, some people didn't get invitations, so those of us who didn't get invitations started robbing those who did. I didn't want to do this, I just wanted to go home alive. Sister, believe me, I really haven't hurt anyone. Jiang Mian remained non-committal to his words. She automatically ignored the man's last rambling and continued, How many times have you completed the game? What kind of disaster is happening in your world? Twice. This is my third time participating in this game. Many mutated animals have appeared in our world. Some of these mutated animals have eaten all the food. We have no choice but to participate in this game to obtain food. Obtain food? How do you obtain food? Hearing Jiang Mian's question, the man became even more certain of his thoughts. This woman is indeed participating in the game for the first time. She hasn't experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse yet, so her chances of survival are much greater. Thinking this, he didn't dare to cheat and told her everything he knew. After completing the survival mission, we will return to a pure white space. There, we can settle our rewards for this mission. There's usually a minimum of 100 gold coins. Your special performance in the mission world can earn you extra points and more gold coins. I remember when I played the game before, I heard someone say that a top player got 10,000 points in one world and took off, but unfortunately, his good fortune didn't last long because he was too arrogant and was killed by an even stronger player. Jiang Mian nodded and asked again, What can you buy with gold coins? Can you buy space? Gold coins can buy everything, including space, but space is too expensive. 1 cubic meter of space costs 10,000 gold coins, so very few people buy it. Jiang Mian asked a few more questions until she had squeezed the last bit of value out of the man, before she prepared to send him on his way. Before dying, the man was still fantasizing that he had escaped death. Big sister, I told you everything. Can I leave now? Don't worry, I promise I won't tell anyone what happened today. Unfortunately, I don't trust the character of you robbers. Rather than pinning my hopes on you and hoping you keep your mouth shut, I might as well solve the problem once and for all. Having said that, Jiang Mian didn't give the man a chance to speak again and sent him on his way. After settling everything, she removed the black cloth from the window and put the bodies into the breeding farm. Actually, the dead could be put into her spatial storage, but Jiang Mian felt uneasy about it, so she put the bodies in the breeding farm instead. It was because of this action that the breeding farm suddenly emitted an alarm sound. Chapter 20. Food edible for the brain-eating amoeba detected. Feed the amoeba? Seeing this notification, Jiang Mian paused, then looked at the 3 corpses she had just placed inside. After a moment's thought, she chose to feed one corpse first. After observing for a while, and finding no change, Jiang Mian focused her attention back. The scene of the fight was somewhat chaotic. She needed to put everything back in its original position, and wipe away the bloodstains, so that Fu Junhan wouldn't notice anything amiss. Whether it was her imagination or something else, she could always smell a lingering metallic scent. Jiang Mian took out the famous high-end perfume 6 God from her spatial storage. She sprayed some in every corner of the room, especially in the areas where the bodies had died, before opening the windows for ventilation. The unique fragrance instantly refreshed her. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Jiang Mian frowned. Are so many people targeting her today? Even after discovering there were 2 girls outside, she remained vigilant. Who are you? What are you doing knocking on my door? Hearing a response from inside, the 2 girls exchanged a glance and said, Miss, please don't misunderstand. These past few days, people with invitations from the Fullerman family have been targeted, and several have already been injured. So we decided to unite and resist those criminals, and we'd like to invite you to join us. Judging from their words, they seem to be native inhabitants. They should know what the invitations were for, right? Thinking this, Jiang Mian opened the door and invited them in. Two girls handed Jiang Mian a card. Seeing her puzzled look, they explained, "This is a newly issued invitation. After you enter your information here, you can pass through the access control by facial recognition." The other girl added, "With this, you don't have to worry about criminals stealing it, because your information has been recorded. They can't take it even if they wanted to." Jiang Mian nodded, then casually asked, "Why do you think those people wanted to steal the invitation from the Furman family? What do they want from it?" Hearing this, the girl who had initially handed Jiang Mian the card covered her mouth and giggled. What else could it be? They just want to catch the eye of the Furman family's sons and daughters and become rich overnight. Jiang Mian twirled the card between her fingers. Her eyes darted around, and she put on a mocking expression, saying, "I'm afraid they're paying such a high price for more than just this little bit of profit." Seeing her reaction, the two men, as if they found a gossip buddy, whispered, "I tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else. I heard that the young master of the Rising Star, the Changshan Group, is also on this cruise." Changshan Group, you know? The company that makes so many famous potions. Jiang Mian nodded. "Wow, I heard about that before. I boarded the cruise because of them." Her tone shifted, and she lowered her head somewhat dejectedly. "It's just a pity that my family's influence is too small. I only know this much, and I don't know what else is going to happen. I only heard about this, just heard." The girl said mysteriously, "I heard that the Changshan Group actually brought out 10 Eternal Life Potions this time." Eternal Life Potions. These are something every family covets. With an Eternal Life Potion, wouldn't you have unlimited lifespan? Although our chances of getting an Eternal Life Potion are slim, if we could catch the eye of the young master of the Changshan Group, wouldn't we be able to get any potion we want in the future? I've been eyeing eternal youth for so long. Jiang Mian also showed an envious expression. After seeing the two off, she finally digested the information she had received. She held the card in her hand, occasionally turning it over. It seems the invitation I received a few days ago did have some effect. The Fullerman family, the Changshan Group, immortality, and the two girls who implicitly agreed that this was a sex transaction? Connecting these things, it's far more complicated than it appears on the surface. Just then, Jiang Mian suddenly thought of the brain-eating worms in her breeding space. She focused her consciousness on the area where she was breeding the brain-eating worms, and suddenly felt a chill. She actually swore. Holy crap! How did the dead come back to life? The burly man who had been dead was now standing in the brain-eating worm breeding farm, staring blankly ahead. Jiang Mian was genuinely terrified by this sight. After a while, she remembered to check the brain-eating worm's description. Brain-eating worm breeding area. After reaching adulthood, brain-eating worms gather on intelligent creatures, taking their place in survival. Living creatures are more likely to survive. Jiang Mian swallowed hard and tried to release the man's corpse. The moment the corpse was released, it seemed to be electrocuted, its limbs moving uncontrollably. Jiang Mian was extremely vigilant, her gun pointed at the man's corpse. If he showed any unusual behavior, she would mercilessly eliminate him again. After about a minute, the man finally stopped. He looked at Jiang Mian and said, "Master." Jiang Mian wasn't surprised by his address. The brain-eating worm, which she kept, belonged to her. It was normal for it to call her master. She looked at the man, whose body was controlled by the brain-eating worm, and asked, "Do you have any memories of your past life?" The man shook his head. "I'm sorry, master, I have no memories. I only know that you are my master." "All right." Jiang Mian nodded, indicating that she understood. She released the burly man's corpse again and asked the brain-eating worm, "Do you see this corpse? What are your thoughts about it?" The brain-eating worm, "I see it, I want to eat it." Jiang Mian didn't understand what it wanted to eat, so she let it do as it pleased. "Eat whatever you want." The brain-eating worm, receiving its command, pounced on the man. He opened his mouth wide, and several black, hair-thin worms poured out and swarmed into the wound on the burly man's head. Jiang Mian watched as the brain-eating worms burrowed into the man's skull, then throbbed a few times, making slurping sounds like a human drinking milk tea. She didn't feel nauseous and simply watched quietly. 10 minutes later, the brain-eating worms seemed to have eaten their fill. The burly man lying on the ground opened his eyes, his eyeballs rolling around, as if he had to exert considerable effort to return them to a normal human form. He stood up, looked at Jiang Mian, and said, "Master, I'm full." Jiang Mian nodded, then returned the 2 corpses to the breeding farm. Before leaving, she instructed the brain-eating worms to split off several hair-thin worms for her. Chapter 21. The insects lay quietly and obediently on Jiang Mian's hand. She placed the insects in Fu Junhan's blanket. The insects were incredibly small. They were practically invisible unless you looked closely. She wanted to see how Fu Junhan could deal with these insects. Of course, it would be even better if he couldn't, since, according to the description of the brain-eating worm, the living are more valuable than the dead. She also wanted to see what it would be like for a living person to be parasitized. What, you say they're teammates? What teammate relationship? It's nothing but mutual exploitation. That evening, Fu Junhan finally returned. Jiang Mian had no idea what he'd been busy with all day. What Jiang Mian didn't know was that not everyone was as carefree as she was, because of a cheat code. When faced with the unknown, they have to try things out little by little to figure out the source of danger. If everyone were like her, wouldn't this survival game be like child's play? You're back. Let me tell you, today scared me to death. Jiang Mian recounted what happened today to Fu Junhan. Of course, her version was that the burly men left after they couldn't open her door. Then she handed Fu Junhan a card. These were given to me by 2 girls today. They said it's a new invitation from the Fullerman family, made in response to the recent invitation stealing incident. It's electronic, and you can log in without an internet connection. We just need to scan our faces to enter the banquet. Fu Junhan took the card, took out his phone, logged into the website, and then, feigning concern but actually trying to gather information, asked, "Did they say what this banquet is about?" Seeing Jiang Mian's puzzled look, Fu Junhan felt truly foolish. He'd been on the cruise ship for a week, and aside from knowing that the crew was acting strangely due to their emotional state, and that the ship's water was undrinkable, he hadn't gathered any other information. That's why he lost his composure, and asked this woman, who usually rarely left her home. But unexpectedly, Jiang Mian gave him an answer. "I overheard those 2 girls saying today that this banquet was organized to attract the attention of powerful families and gain resources. And they all seem to have a particular fondness for the other protagonist of the banquet, the eldest son of the Changsheng group." Jiang Mian embellished what the 2 girls had told her before telling Fu Junhan. Seeing Fu Junhan's surprised expression, Jiang Mian revealed a slightly smug smile. "Why are you looking at me like that? Did she really think she'd been doing all this for nothing?" Jiang Mian was certain that no one on the ship knew more than she did now, except, of course, the natives. Fu Junhan looked away, unusually praising her. "Nothing, I just think you're pretty amazing. You even know how to gather information." Jiang Mian grabbed Fu Junhan's arm, activating her supernatural ability, and teased him. "Since I'm so amazing, shouldn't you give me some reward?" Fu Junhan frowned, but after a week together, Jiang Mian had been launching surprise attacks on him from time to time, and Fu Junhan had gotten used to it, so he didn't pull his hand away immediately. He held Jiang Mian's body, preventing her from falling, and even moved aside to make room for her. Jiang Mian had no intention of sitting on his sofa. She stood up, turned around, and laid down on the soft bed. "TCH, you stingy little thing, I'm ignoring you. I'm going to sleep." Jiang Mian's smile stretched almost to her ears as she turned away. Successfully copied Jin ability, eternally burning flame. Fu Junhan's ability was finally hers. Do you know how hard she worked for this ability? Every day she tried every possible way to touch Fu Junhan, practically acting like a lovesick woman, groveling and offering him emotional support and intelligence. It was exhausting. Thankfully, hard work pays off, and she finally obtained his ability. Jiang Mian quickly copied it. Fu Junhan pieced all the information together in his mind. Unfortunately, unaware of the brain-eating amoeba, the only danger he could think of came from the Fulton family and the Changsheng group's drugs. Lying in bed, he suddenly felt something crawling on his leg, itchy and hard to ignore. His expression changed instantly. He yanked back the covers, no longer caring about hiding, and saw a ball of flame engulfing his calf. Jiang Mian thought she heard a scream. She quickly sat up, staring at the flames on Fu Junhan's leg, feigning shock and covering her mouth. "Fu Junhan! He's on fire!" "Ah!" It was rather comical. She sat on the bed, hugging her legs and pointing in Fu Junhan's direction, feigning fear and shock, but without any real intention of taking action. Only after the flames on Fu Junhan's leg died down did she get out of bed. Jiang Mian pointed at his leg and asked in surprise, "Are you alright? Why did it catch fire?" Fu Junhan shook his head, reassuring her, "I'm fine. Sit on the bed first." There's a bug here, don't let it get on you. Hearing this, Jiang Mian immediately pretended to be frightened and sat on the bed. Watching Fu Junhan pick up a black bug, no thicker than a hair, from the floor, she curiously walked over. What is this? Is it my hair? Fu Junhan's expression was extremely serious. It's not your hair. It must be some kind of mutated creature. If anyone knocks on the door recently, don't open it for them. Wait until I get back, understand? After thinking for a moment, he added, starting today, don't use the food from the restaurant, and don't use the water from the toilet. I keep enough water in your room for you, try to use it sparingly. Okay. Seeing Jiang Mian so obedient, Fu Junhan breathed a sigh of relief, saving him the trouble of explaining things to her. Jiang Mian pointed at the insect and asked, what's this? Where did you find it? Fu Junhan shook his head. I don't know what it is. Maybe it crawled out of the sewer. I don't know how it got onto my bed. I check your bed later. If it's there, we might have to change rooms. He just felt annoyed, and even wondered if some enemy was deliberately retaliating against him. Fortunately, after a careful inspection, he only found this one insect. Fu Junhan went out for a while, and returned with a backpack full of bottled mineral water, as well as some bread and compressed steamed buns with only simple packaging and no manufacturer information. His explanation was, don't go out to buy food for a while. I suspect these things came from the water. All the food on the ship might be dangerous. Just bear with it until we reach the shore. Chapter 22. Jiang Mian nodded heavily. She didn't ask where these things came from. She simply accepted them, as they were given to her. Of course, Jiang Mian wouldn't eat them. She was terrified this man would poison her. But she could keep them for someone else. Fu Junhan was quite satisfied with Jiang Mian's cleverness and pragmatism. The next day, Fu Junhan went out to look for clues as usual. Unbeknownst to him, the obedient and pragmatic Jiang Mian was currently meeting with his nemesis. Jiang Mian was no longer the docile figure she had been in front of him. Now, she was very pretentious, holding a card and looking smugly at He Ling opposite her. You mean this thing? Oh, aren't you Fu Junhan's rival? How come you can't even get this? You're so pathetic. He Ling couldn't understand why the woman he hadn't seen for only a few days had become so arrogant and fearless. Looking at Jiang Mian's dismissive attitude, he immediately became angry. Are you asking for trouble, or do you think you can protect yourself without me? Jiang Mian shrugged. My dear partner, what are you saying? I was just showing you some concern. How could you think so badly of me? He Ling narrowed his eyes, and just as he was about to lose his temper, Jiang Mian finally stated his request. I feel that the terms of our previous cooperation aren't quite fair to me. Didn't you say you protect me until the end of the game? But when I faced danger, I couldn't find you or contact you at all. Your protection was just lip service. I didn't see any sense of security in it. How about this? You exchange some life-saving items from the system for me, and we can continue our previous cooperation, okay? He Ling sneered at her request. It seems you gathered quite a bit of information these past few days, even knowing about purchasing items. Jiang Mian smiled without replying to his praise. She knew this man had more to say. Sure enough, He Ling abruptly changed his tone, launching an attack. But have you considered that in my eyes you're nothing but an ant, utterly unworthy to speak to me as an equal? Jiang Mian barely dodged his attack. Then a ball of flame, occupying a third of her palm, appeared in her hand. She pressed the flame directly onto He Ling. Seeing this, He Ling sneered. Is this your awakened ability? Nothing special. Did you think your flame was Fu Junhan's? Seeing her success, Jiang Mian said nothing more, controlling the flame to intensify its burning. He Ling was shocked, staring in disbelief at the small flame that, though tiny, had caused him irreparable damage. How could that be? How could I not extinguish your fire? Because my heart for you burns hot enough. Jiang Mian made a joke, but unfortunately, He Ling didn't understand. Extinguish the flame first, and I can renegotiate the terms with you. No, no, no. Jiang Mian held up an index finger and waved it in front of her eyes before saying, I can't trust you. What if you want to kill me to silence me after I extinguish the flame? He Ling looked at her eagerly. No, I won't. Although your flame is weak, if used well, it can trick Fu Junhan into a big mess. Of course, I won't kill you. After hearing He Ling's plan, Jiang Mian looked at him with a look of utter disbelief. You're such a jerk. Fu Junhan is really unlucky to have offended you. Likewise, Fu Junhan is just as unlucky to have met you. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Then I wish us a pleasant collaboration. Of course, I'm looking forward to the day Fu Junhan finds out the truth. Jiang Mian nodded, me too. Holding the item she had obtained, Jiang Mian returned to her room, before Fu Junhan came back. Jiang Mian looked at the card in her hand that could improve her physical abilities, and immediately chose to use it. Hiss. After using the card, Jiang Mian felt a tingling sensation all over her body, as if her bones were itching. This symptom lasted for about an hour before stopping. She clenched her fist, and felt the strength in her body. Then she took out a compound bow from her spatial storage. A bow that usually required all her strength to draw was now drawn with ease. Jiang Mian looked at the 2 cards remaining and silently put them back into her spatial storage. The card advised using the upgrade card only after fully adapting to her current physical condition, as this would greatly increase the efficiency of the upgrade. Jiang Mian agreed, so she didn't force herself to improve her strength. Her current physical condition was more than sufficient for her, comparable to what she had during the apocalypse. 2 days before the invitation's date, Jiang Mian planned to go to the 11th floor, but was stopped. The reason given was that the 11th floor was under renovation and entry was prohibited. Jiang Mian turned to leave, and just as she was about to step out of the elevator, she saw a familiar face. It was the woman who had pushed her back then. She didn't know her name, but she remembered her face clearly. The woman was coming downstairs, accompanied by several other girls. They seemed to be a small group. They pointed at Jiang Mian, looking at her with disdain, and whispered, "Look, another woman eager to climb the social ladder. She thinks she's pretty enough to break the rules and find a sugar daddy ahead of time. They never know that what they're pursuing is just a position we look down on." Enka smiled at Jiang Mian, feeling a sense of familiarity with the woman, but unable to place her. Her identity in this world was quite powerful. She lived on the 15th floor, in a small faction affiliated with the Fulton family. Because of this, she had successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks. However, every gain has its loss. Although she understood the meaning of the banquet in 2 days, she also didn't know what dangers lay ahead. Being a newcomer, she had never experienced the extravagance of high society, and was quickly blinded by desire, spending her time indulging in gossip and pointing fingers at others. Listening to the disdainful words of these women, Jiang Mian silently memorized their faces. She was never one to back down. When rumors about her were spread at school, she outwardly remained calm, but secretly beat up the boy who spread them. After that, whenever she heard anyone spreading rumors about her, she would secretly beat them up. She even began to suspect she was a superhero. Chapter 23. Later she realized that she wasn't a superhero at all, she was just someone who spoke out against injustice. The people still pointing and gossiping had no idea that their deaths were imminent. If it weren't for the large number of people and the armed patrol, they would have already gone to their death side by side. When Jiang Mian returned to her room, she found that Fu Junhan hadn't come back yet. She wondered what had happened to him. He usually returned around this time. However, she was only curious. She didn't want to go out and look for him. What was Fu Junhan doing at this moment? He was evading the patrol's search. He had already reached the 11th floor and above, a place forbidden to ordinary people. After seeing the luxurious scene before him, even the floor tiles of the indoor swimming pool were made of gold, and even Fu Junhan, who had been born into a wealthy family, couldn't help but marvel. His parents were just ordinary business owners before the apocalypse. They were honest and hardworking, which is how they accumulated billions in assets. He never seen anything like this before. Not only was the indoor swimming pool like this, but the next floor up was a hotel room almost identical to the one below. Upon reaching the 17th floor, the scene there completely shattered his imagination. Stacks of cash were piled up openly before him, filling an entire floor. It was incredibly enviable. If he hadn't known that the mission worlds weren't the same, he would have really wanted to take all the money. Even Fu Junhan, who had seen it all, almost couldn't resist the temptation, let alone others, until he reached the 18th floor. Before he could even see the scene inside, he was discovered. A group of armed patrol members, accompanied by well-trained hunting dogs, began searching for his location. To avoid revealing his identity, Fu Junhan had avoided direct confrontation and tried to conceal his abilities. It wasn't until the next day, when Jiang Mian still hadn't seen Fu Junhan and even began to suspect he might be dead, that he finally appeared. Jiang Mian smelled blood on him. Although he had tried to mask it, it still couldn't escape Jiang Mian's nose. After all, she smelled this odor every month. Looking at Fu Junhan, she asked curiously, "What happened to you? Why do I smell blood on you?" Fu Junhan shook his head. "It's not my smell. I ran into some people fighting last night, and I got caught in the crossfire." Jiang Mian didn't say whether she believed his flimsy explanation or not. She pulled Fu Junhan along, saying, "Then let me take you to the infirmary to get bandaged up." Fu Junhan quickly waved his hand, refusing the insistence on going to the infirmary. "No need, I just didn't sleep well last night. I'd be fine after a good night's sleep, don't worry." Since Fu Yunhan said so, Jiang Mian naturally didn't want to cause herself any trouble, so she readily sat down on the bed. Then she went to the bathroom alone with Fu Yunhan, fiddling with something, probably bandaging her wounds. When Fu Yunhan came out, Jiang Mian had already left. Seeing the noticeably increased patrol, she was very curious about what Fu Yunhan had done last night to cause such a big problem. Unfortunately, Fu Yunhan was unwilling to say more. Jiang Mian went up to the deck, quietly enjoying the sea breeze and watching the calm sea. She suddenly felt a sense of peaceful contentment. If only there were no apocalypse. Making a wish to the ocean in this post-apocalyptic world for a world without end, Jiang Mian found it somewhat amusing and chuckled softly. Qian Yuan came down from the 16th floor to clear his head and witness this beautiful scene. He couldn't resist taking a picture with his phone. He looked up, ready to strike up a conversation with the girl in the photo, but when he looked up again, he found she was already gone. With a sigh of regret, Qian Yuan stood where Jiang Mian had left, looking in the direction Jiang Mian had been gazing, but only saw waves crashing against the ship's side. Jiang Mian had left because she had seen her target, He Ling. The two went to a corner and began to talk. Fu Junhan didn't come back last night. When he returned this morning, he had blood on him. I don't know what happened. I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me. He Ling nodded, and couldn't help but laugh as he thought about the information he had received. Since you're so curious, I tell you. Last night, Fu Junhan sneaked upstairs to investigate, but instead of finding anything, he triggered a trap and was chased by the patrol all night. How do you know? Jiang Mian looked him up and down suspiciously. He Ling said, as if describing something trivial, nothing much. I just placed a detective eye on you before, and then, through your relationship, I got the detective eye to Fu Junhan. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. Jiang Mian's expression changed, and she glared at He Ling through gritted teeth, asking, when did you put it on me? How come I didn't know? Do you know everything I done these past few days? Hearing Jiang Mian's question, He Ling looked at her as if she were an idiot. Of course I put it on you the first time we met. As for whether I know what you done? Don't worry about that. You're not worth my huge investment. I'm not interested in your affairs. For a moment, Jiang Mian didn't know whether to be happy or frustrated. The good news was, because she was too weak, she wasn't being constantly monitored. The bad news was, it seemed she would have to be more careful in the future. There really was such a thing in the world, silently monitoring others. Glaring fiercely at He Ling, Jiang Mian turned to leave. Now that she knew what had happened last night, there was no need for her to continue spending time with this troublesome guy. He Ling reminded her from behind, hey, don't forget our plan for tomorrow night. Jiang Mian replied, I know, don't worry. You skinny Zhou. He Ling rubbed his nose and sighed, sigh, why do I get scolded even for telling the truth? You're already so weak, what good is monitoring you? It's just a waste of props, and you won't even let me tell the truth? Women's hearts are truly unfathomable. He shook his head and left in another direction. When Jiang Mian reached the 3rd floor, she suddenly remembered the strange staff member she saw on her first day. She wanted to see what that staff member looked like now. But when she entered the 3rd floor, she was suddenly startled. The 3rd floor was dimly lit. Perhaps because it wasn't mealtime, there were no tourists, only staff members. However, what terrified her was that, even without customers, the staff members were standing motionless in front of the windows, staring at the ground below. It looked extremely eerie. Chapter 24. Jiang Mian took a step back, accidentally bumping into a table and chair, making a noise. Almost instantly, the lights on the 3rd floor turned on simultaneously, and the staff who had been looking down abruptly looked up, staring at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian could even see that several of the quicker reacting staff hadn't even adjusted their eyeballs, just staring at her with dead fish eyes. Sir, what service would you like? Jiang Mian opened her mouth, finally managing to find her voice. Anything is fine. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The service was impeccable. The only thing that needed improvement was the staff member's dead fish eyes. To be honest, the way his black pupils didn't droop really looked like he was rolling his eyes. In the real world, he would have been complained about hundreds of times already. Jiang Mian only waited 5 minutes before a staff member brought up a steamed fish. Jiang Mian suspected it was pre-cooked food, but looking at the fish that hadn't even had its scales removed, even pre-cooked food wouldn't dare be this brazen. What's wrong? Is there a problem, guest? Why aren't you eating? Jiang Mian looked up and saw nearly 100 staff members dressed in uniform, staring blankly at her. She wavered between anger and submission when, just then, a group of armed patrolmen passed by outside the door. Jiang Mian immediately shouted, "Hey, don't go. Look at this. Is this food prepared by your shift staff? What is this? The fish hasn't even been scaled. How can anyone eat this?" Hearing Jiang Mian's voice, the patrolman immediately turned around and looked in her direction. What happened? Jiang Mian pointed to the food the staff had served her, letting the patrol team see for themselves. Look at this. Is this something a normal person could eat? Who in their right mind would eat this half-cooked fish? Is this salmon sashimi? The patrol team also noticed the fish on the table, and just then, the fish in the plate jumped. Good heavens, this isn't half-cooked, this is clearly a live fish. The patrol team's faces darkened, and they said to the staff, "Call your supervisor over." A woman came running down from upstairs shortly after, and after understanding what had happened, she immediately lashed out at the staff. What are you all doing? You're getting increasingly careless, aren't you? I think you should all just quit and get replaced. I want to replace you. It's only been a few days, and you already done this several times. Every time someone complains, and I have to clean up your messes every time. And you still get away with it? If you don't want to work here, then get out. The supervisor originally thought it would just be a normal scolding and an apology to the customer, but to her surprise, the staff who listened to her simply tossed their aprons and left. This left the woman completely stunned. Wait! They're leaving already? Don't they need to support their families? I scolded them countless times before. Why did they leave in a huff? The brain-eating worms also didn't expect that their first act after painstakingly coming ashore, instead of vigorously developing their own species, would be toiling away to work for their prey. That's bad enough, but she's constantly being yelled at, woken up, and even hit by the food in their mouths. I quit. I quit. They won't do this job. For a moment, the supervisor was at a loss. She looked at Jiang Mian and said, I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't expect them to have such bad tempers. They really spoiled them. Please wait a moment. I go and get another group of people to cook for you. Jiang Mian raised her hand to stop her, saying, well, no need. After seeing these live fish, I instantly lost my appetite. You should go and get back to work. After all, it'd be dinner time in 2 hours. If all the staff leaves, it won't be easy to explain. The supervisor thought it made sense and quickly thanked Jiang Mian profusely for her understanding. She then offered to provide Jiang Mian with 3 meals a day free of charge once things were settled here. Jiang Mian smiled and left under everyone's watchful eyes. Once she was out of sight, her legs went weak. If the patrol hadn't shown up, she probably would have been ganged up on. These brain-eating worms were truly monstrous. Were these the kind that fed on living people? They were definitely different from the corpses she fed them. They seemed much smarter. But why was their food cold? She recalled the brain-eating worm she had deliberately placed on Fu Junhan's bed. That worm seemed terrified when it was killed. Jiang Mian came to a conclusion. Brain-eating worms were afraid of fire. Or more precisely, they were afraid of anything with a high temperature. With this guess, Jiang Mian felt relieved and clasped her hands together in prayer. Thank you so much, Brother Fu Yunhan, for providing the flame. I'm extremely grateful. Out of gratitude to Brother Fu Yunhan, Jiang Mian unusually went shopping today and bought him a suit. Of course, she mainly bought herself a long dress. Anyway, she had a black card in her suitcase, so she could spend it however she wanted. After buying herself over a dozen dresses, she finally remembered Fu Yunhan and picked out a mid-priced gray suit to take home. After Fu Yunhan woke up, he was exercising in his room. She didn't know what kind of martial art he was practicing, but it looked quite powerful. Jiang Mian wanted to learn it, but she had no reason to, since her persona was that of a spoiled young lady. If she suddenly said she wanted to learn it, Fu Yunhan would inevitably become suspicious of her identity. I bought you a dress. You can wear this suit to the banquet tomorrow. After all, it's a banquet, dressing formally will avoid a lot of trouble. On the way back, Jiang Mian put away all the extra dresses, leaving only a black long dress. Seeing Fu Junhan's surprised expression, Jiang Mian smiled and said, Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't it always me buying you clothes? Fu Junhan gained a deeper understanding of his own identity. A gigolo. His brows furrowed in anguish, and he finally managed to say, Thank you. Jiang Mian gladly accepted his thanks. Wasn't it what she deserved? As for what happened at the restaurant today, she didn't tell Fu Junhan. After all, It was a clue she had painstakingly found, and Fu Junhan, having found clues himself, had never told her. She was simply putting herself in his shoes. However, Jiang Mian became even more wary of unfamiliar tourists. Who knew if someone who seemed normal on the surface might have lost their mind underneath? Chapter 25. The literal meaning, after all, brain-eating worms eat brains, and then replace them in function. On the other side, nearly 100 staff members gathered in the dormitory. They stood facing each other, not speaking, yet some nodded occasionally. They were subtly acting around one of the young men. If Jiang Mian were here, he would recognize him as the young man who had been beaten by the tourists on the first day. And this young man was also the first person on the ship to have their brain devoured by brain-eating worms. As everyone knows, brain-eating worms are deep-sea creatures, and the kitchen is a place directly in contact with seawater. Although the seawater has undergone multiple purification processes, disinfecting 99% of bacteria and organisms, brain-eating worms are not ordinary bacteria. They are a colony, and even the leader of the colony possesses intelligence. To completely kill the transparent brain-eating worms, either high temperatures are used for sterilization, or they are boiled in boiling water for more than half an hour. Although most of the food used in this society is pre-cooked, often it's just putting vegetables in a pot, adding a little water, and stir-frying them. However, some side dishes still needed to be washed by hand. As you can imagine, those who frequently handled the brain-eating amoeba in the kitchen were the first to suffer. In reality, a restaurant capable of feeding tens of thousands of people naturally has far more than just these 100 or so people. They were merely staff members for a specific period. According to their current count, at least 2,000 people have become their companions. The number of their companions will only increase. Regarding what his underlings had told him, the leader waved his hand. It's nothing. Once we have a large enough force, they will all be our food. Be more tolerant of food, understand? The underlings nodded. They unconditionally trusted their leader's words. Jiang Mian ate her self-heating hot pot, bought from a store and uncontaminated by the brain-eating worms. It only needed a little water to cook. She ate slowly, waiting for evening to arrive with Fu Junhan. Hello, sir and madam. Please show your invitations. Jiang Mian, wearing a long black dress, linked arms with Fu Junhan, and the two casually made their way to the 11th floor. After presenting their electronic invitations, the staff scanned them before letting them in. Jiang Mian muttered, "Looks pretty convincing. Isn't it just a simple banquet to network with the powerful? Why all the secrecy?" Fu Junhan didn't respond to Jiang Mian's words. He looked at the stairs leading upstairs, wanting to go up to the 18th floor to see what secrets lay there that had kept the patrol team on high alert for so long. Just then, the two suddenly heard a commotion behind them. "Why won't you let me in? I have an invitation." "Are you blind?" "I'm sorry, miss, an invitation alone isn't enough. You also need our internal electronic invitation." "When did we get an electronic invitation? Why didn't you notify us?" Jiang Mian turned around and saw a familiar face, the woman who had stopped her outside the restroom that day. The woman was now aggressively holding up her invitation, questioning the staff. The staff initially tried to explain politely, but seeing her utterly unreasonable behavior and the disruption to the VIPs waiting in line and inside, the staff member suddenly drew a gun from their waist. "Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. This is a rule of our banquet, designed to prevent fugitives from infiltrating. If you continue this unreasonable behavior, I will question your identities." Faced with the truth, Song Qianqian naturally shut her mouth. She looked at Zhou, the leader, and asked, "What should we do now? We can't get in." Zhou gritted his teeth, watching the others go in one by one, and suddenly thought of a brilliant plan. He led the 5 men downstairs and directly robbed a vulnerable woman, forcing her to hand over the internal electronic card access. The woman raised her hands and obediently produced her card. After logging in one by one, the group looked at the woman crouching in the corner, perplexed. Finally, the short-haired woman made a drastic decision, slapping the woman on the neck, knocking her unconscious. Only after confirming the woman was truly unconscious did they leave. Not long after they left, the woman stood up, stretched her neck, and moved her eyes before smilingly walking up to the 11th floor. Jiang Mian turned around and saw the 6-person team from the entrance again. He thought, is the staff member faceblind? Didn't he realize he just refused them entry? In reality, to them, controlled by the brain-eating worms, all humans looked exactly alike except for gender. They could only distinguish their own kind from humans. The dining table in the hall was laden with various exquisite dishes. Jiang Mian politely declined. Even the most delicious food required a certain level of health. Just then, someone placed their hand in front of her. Beautiful lady, may I have this dance? Jiang Mian looked at the stranger and politely declined. I'm sorry, sir, I already have a partner. Oh, I'm so sorry, I thought you were alone. After all, who would leave such a beautiful partner behind? At this moment, Fu Junhan saw this and immediately came to the rescue. He grabbed Jiang Mian's hand, knowingly asking, what's wrong? I was only gone for a short while, and someone's already thinking about you. Jiang Mian waved her hand. Nothing, this gentleman just thought I was alone and wanted to ask me to dance. Seeing Fu Junhan appear, the man tactfully left. Just then, dong dong dong. The sound of the clock striking echoed in the hall, and the lights dimmed. Fu Junhan tightened his grip on Jiang Mian's hand and whispered, the banquet has officially begun. Jiang Mian nodded. She, a country bumpkin, had never seen anything like this before, only truly wealthy people understood. Just then, a spotlight shone down, illuminating the man descending the stairs. The man raised his glass, his tone arrogant. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Furman family's luxury cruise ship. As the heir to the Furman family, I should have met you all on the first day, but I've been busy negotiating resources with the Chansheng group, which has delayed me somewhat. I hope you won't mind. He spoke in a way that wouldn't offend anyone, yet his condescending tone was impossible to ignore. Those below understood, but dared not say anything. Occasionally, one could hear others offering compliments. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. Wow, this guy's really good at pretending. It's been 10 minutes, and he still hasn't come down the stairs. If some natural disaster were to happen, he'd be the first to die. Chapter 26. Perhaps sensing Jiang Mian's complaints, the man claiming to be the heir of the Fullerman family finally stepped down. He raised his glass and said to everyone, come, everyone, let's enjoy tonight's banquet. The others immediately raised their glasses and drank with the man. Whether they were players or tourists on the ship, everyone's outward appearances were perfect. At least to the point that the man couldn't find fault. Then Jiang Mian witnessed a scene that shocked her to the extreme. A man with a large belly took out a wad of cash and stuffed it into the hands of two women. Then the three of them brazenly went to a sofa and began their adult-themed scenes. No wonder she had seen people come in and go straight to the small room to the left of the door, each carrying a small suitcase when they came out. So that's why. No wonder the light above their heads was always dim. This wasn't an isolated incident. Some wealthy women even threw money at the men, only stopping when the men bent down to pick it up. Not only that, but some who considered themselves to have impressive skills began performing on the circular stage. Of course, under the spotlight, they weren't as daring, at least they were still dressed. The heir of Fullerman didn't do such a thing in public, but instead took several men and women into a room. As they had mentioned before, the eldest son of the Chansheng group didn't attend the banquet. Jiang Mian felt somewhat physically uncomfortable, and used this as an excuse to leave. Fu Junhan also wanted to leave, but was stopped by a wealthy woman. Little brother, come play with me. I've been watching you for a while. Jiang Mian caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of her eye, but she had no intention of going back to help Fu Junhan out of the predicament. It wasn't until she hid in the restroom that she heard suggestive sounds coming from the stall. Her lips twitched, she quickly changed her clothes, and then left through the restroom window. The restroom window faced the sea, and since there were no cameras on the walls, she simply used her flying ability to fly down. This was Jiang Mian's first time using this ability, and she found the process of flying quite magical. Upon reaching the bottom, fearing being discovered, she quickly deactivated her flying ability and leaped directly onto the deck. When she arrived at the agreed-upon spot, she looked around several times, but didn't see He Ling. Instead, she saw a tall girl looking around. He Ling waited for a long time, but also didn't see Jiang Mian. Instead, she saw a short, scrawny man with a mustache. The two exchanged an incredulous glance. He Ling? Jiang Mian? Upon hearing each other's names, their expressions visibly crumbled. Jiang Mian said enviously, "What's wrong with you? Why are you dressed so imposingly?" Compared to Jiang Mian's envy, He Ling was speechless. "Do you really need to make yourself look so ugly? Even walking alongside you feels like an insult to myself. But only this way can I avoid having my gender immediately obvious. And it makes things easier. As for you, what are you wearing? A skirt, is that even practical?" Jiang Mian looked at him with disdain. He Ling straightened his skirt. "What do you know? I'm not a brute. Fighting doesn't rely on brute force, so what I wear doesn't affect me." Jiang Mian pouted, too lazy to argue with him about such nonsense. She said urgently, "All right, enough talk. Are we going to take action? Let's get moving while things are chaotic upstairs. He Ling was curious about what she said. Chaos? A fight broke out upstairs? Jiang Mian seemed utterly dejected at this topic. She waved her hand weakly and said, No, not the kind of chaos you think it is. Upstairs is practically a giant pornographic scene. It's everywhere, even the toilets. He Ling pressed on curiously, was Fu Junhan doing that there too? I don't know. When I left, I saw him being harassed by a rich woman, so I took the opportunity to leave. Hearing this, He Ling burst into laughter, almost doubled over with laughter. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore, quick, help me up. I find the thought of Fu Junhan being begged for sex so funny. Ha ha ha. Seeing his pathetic state, Jiang Mian punched him twice. Alright, stop gloating. Are we still going to do the plan? Yes, of course. Let the storm rage on. With that, the two put on their bandit-style hoods and headed straight for the warehouse. He Ling kicked open the door and saw several workers spraying something on the warehouse roof. Seeing the two arrive, they started to panic. The two instantly sensed something was wrong and, looking at the spray cans in their hands, became cautious. He Ling, I hold them off, you go and carry out the plan. Okay. Jiang Mian nodded, taking advantage of the fight to circle around to the back. He Ling brandished a double-edged sword, swiftly and elegantly dealing with the group opposite her. Watching He Ling's pleasing fighting style, Jiang Mian couldn't deny feeling envious. However, she had her own development path. Once she was more developed, He Ling might have to defer to her. Thinking this, she felt somewhat better. Looking at the various frozen seafood stored in the warehouse, Jiang Mian tried to store them in her static space. However, the Rubik's Cube indicated that living things couldn't be stored in the space, although some could. Jiang Mian looked closely and discovered that those that couldn't be stored were sprayed with water droplets. Did you think Jiang Mian would give up some resources? No, you're wrong. She directly transferred these goods that couldn't be stored in the static space to the breeding farm, placing them there with the brain-eating worms. Jiang Mian bent down and started collecting, gathering large quantities with a single wave of her hand. Later, she got too lazy to collect twice at once and simply put everything into her breeding space. This space contained not only boxes of frozen seafood, but also drinks, alcohol, potato chips, and snacks in the room temperature section, and fresh vegetables in the refrigerated section. Afraid that He Ling would get impatient, Jiang Mian focused solely on collecting, not caring what she was collecting. Luckily, she used the upgrade card He Ling had given her. Otherwise, with such frequent use of the space, she would probably have become dizzy and lightheaded long ago. Just then, she suddenly noticed a small door made of a different material, and Jiang Mian instinctively put it into her space. Chapter 27. Then, Jiang Mian saw a smaller storage room. Inside weren't food or seafood, but boxes of gold. Jiang Mian covered her mouth, afraid she might scream. She waved her hand, increasing her speed even further. I take it all. I take it all. I take it all. Mine, mine, all mine, all mine. Gold, I want it. What's this? Century-old wine? I take that too. 1,000-year-old coral? Take it. Cigarettes worth 1.88 million a pack? Take them. After collecting all these things, she immediately looked down on the things outside. They were just ordinary food. Besides, she had almost finished collecting. She couldn't let He Ling continue waiting outside. What if he got impatient and barged in? Wouldn't he discover her secret of possessing a spatial dimension? Thinking this, she simply set a fire in the empty storeroom as a pretense. Then she poured the cheap, counterfeit wine she had bought in the real world onto the large shelves outside. She had originally planned to make a fortune in the real world, deliberately buying so much cheap liquor. She knew that in the apocalypse, let alone alcohol, they couldn't even afford water, let alone liquor. Liquor would be much more expensive. Don't be fooled by its current low price. It would be incredibly valuable later on. Now, she didn't care about the cost anymore. She dumped it all on the shelves and started a fire. Jiang Mian's plan was correct. He Ling, after dealing with these people, was already impatient. He had been there for almost 2 hours, and was just about to go find Jiang Mian when he discovered the fire inside. Jiang Mian grabbed him and ran out. After changing their clothes in a nearby restroom, the two left through the window. Jiang Mian had originally intended to use her flying ability to take He Ling with her, but He Ling unexpectedly picked her up. The two instantly arrived at He Ling's room. Cough cough. Jiang Mian pushed He Ling away, clutching her collar and gasping for breath. Are you crazy? I don't mind you putting your arm around my waist, but why did you grab my collar? Do you know how close you came to suffocating me? He Ling looked her up and down, then said smugly, if you were a beauty, I could put my arm around your waist, but look at you now, it feels dirty to even touch you. Jiang Mian clenched her fists. What do you mean? Are you being sexist? Do you believe I post you online and let you get cyberbullied? He Ling shrugged. Whatever. We're not from the same world. Even if you cyberbullied me, I wouldn't see it. He suddenly changed the subject, as if only now realizing he'd been led by the nose by Jiang Mian. He asked, why are you so slow? It's just a simple fire. Did it really have to take this long? Jiang Mian had already prepared an excuse for this. My superpower is so weak, I need some kind of fuel like alcohol. Just like you think, a fire would solve everything. Do you think I don't want to? Of course I can't. Knowing he couldn't win an argument with Jiang Mian, He Ling didn't bother trying. He pointed to his watch and said, aren't you leaving now? So much time has passed, Fu Juhan might easily notice something's wrong. Before leaving, Jiang Mian made an aid gesture with her fingers, then bang. Unfortunately, He Ling didn't understand what it meant. It was truly like throwing a bomb at a dead man. Jiang Mian didn't leave directly through the main entrance, but instead took the old route, leaving through the toilet window. When she returned to the 11th floor, she heard those suggestive sounds still coming from the toilet. She twitched her lips, wondering how many times this had happened. She left in disgust, searching for Fu Junhan, but unfortunately, she couldn't find him. Meanwhile, Fu Junhan, having evaded the rich woman, successfully reached the 18th floor. Here, he witnessed what utter depravity truly meant. In one of the rooms, he saw naked humans, each labeled with a purpose. The oldest was 35, the youngest only 6 years old. They were bound in transparent nutrient tanks, their hands and feet tied, their lives sustained only by nutrient fluid. Nen, female, 9 years old, usable value, heart, cornea, kidneys. Lin Sheng, male, 22 years old, usable value, cornea, blood. Zhang Heng, male, 16 years old, usable value. He was horrified by this situation. The conditions inside were appalling. Each room had a different situation, but without exception, these were all experimental subjects. It wasn't until he opened the last room that Fu Junhan saw something different. There were several bound humans, but unlike the others, they weren't placed in nutrient tanks. Instead, they were soaked in formalin. When they saw Fu Junhan arrive, they immediately opened their eyes. One of the little girls mouthed to him, "Brother, save me." Fu Junhan stepped forward and saw the notebook in front of the little girl. Observation Guide to Parasitized Humans. On the surface, they look no different from humans, possessing consciousness. But if you cut open their brains, you find them full of black worms. They feed on the brains of humans and animals, and even live in their place. We name these worms brain-eating worms, a type of parasite that specializes in eating brains. They are incredibly powerful, preferring cold, damp places and disliking high temperatures. Fu Junhan continued upwards, discovering that the 19th floor was where the crew operated the ship. Further up, there wasn't anything particularly interesting, except for a racetrack on the top floor. He then went back downstairs. Upon reaching the 11th floor, he saw Jiang Mian surrounded by a group of people, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. In reality, Jiang Mian had just smashed a bottle over the head of a man who had made advances towards her. You're not a beauty, you're too ruthless. If you don't want to, just say so. Why hit him? Fighting ruins relationships. Jiang Mian pointed at the man groaning and clutching his head. Why are you asking me? Ask the culprit. Ask him how many times I told him I won't accept his request, and he acts like he can't hear me. Can't any of you people nearby hear me? Now that I hit him, your ears suddenly work. That's true, but you did hit him, you should at least apologize. Jiang Mian looked coldly at the man, not expecting anything good from him. Why should I apologize? I'm demanding compensation for emotional distress. After all, what he just said insulted my ears. My ears are very precious, he has to pay me. Chapter 28. This group of people had probably never encountered such a sharp-tongued woman before, and for a moment, they froze. When Fu Junhan walked over, he witnessed this scene. He shielded Jiang Mian behind him, and looked at the menacing group opposite him, saying, if you have something to say, you can talk to me. What kind of skill is it for a bunch of grown men to bully a little girl? Hey buddy, who are you to her? I'm her fiancé. I want to know what you're going to do to my fiancé. The man sized them up, and said something cryptic. Damn! Fiancé, what are you two doing here? Don't you know where you are? Jiang Mian thought, She might not have known before, but now she knows perfectly well. Just then, a commotion broke out downstairs. Jiang Mian chuckled, knowing that the fire in the warehouse downstairs had been discovered. What happened? I was near the door when I heard them talking. It sounds like there's a fire downstairs. What? A fire? We're on a ship now. How could there be a fire? What are we going to do? Will we be burned to death? What are you thinking? There are 2 more decks below. Even if there's a fire, it won't burn through. Some were indifferent, while others just wanted to watch the spectacle. The banquet ended rather abruptly. Jiang Mian took the opportunity to leave. She knew that from today onwards, chaos would ensue on this cruise ship. So she turned and left. As for the man she had hit, he had started it, so he deserved it. She felt no guilt whatsoever. Fu Junhan, seeing Jiang Mian's silence, assumed she was still shaken by what had happened that day and asked softly, "Are you all right?" Jiang Mian shook her head. "I'm fine. I just found this banquet a bit disgusting. I'm sorry, I didn't know the banquet was like this. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have let you go through what happened today. I'm so sorry, I wasn't there to protect you." He was speaking on behalf of the original owner of this body. In his eyes, Jiang Mian was a delicate girl, yet forced to be brave for love. He was afraid that what she had witnessed today would traumatize her. "Don't trust me too much in the future. I'm not necessarily someone you can entrust your life to. You need to be kinder to yourself, love yourself more, okay?" These words were spoken by Fu Junhan on his own behalf. Jiang Mian looked at him in surprise, finally breaking into a radiant smile. Trust? She doesn't trust Fu Junhan at all. A big surprise awaits him later. The two went downstairs and saw thick smoke billowing from the warehouse. Many people were going in with fire extinguishers to try and put out the flames, but they were all unsuccessful. It's no use. The fire inside is too big. The automatic fire extinguishers aren't enough, and this fire is too strange, it's impossible to put out. What's going on? I don't know. This fire has been burning for an hour. The cold storage inside the warehouse has melted, and the ground is covered in water, but it hasn't gone out. In fact, the fire is burning even more fiercely in the water. Where are the staff? Where did they all go? Why aren't they putting out the fire? And what are those patrol members doing upstairs? Come down and put out the fire. Chaos erupted on deck, and soon the Furman family heir appeared. Appearing alongside him was a meticulously dressed man in a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses. The man glanced at the flames in the warehouse, then turned to Reed Furman and said, "Reed, is this your unique welcome ceremony for me?" Reed's expression was grim. He had only been hosting a banquet, and now chaos had broken out. He couldn't help but suspect which of his brothers was behind it. He had just become the heir to the Furman family, preparing to make his mark and win over the hearts of his people, only to discover such a disturbance on the ship. It was hard not to suspect his brother was behind it. Of course, I wouldn't use the Fullerman family's interests as a pretext. This must have been done by those people who don't get along with me. They bribe people to set fire to the warehouse. They think they can bring me down like this? How naive. Jiang Shengyan raised an eyebrow, looking at Reed, who was about to lose his temper, and kindly reminded him, "Now is not the time to think about how to take revenge on your brothers and sisters. You should think about how to solve this fire. Judging from the looks of it, I'm afraid everything in the warehouse is burned to the ground." Soon, the patrol team came down from upstairs, and the 5,000 patrolmen began to organize firefighting efforts. For a while, the fire did not spread further. However, strangely, even with various methods, they still could not completely extinguish the flames. Another group of people standing at the back watched with thoughtful expressions in the dimly visible firelight. One group of 5 whispered among themselves, "Brother Bao, these flames. Why do they look so familiar? I feel like I've seen them somewhere before." Bao Gu twitched his lips and said softly, "Of course I'm familiar with him." "You forgot? Didn't someone post a video on the forum before, saying they encountered a big shot from their world? That person's talent was fire, and the color is exactly the same. Who else could it be but him?" Hearing this, a short boy clapped his hands, seemingly having his memory awakened. "I suddenly remembered, isn't it that guy called Eternal Burning? The one ranked number 1 in combat power?" Bao Gu nodded. "That's him. What bad luck. How did we end up in the same world as him? You know, the difficulty of a world is based on the average combat power of that world. With this guy joining us, I feel like we're doomed." The only girl in the 5-person team felt something was off. She said, "A friend I met on the forum said that guy is pretty easy to talk to. As long as you don't mess with him, he won't do anything to you." But why does this guy we encountered seem different from his description? Mome, you said he's a big shot, right? It's normal for him to be a little unpredictable. Maybe he was in a good mood and didn't want to kill anyone. Emily nodded, agreeing with her teammate. Just then, Bao Gu seemed to realize something and quickly said, "All right, let's not stay here any longer. As far as I know, the boss's fire ability is inextinguishable unless he extinguishes it himself. The warehouse has already burned down, so there's probably very little food left. Instead of watching this spectacle, we should hurry and gather some food." I remembered there was still quite a bit of food in the banquet hall. Let's go. Let's get out of here before others get there first. Chapter 29. So, the 5-person team rushed upstairs. The banquet hall was almost empty, with only a few couples still enjoying themselves. The 5-person team quickly packed up the food from the banquet hall to take away, eating what they couldn't carry on the spot. Get lost, you idiot. You're crazy for women, aren't you? Jasmine was frantically stuffing food into the table when a man suddenly groped her thigh. His gaze was greasy, and he looked at her as if he wanted to strip her naked. Beautiful lady, how much? Judging from his words and his eyes, he clearly mistook Jasmine for that kind of woman. Jasmine, annoyed by his presence, kicked him 2 meters away, cursing under her breath. Did they really think Jasmine was easy to bully? Her talent was boundless strength. She could take on 8 men whose bodies had been drained by lust. Ignoring the man groaning on the ground, the 5-person team hurriedly left after collecting the supplies. Because there were some clever people downstairs, after learning that the warehouse had burned down, and realizing they wouldn't have food for the next 20 days, they also thought of searching for supplies. Some thought of collecting food from the 3rd-floor restaurant, while others thought of the banquet hall. Of course, there were also some people whose initial identities were those of important figures above the 10th floor, who went directly to their private dining rooms to start filling up with food. In an instant, chaos erupted on every floor of the large ship. Fu Junhan's face was very grim. Looking at the familiar flames in the warehouse, if he didn't have no memory of going downstairs to set the fire, he would have suspected that he was the one who started it. His talent was unique. Initially, he only awakened ordinary flames. However, after some fortuitous encounters, his flames gained the characteristic of eternal burning. Now, seeing someone else possess the same flames as him, how could he not be astonished? No! That's not right. My ability clearly states it's unique. There's no way anyone could have the same ability. What's going on? Fu Junhan was somewhat confused. He even suspected the apocalyptic game was behind it. Just then, someone said, "If it keeps burning like this, won't it cause the ship to leak?" The warehouse was located on the basement level, and the flames had already completely burned through the 1st floor and the 2nd basement level. If it continued to burn, it would be very difficult to predict the outcome. Fu Junhan squeezed Jiang Mian's hand and instructed, "You wait for me here. Don't go anywhere, understand?" Before Jiang Mian could respond, he slipped inside amidst the chaos. Guess what? When the other players see him come out of the warehouse, won't they all assume he's the culprit who started the fire? Suddenly, I feel so sorry for Fu Junhan. She was already used to the elusive He Ling, and his pretentious words only annoyed her. Jiang Mian tucked a strand of hair, ruffled by the sea breeze, behind her ear and said, "Didn't you design the plan yourself? Now that it's almost complete, why are you making these sarcastic remarks? What, are you two staging a love-hate relationship, a power struggle? At the last minute, you can't bear to part with your old flame? Why don't you go out and take the blame for him?" He Ling looked at her with a complicated expression. "Can you stop saying such disgusting things? Who wants to have a love-hate relationship with him? If he showed up in front of me, I want to kill him. Then stop pretending in front of me. We know each other perfectly well. Get lost. Aren't you afraid Fu Junhan will see us together and misunderstand?" Jiang Mian bluntly ordered He Ling to get lost. Having spent some time with him, Jiang Mian could say she understood He Ling somewhat. He was the kind of person who would discard someone once they were useful. When you were of use, she even ride roughshod over you. Once you were no longer useful, you better think about the consequences. However, Jiang Mian wasn't afraid of him. Their cooperation wasn't over yet. Wasn't He Ling curious to see Fu Junhan's expression when he found out she was also a survivor and had used him all along? That wasn't the end of the story yet, so Jiang Mian wasn't afraid He Ling would kill her. Having been rebuffed by Jiang Mian, He Ling felt it was pointless. Seeing that the fire in the warehouse was subsiding, he left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief only after the flames were completely extinguished. Just then, someone with exceptional intelligence suddenly shouted, "The warehouse has been burning for so long. Is there any food left inside? If not, How are we going to survive the next 20 days? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and those who finally realized what was happening scattered into chaos. The more quick-thinking ones immediately ran towards the third floor. They needed to quickly find some food before anyone else reacted. These fast-thinking individuals were all players. They thought to themselves, no wonder this world is so peaceful. No zombies, no mutated animals, and no danger at sea. It turns out this was all waiting for us. A food crisis is far more devastating than any danger. Looking at the frenzied crowd, Reed and Jiang Xingyun's expressions were equally grim. They exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts. The things on the 18th floor must not be seen by these ordinary people. Jiang Xingyun led a group of people directly upstairs. Only after confirming that everything on the 18th floor was still there did he breathe a sigh of relief. If what they were researching were discovered, one could imagine the uproar in society. To prevent the spread of public opinion, they would have to silence everyone on the ship. The cost of doing so would be too high. Not only would it offend many people, but it would also cause huge losses to the company. Reed led dozens of people into the warehouse. The warehouse was charred black, and many things had been burned to ashes. However, this was not what Reed cared about. He was concerned about the gold deeper inside and his collection. Reed prayed silently. With the special door blocking the fire, it shouldn't have spread further inside. I hope everything inside is alright. However, when he reached the small door, he almost fainted. The door to his vault had vanished, and the vault itself was reduced to ashes. Gone, all gone, nothing left. Investigate. Investigate everything. I want to see who did this. Daring to offend the Furman family, they got some nerve. Reed thought to himself, I hope it was his siblings, so he can pay a lower price to make amends. When Reed led his patrol to the 11th floor, what they saw was a scene of chaos and fighting in the banquet hall as people scrambled for food. Chapter 30. He was instantly enraged and fired several shots randomly from the patrol guards' guns. Ah! Hearing the gunshots, most people immediately covered their heads and crouched on the ground screaming. Several people on the outermost edge were hit by bullets, some dying instantly. Quiet down. Everyone on your ship will be investigated now. The person who committed such a heinous act as setting fire to the warehouse must be punished. Reed had a gun and 5,000 loyal patrol men. Now on his turf, no one dared to resist, and could only obediently cooperate with the investigation. Some company executives, who were powerful and influential in the outside world, were now cowering in a corner like quails. Unfortunately, all the surveillance cameras on deck had been destroyed at the time of the incident. Reed glared at the leader and berated him. Are all your men useless? They saw the monitors weren't displaying anything, and they didn't even report it? The leader wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, Young master, it's not their fault. We're at sea right now. The signal is intermittent. This happens often, and it usually clears up in half an hour, so they didn't pay much attention. Didn't pay much attention? Who's going to compensate for the lost supplies? You? You go fishing right now, catch enough to feed 100,000 people for 20 days. Go! The leader immediately lowered his head, afraid to speak again and provoke his emotionally unstable young master. Seeing the leader's cowardly appearance, Reed felt like killing someone again. Fortunately, Jiang Xingyun stopped him. He looked at the leader and ordered, What are we still doing here? Since the surveillance on the first floor isn't working, check the second floor. If the second floor isn't working, check the third floor. I refuse to believe that the surveillance on every frequency band is useless. Yes, yes, yes. I go right now. Unfortunately, although the second floor surveillance cameras weren't jammed, too many people had entered and exited during that time, and they hadn't found any clues. They searched all the suspicious individuals, but still had no concrete evidence to prove they were the arsonists. The brain-eating worms were quietly growing stronger again. Taking advantage of the patrol team showering after putting out the fire, they began crawling into their bodies through the water, slowly taking over their minds. After Jiang Mian and Fu Junhan returned to their room, Jiang Mian closed her eyes, happily dealing with a large pile of supplies harvested from the farm. Fu Junhan, however, couldn't sleep. He was pondering who had tricked him. He thought of many people, but he never considered Jiang Mian, who shared the room with him. Looking at the now largest brain-eating worm farm, she felt a surge of satisfaction. After instructing the lead brain-eating worm to order the others to leave the food, Jiang Mian then stored the food in her static space. Because the breeding space wasn't static, some of the frozen goods she received inside had thawed, but thankfully, it had only been a few hours, and the contents wouldn't spoil. After collecting the frozen goods, Jiang Mian turned her attention to the pile of gold. She carefully examined the gold. There was no stamp on it, but the gold was genuine, and of relatively high purity. Looking at the 20 cubic meters of gold, Jiang Mian's breathing quickened. With all this, Mom won't have to worry about me going hungry anymore. Thank God for this gift. Thank the Furman family, thank you. She carefully stored away the gold before setting out snacks and other food. She put the water together with the previously collected water, and by the time she had sorted everything, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Mian felt her stomach growling loudly. Fu Junhan was no longer in the room. He must have gone out. When Jiang Mian went outside, she looked down from the corridor and saw that there were more fishermen. Perhaps because the warehouse had burned down, the workers who used to fish only at night were now fishing during the day. However, their fishing speed was truly terrifying. The fishermen exclaimed that it was like cheating. The nets they threw in were already full within just 30 minutes. This speed was truly amazing. Many people were filming, marveling at their fishing techniques, planning to post them online once they got a cell phone signal on the island. Looking at the fish they caught, Jiang Mian suspected that these fish also contained brain-eating amoebas. At their fishing pace, the tourists on the boat didn't go hungry. This did reassure the tourists. However, unbeknownst to them, these tourists had been transformed. Jiang Mian had just returned to her room when there was a knock on the door. A staff member pushed a food cart and smiled at her. "Miss, would you like some food?" Jiang Mian didn't open the door, saying warily, "Thank you, no." Then she heard the sound of high heels on the floor, and the same question came from beside her. "Sir, would you like some food? Come in." "What are you doing?" Jiang Mian heard a sucking sound, a sound strikingly similar to that of a brain-eating worm devouring someone's brain. Shortly after, a staff member pushing a food cart came out. The man inside smiled as if measured by a ruler, watching the staff member leave. Suddenly, the man's gaze turned towards Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian closed the door, leaning against it, clutching her wildly pounding heart. "Damn it, it seems I caused them to evolve even faster." Just then, the sound of a room key unlocking the door rang out. Fu Junhan unlocked the door with his card and pushed it a few times, but found it wouldn't open. He froze, his expression instantly changing, wondering what had happened inside. Just then, the door opened from the inside. Jiang Mian's expression turned grim. "You're back. I have something to tell you." After Fu Junhan entered the room, Jiang Mian said, "I noticed something strange about the staff here. Have you noticed that their smiles are all identical, like they've been precisely measured? It's terrifying. And when they talk to you, although their eyes are looking at you, there's not a tremor in them. They don't seem like living people at all." Fu Junhan nodded. This was what he wanted to tell Jiang Mian too. He planned to move upstairs. The people upstairs seemed to know something. He had discovered this when he investigated earlier. They had stockpiled a lot of water and food, and there was even a separate kitchen. On the contrary, they, the ordinary tourists, knew nothing, eating food from the sea and using water filtered from the sea, like experimental subjects. The two went to the hotel room manager and asked for a room upgrade. Generally, hotel staff who wanted to make money wouldn't miss out on customers, but here, they needed to verify their credentials. Fortunately, the black card Jiang Mian presented was enough to prove their influence. The manager quickly arranged rooms for them, and the two finally got to stay on the 14th floor. Sure enough, once they arrived, they found that the people here felt much more alive. At least those identical, eerie smiles were gone. Chapter 31. As night fell and everything quieted down, a group of men with eerie smiles opened their eyes. They stared at the deck below, silently closed their eyes like heretics in prayer, then opened them and began using room cards to unlock the guests' rooms. Most of those parasitized by the brain-eating worms were ship crew members. They naturally had hotel room cards. Thus, the sleeping guests unknowingly fell into eternal slumber on the ship. Song Qianqian and her group of 6 were divided into 2 rooms, one for the girls and one for the boys. Initially, this was to prevent any unforeseen events during the journey. Having someone on watch would prevent accidents. However, the long period of calm on the ship had made them complacent, and before they knew it, the watchman had also fallen asleep. Song Qianqian was awakened by the noise around her. She was a light sleeper to begin with, and since joining Project Fireseed, she hadn't had a single good night's sleep. When she heard the noise beside her, she thought it was Yang Yang, the snack-loving girl in the group, who was hungry again in the middle of the night, and started eating jelly. At first, she didn't want to get angry over such a small thing, but Yang Yang's jelly-eating noise got louder and louder, and she didn't stop at all. Song Qianqian got angry too. She groggily opened her eyes and saw Yang Yang, who was sleeping on the outermost side, with her eyes open and her body convulsing. Her eyes were covered with dense black lines. The once normal white of her eyeballs had disappeared, completely covered by something black. "Ah!" she screamed, feeling a writhing black worm on her face. "Ah!" Her scream grew louder, waking the short-haired girl sleeping at the innermost part of the room. The girl rubbed her eyes and reluctantly sat up. "Qianqian, why are you yelling in the middle of the night?" As she spoke, she felt something wriggling in her mouth. She spat twice, opened her palm, and found 2 wriggling black worms. Immediately, the short-haired girl screamed too. Others were also awakened by their screams, barely escaping with their lives. Worms, worms! So many worms! The next day, Jiang Mian and his friends heard about this. To investigate, Jiang Mian unusually went to the restaurant on the 13th floor. This restaurant was much more upscale than the one on the 3rd floor, offering a wide variety of food and even a full range of desserts. After confirming there were no brain-eating worms inside, Jiang Mian scooped out a piece of ice cream with a spoon and put it in her mouth, slowly savoring the sensation of it melting. However, she overheard the conversation next door. "I heard there was quite a commotion downstairs last night. Do you know what happened?" "You don't know?" "Let me tell you, a lot of little black bugs appeared downstairs last night. I heard it caused quite a commotion, even alerting the patrol team." "Just bugs? Was that really necessary?" "Why wasn't it necessary? I heard the area downstairs is now cordoned off." After discovering the bugs, those people actually tried to run upstairs. Thankfully they were stopped. Who knows if those bitten bugs have any infectious diseases? What if they infected us? Jiang Mian, carrying her dessert, joined the conversation. "What kind of bugs? Do they even have infectious diseases? By the way, you're not talking about those black bugs downstairs, are you?" She then feigned surprise, covering her mouth as if she let something slip, and quickly added, "Oh dear, look at my mouth. Just pretend you didn't hear anything." These women were all experts in gossip, and upon hearing her words, they immediately gleaned some significant information. They quickly grabbed Jiang Mian, who was about to leave, and said, "Oh sisters, where are you going? Come sit here, tell us, what kind of black bug is that?" Jiang Mian looked at them hesitantly. "So you don't know? But if I tell you, wouldn't that be inappropriate? My brother specifically told me not to create fear." One of the women, wearing a cheongsam, who seemed to be subtly flattered, chuckled and said, "Sisters, what are you talking about? We're just gossiping. What's wrong with that?" "Alright, then I only tell you, but you can't tell anyone else." "Okay. Don't worry, sisters, I promise that only we know about today's events, no one else will know." Jiang Mian simply smiled at their assurances. "My brother once read about this kind of worm in a book. It seems to be a parasite or something. When they are first born, they are like water and have no color. They live in the human body without any obvious symptoms. When they reach maturity, they turn into black worms and begin to erode the human brain. Their most distinctive features are their standardized smiles and somewhat dim-witted minds. They're actually quite easy to spot. If you encounter these people, be careful of them. Perhaps they aren't who they used to be." All the women present got goosebumps at her words. One woman touched her arm and chuckled awkwardly. "Sister, what you're saying is pretty scary. But how could such worms exist? They must be fake." Jiang Mian smiled and said, "I don't know either. I already said my brother read about it in a book. As for whether it's true or not, who knows?" Jiang Mian was doing it on purpose. She deliberately mentioned the brain-eating worm's function and its effects after parasitizing humans, hoping these gossipy women would spread the word so she could use the patrol to stop the group of parasitized creatures below. She didn't want to live with parasitized people for so many days, not knowing when someone next to her would be infected. Rather than living in constant fear, it was better to nip it in the bud. In the middle. Actually, some people downstairs had already started causing trouble, demanding to rent the apartment upstairs. However, they were stopped by the patrol team. "Why won't you let us in? Are you trying to kill us? I already said there's a monster downstairs. My wife was killed by a monster yesterday, and it even possessed her body. Don't you understand?" No matter what the man said, the patrol team wouldn't let them up. It was their duty. "Sir, you might have mental problems. Your wife is standing right next to you. She's not dead. Perhaps you had a nightmare last night, causing a hallucination." "What do you mean? Are you saying I can't distinguish between reality and hallucination?" The man suddenly became agitated. Chapter 32. The patrol team realized they had misspoke and remained silent. How could it be a hallucination? One person might hallucinate, but there were tens of thousands of people below. How could everyone hallucinate simultaneously? Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't attribute this to a hallucination. However, as mentioned before, the patrol team had its duties. They only obeyed the orders of the Furman family, and absolutely could not allow the danger to spread to the Furman air. However, at this point, it was useless for them to say anything. The tourists who had witnessed the inhuman scene were determined to go upstairs and find safe accommodations. Perhaps there were not only ordinary tourists here, but also those who had already been parasitized, such as the man who had shouted the loudest at the beginning. At this moment, he and his wife exchanged a glance, shook their heads, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Ordinary tourists might be afraid of their guns and ammunition, but the players wouldn't. Some had witnessed their teammates die and then come back to life, and naturally, they didn't want to stay there any longer. Take Song Qianqian and Brother Zhou, for example. Their small group has dwindled to just 3. Song Qianqian, Brother Zhou, and the short-haired woman. The other 3 have long since become mindless zombies controlled by the brain-eating worms. Looking at the patrol members blocking their way, the 3 exchanged a glance and approached the player group. Originally, there were 10,000 players in this game. Now, after half a month, some veteran players can see that only about 6,000 remain in the system space. That means over 1,000 died last night. This made them extremely wary of the impending disaster. The gathered players numbered around 1,000, warily watching the strangely behaving individuals, and refusing to let any tourists join. However, Zhou and his group were already players themselves, and soon spotted the leader of the group. It was Bao Gu, the man who had reacted first and gone to the 11th floor to find food. Bao Gu looked at the 3 returning and asked, "How did it go? Did we manage to sneak in?" Zhou nodded. "If we fight back together, we get in. The only problem is that these natives are afraid of death and won't dare to follow." Bao Gu clapped his hands, his smile becoming much more relaxed. "Don't worry, when faced with danger, they value their lives even more than we do." Zhou didn't understand what he meant at first, until night fell and another group of people suddenly came up from downstairs. They looked at the gathered tourists as if they were seeing a delicious feast, and pounced on them one by one. "Ah! Help! What is that?" It crawled inside. "Monster! Monster! Help! I don't want to die. Let us in! Listen, everyone. They won't let us in because they want us to die. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well take a gamble, and maybe we can save our lives." Inside it, the crowd rushed towards the stairs, completely disregarding the danger. Patrol members, who hadn't even reacted, were pushed to the ground and trampled to death. In the chaos, someone somehow managed to put away their guns. More and more people rushed upstairs, startling Reed, who had been enjoying himself. Hearing his subordinates report, he immediately stood up and grabbed his submachine gun. Looking at the group of people being held back by his own men in the 13th floor restaurant, Reed's brows furrowed. Since the warehouse fire, these people had been eating seafood from the sea. Finally seeing something different, they immediately began to feast, completely abandoning their usual upper-class demeanor. Reed looked at them disdainfully, picked up his gun, and fired at the ceiling to attract their attention. "Enough, you bunch of idiots. Stop eating. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to come up here? Don't you know this isn't a place for you?" Upon seeing him, someone below immediately began to question him. "Mr. Reed, we haven't even questioned you yet, and you're already questioning us. We like to know why there are so many monsters on the Fullerman family ship." One person spoke up, and others chimed in. "Yes, those monsters killed my sister, turning her into something neither human nor ghost. We need an explanation." A young man stepped forward, his wrinkled suit conveying a defiant attitude as he confronted Reed. The young man recognized Reed. He had attended the banquet a few days prior and enjoyed the events, even admiring Reed's ideas at the time. Now, having lost his sister, he felt differently. His sister had been turned into a monster by insects burrowing into her head. How was he going to explain this to his mother? Another man stepped forward, but his words were far more convincing than the impassioned young man's. "Mr. Reed, we don't mean to blame you. We just want you to find a solution for us. After all, with disaster looming, it's too late to say anything now, isn't it? The most important thing now is to find a way to resolve this disaster." A solution? Where could Reed find a solution? He didn't even know what the disaster was. Luckily, he had a good brother. Jiang Shengyun appeared at this moment. Looking at the chaotic crowd below, he said, "Everyone, please calm down. We already know what that monster is, and we understand its characteristics and habits." Then, he described some characteristics of the brain-eating worm before saying, "As long as you don't touch seawater or food in the sea, you can avoid being parasitized. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted in noise. Does this gentleman mean we have to go without food and water for the next 2 weeks? Someone else questioned, did you already know about this parasite? I see you have a lot of bottled water in your canteen. Did you already know the water source was problematic, yet you still made us drink contaminated water? Since seafood is inedible, why did you still order your staff to catch large quantities of sea creatures for us to eat? Isn't this murder? We spent 100,000 yuan on a boat ticket. What for? To be killed by you? I want to report you. I want to report you. Deliberately murdering for money. The crowd below immediately became agitated, demanding an explanation. Jiang Xingyun raised his hands and pressed them down, silencing the crowd's angry outburst. Gentlemen, we didn't know this would happen beforehand. As for your claim that we ordered our staff to catch large quantities of sea fish, the facts prove we didn't give such an order. You were very likely deceived by the people parasitized by the brain-eating amoeba. Chapter 33. Buzz. These words caused a stir among the crowd. Someone asked incredulously, what do you mean? You mean the food we ate was fished out by those monsters and made to parasitize us? Jiang Xingyun nodded. Yes, monsters have intelligence, especially those that have been parasitized. Their intelligence isn't lower than yours. Hearing Jiang Xingyun's revelation, the ordinary tourists felt nauseous and terrified. However, the players were on high alert. They exchanged glances. Bao Ge and his group were still clinging to hope. Thankfully, they had reacted quickly, grabbing food from the banquet hall and avoiding any food from the restaurants to avoid trouble. However, some others were deathly pale. They had eaten the restaurant food, they were just a step too slow and, lacking the funds for food, could only eat fish caught from the sea. Now that they knew it was full of parasites, they were all utterly disgusted. One player couldn't help but ask Jiang Yinsheng, since you studied this insect, you should have an antidote, right? Didn't someone say you're the young master of the Changsheng group? You must have medicine to prevent parasitism, right? Jiang Yinsheng shook his head, saying with some regret, that's precisely why we're heading to Shanner Island. We hope the headquarters technicians can develop an antidote. Don't worry, everyone, once we reach Shanner Island, you be saved. So, you don't have an antidote right now, and we can only leave it to fate? Jiang Yinsheng's silence indicated that this person was right. Panic immediately gripped everyone, their eyes darting nervously around them, fearing a sudden change in their demeanor. Brother Bao, what do we do now? Jasmine asked softly. As she spoke, Jasmine scanned the players around her, trying to spot any who had already been infected. Brother Bao said in a low voice, find a chance to go up. The people up there must have known something beforehand, which is why they haven't been contaminated. Even without the antidote, it's safer than down here. Jiang Mian watched this scene, unsure whether it was because she was raising brain-eating worms in her breeding space or something else. She could even sense that a large number of these people were infected by the brain-eating worms. Fortunately, she had deliberately spread the word about the brain-eating worm crisis beforehand, which had successfully kept so many people at bay. Otherwise, if these infected people had been allowed to climb up, the top would likely have quickly become a hunting ground for the worms. On the 18th day of the game, the player base plummeted from over 6,000 to 5,300. These players had unknowingly fallen victim to the parasite. Most had consumed seafood like fish and shrimp, and their bodies naturally contained the larvae of the brain-eating amoeba. This made them extremely vulnerable to infection. On the 19th day, the player base dropped to a mere 4,000, a loss of over 1,000 per day, causing widespread panic. They began to closely observe those around them. On the 20th day, not only the players, but also the tourists were in a state of panic. The reason was simple: food was running out. Besides those hidden by the brain-eating amoeba, over 40,000 people remained surviving on the ship. The food on the 13th floor was originally reserved for VIPs, refined and scarce. With their arrival, the food supply dwindled rapidly. Unable to eat seafood and facing a food shortage, they naturally refused to participate. Immediately, a commotion broke out, but under the suppression of truth, they fell completely silent. The 2 meals a day they were provided were reduced to 1. Although they harbored some resentment, they were ultimately afraid of the guns in the hands of the officers. Some thought of their hotel rooms downstairs. When they realized something was wrong and fled, they hadn't had time to pack their belongings, leaving much of their food in their rooms. Those with nowhere else to turn began to go downstairs to search for supplies. Now, the cruise ship was actually divided into 3 groups. At the top were the large families, almost entirely unaffected by the brain-eating amoeba. They lived on floors 14 to 17. Because they had been using bottled water and sealed food from the beginning, They were not currently experiencing any discomfort. In the middle were the ordinary wealthy people who had noticed something was wrong, but were then forcibly suppressed. They were scattered between floors 13 and 10, numbering approximately 40,000. At this point, they had completely lost their self-proclaimed superiority. Everyone was crammed together, using a piece of cloth as a bed. At the very bottom were the completely parasitized walking corpses, and they were the most numerous, numbering over 50,000. As for whether any of them were unparalleled, there was no doubt about it. After all, who would leave a delicious strawberry cake dangling in front of them? On the 21st day of the game, the player count stopped at exactly 3,000 and continued to drop. In fact, most of these dead were new players, those entering the mission for the first time. Unfamiliar with the game, they could only follow the crowd, doing what others did, which led to their deaths. Thinking that many hands make light work, they teamed up and went downstairs to search for food. While collecting supplies with other tourists, they were ambushed by disguised brain-eating worms and became their new victims. Balgue and his group successfully infiltrated the hotel. Seeing the food delivered daily, they secretly despised these heartless rich people. Yet, they simultaneously enjoyed their peaceful and wonderful life. Jiang Mian stood in the gym on the 14th floor, where Fu Junhan was teaching her how to use a knife. This wasn't Jiang Mian's request. Fu Junhan offered to teach her so she could protect herself. Of course, she readily accepted such a good offer. Fu Yunhan, you're such a good person. While Balgue and his friends were strolling around, they happened to see Fu Yunhan and Jiang Mian. Seeing their interaction, Balgue curled his lip, thinking to himself, even the strongest fighter isn't all that great, he still falls for a woman. Unlike him, he's a true gentleman, never bullying the weak. Although he thought this, Balgue didn't dare disturb Fu Yunhan. Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly lurched, and everyone lost their balance, beginning to sway. What's going on? What happened? Why is the ship rocking? Someone asked, puzzled. I don't know what's going on. Is the ship about to break apart? Someone joked. Feeling the ship swaying from side to side, Jiang Mian quickly grabbed the handle beside her. Seeing the gym equipment moving erratically, she immediately pulled Fu Yunhan along. Come on, let's go! It's not safe here, Chapter 34. Before Jiang Mian could finish speaking, a piece of exercise equipment weighing several hundred kilograms hurled itself at one of the men. The equipment came with tremendous force, and the young man, who hadn't even reacted, was struck squarely, instantly turning into a bloody pulp from the impact. Seeing this, Jiang Mian gripped Fu Junhan's hand even tighter, fearing he would abandon her and run away alone. Fortunately, Fu Junhan was a gentleman. He led Jiang Mian away from the gym. Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. The two dodged the flying equipment until, several minutes later, the cruise ship finally came to a stop. Just then, she heard gunshots and explosions outside. From here, she could see a gigantic object floating on the sea. It resembled an octopus, only magnified hundreds of times, looking like a ferocious prehistoric beast. The octopus's arms clung to the ship, attempting to climb out of the water, but were bombarded by the ship's built-in defense system. The octopus seemed enraged by the pain, furiously pounding the sea, causing the massive cruise ship to rock violently from side to side again. Jiang Mian, gripping the railing and carefully dodging the debris in the corridor, asked, "What is that thing? How can it be so big?" Fu Junhan shook his head. This was also the first time he had seen something like this. The only thing he could tell was that it was extraordinary. Just then, a commotion arose below. It's bad. Those monsters down there have gone mad. They're killing people like crazy. They already reached the 9th floor. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Run up. There are patrols up there. They can definitely suppress these monsters. Only when the people upstairs are in danger will they care about our lives. Amidst the cacophony, some were running upwards, others were fighting amongst themselves. Even patrol members were turning on each other. Damn it! This world has gone mad. Damn it, does this world have to kill us? What did we do wrong? We just wanted to go on a trip. Why is God treating me like this? Ha ha ha. I used to have a happy family, a beautiful wife, a well-behaved daughter, and just because I won the company's year-end bonus and boarded this cruise ship, my daughter is dead, my wife is dead. What's the point of me living? I fight you monsters. Just then, a voluptuous woman suddenly grabbed the man. Handsome, don't be reckless. Hearing you say that, I think you're a very reliable man. How about I be your wife? Looking at the girl's face and figure, the boy was instantly smitten. For a moment, he forgot about his wife and daughter and asked, really? Of course it's true. As she spoke, the girl's hair moved, But it wasn't hair at all, it was clearly a huge clump of brain-eating worms. So devoted. Go be with your wife and kids. Unfortunately, the brain-eating worms weren't human, and didn't know that this behavior wasn't devotion, but rather pretense. Those who had been expecting this scene scoffed, serves him right. Then they continued running upwards. Top floor. Reed and Jiang Shengyun looked at the chaos below, exchanged a glance, and boarded their private jet. The pilot inside had been waiting for them for a long time, just waiting for their order to leave. Reed hadn't expected this to happen on his first trip with a group. He could only sigh inwardly, what a pity, I'd definitely be laughed at when I get back. However, being laughed at is better than being dead. Downstairs, everyone was struggling to survive, while upstairs, the culprits and instigators were preparing to flee. Many people heard the hum of the propellers, and immediately looked up. A helicopter. Are we saved? Are you stupid, brother? That's clearly not to save us, it's to escape. Damn it, they abandoned us. Young Master Reed. I'm the head of ANS Enterprises. Can you take me with you? I promise I give you all the shares of ANS when we get back. I'm the president of Lanfeng Group. Save me. I not only give you shares, I give you even more money. I'm the commander of the Ant Army. If you save me, I can give you everything I have. I'm Qin Shi Huang. If you save me, I give you a huge sum of money. Regardless of whether others heard it or not, everyone around Jiang Mian looked at her like she was an idiot when they heard her say this. Fu Junhan also asked, what do you mean? Jiang Mian was truly exasperated. Playing with a bunch of people who didn't understand the jokes was exhausting. She explained weakly, it doesn't mean anything. I just saw them shouting so enthusiastically, so I joined in. What do we do? They ran away. What should we do next? Jiang Mian asked. Fu Junhan looked at the plane already halfway up the plane and said, don't worry, they can't escape. Some people can't stand seeing someone run away before them when they're in danger. Sure enough, as soon as Fu Junhan finished speaking, a sinister voice rang out. TSK, 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 I hate guys who abandon others to be scapegoats. Want to run? Get down here. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Mian saw a shell explode in midair, striking the plane directly, and then bursting into a spectacular display of light in the sky. The plane crashed into the sea, making a loud noise before sinking to the bottom. As for the people inside, they were, of course, reduced to ashes. Jiang Mian stared intently at the spot where the shell had originated, just in time to see Yi Ling's gloating smile. Seeing Jiang Mian looking at him, he instantly raised an eyebrow, striking a smug pose, as if to say, yes, that's right, I did it, wasn't that cool? Jiang Mian glanced at Yi Ling, then at Fu Junhan, and suddenly exclaimed, you two are so in sync, I'm starting to ship you too. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected turn of events, staring dumbfounded at the scene. You could even hear players exclaiming, damn! That was awesome! Who knows what this feels like? It's so exhilarating. Serves him right. The wicked get their comeuppance. It's so satisfying. Brothers, stop gloating. Let's figure out how to take down that monster down there. If it keeps rocking like that, the ship's going to fall apart. Yeah, use those items you bought in the shop on the monster. They're just going to die anyway, might as well give it a shot. You make it sound so good, why don't you use them? I'm broke. I used all my gold on healing my injuries. You're the epitome of a domineering beggar. Chapter 35. Just then, Yi Ling launched another rocket, instantly creating a bloody hole in the octopus's body. The octopus, however, seemed to feel no pain, continuing to violently shake the cruise ship. Some survivors pushed to the edge lost their footing and fell from the upper floors onto the deck. Many suffered broken bones, and many died instantly. Because of Yi Ling's attack, everyone saw that black worms were emerging from the monster's wounds. No way, why is this mission so difficult? This monster has also been parasitized by brain-eating worms? This doomsday game is really losing its act. It just wants to kill us, right? Immediately, everyone began to retaliate against the octopus with their own items. Whether they were holding back or not, all their attacks combined were still less severe than Yi Ling's alone. Jiang Mian stared at the octopus-like monster with shining eyes. She even had the thought of raising an octopus as a pet. Just as Jiang Mian was lost in thought, she suddenly heard screams from not far away. It turned out that people downstairs had taken advantage of the chaos among the patrol team to run upstairs and rob them. Enka lived on the 15th floor. Although her initial talent wasn't great, just a rather useless ability, it didn't matter, she was lucky. She started out living on the 15th floor, wasn't infected by the brain-eating worms, didn't face the crisis of attracting food, didn't live in fear, and even enjoyed the service of handsome men she couldn't have before the apocalypse. It couldn't be more enjoyable. However, she never expected that on the 9th day before the end of the apocalypse game, the group of people who had been blocked downstairs suddenly ran up, not only forcibly opening her door, but also stealing the food she had secretly hidden. That wouldn't be so bad, it's just some food, she can get more if she doesn't have it, but they were also planning to take advantage of her. This was something Ankh couldn't tolerate. She could choose to sleep with men, but she couldn't let a group of men who looked older than her father force her. Instantly, Ankh resisted. This scene was witnessed by Brother Zhou, who immediately stopped the men who were plotting against her. Seeing Ankh's disheveled clothes, his eyes lit up, and he lewdly stared at her exposed body. But he pretended to be concerned and asked, "Beautiful lady, are you all right?" Ankh was terrified and just kept shaking her head. She never experienced anything like this before. She was just an ordinary girl, usually just going out with friends to pick up male models. She never witnessed anything so dark. Seeing how pitiful she was, the short-haired girl said, "Brother Zhou, why don't you let her come with us? She's all alone, it's so pitiful." Song Qianqian rolled her eyes. She couldn't stand the short-haired girl's personality, so she said without any mercy, "Let her come with us? What can a native like her do with us? It's a waste of time. She's going to die sooner or later anyway. Saving her is pointless." Brother Zhou thought about it and agreed. What time was it? He couldn't be soft-hearted. Besides, he already had his fill of pleasure, so he prepared to leave after taking his things. Seeing them about to leave, and quickly straightened her clothes and said, wait for me, I'm not a native, I'm a player too." The three looked at her in surprise. Song Qianqian asked, "Since you're a player, why didn't you resist earlier?" Enka paused for a moment before saying somewhat embarrassedly, "My talent is very poor, I can only provide one serving of food per day, so I have no fighting ability whatsoever, which is why." However, upon hearing this, the eyes of the three who had been enduring hunger for the past few days immediately lit up. Song Qianqian even grabbed her hand, her enthusiastic expression and overly familiar attitude making it seem as if she hadn't just been the one making sarcastic remarks. "Oh, sister, how can you say that? There's no such thing as a good or bad talent. It's all about how you use it. Your ability is great, and since the three of us are all capable fighters, we can protect you. Why don't you join us? What do you say? Really? Is my talent really that useful?" And Ku was incredulous. She had always thought her talent was worthless, and now someone was praising it. She hadn't expected her ability to be so useful. Of course. You wouldn't believe it, but people outside are practically fighting tooth and nail for food. If they knew you had this ability, they'd definitely tie you up and make you provide them with free food. Of course, we're different. We consider you our teammate, and we definitely protect you." And Ku truly believed her. Thank you. Thank you for choosing me. I will definitely repay you." Song Qianqian smiled at Enku's grateful words. "It's not safe here anymore. Let's leave quickly." "Okay." Enku nodded emphatically, and left with the three of them. Fu Yun had arranged for Jiang Mian to stay in a secluded corner, and then join the team to fight the monster. His flames truly lived up to their reputation as the ultimate weapon against monsters. The monsters were clearly afraid of his presence. Even the octopus began to retreat. Jiang Mian, seeing the chaotic scene, knew her location was unsafe. Just as she was about to leave, she was discovered. These were none other than humans parasitized by brain-eating worms. Unlike Jiang Mian and the others, who swayed with the ship's rocking, they stood firmly, as if rooted to the spot. They looked at Jiang Mian with eerie smiles. Another delicious meal. Jiang Mian dodged a brain-eating worm that lunged at her, took out a pistol from her spatial storage, and began firing at them. The heat from the explosion was enough to frighten the brain-eating worms, but they quickly regained their mobility after being hit. This was something Jiang Mian hadn't anticipated. However, she wasn't worried. With a wave of her hand, Jiang Mian unleashed her army of brain-eating worms. Originally, these brain-eating worms should have been of one mind, but now, raised in different environments, they naturally split into two groups. The brain-eating worms released by Jiang Mian instinctively knew they were of the same kind. However, why would a fellow worm attack them? This was something the original brain-eating worms couldn't understand. Jiang Mian discovered that the brain-eating worms could actually devour each other and evolve. After her brain-eating worms devoured the original ones, they began to grow antennae. Facing a brain-eating worm that crawled onto her hand, Jiang Mian picked it up, glanced at its wobbling little feet, and tossed it into her breeding space. So cute, like a ghost. Even though she raised it herself, and had a master-pet relationship with it, she couldn't lie and say it was cute. she could only say it was rather eerie. Jiang Mian discovered that on the bodies of the dead human brain-eating worms, there were also brain-eating worms under their feet. After thinking for a moment, she tried it. She let the brain-eating worm drag her under her feet, and surprisingly, she regained her balance. She took the opportunity to run upstairs, intending to find a better spot to hide. Inwardly, she cursed Fu Junhan for being unreliable. Chapter 36. When Jiang Mian ran up to the 17th floor, she was shocked when she opened a door. The room was filled with banknotes, piled high, the visual effect almost as impressive as gold. Some people were lying on top of the banknotes, their eyes filled with the same greed. Seeing so many people, Jiang Mian abandoned her idea of smuggling herself into the space. After all, so much money could burn for days. Jiang Mian continued upwards, and then witnessed a strange scene. A group of people climbing upwards were being blocked by more than 20 people. The brain-eating worms at her feet told her that these were her kind, having evolved to a higher level. These 20-odd people were the unfortunate souls, who were about to become living organs. When the ship rocked, the restraints on some of them were released due to a mechanical malfunction, allowing them to escape. However, before they could even rejoice, they were subdued by several strange-looking individuals, who appeared to have emerged from formaldehyde. They still possessed consciousness, yet they clearly understood that they were no longer who they once were. They had become a new species. Now, this group coming from below wanted to enter their midst, and they had to stop them. The people behind them hadn't fully become their own kind, and they absolutely couldn't give up halfway. At this moment, the cruise ship's rocking had stopped. The players' abilities outside must have taken effect. The octopuses had stopped attacking the cruise ship. The leader of this group was now in a mood to discuss things. Seeing some children among them, they assumed they were children of some tourists, and tried to reason with them. "Little girl, please let us in. It's so dangerous out there. Let us come in and hide. Uncle will give you something to eat, okay? Look how hungry you are. Don't you want something to eat?" The girl she was talking to was named Anan. She looked quite young, thin and small, with unusually large eyes on her small, delicate face. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's question, Anan seemed hesitant, glancing at a red-haired girl beside her. The girl pulled Anan behind her, adopting a protective stance, and said, "Throw the food over here. As for your request to go in, we can't grant it right now." The middle-aged man, hearing this, didn't throw the food but said, "Why can't we go in? Do you know how dangerous it is down there? Every minute we stay outside increases the danger." The red-haired girl thought for a moment, then changed her approach, saying, "It's not that I don't want you to go in, but you should prepare yourselves mentally before you go in." The others chimed in, "What mental preparation? Can what's up there be more terrifying than those monsters down there? Those monsters can eat our brains. Compared to that, nothing is scary." "That's right, let us go up." Sensing that her kin had successfully infiltrated, the red-haired girl smiled eerily. "All right, since you're not afraid, then come on up." Out of curiosity, Jiang Mian followed along, looking at the overturned nutrient tank on the ground. At first, she didn't understand the gravity of the situation until her foot touched a small wooden sign. Jiang Mian crouched down, picked up the wooden sign, and examined it. Taoisia, male, 12 years old, usable value, white blood cells, bone marrow, cornea, digestive system. What does this mean? A girl who had seen Jiang Mian pick up the wooden sign asked instinctively. Then, as if realizing something, she covered her mouth in disbelief. This can't be organ donation, can it?" Some powerful and influential indigenous people immediately understood the meaning when they saw the sign in Jiang Mian's hand. One of them said indignantly, "Organ donation, my foot. These are living organs. No wonder they're all so thin. Besides the nutrients needed to maintain the organs, these heartless bastards have probably never given them anything to eat. The Changshan group is truly despicable." Someone couldn't help but curse, only to be corrected by others. The Changshan group wouldn't do such a thing. The only living people in the Changshan group, besides the core members, are people used for drug trials. Organ trafficking is something they despise. "So you mean the Fullerman family did all this?" The man, contrary to his usual behavior, shook his head. "Hey brother, I didn't say that. You're the one who guessed. Don't blame me if anything happens." Unlike their surprise, anger, and morbid curiosity, Jiang Mian looked at these living organs with disgust. No, to be precise, Jiang Mian wasn't looking at their skins, but at the brain-eating worms inside them. These people were already suffering enough, but these brain-eating worms wouldn't let them go. Just when they could finally be saved, they ruthlessly attacked again, completely extinguishing their life force. How was this any different from the Fullerman family's actions? Jiang Mian coldly observed the brain-eating worms led by the red-haired woman. Suddenly, she shouted, "Quick! Let's check those unopened nutrient pods. See if there are any survivors inside. Let's work together to rescue them." Hearing Jiang Mian shout, some immediately sprang into action. Of course, there were also those who remained indifferent, watching with amusement. For these indifferent people, whether or not they were rescued was irrelevant. In fact, rescuing them would only make their own food supply scarcer. Not only did they not help, but they also mocked. "I advise you, we didn't bring much food. If you rescue them, you be responsible for them. If they don't have enough food, they might come after you." Jiang Mian gave the speaker a cold look, silently memorizing his face. "Don't worry, if they don't have enough food, they might eat you." The man was startled by Jiang Mian's words and immediately asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you know?" Judging from his appearance, he was probably a player as well, so Jiang Mian didn't waste any more words on him. Soon, she found a little girl of 8 or 9 years old in the sealed nutrient tank, but unfortunately, the girl had already been parasitized by the brain-eating worm. Although she felt sorry for the little girl, Jiang Mian was helpless. After putting her aside, Jiang Mian began looking for other survivors. When Jiang Mian touched a little boy, she was stunned. This was the first truly alive person among all the people she had found, not yet parasitized by the brain-eating worm. She picked up the little boy and put him aside separately. The others were relatively happy. Although they hadn't found food on this level, they had found a lot of nutrient solution. Although it didn't taste good, at least it ensured that their bodily functions remained normal. Chapter 37. Jiang Mian patted the little boy, who had woken up but was still pretending to be unconscious with his eyes closed. She whispered, "Hey kid, stop pretending. If you keep pretending, I leave you here and go." Qianyuan cautiously opened his eyes a crack, sizing up the girl opposite him. The girl looked only a year or so older than him. Her eyelashes were long, casting a shadow on her cheek when she looked down to talk to him. Qianyuan thought she looked exactly like the Barbie doll his sister had bought, cute and delicate. Jiang Mian grabbed the little guy by the ear and said, "Kid, if you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to beat you up." She said this just to tease the little boy. She wasn't actually going to be as violent as she said she would. Seeing the little boy wake up, Jiang Mian instructed him, "Recently, many monsters that can parasitize others have appeared on the cruise ship. Don't have too much contact with other people. If a stranger offers you water or food, try not to accept it, understand?" "Huh?" The little boy held the half-eaten bread Jiang Mian had given him, staring blankly at her. He was about to spit out the bread he hadn't swallowed when Jiang Mian quickly covered his mouth. "Hey, you little brat, can't you stop wasting food? Don't you know people are risking their lives for a bag of bread?" Qianyuan nodded, watching Jiang Mian about to leave, and quickly chased after her. "Can you not go? Or I can go with you." He really didn't want to stay in this place full of strangers. His sixth sense told him it was dangerous, but this woman gave him a sense of security, which was why he wanted to leave with Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian thought for a moment. This guy was acting strangely. Everyone else had been parasitized, but he was completely unaffected. That was very abnormal. Perhaps he had some special ability. Thinking this, she didn't stop him from following her, but instead stated something beforehand. "Following me might involve some danger. Have you thought that through?" "Yes." Qianyuan nodded. "My subconscious tells me that you're safe around me, while being in that place makes me feel very dangerous." Hearing this, Jiang Mian looked him over several times and teased, "You have this ability? You can even sense danger?" "Yes, I had this feeling since I was little." "Then how did you get captured by them?" Qianyuan paused for a moment before saying, "I did sense danger, but I couldn't escape, and they caught me." Looking at the boy's figure, Jiang Mian guessed he was only about 13 or 14 years old, probably still in junior high school, which was normal for him to be unable to escape from a group of kidnappers. She patted the boy on the shoulder and said, "All right, since you're so pitiful, come with me." The two went to another room, where Jiang Mian saw a strange cylindrical glass jar, but everything inside was destroyed, and there was no information to prove its existence. However, her brain-eating worm reminded her that there was the scent of its kind inside. Unfortunately, Jiang Mian couldn't smell it. Seeing nothing else, the two left. They went to the last room, which was locked. If the little boy wasn't there, she could have simply put the door into her spatial dimension. Now she had to use some force. Jiang Mian pulled out a gun, aimed it at the door lock, and said, "Little friend, step back a bit, don't get hurt. My name is Qianyuan. You can call me by my name." "Okay. Got it, little friend." With that, she fired. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and the door opened. Inside the room were some experimental reports and petri dishes containing thousands of brain-eating worms. It was unclear how long they had been captured or what they had been fed, but they had already evolved to have 12 legs. They called the current state of the brain-eating worms the mature stage, possessing intelligence and capable of easily seizing the consciousness of others. The transparent brain-eating worms were in their larval stage, possessing little ability, but able to slowly develop within the human body. Then, when they became as thick as black hair, they were in their adult stage, capable of silently seizing human consciousness. The nutritional components required for each stage of the brain-eating worms were also listed. The variety of their food made Jiang Mian feel nauseous. Qian Yuan beside her had already started vomiting. Jiang Mian told him to go out first, and this time Qian Yuan obediently went out. Jiang Mian put the brain-eating worms in the culture dish into her spatial storage, leaving only the smallest culture dish. Of course, she didn't throw away the data researched by the Changsheng group either, but openly left it there. Then she led Qian Yuan up the stairs. The gunshot she had just fired attracted some bold people to come and investigate. When they saw what was in the culture dish, they screamed, "That's those monsters! Throw them away quickly! Don't let them stay here! What if they escape? You make that sound so easy, but where are we going to throw these things?" One of the dim-witted people said, "Why don't we throw them in the water and drown them?" "Dude, is your brain infected with brain-eating worms? How can you say something so mindless? Have you forgotten where brain-eating worms come from?" The man grinned strangely. "How do you know my brain was eaten by brain-eating worms?" With that, the man opened his mouth, and a large number of brain-eating worms shot out, scattering in all directions. "Ah! Monsters! Hee! My kind, I come to save you." After Jiang Mian went up the stairs, she found there were only a few doors. She opened one and found the facilities were quite complete. It must be a presidential suite. There was even a kitchen, and there was some food in the refrigerator. Jiang Mian didn't take it all. Instead, she found a backpack and packed up all the edible food. Qian Yuan followed suit. When the two reached the top floor, they discovered it was the bridge. The crew inside were taken aback when they saw Jiang Mian and Qian Yuan. One of the bearded men asked curiously, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Jiang Mian pointed to the stairs beside her and replied casually, "We came in from there." "What's wrong? Is there a rule against coming in?" "No, I mean, do you have orders? You can't just come up like this?" The bearded man was clearly anxious, but it was unclear what his anxiety was about. Jiang Mian shrugged indifferently. "Orders? What orders do I need? It's already chaos down there. The heir to the ship has already fled. Don't you know that?" They did know that. Because the propeller noise was indeed very loud, they had heard it clearly. The bearded man opened his mouth, then said, "Are you out of your minds? Don't you know this is the Furman family ship? This is blatant defiance. You be blacklisted by the Furman family." Chapter 38. Jiang Mian pursed his lips. "Uncle, can you at least understand the situation before saying all this? Let me tell you, if everyone on the ship returns alive, the Fullerman family will be a thing of the past sooner or later. Not only that, they'd be universally reviled." "What do you mean?" For them, who were only responsible for navigating the ship, they had no idea what was causing the turmoil below, and these things weren't their concern. All they needed to do was sail the ship. Until now, they still thought the danger on the ship came from the octopus monster. Jiang Mian briefly explained the situation and then asked, "Are you planning to sail the ship to that island?" Seeing the bearded uncle nod in agreement, Jiang Mian continued, "I advise you to turn back immediately. Because if you reach the island, when the people on the island learn of their heir's death, the island's army will definitely not let the people on the ship go. Of course, that includes you. If you don't want to die, go back the way you came." Unexpectedly, the bearded uncle was a die-hard. The man, with a disdainful snort, said, "Young lady, I advise you not to spread alarmist rumors. We're just boatmen. What does what happened down there have to do with us? It was one of you tourists who killed young Master Reed, not us." Jiang Mian grinned maliciously and said, "Are you sure? Do you think they'd rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free, or let a few of you go? After all, there are plenty of dirty things happening on this ship, including human experimentation, live organ trafficking, and the wine pool and meat forest on the 11th floor. If any of these were reported, wouldn't the Fullerman family lose face? Do you think you'd still be alive by then?" The faces of dozens of crew members changed instantly. One of them asked incredulously, "Are you serious?" Jiang Mian, "Of course I'm serious. What good would it do me to lie to you?" The crew members exchanged glances, then looked at the bearded man. "Captain, how about we?" "Damn it!" the bearded man cursed, immediately saying, "Going to some island my ass. Let's go back." I knew my eyelids were twitching when we were setting sail. Seeing that they were persuaded, Jiang Mian then leave. Beyond the area where the drivers were staying was a deck offering a wider view. Jiang Mian even noticed several luxury cars piled up there. The ship's rocking hadn't caused them any damage whatsoever. Jiang Mian patted Xian Yuan, signaling him to go downstairs first, as he had some things to take care of. Xian Yuan nodded and obediently went down the stairs. While no one was looking, Jiang Mian stored the cars in his spatial storage. "Great, once we return to the real world, we won't need to buy cars anymore, we just need to buy a motorhome." She stood on the deck, watching the players still battling the octopus, her eyes filled with envy at the various superpowers they wielded. She inwardly cried out, "This is so unfair." She wanted such powerful abilities too. She desperately wanted to copy them all. Just then, the octopus monster was completely ignited by Fu Yunhan's flames and began to burn. Jiang Mian felt her brain-eating worms tremble, terrified of the flames. At that moment, seeing Fu Yunhan's burst of flames defeat the octopus, the crowd erupted in fury, and the people below began arguing amongst themselves. Jiang Mian watched the scene unfold quietly. Thinking the danger was over, the group turned their attention to the familiar flames. These flames look so familiar. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Isn't that the flame that burned the warehouse before? It's exactly the same as now. It can't be extinguished even in the water, it just keeps burning. It was you. You burned the warehouse down. Why did you burn the warehouse down? Do you know that it's because of you that we haven't had any food and have been starving until now? That's right, you have to compensate us. Yes, compensation. Fu Junhan looked at them. They had been slacking off while attacking the octopus, and now that the octopus was dealt with, they were attacking him instead. Besides, he hadn't burned the warehouse down. He didn't want to take the blame. I want you to understand the facts. I owe you nothing. The warehouse burning down has nothing to do with me. As for going hungry, who isn't hungry? Are you the only ones going hungry? Go look at the natives, aren't they all hungry? Aren't they more pitiful than you? The group, having been rebuked, said somewhat sheepishly, "You can't say that. We were just too emotional." Just as the group's attack on Fu Yunhan was about to falter, He Ling stepped forward. The two, who had been cooperating, immediately became adversaries again. "I remember your flame is very special. It seems no other player in the game has possessed this kind of flame. Speaking of which, you are indeed suspicious, aren't you?" Upon seeing that it was a powerful figure of equal rank to Fu Junhan speaking, the crowd immediately became excited, exclaiming, "That's right. How do you explain this? If you didn't burn down the warehouse, then who did? Who has such power?" Fu Junhan glanced at He Ling with disgust, utterly disapproving of his character. Looking at the crowd being led by the nose, he warned, "I say it one last time, this has nothing to do with me. Whether you believe me or not, this ends here. If I hear anyone bringing this up again, I can't guarantee what I might do." With that, he sheathed his long sword, turned, and left. Watching his long sword vanish into thin air, some players' eyes lit up. He has a spatial dimension, there must be food inside. Maybe. We should rob him. The crowd glanced at the speaker and immediately moved far away, afraid of being misunderstood by the powerful figure. What a joke. The boss's strength is clearly unfathomable, on a completely different level from us ordinary folks. Trying to steal from him is just throwing our lives away. This guy's got no sense. Seeing everyone quietly moving away from him, the man looked around awkwardly, then left shortly after. Jiang Mian looked at the dead patrol team members on the deck, her gaze lingering on the guns at their waists. While everyone was busy dealing with the brain-eating worms and hadn't noticed her, she used her flying ability to descend and began scavenging weapons and ammunition from the pile of corpses. I'm rich. I'm rich. So many guns, saves her so much trouble. It's just a pity there aren't enough bullets. I must take advantage of this opportunity to empty out an arms factory. Thinking this, Jiang Mian's collecting speed was impressive. She quickly gathered hundreds of pistols, various types of ammunition, and even some grenades and flares. Chapter 39. Seeing the sea creatures parasitized by the brain-eating worms begin to crawl up from below, Jiang Mian quickly flew up. Fu Junhan arrived at the 14th floor corridor, but didn't see Jiang Mian. He was somewhat annoyed, wondering where she had gone. Hadn't he told her to wait here for him to return? How could she be so willful and reckless? He resolved to give her a good talking to when he saw her, but he couldn't find her anywhere on the 14th floor. Fu Junhan checked the time on the panel. It was day 22 of the game, and the number of players had plummeted, dropping to 3 digits. Jiang Mian was currently enjoying the presidential suite's large bed, lying comfortably on the soft mattress, looking at the sparkling decorations overhead. She couldn't be more relaxed. She closed her eyes, organizing her space, carefully categorizing the guns she had collected, before opening her eyes again. Seeing Qian Yuan eating a box of cookies, Jiang Mian also opened a carton of milk and ate some with it. She secretly resolved never to team up with anyone again in the next world. Otherwise, wouldn't all the delicious food in her space be just for show? Eating instant foods, like cookies and oatmeal every day was really getting to her. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Open the door. Open the door now. I know there's someone inside. Open the door and let us in, or we kill you. Jiang Mian didn't know what was happening outside, but just hearing that furious voice made her not want to take any further action. However, perhaps because of their indifference, the people outside finally became anxious. With a few thuds, the door was kicked open. Jiang Mian looked at the door and muttered, "This presidential suite door is all show and no substance." The people outside immediately turned around and used their backs to brace against the door. Those trapped outside pleaded in agony, "Help! Let us in! Those monsters are coming! Open the door!" 7 or 8 people entered. They struggled to hold the door shut, and seeing Jiang Mian and Qian Yuan still sitting there watching, they were instantly enraged. "What are you standing there for? Come and block the door! Those brain-eating worms outside have completely erupted. We're surrounded by those things. Who knows when we be parasitized? If you don't want to die, get over here." Qian Yuan glanced at Jiang Mian, who nodded, and the two joined the effort to block the door. Jiang Mian even heard angry curses outside, then started running in another direction. It seemed she was trying to hide elsewhere, realizing they couldn't open the door. Just as they relaxed their guard, a loud banging came from outside, nearly smashing open the already damaged door. Everyone frantically tried to block the door. Even Qian Yuan, with her small frame, gritted her teeth and persevered. At that moment, the glass in the presidential suite shattered, and a person covered in shards of glass staggered in. Following him were large groups of people parasitized by brain-eating worms. "Ah!" Everyone who saw this screamed, instantly losing their composure. "What do we do? What do we do? We're surrounded. What are we going to do now? What else can you do? Run, of course." Saying this, the person pulled a girl out of the crowd and said, "Ank, you're in charge of clearing the way." Ank waved her hands in terror, saying, "No, no, no, I can't, I really can't. I'm just a player with no combat power, I can't clear the way." Song Qianqian slapped Ank across the face, "Stop pretending. The only one in our team who could clear the way, Brother Zhou, you pushed him into the brain-eating worms and killed him. Do you want me to? Will Lulu clear the way for you?" Ank waved her hands, trying to explain, "No, I didn't mean to. I didn't intend to push Brother Zhou in. It was those monsters. Those monsters were too scary. I did it by accident." Song Qianqian was too lazy to argue with her. "I don't care if it was an accident. Now you either live to clear the way, or you die, and we use you to clear the way. You choose?" Ank naturally didn't want to choose between these two options. Both were dead ends, just a matter of sooner or later. Just then, she suddenly saw a figure that was obviously easier to bully. She pointed at Qian Yuan and said, "I know, I have a plan. Use him. Use him to clear the way. He looks like a child, and children are the most tender. Those monsters will definitely like him." Song Qianqian looked at Qian Yuan. Indeed, he was a thin, weak child, but she didn't want to do anything that would offend anyone. So she said, "If you're so capable, persuade him to clear the way. If you're not, then go yourself." Seeing that she was saved, Anka nodded hurriedly and went to Qian Yuan. "Little brother, please, just help your sister. Just go outside and lure the monsters away, okay?" Qian Yuan wasn't stupid, he understood their words perfectly, and knew that luring the monsters was a dead end. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a thing. "I won't go. What does it have to do with me? You brought these monsters here, you're the one who should go. You brat, you have to go whether you like it or not." Anka revealed her true colors, pulling Qian Yuan towards the gate. Qian Yuan was young and had been hungry for so long, so she didn't have much strength and was easily pulled forward. However, the next second, Anka felt a sharp pain in her wrist and was kicked to the ground. She arched her back in pain, looking incredulously at the woman who had kicked her. Seeing that she had found a scapegoat and could save her life, only to be stopped again, she roared angrily, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Jiang Mian sneered, looking at the woman who clearly didn't recognize him, and said, "I want to ask you what you're trying to do. A while ago, you pushed me to a murderer to save your own life, and now you're deliberately pushing my brother out to die in your place. What, do you enjoy doing this kind of thing? When did I push you?" "Don't." As she spoke, Enku suddenly remembered that on her very first day in this world, she had indeed pushed a woman. Jiang Mian looked at her. "Speak up. Why did you stop?" I. Seeing her stammer several times without uttering a word, Jiang Mian was too lazy to argue with her anymore. Looking at the people still blocking the door, he said, "Get out of the way." Then he kicked Enku away. Her body has been enhanced, so her strength is naturally exceptional. She kicked Enku 5 meters away, successfully clearing a path for everyone. Chapter 40. Jiang Mian left first, followed closely by Qian Yuan, and the others hurriedly ran out. She glanced back and saw Enku getting up from the ground, glaring at her with a murderous look that seemed to want to devour her. The brain-eating worms didn't attack her. Instead, they were more interested in the other fleeing humans. Jiang Mian chuckled helplessly. Since her enemies were already showing signs of wanting to kill her, how could she let Enku continue to live? "I really can't do anything with you." With that, she instantly drew her gun. The first shot was blocked by the brain-eating worms. The second shot, originally aimed at Enku's head, was shoved by the brain-eating worm beside her, causing Enku to fall to the ground and avoid the shot. The third shot only hit her shoulder, and it wasn't until the fourth shot that Jiang Mian finally pierced her skull. Fearing she wasn't quite dead, like in TV dramas where some special aura makes her unharmed even with a bullet in her head, Jiang Mian fired several more shots into her neck, heart, and head, until the magazine was empty before she finally relaxed. This time, and was truly dead, the kind of dead so dead even the brain-eating worms wouldn't bother with her brain. After leaving, Jiang Mian looked at the chaos around her, momentarily at a loss for where to go. Just then, she suddenly remembered the captain and the others piloting the ship on the top floor. When she went up, she saw a familiar face, Fu Junhan. Fu Junhan also saw Jiang Mian. Looking at her disheveled appearance, he frowned. Jiang Mian preemptively said, "What are you doing here? Didn't you promise to protect me? Why did you abandon me? Do you know what happened to me there? I was almost parasitized by those things. How could you do this?" Fu Junhan was taken aback. He opened his mouth, his mind trying to process Jiang Mian's information. From Jiang Mian's words, it was clear he had been negligent, not expecting those monsters to be so cunning. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect the ship to be so chaotic. It's my fault. I won't let this happen again." "All right." Jiang Mian was quite pleased with Fu Junhan's willingness to admit his mistake. Most importantly, with Fu Junhan as her bodyguard, she could enjoy being protected again. Jiang Mian introduced Qian Yuan to him, simply saying that he was her little brother, quite pitiful, and that's why she let him follow her. Fu Junhan glanced at Qian Yuan and nodded in agreement. Anyway, raising one person is the same as raising two. On the 23rd day of the game, the number of players remained within a fixed range. And downstairs, it became quiet, except for occasional screams that would abruptly cease. On the 24th day of the game world, almost all the tourists had died. On this ship, conservatively estimated, there were probably fewer than 5,000 living people left. The brain-eating worms had swarmed every room. Just then, the players, driven to desperation, suddenly remembered Fu Yunhan's flames and immediately began dismantling the furniture in the rooms and setting them on fire. When they discovered that the brain-eating worms feared fire, they became excited, and this news began to spread. More people followed suit and lit fires. For a time, the brain-eating worms were afraid of the flames and dared not approach. And so, they finally lived peacefully for a few days. Days 25, 26, 27, and 28 of the game passed safely. Smoke began to rise from the entire ship. Jiang Mian and the others, residing on the top floor, were almost turned into dried meat from the smoke. The only saving grace was that those still alive lived on higher floors. If the fire had started from the deck, the entire ship would likely be ablaze by now. However, just as everyone relaxed, the brain-eating worms launched their counterattack. They were no ordinary worms. Their fear of fire was merely instinct. Once that instinct was overcome, the consequences were obvious. Fu Junhan watched as the number of players on the mission panel, which had been fixed at 832, suddenly began to decrease. He immediately became alert. In a certain room, the person who had been enjoying the food he had stolen, savoring a long-lost piece, looked at the stranger who had suddenly barged into his room. At first, the man thought they were fellow players, who had run out of food and were stealing from others. He tried to negotiate, saying, "Brother, don't get agitated. There are only 2 days left in the game, no more than 48 hours in total. How about this? I can share half of my food with you, and we can coexist peacefully." However, the stranger seemed not to hear him, and charged straight at him. Only then did the man realize that these people weren't players or tourists, but parasitized monsters. He looked at the bathtub he had taken from the bathroom, then at the flames burning inside, and his mouth dropped open in astonishment. How is this possible? Aren't you afraid of fire? Unfortunately, no one answered his question. The man used skill cards he acquired from his spatial storage to fight the monsters. However, unless he burned them alive, even if he shredded them, the brain-eating worms within their minds would remain alive. The man stared wide-eyed, resigned to his fate, silently awaiting his death. A few minutes later, the man stood up, stretched, and muttered to himself, "A bunch of foolish humans. We can evolve too." Meanwhile, similar scenes were playing out in various rooms. In just 5 hours, the original 832 players dwindled to just over 400. Dawn broke. On the 29th day of the game, Jiang Mian looked at the gathered players with a grim expression. She knew that when all the prey gathered, the predators would prioritize eliminating the clustered prey over the scattered, harder to find ones. The most common group was the fishermen. They tended to fish in groups or nearby areas, rather than choosing a secluded spot. Sure enough, when the number of people on the top floor reached 500, the screams below visibly stopped, and instead, they could clearly hear the sound of synchronized footsteps. It was the group of monsters parasitized by the brain-eating worms coming up. Some people looked at Fu Junhan. Whether terrified or what, they started to use moral blackmail. "Boss, we all know you're powerful, please save us. We're all human, even if we're from different worlds. We fought side by side before. How can you bear to watch us die?" "Yeah, boss. These brain-eating worms aren't afraid of ordinary flames. They're definitely afraid of the flames on your body. Please, please save us. Boss. Boss." The repeated calls of boss were like a spell. Although the other natives didn't understand what they were saying, they had witnessed Fu Junhan's prowess in dealing with the octopuses. Perhaps infected by the atmosphere, they also hurriedly pleaded. Jiang Mian thought Fu Junhan would be morally blackmailed, but instead, he said with a peculiar train of thought, "If you want to live, you have to work hard yourself. Begging others is useless. My abilities weren't given to me by you. I honed them step by step myself. I have no obligation to protect you." Hearing Fu Junhan's clear refusal, someone immediately complained, "Boss, what do you mean by that? You can help 2 natives. Why can't you help the players who are closer to us?" Seeing them pointing at her and Qian Yuan, Jiang Mian quickly pretended to look innocent, clearly feigning ignorance. Fu Junhan gave the man a cold look. "My personal affairs are none of your concern. Mind your own business. A cold-blooded wretch like you will be destroyed by your own cold-bloodedness sooner or later." Chapter 41. Oh ho, so they're resorting to threats now that moral blackmail hasn't worked. Jiang Mian watched them with amusement, wondering what other solutions they might come up with. But after the man finished his threats, he shrank back into the crowd, showing no intention of stepping forward. She immediately felt bored. Faced with the monsters gathering downstairs, the remaining patrol of only a few dozen men was helpless. Their bullets were long gone, and they were now no different from ordinary people, their only advantage being their physical strength. So, everyone started using whatever they could find to deal with the brain-eating worms. Fu Junhan wasn't doing nothing. He was responsible for dealing with the brain-eating worms coming from one direction. Jiang Mian followed behind him, and Qian Yuan followed behind Jiang Mian like little tails. Jiang Mian held a steel pipe, thought for a moment, and then gave one to Qian Yuan. Facing the army of brain-eating worms climbing the ladder, she took them down one by one with the pipe, wielding it with impressive force. Fu Junhan looked at her in surprise. Jiang Mian blinked. "It's all thanks to the good instruction I received recently. I learned it quickly." Qian Yuan held the steel pipe, struggling a bit, but still swinging it downwards from time to time. The top floor instantly descended into chaos. People were being parasitized every now and then, and some were even more unlucky, being pushed during the fight and dying from the brain-eating worms' attacks. Jiang Mian was surprised to find that He Ling didn't seem to be up there, and she didn't know where he had gone. Achoo! He Ling rubbed his nose, wondering who was cursing him again. At this moment, he was below deck looking at his masterpiece, and he suddenly became excited. He had planted all the bombs he carried beneath his feet. Their weight was enough to sink the cruise ship. Then, all the passengers and players on board would have to watch themselves slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. Just thinking about it made He Ling feel hot all over. Although he couldn't kill Fu Junhan, it was still quite satisfying to annoy him. He was just that kind of person who enjoyed doing these thankless tasks. Seeing that he was in a good position, he threw down a bomb. The bomb exploded, instantly igniting the bombs below, and so on. Instantly, everyone on the top floor facing the brain-eating worms felt their feet begin to shake, followed by a series of explosions. Then, they felt their feet sink, and the cruise ship began to tilt. Everyone panicked, even Jiang Mian. Holy crap! What's going on? The ship's capsizing. Where's the captain? Does he even know how to steer? Stop shouting. Didn't you hear the noise down there? Someone's obviously planted a bomb. Holy crap, who did this? Have these brain-eating worms evolved to this level? They're even using human weapons now? Heavens are killing us. Damn it, this game, Just then, the captain suddenly shouted, "Everyone stand this way. Try to right the ship." As they moved, the parasitized humans followed their prey, and the ship stopped tilting to one side and stabilized. Jiang Mian, gripping the railing, looked at the flames burning beneath her feet and cursed angrily. She knew perfectly well that this commotion was most likely the work of Yiling. From the first moment she saw him, she knew he wasn't a good person. As expected, Jiang Mian's judgment had never been wrong. Due to the bomb, the cruise ship began to leak from the bottom. Slowly, the flames beneath were extinguished by the seawater, but the entire ship began to sink. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire cruise ship was submerged. Fu Junhan frowned, watching this scene. He suddenly realized something and told Jiang Mian to stay and watch over the ship while she went to the captain's bridge. You should have life jackets and lifeboats on your ship, right? You've seen them now. The cruise ship will soon be submerged. There's no need to hide anything at a time like this, is there? The bearded captain opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "We do have them, but what? But most of the yachts and lifeboats are stored in the warehouse. Didn't the warehouse catch fire before? They're definitely all burned down. There are only 2 lifeboats on the top deck now, which isn't enough to accommodate so many people." Fu Junhan lowered his eyes and said, "Give me a lifeboat, and I can take responsibility for protecting you." This? The captain hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to trust the man before him. He led Fu Junhan to a spot and pointed to a lifeboat tied there, saying, "It's right here, but we definitely can't get into the water now. It's too high, and the ship could easily capsize. We can only go down when the ship is about to be submerged." Fu Junhan nodded, let the captain leave first, and then he stored the lifeboat in his spatial storage. When he returned, Jiang Mian immediately put away the gun in his hand and replaced it with a steel pipe. Seeing Fu Junhan visibly relieved, a smile also appeared on her face. "Looks like we don't need to expose our spatial dimension or the ship inside." 2 hours had passed, and the ship had sunk to the 3rd floor. However, these weren't their concerns. They were concerned about when the endless stream of monsters would end. Until dawn, the monsters began to slowly retreat, and everyone finally had a chance to catch their breath. Looking at the blazing sun overhead, they understood what was happening. On the 30th day of the game, with only 16 hours left until the end, everyone could finally relax. Jiang Mian rubbed her aching arms, watching the sea getting closer and closer. Judging by the current situation, the ship would sink in a few more hours. The others, witnessing this scene, dared not stop, fearing for their lives. They hurriedly began searching for anything useful. Some even thought of the lifeboats, but when they asked the captain, he refused to tell them the truth. The group of game players didn't stand on ceremony with the captain and began searching the surrounding area. "A boat! There's a boat!" Hearing the commotion, Bao Ge rushed over. It turned out that Jasmine had found a lifeboat. Jasmine had originally intended to notify Bao Ge and the others, but they had already spotted the lifeboat. Surrounded by the others, she could only shout to attract Bao Ge's attention. In an instant, the group, who had only rested for less than half an hour, started fighting over the lifeboat again. Ultimately, another spontaneously organized team of 20 people won ownership of the lifeboat. Although the others were dissatisfied, they couldn't waste any more time and quickly searched for other things to use for survival at sea. Chapter 42. 10 hours remained until the game's end, and the cruise ship was completely submerged in the deep sea. Those with lifeboats launched them, those without used various tools. Some dismantled their bunk beds to make rafts, others used mattresses, and some even used bathtubs. Fu Junhan swiftly launched the lifeboats. After bringing the crew aboard, seeing only a few seats left, some couldn't resist and struggled to climb onto their makeshift planks. Jiang Mian and Fu Junhan exchanged a glance. Fu Junhan said, "Don't worry about having more people, it's more strength to fight the brain-eating worms." Jiang Mian thought the same. Seeing that Fu Junhan didn't kick them off, and knowing their role, they didn't say much. After thanking Fu Junhan, they became wary of their surroundings. The brain-eating worms that had parasitized humans discovered that humans were not suited for underwater combat, and decisively shed their human identity. They floated in the deep sea, quietly waiting for sunset. With 7 hours left in the game, the brain-eating worms could no longer contain themselves. They began parasitizing marine creatures to attack humans. Larger jellyfish, crabs, and caterpillar-like creatures were all parasitized, including even a shark. As is well known, sharks have incredibly powerful bites. As time went on, more and more sharks were attracted by the blood, and these sharks all became hosts for the brain-eating worms. One by one, the lone boats on the sea were swallowed up, yet some people still persevered and tried to survive. Have you ever been slapped in the face by a fish? Qian Yuan used to say no, but now his little face was bright red from the slaps. Not just fish, but also those giant octopuses, their tentacles strong enough to break a person's back. He wiped the blood from his nose, his eyes fixed firmly on the sea. Jiang Mian had said she couldn't protect him every moment. If he wanted to live, he had to rely on his own strength. Although Qian Yuan was young, he was unwilling to die like this. He still had loving parents and a sweet, adorable little sister. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. Jiang Mian took a bite of chocolate, then secretly slipped another piece to the little brat to replenish his energy. She glared fiercely at Yiling, who had only appeared when the ship sank, cursing him 100 times in her mind. If it weren't for him, she might still be comfortably lounging on the rooftop, watching others struggle for survival. Yiling looked back at her and mouthed, "Conditions." Jiang Mian knew he was reminding her to agree to his conditions. She glanced at her watch. It was around 8 p.m. 4 hours left. She just have to be patient. So, she nodded knowingly and mouthed, "Wait a little longer." Yiling was somewhat annoyed, but he dared not approach the group of players, fearing he'd be ganged up on. Jiang Mian felt like a merciless machine, raising her arm and slamming it down repeatedly, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. 2 more hours, just hang in there. Fewer and fewer people were still floating on the sea. Even the brain-eating worms started their old tricks again. After parasitizing the people on the shore, they began to approach other humans, preparing to parasitize them. Soon, some people noticed something was wrong and cautiously retreated at the sudden approach of humans. "Sister Jiang Mian, am I going to die? I'm so tired, I just want to sleep." Looking at Qian Yuan's swollen face and his listless expression, it was a scene that should have been hilarious, but Jiang Mian couldn't laugh. In fact, she didn't know what would happen to these natives after the players left. Would they be rescued? Or would they be parasitized? What was the point of their struggle now? A performance? She turned to comfort him. "It's okay, Qian Yuan, close your eyes and take a nap." Jiang Mian placed a brain-eating worm on him, letting him sleep. Only 1 hour remained until the game ended. As for whether these natives would live or die after that hour, it was all up to fate. Letting Qian Yuan sleep meant that even if he died, he would die in his dreams. Just then, Yiling unexpectedly approached. "Jiang Mian, aren't you going to do what you promised me? If you don't, I'm taking back the investment I made in you." Jiang Mian looked at Yiling approaching, and gave a strange smile. She tugged at Fu Junhan's sleeve and whispered, "It's this guy. He's the one who wanted me to scheme against you." Fu Junhan glanced at her, and hummed in agreement. "Ignore him, he's just a lunatic. Just hang in there. In another hour, you be saved?" Jiang Mian was stunned. Fu Junhan said an hour, which was 12 o'clock, the time the game ended. Did he mean that after they left, these people would be alive? She gazed at the scattered lights on the sea, lights they had created to fight the brain-eating worms in the darkness. Some used cell phones, some flashlights, and others old-fashioned kerosene lamps of unknown origin. How many of these people were from the original world? Jiang Mian didn't consider herself a good person, but she wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. More people could have survived on the ship, but thanks to Yiling's actions, almost everyone was dead. Yiling narrowed his eyes, looking at the unmoved Jiang Mian. He was amused and annoyed. He'd been tricked by a newcomer. This was the first time someone had taken his things and refused to do his job. A rocket launcher suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Yiling aimed in Jiang Mian's direction and fired without a word. With a whoosh, the rocket launched directly at them. Fu Junhan unleashed flames, instantly enveloping the rocket. The rocket exploded in the air, and Jiang Mian felt a wave of heat wash over her, followed by a powerful push that propelled him forward. "Are you all right?" Jiang Mian shook her head, looking at He Ling. You're crazy, you're insane. He Ling looked at her expressionlessly. You haven't done what you promised me. Hurry up, time's almost up. Fulfill your promise, or I won't hesitate to subject you to a few more of these shocks. Fu Junhan held Jiang Mian down, confronting He Ling alone. What did she promise you? Was it to find an opportunity to betray me? She already told me, so don't even dream about it. He Ling looked at Jiang Mian, then at Fu Junhan, and said in surprise, Aren't you angry? Don't you hate being betrayed the most? Why should I be angry? She didn't. Jiang Mian quickly covered his mouth, preventing him from saying too much and revealing too much. He Ling was clearly misunderstanding, thinking Fu Junhan already knew she was a player. Let him misunderstand for a while longer, and she'd play it safe for a while longer. Seeing that He Ling's ship had already left, Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the puzzled Fu Junhan, she quickly made an excuse for her earlier behavior. Why waste so much time talking to him? He's obviously not a good person. We should focus on surviving. Fu Junhan nodded. Just then, He Ling suddenly turned back. Chapter 43. You cunning woman, you almost fooled me. Oh, right. Fu Junhan, you didn't know, did you? She's actually a player too, you know that, right? She disguised herself as a native, so you would protect her. Fu Junhan initially didn't believe her. He was absolutely certain of his judgment. However, seeing He Ling's unwavering gaze, he finally turned his attention to Jiang Mian. However, Jiang Mian showed no difference from the natives from beginning to end. He trusted Jiang Mian more than his nemesis. He Ling hadn't expected this woman to be so clever, her performance so flawless that even Fu Junhan believed her? What a fool. He was just about to produce some more concrete evidence, like their recording. Just then, before either of them could react, Jiang Mian was suddenly pulled into the water. Ah! Wrapped around Jiang Mian's waist was a tentacle, something that looked like seaweed. Jiang Mian could have avoided it, but seeing that only 2 minutes remained, and fearing that He Ling would reveal too much if she continued, she decided to create an accident and fall in. Underwater, Jiang Mian unleashed her army of brain-eating worms to beat the little creature until it was on the verge of death, before recalling it to her spatial dimension. Protected by her army of brain-eating worms, Jiang Mian wasn't afraid of attacks from other worms. She overcame her fear of water, opened her eyes, and saw a chilling scene at the bottom of the sea. Underwater was a sunken ship, and above it floated lifeless human figures. Floating on the sea were all sorts of sea monsters, densely packed, resembling some kind of evil ritual. Jiang Mian watched the cruise ship sinking, and immediately sent her army of brain-eating worms to it. Hurry, hurry, faster. Get the ship, and we be rich. She shouted anxiously in her heart. Just 10 meters from the ship, a notification sounded, and the whole world fell silent. Ding! Mission complete, everyone will begin teleportation. System shop fully open. World chat group opening soon. The next second, all the players still on the ship vanished. At the same time, the brain-eating worms that had parasitized the large sea fish also disappeared. Only a few dozen survivors remained, awaiting rescue from their country. Jiang Mian opened her eyes again. Just as the veteran players had said, after the game ended, she found herself in a pure white space. Aya! My ship! Jiang Mian felt an unbearable pain in her heart. Who could understand that feeling? It was like a table full of fried chicken, cola, hamburgers, fries, pizza, spicy noodles, energy drinks, want milk, and barbecue, placed in front of someone who had fasted for 2 days to lose weight and was just beginning to see some results, only to have it all dumped into the trash the next second. How desperate could that feel? Congratulations to player ID 987666 for completing the task. Calculating your reward. Please wait patiently. Each player has one initial name change opportunity. Do you want to change your name? Jiang Mian was currently extremely frustrated. She felt like she could argue with everything and everyone, especially looking at her default name set by the system. She was absolutely furious. What is this thing? Who likes to eat this? And who is that thing? Snotty nose poop, change it right now. Change it to, I love salty soy milk. Name changed successfully. Congratulations to I love salty soy milk for successfully surviving a world. Initial reward, 100 gold coins. Based on your performance in the mission, you will receive 50,000 gold coins as a reward. In this survival game, your overall world ranking is 10th. You will receive 3,000 gold coins as a reward. Keep up the good work, I love salty soy milk. You are ranked first in your personal world. You can receive 10 gold coins every day. Keep up the good work and maintain your ranking. Jiang Mian counted the zeros after the 5, confirming it was 50,000 gold coins, and immediately smiled broadly. Even her initial frustration was somewhat dispelled. It wasn't for nothing that she had acted, schemed against others, and struggled to survive. The rewards were plentiful. Looking at the final reminder, Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised. What did overall world ranking and personal world ranking mean? Being ranked 10th in the overall world ranking earned 3,000 gold coins, while being ranked first in the personal world ranking only earned 10 gold coins per day, totaling 100 gold coins in 10 days. What was the basis for this ranking? What would someone ranked first in the overall world ranking receive? The overall world ranking is based on the player's performance in the world. If you achieve first place overall in this survival game, you will receive a reward of 10,000 gold coins. Looking at the system's answer, it meant that the rewards for the overall world ranking were more cost-effective. Over time, it only meant the strong got stronger, and the weak got weaker. She could only work twice as hard to catch up with the players, who had already entered the game. Jiang Mian opened the system shop. What she saw were mostly common foods and water. A 500 milliliters bottle of purified water cost only 0.1 gold coins, while soda and energy drinks cost 0.5 gold coins each, a bit of a rip-off. A regular white steamed bun cost 0.05 gold coins, and a steamed bun cost 0.1 gold coins. These were all fairly normal prices, affordable for ordinary people. Of course, there were also some more unusual foods, such as stir-fried pork for 1 gold coin and roast suckling pig for 10 gold coins. Jiang Mian had no interest in these. She searched for special categories. She quickly found what she wanted. Physical fitness enhancement card price, 100 gold coins. After use, physical functions are greatly enhanced. Recommended use once a month. Speed boost card price, 100 gold coins. After use, your speed will be greatly increased. Recommended to use in conjunction with physical fitness boost card. Strength boost card price, 100 gold coins. After use, your strength will be greatly increased. Recommended to use in conjunction with beginner martial arts card price, 1,000 gold coins. After use, you will quickly learn martial arts abilities. Intermediate martial arts card price, 10,000 gold coins. After use, you will learn a master level martial art. Advanced martial arts card price, 100,000 gold coins. After use, you will learn a master level martial art. Top tier martial arts card price, 1 million gold coins. After use, you will learn a grandmaster level martial art. Have you ever heard of shattering a mountain with a single punch? Finally, this top tier martial arts card even had a special little tip. Looking at the master level swordsmanship she had copied, Jiang Mian felt like she had earned 1 million gold coins. Unfortunately, her current ability was already maxed out, so she couldn't copy other abilities. She could only wait for it to level up slowly in the future. The gene copying ability should reach level 2 in about 4 more days, which wasn't too fast. Jiang Mian exchanged for 1 intermediate martial arts card, 10 physical fitness enhancement cards, and 10 strength and speed cards, spending a total of 13,000 gold coins. She then exchanged for several more special ability cards, each costing 1,000 gold coins, spending another 20,000 gold coins. Now she only had 30,100 gold coins left. Looking at the 100 gold coins, Jiang Mian used them to exchange for a physical fitness enhancement card. She didn't use the remaining gold coins. There was nothing she wanted to buy for the time being. There was no way around it. The best items in the newbie system shop were the more special ability cards. System, I want to exit the space. Okay, you will be notified of the next mission 24 hours in advance. Okay. Opening her eyes again, Jiang Mian looked at the somewhat unfamiliar place before realizing it was the warehouse she rented in the US. The time seemed unchanged. It was still the day she entered the game world. Jiang Mian smiled and took out 2 cards from her space. Invisibility card price, 500 gold coins. Effect, conceals body shape. Effective for 10 minutes. Teleportation card price, 500 gold coins. Effect, allows teleportation to any object. Effective for 10 minutes. Jiang Mian estimated the time and used the 2 cards at 2 a.m. Then she began a frenzied looting of the docks. She arrived at a container and found several people guarding it, but it didn't matter, she was invisible, so no one could see her. She went straight inside the container, looked at the watermelons, and immediately stored them all in her spatial storage. She went to another container and found a pile of second-hand clothes, which Jiang Mian ignored. The next container was filled with brand-name shoes. Jiang Mian frowned. She had used 2 precious cards, not to collect these things. If she collected all of this, she would definitely lose money. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mian went to the container where someone was guarding it with a gun. Of course, before leaving, she didn't forget the shoes inside. Every little bit helps. The place guarded with a gun was indeed unusual. Jiang Mian was shocked as soon as she entered. It contained piles of white rock candy and powdery substances. She paused for a moment, thinking, a big shipment has arrived. She immediately collected everything inside. The container next to this one contained some guns and ammunition. The guns looked like they had been retired from the battlefield, showing some signs of wear. She didn't know which country they were exported to, but Jiang Mian collected them without hesitation. Chapter 44. The next container was filled with various weapons, half cold weapons and half firearms, including even the rockets that He Ling had hidden. Jiang Mian collected them one by one. This container guarded by so many people was indeed extraordinary. She wondered where they were transporting it. There were even well-equipped cannons. Jiang Mian didn't know how to use these, but that didn't stop her from collecting the items. Only after collecting everything in this area did she move on to the side. She even found Yin Kingdom specialties inside. A certain type of flour, wuchang rice, lao gan ma chili sauce, everyday necessities piled high in the container. Jiang Mian collected them without hesitation. Only when her watch started vibrating did she stop. She used 2 more shipment cards and invisibility cards before continuing to collect. Later, Jiang Mian felt it wasn't enough. She needed to keep track of time. She simply exchanged all 10,000 gold coins for these 2 types of cards. An hour later, Jiang Mian, having collected all the containers, began working on the warehouses near her. Half an hour later, somewhat exhausted, she sat in her rented warehouse near the dock, looking at the stock in her storage space and the empty containers on the dock, feeling extremely satisfied. She slept soundly, a deep, restless sleep, until the wailing of police sirens outside woke her. While she slept very well, the officials of Country M were in a terrible predicament. The weapons and war supplies that had been transported to the dock, ready to attack another country, had all vanished. They had already announced their intention to attack that small country that had spoken disrespectfully to them, and now, without the weapons and strategic supplies, they had become a laughingstock. Most importantly, what would happen to the soldiers already in other countries without supplies? They couldn't even bear to think about it. Jiang Mian didn't care about any of that. After being woken up and questioned to make sure she was all right, she was released. When Jiang Mian came out of the police station, Myron was waiting for her. Jiang Mian gave a wry smile and complained, M country is too chaotic. I only been here a few days, and it's always this or that. It makes me want to go back. Myron shrugged, saying nonchalantly, I grew up in Yin country. It's been over a year since I came back here, and I still don't feel used to this kind of life. I miss Yin country too. Jiang Mian wasn't joking with Myron. She asked him to arrange a dinner invitation for his uncle. She was treating them to dinner that evening. This time, Jiang Mian had deposited money at the front desk beforehand to prevent Myron from secretly paying. She had a favor to ask of him today. What would it mean to have Myron pay for her meal? Halfway through the meal, Myron's uncle realized Jiang Mian's ulterior motives and said meaningfully, when I was studying in France, I knew some Yin people. I think I heard that when Yin people invite someone to dinner, it's usually to ask for a favor, right? Jiang Mian smiled, seeing her purpose exposed, and didn't hide anything, saying directly, yes, I want to ask the boss to do me a favor. Myron's uncle held out a hand, gesturing for her to speak, and said, Miss Jiang, why don't you tell me what it is? Let me make it clear beforehand, I can't do crimes like murder. I'm just an honest businessman. Jiang Mian thought to herself, yes, you're so honest enough to be in the arms business. But on the surface, she feigned some pain and said, to be honest, these past 2 weeks in M country have been very difficult. M country is not what I imagined. So, I'd like to ask you, could you help me buy a plane ticket to Yin country? My family is still in Yin country, and they had some trouble recently. I need to go back to see them. Hearing Jiang Mian's words, Myron quickly said, you're going back to Yin country? I can buy you a ticket too. He thought Jiang Mian was asking her uncle for help because she was broke, and he even considered using his own pocket money to help her. Jiang Mian and her uncle exchanged a knowing look. Jiang Mian explained, you know, I offended some people in Yin country before. I'd definitely be investigated very thoroughly when I go back. So I wanted to ask your uncle to help me get a fake identity, no matter the cost. Ah? Is that so? Myron scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and returned to his seat. In the end, Jiang Mian spent $60,000 on a plane ticket to Yen country for the next day at noon. Of course, he had already arranged the identity, ensuring no one could trace her. The next day, Myron drove Jiang Mian away. "It's such a pity. I only just met you, and you're leaving already. Will you ever come back?" Jiang Mian looked at Myron, her eyes filled with confusion and reluctance. She simply smiled. "Myron, a short separation is only for a better reunion. Have you forgotten?" Hearing those familiar words, Myron felt as if he had returned to that summer when they, 17 or 18 years old, stood at the school gate, saying goodbye to each other. "A brief separation might mean we meet again in a better future, Myron. Don't be too sad." Myron hugged Jiang Mian. "Mian, have a safe trip. If you encounter any danger, message me. Although I might not be able to save you, I can burn paper money for you. Lots of paper money. Myron, if you can't speak properly, please shut up. Don't say such discouraging things." Jiang Mian turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned back to Myron, saying, "Oh right, when you go back later, remember to go to my rented apartment. There are some of my things there. Please take them back for me, and keep them safe. Maybe I come back someday." It was true there were things in the rented apartment, but as for coming back, she was just lying to Myron. After registering her information and checking her luggage, Jiang Mian sent a message after boarding the plane before closing her eyes to rest. Myron arrived at Jiang Mian's rented apartment. The apartment was on the second floor. He opened the door and was stunned by what he saw inside. The room was filled with urea bags, the kind used for fertilizer, crammed into the floor. At first glance, you think it was a wheat harvest site in China. Myron couldn't resist his curiosity. He opened one bag and found it crammed full of compressed biscuits. He opened another bag and found something that looked like rags. If it weren't for the label saying millet pancakes, he would have thought it was all rags. Why is there so much food here? Myron wondered, completely baffled. Just then, his phone received a message. Chapter 45. "Sheep, there's a letter I wrote for you in the dresser drawer. Remember to read it." Sheep was Myron's nickname for Jiang Mian. Myron opened the drawer and saw a neatly sealed envelope inside. He opened it and read it, only closing the letter half an hour later. Jiang Mian didn't say anything about the end of the world or anything like that. She simply wrote down the expiration dates of the food she had saved on a piece of paper, clearly indicating what to eat first and what to eat last. She ostensibly asked him to keep it for her. This was why Myron had been looking at it for so long. Myron knew Jiang Mian had a unique personality from the moment he met her, but he hadn't expected it to be this unique. Most importantly, how did she, a girl, manage to carry all this stuff up to the second floor? Just a few trips back and forth left him breathless. That was more exercise than lifting weights at the gym. Luckily, because he exercised regularly, he managed to carry everything down. Even so, he had to move things back and forth several times before he could get everything out. "Dear passengers, the plane is about to arrive in Z City. Please check your tickets." Hearing the announcement, Jiang Mian pulled his consciousness out of the breathing space. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin, he was greeted by a blast of scorching hot air. "How high is this temperature? I feel like I'd be completely soaked after standing outside for a while. The outdoor temperature must be at least 50 degrees Celsius." Hearing the complaints of the passengers next to him, Jiang Mian checked the temperature on his phone. Great, it showed 42 degrees Celsius. However, the outside temperature was definitely not just 42 degrees Celsius, it was probably around 46 degrees. Jiang Mian picked up her luggage and left. She hailed a taxi and told the driver her destination. "Oh young lady, the place you're going to is quite far, so how about 200 yuan? Don't worry, this price is definitely not a ripoff. If you don't trust me, we can go through the order process." Jiang Mian didn't care about the difference in price now. She still had over 10 million yuan in cash, originally planning to spend it all in the US. But after entering the apocalyptic game, she gained other abilities and acquired so much unexpected wealth. Now she could finally say, "I'm not interested in money." Seeing how readily she agreed, the driver's smile widened. An hour and a half later, the driver delivered Jiang Mian to her destination, took the money she gave him, and left. Jiang Mian didn't go home immediately. Instead, she went to a large warehouse, asked her grandmother for the password to the warehouse door, and then went inside. Looking at the warehouse filled to the brim with rice, flour, cooking oil, and various seasonings, Jiang Mian felt a surge of happiness. Before leaving, she gave her grandmother 10 million yuan in cash, intending for her to collect these things at home. Jiang Mian waved her hand, storing everything into her spatial storage, planning to organize it later. Then she hailed a taxi and went to another warehouse to collect other items. She didn't use her own phone to hail a taxi the entire time. She was afraid that Lan Lingling's family was powerful and might have someone monitoring her identity. If she used her phone to hail a taxi and revealed her location, she would be in trouble. In reality, Lan Lingling was even more cunning than she imagined. Not only did she have hackers monitor Jiang Mian's information, but after discovering Jiang Mian had gone to the US, Lan Lingling demanded her father send someone there to find him. Alive. I want him alive. Lan's father verbally agreed, but took no real action. He was just a local businessman. How could he possibly have the power to interfere internationally? He could only appease his daughter. Unfortunately, Lan Lingling didn't know this and genuinely believed her father was like those in books, doting on her to the point of irrationality. In reality, everything she did was being observed by Lan Yaokai. Lan Yaokai simply didn't say anything. Although he didn't know what had gotten into his daughter, her shopping sprees across the country, it was just small amounts of money. She could do what she wanted. He earned money for her to squander. Half a month had passed, and Lan Lingling still hadn't found Jiang Mian. She frequently urged Lan Yaokai, who always verbally agreed but never actually took any action. Lan Lingling looked at the food piled up in her basement. In her overconfidence, she had even bought a lot of snacks with short shelf lives. While they seemed fine now, they would likely expire in a few months. Lan Lingling even considered posting a message online saying that Jiang Mian had swindled her out of tens of millions with a worthless bracelet. If this were exposed online, it would definitely go viral, and Jiang Mian's whereabouts might even be revealed. Don't underestimate the power of the internet. If used well, it can take lives without anyone noticing. After careful consideration, she gave up. If she posted the message, some people might pay attention. They would wonder why she would spend 50 million on an ordinary bracelet. What if someone else had a similar experience and realized there was a space inside? She had to think these things through. It was this cautious thinking that prevented her from taking any risks. Just as Lan Lingling was anxiously waiting, a maid came to tell her that Su Chang'an had come to see her. Lan Lingling frowned, wondering why Su Chang'an had come to see her. She had been so preoccupied with Jiang Mian's matter lately that she had rarely appeared in front of Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an looked much more haggard, his eyes filled with a vacant and wary gaze. This was only after he had stayed home for 2 days and recovered. Chapter 46. That's right, Su Chang'an was also pulled into the game. But he and Jiang Mian weren't in the same game scene, so they didn't encounter each other. In Su Chang'an's game world, since there were no powerful figures on the cruise ship, the game world's difficulty wasn't increased. On the 21st day, no giant octopus appeared, only some parasitized sharks. After the ship's own cannons, combined with the experienced player's supernatural attacks, defeated the sharks, the ship didn't sink. Unlike them, where only a handful of supernatural beings survived in one world. Correspondingly, few of them discovered the parasitized humans. Those who did used the information to exchange for gold coins or supplies. Therefore, these new players didn't receive the news in time. By the time they realized something was wrong, most of those around them had already been parasitized. They started running to higher levels, but were stopped by Reed and his group. Furthermore, when the situation spiraled out of control, Reed and Jiang Shengyun escaped directly in a helicopter. All they could do was curse and rage. However, because there was no subsequent shipwreck, these players rallied together, remaining vigilant around those around them, and many survived. Su Chang'an, thanks to his special ability, successfully infiltrated the veteran players' group. Having barely survived the cruise ship, he received an initial reward of 100 gold coins, plus 300 gold coins for his personal performance. He exchanged these for a physical enhancement card, a speed card, and a strength card. After using all these cards, he felt a significant improvement in his physical condition and was overjoyed. While overjoyed, he didn't forget the most prominent clause he'd seen when joining the Fire Seed project. Only those facing imminent global catastrophe could join. The world is about to face catastrophe. These words echoed repeatedly in Su Chang'an's mind. He suddenly remembered his girlfriend's unusual behavior. She seemed to know something. She started hoarding food long ago, and even spent 50 million on a broken bracelet, which made him suspicious. So, after recovering, he rushed to find Lan Lingling. Lan Lingling looked at the changed Su Chang'an and said with some disdain, "What have you been doing? Why do you look like this?" At this moment, Su Chang'an was timid and hesitant, his gaze involuntarily lingering on everyone else's eyes. Su Chang'an's condition was a lingering effect from the previous world. In that world, Their only way to distinguish between humans was by looking at their eyes. If a person's eyes weren't moving simultaneously, but only one eye moved, it was highly likely they had been parasitized by the brain-eating worm. This was the only way they managed to survive. Hearing Lan Lingling's question, he subconsciously looked into her eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief. Both eyes were moving together. She wasn't parasitized. Lan Lingling frowned. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Chang'an pulled Lan Lingling to a secluded spot and said, "You spent 50 million to buy Jiang Mian's bracelet. Do you know there's some secret inside?" Lan Lingling's expression changed, and she turned to leave, but Su Chang'an grabbed her back. Su Chang'an's eyes were fierce as he glared at Lan Lingling and said menacingly, "Speak. Do you know something? Speak." Looking at Su Chang'an like this, Lan Lingling suddenly felt a pang of regret. From the first moment I saw Su Chang'an today, I knew he wasn't normal. Why was I so careless, and even spent time alone with him? However, the arm Su Chang'an was holding felt like it was held in a vice, making it impossible for her to break free. Lan Lingling realized for the first time how large her home was, and that she was currently standing on a lake. She was terrified that if she angered Su Chang'an, he would kill and dismember her. She could only obediently say, "Yes, I know some of the differences in that bracelet. Let me go first. Let's talk properly, okay?" Su Chang'an then loosened his grip. Lan Lingling knew she couldn't escape, but she didn't reveal her trump card. Instead, she changed her story. "I had a dream before. I dreamt that our world was going to experience all sorts of natural disasters, and everyone was living in dire straits. However, there was one person who wasn't like that, Jiang Mian." Looking into Su Chang'an's eyes, she said seriously, "Jiang Mian didn't experience much hardship during the disasters. On the contrary, she lived a very comfortable life. All of this is because she has a space, and this space comes from this bracelet. So, after I had this dream, and the things in the dream happened, I wanted to do everything I could, even at the cost of 50 million, to buy an ordinary bracelet." After hearing her words, Su Chang'an looked at her eagerly. "Where's the bracelet? Let me see it." Lan Lingling shook her head. She didn't want Su Chang'an to get the bracelet. Although she couldn't open the space inside, she didn't want him to take it. Unfortunately, Su Chang'an, having experienced great ups and downs, wasn't as merciful as before. He planned to use his water-based abilities to make Lan Lingling obey. However, his water-based abilities, which had been so powerful in the game world, suddenly vanished. Only a handful of pure water appeared in his hand, less than a sip of water he usually drank. How could this be? Su Chang'an panicked. Unfortunately, no one could answer his questions. His haste in finding Lan Lingling was solely due to his newly acquired water-based ability. Now that it was useless, he had no one to rely on. Seeing the woman's growing wariness towards him, Su Chang'an calmed down and stopped looking at her with an arrogant attitude. Su Chang'an said, "Some things have happened to me recently. I learned that our world is about to face danger, which is why I lost my temper for a moment. Lingling, we're boyfriend and girlfriend, aren't we? You should understand me. If you really have a space where you can store things, we can cooperate. You know, in a dangerous apocalypse, if you don't have the ability to protect your treasure, then your treasure will ultimately belong to someone else." Lan Lingling understood this as well. Although she didn't know why Su Chang'an had suddenly changed his attitude, she was afraid he would be disappointed. "After I got the bracelet, I couldn't open the space inside at all. I don't know why. The bracelet is like a piece of junk. I tried many methods, but still can't open it. So, regarding your request for cooperation, I'm afraid I can't do it." Su Chang'an looked at her suspiciously. Was Lan Lingling really unable to open the space, or was she just making excuses because she didn't want to share with him? Seeing his disbelief, Lan Lingling said, "It must be that Jiang Mian's blood has some special effect, which is why it can open the space inside. Perhaps finding Jiang Mian will open the space." "Where is Jiang Mian? Didn't you say she went abroad? Haven't you found her yet? Foreign countries aren't like domestic ones. It's not like you can just find her anytime. We have to take it slowly, right?" Lan Lingling was very dissatisfied with Su Chang'an's questioning, so her attitude wasn't very friendly when she answered. Su Chang'an frowned and asked, "What if she's unwilling to cooperate?" Chapter 47. Lan Lingling's eyes were filled with coldness as she said, "She cooperate?" In her heart, she thought, if she doesn't cooperate, then she has no reason to exist. Su Chang'an, unlike Lan Lingling, wasn't blinded by his own involvement. He asked, "Isn't it possible that Jiang Mian opened the spatial dimension beforehand, and her so-called escape abroad to escape debts was just a cover? In reality, she didn't go abroad at all?" Lan Lingling rolled her eyes. I thought of that a long time ago. Every payment she makes is monitored domestically, but in the past half-month, Jiang Mian hasn't bought anything online, nor is there any record of her traveling. This is enough to prove that she's not in the country at all. What if she changed her phone number? Su Chang'an asked, unwilling to give up. Those apps also require real name authentication. Without it, you can't do anything. Lan Lingling was too lazy to argue with him anymore. She asked, I was just about to ask you, weren't you and Jiang Mian from the same orphanage? Do you know anything about her family? I remember she had a younger brother and a grandmother, but it's been so long, I can't find out where they live. Su Changsheng shook his head. I was adopted when I was 6. I have no idea who took Jiang Mian away later. Didn't you have a dream? Didn't you see it in your dream? Hearing Su Changsheng's question, Lan Lingling rolled her eyes. Please, I had a dream, not saw Jiang Mian's growth record. How could I possibly know everything about her? The two discussed for a long time, but still couldn't figure out how to find Jiang Mian. Lan Lingling was never one to put all her eggs in one basket. Since she couldn't find Jiang Mian and things were starting to go in the worst direction, she had to accept reality. So she decided to move. She moved to the base where Jiang Mian and Su Chang'an had stayed in their previous life. She reasoned that since the male and female protagonists of their past life had chosen to stay there, it meant the place was safe. Su Chang'an knew that Lan Lingling had precognitive dreams, which meant she possessed precognitive abilities. Therefore, he followed in Lan Lingling's footsteps. Seeing that Lan Lingling was preparing to move, he also planned to persuade his adoptive parents to move with her. Unfortunately, his adoptive parents were unwilling to move because Su Mingji, a few years younger than Su Chang'an, and his younger sister, were studying in Engshi. They didn't want to move to an unfamiliar place and start over. Su Chang'an had no choice but to leave on his own. Jiang Mian was unaware of their thoughts. After collecting the supplies her grandmother had prepared, she boarded the bus back to her hometown. These buses didn't require ID verification. In remote areas like this, such verification wasn't common. Instead, they used the old method. They would take out a notebook and ask you to write down your name, ID number, and phone number. Whether what you wrote was true or false didn't matter. She closed her eyes, processing what she heard over the past few days. She overheard the proprietress at a small noodle shop saying her son had suddenly gone mad, stocking up on food and talking about the impending apocalypse. They, of course, didn't believe her, assuming their son was just reading too many novels. Jiang Mian's consciousness called out to the system, System Assistant, I want to know how many people in my personal world have become members of the Fire Seed Project. Hello, player, I love salty soy milk. According to the detection, there are a total of 34,621 players in your current world. You are ranked number 1 in this world. Players joining the Fire Seed Project in the new world will have their rankings activated after experiencing 3 worlds. At that time, your name will be remembered by everyone. Jiang Mian wasn't particularly concerned about the last message. What she cared about was the number of over 30,000 players. She remembered that fewer than 300 people had survived in the last world, including native inhabitants and players from other worlds. How did so many more suddenly appear? Naturally, she asked her questions. The system assistant replied, although the content of the dungeons you experience is the same, the difficulty will be adjusted according to the strength of the players in each world. Therefore, the survival rate is higher in some worlds and lower in others. It all depends on luck. I see. So, we are all distributed in different parallel spaces, right? Yes, players can think of it that way. Okay, I understand. Thank you, System Assistant. Players can call on the System Assistant at any time if they have any questions. Jiang Mian immediately cut off the connection with the System Assistant, suddenly finding it quite useful. The bus finally arrived in town 2 hours later. After getting off, Jiang Mian found a tricycle and paid 15 yuan to have an old man take her home. Looking at the cornfields with tender green leaves growing along the road, and the elderly people with gray hair watering the fields under the blazing sun, a sudden wave of pity rose in her heart. As the world developed, they toiled in the fields, enjoying no external benefits, yet suffering immensely when the world turned against them. However, pity is one thing, but unconditionally helping these people is another. She was just an ordinary person, someone who simply wanted to live. So many capable people in the world couldn't save everyone. What ability did she have? The only thing she could do was take care of her own little family. Jiang Mian returned home. Her old house was one of those older buildings, more like something from the last century, but it was indeed quite cool inside. Although it was a single-story house, it was small but perfectly formed. Jiang Mian had just stepped over the threshold when she saw Jiang Wuzai building something in the yard. There were also mixed cement and bricks on the ground. Jiang Wuzai, what are you doing? Hearing his sister's voice, Jiang Wuzai immediately stood up. Seeing that it was indeed Jiang Mian, he rushed over and picked her up. Jiang Mian was no longer the same. Since using the physical enhancement card and several other enhancement cards, she had forcibly stopped Jiang Wuzai from his pointless act of carrying her around. Jiang Wuzai squatted on the ground, rubbing his arms, looking like a wronged little wife. Jiang Mian took out a 4-inch cake from her spatial storage and handed it to him. Okay, don't be upset. This is a small cake I bought for you abroad. Try it and see if you like it? Seeing his favorite treat, Jiang Wuzai immediately perked up and stood up again. He took a bite, then remembered he still had chores to do, and quickly handed the cake back to Jiang Mian. Sister, you take it inside first, I eat later. Grandma said to make a house for the chickens, and it has to be finished today. Jiang Mian glanced at the small wall he had built and didn't disturb him. She had only been standing outside for a short while, and she was already drenched in sweat. She hadn't dried her brow since the journey. She really wanted to take a shower, so she ignored Jiang Wuzai. Grandma wasn't home either. Fortunately, although the old house was a bit dilapidated, it still had all the necessary amenities. It must have been newly installed after Grandma came back. A water heater, solar water heater, air conditioner, refrigerator, everything was there. There was even a flush toilet. What a refined old lady. Chapter 48. Jiang Mian finished showering and found Jiang Wuzai still outside working on his chicken coop. She went over to check and asked, "Why aren't you done yet?" Jiang Wuzai scratched his head. Sister, Grandma just came back. She said it didn't look good, and the chickens definitely wouldn't want to live there, so she made me tear it down and redo it. Grandma just came back? Yeah, you weren't out yet. Grandma came back and then left. Jiang Mian looked at the time outside and thought about making something to eat. She took out a chicken that had been slaughtered at the market from her spatial storage. These chickens were all freshly killed and had been put directly into her storage space. They were still fresh when she took them out. Jiang Mian also found some potatoes in the refrigerator and soaked some dried black fungus and shiitake mushrooms, preparing to make a big plate of chicken. The chicken stewed on one gas stove, while noodles were being cooked on the other. An hour later, the freshly cooked big plate of chicken was incredibly fragrant. That chicken hadn't died in vain, it smelled amazing. Grandma returned home just then. The aroma wafting from the house, and seeing the dishes Jiang Mian had prepared, she beamed with joy. She was carrying some spare ribs, indicating she had gone out to buy them. Sure enough, as soon as Grandma entered, she said, "Nian Nian, you made chicken stew? I heard you were back, and went to buy spare ribs. I was thinking of making some for you." "It's alright, we have spare ribs tomorrow. I just got back, I was traveling all day, and I was starving. It was getting late time for lunch, so I just stewed some chicken." At the dinner table, Jiang Mian suddenly remembered her question and asked, "Grandma, why did you ask Wuzai to build a chicken coop? Weren't we not planning to raise chickens?" Grandma Jiang became unhappy when this was mentioned. She frowned and said, "Don't mention it. We just got back to the village not long ago, and we're not close to the villagers. A while ago, a group of kids took advantage of Wuzai's easygoing nature and bullied him all the time. Not only that, they even taught Wuzai to take money from home to buy them cigarettes. I was afraid your brother would be corrupted by them, so I let him play with them at home." Jiang Mian looked at Jiang Wuzai and put the chicken feet, which she disliked the most, into his bowl. "You really took a group of kids to smoke?" Hearing Jiang Mian's question, Jiang Wuzai quickly put down his chopsticks, his mouth still full of uneaten food, and mumbled, I didn't smoke, they did. They said it's something adults do. They said I'm an adult, so I have to do it." "Jiang Mian, is the cigarette good?" "No, it's not good. It's bitter and not sweet." Jiang Mian smiled, and then saw Jiang Wuzai being hit by a broom by an enraged Grandma Jiang. "You little rascal, how dare you lie to me? Didn't you say you didn't smoke? If it weren't for your sister, I would have actually believed you. You're really going to become worse and worse by following them. Grandma, it hurts. Stop hitting me. I won't smoke anymore. I won't play with them anymore. I don't want to be a grown-up. Stop hitting me." Jiang Wuzai, after being beaten, immediately turned his grief and anger into appetite, wolfing down 2 bowls of rice. The next day, Jiang Mian saw the group of children. Judging by their age, they were about 15 or 16 years old, having dropped out of school after junior high. Because they were too young, They hadn't gone out to work and spent their days loitering around town, the kind of people you call hooligans. When they saw Jiang Mian, their gazes were involuntarily drawn to her face, but upon noticing her attire, their expressions immediately turned disdainful. While Jiang Mian was beautiful, her style of dress didn't suit their taste. In their eyes, it was incredibly outdated. However, they did notice Jiang Wuzai following behind her. Their eyes lit up instantly. The rich, big oaf had arrived. 5 or 6 spirited young men immediately approached the two. Jiang Mian glanced at their brightly colored hair and their tightly clad clothes, and her lips twitched. One of the blonde-haired men, who thought himself incredibly handsome, tossed his hair back and said to Jiang Wuzai, "It's you. You're here to hang out with us? We're a bit thirsty. How about you buy us some water?" As they spoke, they even started discussing something. "Brother, how about we go get some mishue? We're tired of those cheap, generic drinks. There are 5 of us, no, 7 now, so let's order 4 lemonades. We can splurge a little, 2 people per glass, and we can save the last one for Jiang Wuzai's sister, okay?" Jiang Mian thought to herself, "Should I thank you for letting me have a glass all by myself?" Seeing that they were such young children, Jiang Mian abandoned the idea of standing up for Jiang Wuzai and disciplining them to teach them a lesson. They were just kids. Their parents hadn't been around since they were little. No one had disciplined them, so it was normal for them to be like this. She was out to buy some seeds to stock up on crops, and didn't want to waste her breath arguing with him. "Wuzai, let's go!" Watching the two leave, the young men became anxious. "Brother, are we just going to let them leave like that? What about our mishue? I'm so thirsty." The blonde-haired youth who seemed to be the leader rolled his eyes. "What can I do? Go home and get some water. My mom's been strict lately. I don't even have money for internet access. What can I do? I remember Jiang Wuzai has money on him. Why don't we just rob him? Are you stupid? Jiang Wuzai is an idiot. If we rob him, he won't call the police, but his sister isn't stupid. What if she calls the police? If my grandpa finds out, he'd definitely kill me." Jiang Mian went to the agricultural supply store and bought all the seeds they had, plus some that were unavailable, saying she'd come back for them when they got more. The store owner was overjoyed. Jiang Mian, with so many seeds, was a big customer. He cleared out his entire stock in no time. Jiang Mian also inquired with the shop owner about where she could buy fruit trees. The owner said he had channels to obtain all sorts of fruit trees, though the prices were high, but it would be convenient for Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian replied, "I don't care about the price, as long as you can get the fruit trees I mentioned. I don't want anything fake." Saying this, Jiang Mian directly took out 10,000 yuan. "This is my deposit. I trust you won't cheat me, right?" The owner smiled even more broadly. "Young lady, don't worry. I, Jean Dia, am one of the most honest people in town. Many villagers buy seeds and fertilizer from me. If there's any problem with these things, I give you a full refund. Okay, I like honest people like you. I come back for the rest in 3 days." The two filled 2 whole bags with seeds, including urea, before leaving. Chapter 49. Riding Grandma's new tricycle with a windshield, the two bought some food in town before heading home. The outside air was so hot that Jiang Mian had difficulty breathing. She felt sticky and uncomfortable, as if she'd been washed, and there was an unpleasant odor. Back in the air-conditioned room, she didn't even want to shower, and simply collapsed onto the sofa. Jiang Wuzai was too tall, half his legs were dangling off the sofa. Jiang Mian stared at the ceiling. Just as she was about to doze off, a notification sounded in her mind. More templates can be unlocked in this space. Please check. Jiang Mian instantly perked up. She focused her attention on the Rubik's Cube and, sure enough, found that many small modules had been unlocked. Jiang Mian turned her gaze to the planting space, which was the next template she had planned to unlock. However, she was now conflicted. She asked the Rubik's Cube, "I'd like to ask, where can the time acceleration module be used? Is it only applicable to breeding and planting spaces?" Answering this question requires 100 silver coins. Upon seeing this prompt, Jiang Mian was stunned. An egg only earns 0.1 silver coins, and asking it a question costs 100 silver coins. That's 1,000 silver coins. Suddenly, he felt it was better not to evolve the magic cube space. How could it be so exploitative? However, the next second, the magic cube space issued another prompt. Detected that the master currently has 200,000 silver coins, which is quite substantial. Please don't be too stingy and spend more silver coins. It will help upgrade the magic cube space. Seeing this number, Jiang Mian was somewhat confused. When did he have 200,000 silver coins? Wait a minute. 200,000 silver coins, 20,000 gold coins? Is it really as she thinks? Cube, I choose to spend 100 silver coins to find out the answer. Sure enough, the next second Jiang Mian's gold coins became 19,990, a 10-to-1 ratio, exactly right. But Jiang Mian felt ripped off. Take eggs as an example. Eggs sold in the game store cost 0.1 gold coins each, which is equivalent to 1 silver coin. However, she only received 0.1 silver coins for selling an egg, a tenfold difference. Jiang Mian felt it was outrageous, too much of a rip-off. This was purely treating Jiang Mian like a sucker. She decided she would never sell anything again. This was too much of a rip-off. After cursing Cube inwardly, she listened to the explanation for having paid. The time acceleration template can be controlled by the user's will. It can be applied to farms, planting areas, and spiritual spring spaces. To apply it to a human body, you need to spend silver coins to upgrade the template. Jiang Mian understood. This Rubik's Cube was revealing its true purpose, pay to win. Only by spending money could she survive. This almost made Jiang Mian, who had never spent money on any game, consider giving up on the Rubik's Cube. No way. What was the Rubik's Cube? It was her lifeline in the apocalypse. Without it, she wouldn't have such a carefree life. Pay to win. She had to pay. Rubik's Cube, I want to activate the time acceleration template. Time acceleration template activated. Time acceleration, level 1, can accelerate the target's time by 100%. Upgradable, upgrade requires 1,000 gold coins. Yes, Jiang Mian wasn't mistaken, not 1,000 silver coins, but 1,000 gold coins. Jiang Mian was now certain. Her eggs had probably all been bought up by the Fire Seed project, and at such a low price, it was outrageous. What could Jiang Mian do? She could only grit her teeth and upgrade. Time acceleration level 2 allows the target to accelerate time by 2 times. Upgrade requires 2,000 gold coins. Jiang Mian continued upgrading. She only stopped because she didn't have enough gold coins after upgrading the time acceleration ability to level 5. Upgrading to level 6 would cost 6,000 gold coins, but she only had 4,990 left. Time acceleration level 5 allows the target to accelerate time by 5 times. Jiang Mian looked at her achievements with satisfaction and tried applying the time acceleration ability to a group of brain-eating worms. Initially, the worms didn't change much, but after only 10 minutes, they transformed from transparent water into black thread-like structures. Their evolution speed was significantly faster than their counterparts nearby. Jiang Mian withdrew her consciousness with satisfaction. She tried channeling her time acceleration ability into herself. The feeling was magical. Outwardly, nothing seemed different, yet she could clearly feel all her bodily functions accelerating. Soon, Jiang Mian felt hungry. She took out a packet of braised beef from her spatial storage and started eating. Jiang Wuzai, seeing how much she enjoyed it, wanted some too. Jiang Mian handed him a packet, and the two of them ate together. 7 days after returning to the real world, as expected, her plan had succeeded. She could use the physical enhancement card again. At her current speed, if she upgraded her time acceleration ability, she could digest the card 5 times faster than others. No, she might even be consuming the cards at an even faster pace in the future. After all, time acceleration can be upgraded, as long as she has enough gold coins. Spending money is always the core gameplay element. Thus, Jiang Mian lived a life of eating 10 meals a day, with occasional snacks. Grandma Jiang even suspected something was wrong with her granddaughter, but seeing the energetic Jiang Mian, she immediately dismissed the idea. Jiang Mian practiced the basic martial arts she had exchanged from her spatial storage from time to time, trying to squeeze every last drop out of the card. However, because of the hot weather, she only went out to practice in the morning, and after sunset, she practiced indoors most of the time. She cleared out a storage room specifically for practicing martial arts. Jiang Mian looked at Jiang Wuzai, who was staring blankly at her practice while holding a watermelon, and thought for a moment. She then asked Jiang Wuzai to come over, so she could use the tiny bit of healing ability within her to heal his brain. There was no way around it. The suppression in the real world was too severe. Forget about healing abilities. Even the flames she copied from Fu Junhan were suppressed to the size of a lighter. Jiang Wuzai loved it when Jiang Mian patted his head. Every time she did, he felt a cool, soothing sensation on his brain. Jiang Mian told him to go back inside and rest. It was incredibly hot outside. The temperature must be over 50 degrees Celsius. While her body, having undergone 2 enhancements, could withstand it, Jiang Wuzai couldn't. He might get heat stroke. The farmers outside were complaining that their wells had dried up, and their corn seedlings were dying from the drought. Even the higher-ups had started digging deeper underground water wells for their irrigation. Chapter 50. After all, most parts of the country are currently experiencing a prolonged heatwave. If this continues unchecked, all the crops they planted this season will be lost, a loss they cannot accept. Jiang Mian also witnessed many things she hadn't seen in her previous life. In her past life, she was busy taking 1,000,000 yuan to the capital to treat Jiang Wuzai's mental illness, and hadn't paid attention to the situation online. Now, someone was posting online claiming to have special abilities, able to conjure water or flames out of thin air. Of course, no netizens wanted to believe such claims. Every netizen harbored a belief that they were the most special being. How could someone else possess something they couldn't? They suspected Photoshop, suspected composites, suspected even more advanced technology. Some netizens who frequently read post-apocalyptic novels also left comments below. Wow, that's a superpower, bro. Has someone started turning into a zombie? Can I have a zombie grab me too? I want to try and see if I can develop superpowers. Even if I can't, dying is fine too. I had enough of this life. Please, if there's a change in the world, you have to let me know. I need to stock up on food. Won't some people be flying in the sky, others fighting monsters, and I'm the only one riding my shared bike on the ground? Upstairs, if there really are monsters, the signal will probably be dead. You probably won't be able to ride your shared bike anymore. You have to run on foot. Soon, these videos disappeared from the internet, replaced by a plethora of special effects. Now, everyone thought it was a hoax, perhaps all from the same special effects company, just to hype up the effect. In fact, this hype was very effective. The special effects of water droplets and flames appearing out of thin air inspired many to imitate it. Jiang Mian also saw people frying eggs on the ground and in their cars, and numerous news reports of deaths caused by the heat. In her city of Z alone, 6 outdoor workers had already died from the heat. If 6 were reported, the number of deaths from the heat was certainly more than that. Everyone knows to report good news and not bad. Therefore, to cover up such incidents, many powerless and influential celebrities and internet personalities who had made minor mistakes became gimmicks to divert attention. Jiang Mian went to town and bought another batch of fruit trees to place in the still space. Seeing the town's boss's skin flushed red, Jiang Mian kindly reminded him, "Boss, looking like that, would you like some Huixiang Jingqi water, a traditional Chinese medicine for heat stroke?" Jean Dia wiped his sweat with a gray towel around his neck, smiled, revealing his signature golden front teeth. "Hey, thank you so much, girl. I'm fine, just a bit hot. It's nothing serious. Besides, the price of Huixiang Jingqi water has gone up a lot lately. It used to be 10 yuan a box, but now you can't even buy it for 50 yuan a box. It's really expensive." Jiang Mian hadn't expected the medicine to be so expensive now. Luckily, she had bought a batch of medicine when she was in the US, so she wasn't really in need of it. Before leaving, Jiang Mian left 2 boxes of Huixiang Jingqi water for the shopkeeper, as extra compensation for all the favors he had done for her. After watching Jiang Mian leave, Jean Dia discovered 2 boxes of Huixiang Jingqi water on the back of the second-hand Apple computer he had bought to show off. He was stunned, and recalling their conversation, he immediately realized that the beautiful and kind-hearted girl had left them for him. The only people who could afford to give away 2 boxes of Huixiang Jingqi water, a traditional Chinese medicine for heat stroke, now, besides close relatives, were definitely benefactors. He quickly put the Huixiang Jingqi water away, drank 2 bottles, and then couldn't help but show his pained expression. That's the taste, it really burns the throat. Jean Dia thought to himself, he would definitely thank this young girl more when he had the chance. Not only did she provide him with a large sum of money, but she also gave him 2 boxes of medicine when he was in trouble. Even if the Huixiang Jingqi water wasn't useful now, it would be good to keep it at home just in case. Jiang Mian was driving a tricycle. The tricycle canopy was made of iron, and after being exposed to the sun, it was unbearably hot inside. If you put your hand on the iron sheet, you could easily get a blister. However, the space inside wasn't as unbearably hot as outside, because she had placed a bowl of ice on the seat. Although some of it had melted, the space inside the canopy was at least cool, preventing her from getting heat stroke. It wasn't that she didn't want to drive. Her grandmother's van had already been sold. She sat comfortably inside, but buying a car required registering personal information, and she was afraid Lan Lingling would find out. Even using her grandmother's or Wu Zai's information, she was still worried about being found out. Anyway, she had a car in her spatial storage. She could save money and spend as she pleased. After the real apocalypse, she could buy her favorite car for free. The roads in town were suddenly blocked by passing vehicles for some reason. Jiang Mian thought there had been an accident, since some elderly people always drove as they pleased, occasionally causing minor collisions. She was about to reverse and change direction to go home when she found that the road behind her was also blocked. Alright. Jiang Mian could only sit in the car and wait for the traffic to clear. He waited a full half hour. During this time, some impatient people went to check on the situation and returned with regret, saying, "Sigh." The young man selling rice noodle rolls up ahead. Because it's so hot, the air conditioner unit broke down, and the repairman couldn't fix it in time. He didn't want to close the shop, so he just kept working. You know how hot it is to dry rice noodle rolls. Even with the air conditioner on, you still have to work on the machine, let alone without it. Someone who knew the man gossiped, and then, "How is the young man now?" "Sigh." He shook his head, his expression regretful. "It's a pity. He's having convulsions right now." Someone gave him some heat stroke medicine and moved him to an air-conditioned room. The town's pharmacist came and said he should go to a big hospital. There's still a chance he might survive. Jiang Mian knew this man probably wouldn't make it. Resources were so scarce these days, heat stroke was everywhere. Even at the hospital, there weren't many good treatment options. Life is like this, always busy making money, yet ending prematurely because of poverty. But that won't be the case anymore. Because later on, money becomes useless. Some people's accumulated wealth from lifetimes becomes worthless paper, forcing them to start all over again. Jiang Mian stored the melted ice water in her spatial storage, replaced it with another basin of ice, and within minutes, the road was clear again. She then drove her tricycle home. Once home, she stored the saplings in her spatial storage. The weather was unbearably hot. Even with sun protection, the saplings were still quite hot to the touch. Chapter 51. The courtyard was surrounded by sun-protective netting. Almost every household was covered with this black netting. While it did help lower the temperature, it also made the air incredibly stuffy. But there was no other way. Ordinary people had to be extremely frugal to survive. Jiang Mian pushed open the door and saw Jiang Wuzai inside, practicing his horse stance as she had done before. Surprisingly, he was doing quite well. She praised him a few times, and Jiang Wuzai practiced even more enthusiastically. "Sister, I become stronger. I protect you from now on." "Okay." Grandma was busy sprouting bean sprouts and growing mushrooms, and Jiang Mian didn't disturb her. Judging by the time, it was about time. She took out another physical fitness enhancement card and used it, along with speed and strength enhancement cards. Jiang Mian tested her strength. She could easily bend steel bars now. Combined with the beginner martial arts card she had learned, she could even break the steel bars and then twist them a few times. Looking at her accomplishment, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a sense of relief. Sure enough, having a big fist gave her a sense of security. Just as she was about to go out and further familiarize herself with her power, the system assistant suddenly issued a reminder. Ding! The next apocalyptic game is about to begin. Players, please prepare yourselves mentally. You will begin a new life in 24 hours. How fancy, starting a new life. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was some kind of wonderful world. In reality, the apocalyptic game is extremely dangerous. A slight mistake can lead to death. After the game starts, the shop will be closed. Players, please purchase items in advance, just in case. Items from your current world cannot be brought into the game world. Please be aware of this. What does that mean? System Assistant, I want to ask, what does it mean that items from the player's current world cannot be brought into the game? What about my clothes? Am I supposed to run around naked if they don't come with me? Player, please rest assured, the system isn't that rigid. It will provide players with initial clothing. Players can also purchase clothes in the game store. After teleporting, the clothes will still be the ones you're wearing. They won't be reset by the system. Jiang Mian understood. In other words, if you want to be different from others, you have to spend money. She felt it wasn't necessary. She had plenty of clothes in her storage space. At worst, she could find a place to change after arriving in the game world. There was no need to spend 10 gold coins on a new outfit. Besides, these clothes were just ordinary materials and didn't have any special effects. Jiang Mian packed a lot of things at home, mostly things that were easy to preserve. She also released a few chickens and ducks from her storage space. It's always good to have a backup plan. If she didn't return from the game space, her younger brother and grandmother would need to be fully prepared. When doing these things, Jiang Mian's reasoning to the two was, We have to put on a show, otherwise, if the temperature gets extreme, where will we get the meat we eat? We can't let others doubt us, right? Grandma thought what she said made sense. Jiang Wu's eyes started building a chicken coop again, but this time it wasn't in the front yard, but in the back. If it were in the front yard, with the sunshade netting, the stench from the chickens and ducks would permeate the entire yard. For the clean-loving Jiang Suyu, given the circumstances, this was unacceptable. Jiang Mian didn't say anything about it. To be honest, she also found the smell a bit unbearable. Perhaps it was because she had been by her mother's side since childhood and had long been accustomed to her habits. Jiang Mian didn't think it was a bad thing. Given the opportunity, why make herself look so unkempt? After everything was prepared, Jiang Mian quietly lay on the bed, waiting for the game to end. The other people on Blue Star experienced a range of emotions. Some were apprehensive, some were fearful, and some were excited. A true display of human nature. Those who were apprehensive had survived some danger in the previous world, those who were fearful had narrowly escaped death, and those who were excited were the newcomers, who were receiving information about the Apocalypse game for the first time, and knew that the end of the world was approaching. Almost everyone selected for the Spark project had this thought in their mind. Since I was chosen to be the Spark, it means I'm unique enough. Will I be like the protagonist in a novel, achieving great things and becoming a superior person? Almost everyone thought this way. Even Jiang Mian initially thought so, until they experienced the game once, and stopped thinking that way. Su Chang'an's expression was somewhat unpleasant. They had just moved to L City. According to Lan Lingling, it would be very safe here, and a base would be established there in the future. He hadn't enjoyed this for long when the relevant departments contacted him. The higher-ups already knew about these special people, and they knew they had been selected to participate in the game. Although there were some things they couldn't say, they had roughly guessed from what they had said that their world was about to face disaster. The specific nature of the disaster was unknown to these people. They could only prepare in advance. However, the Fire Seed project was far too random. These individuals shared no commonalities. They were selected entirely randomly. The government didn't want to offend them too much, as they were all on their side. Approaching Su Chang'an was merely because someone from his world had betrayed him, and the higher-ups were simply keeping a record. It wasn't, as Su Chang'an imagined, about being used as a guinea pig for experiments. Su Chang'an's expression was grim. After all, everyone wants to quietly amass wealth, and being noticed by those above meant his future actions would be subject to some control. But this was necessary. The government feared that once they gained power, their mentality would change, and they might do something harmful to society. However, in return, joining the government's ranks would bring them substantial support and special training. Just today, they learned that the next round of the game was about to begin, and everyone was on high alert. Jiang Mian's vision went black, and the next second he found himself in a city filled with skyscrapers. The streets were bustling with traffic, girls in pretty dresses carrying various coffees and milk teas, and passers-by engrossed in their phones. A picture of tranquility. Jiang Mian noticed that her clothes had transformed into a plain white t-shirt and black pants, without a single logo, resembling the basic outfit worn by gamers. She noticed several other people dressed similarly, presumably also gamers. Luckily, there was a public restroom nearby. Jiang Mian went in and changed into long-sleeved shirts and pants, making sure not to expose too much skin. Chapter 52. She was still wearing a mask, completely covering her face, but it didn't seem out of place, because other people on the street were dressed similarly. Jiang Mian touched her empty white equipment, only pulling out an ID card from her pocket. That was all, not even a cell phone. This is too perfunctory. All players have successfully loaded. Players need to survive in this world for 30 days. After 30 days, players still alive will be teleported back to the real world. Please try your best to survive. Jiang Mian looked at the message, trying to extract useful information from the system messages. Unfortunately, besides knowing that the mission was still to survive for 30 days, she didn't know what the disaster in this world was. She was currently penniless, with nothing but an ID card, not even a cell phone. This was not a good sign. She could only reluctantly take out the smallest gold bar, intending to sell it for gold. This gold bar weighed 50 grams. In the real world, it would be worth at least 50,000 yuan. Boss, do you buy and sell gold here? Could you take a look and tell me how much this piece of gold is worth? The boss was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. He adjusted his glasses, looked at Jiang Mian's attire, and found that she was completely covered up. Apart from her voice, which revealed she was a woman, he couldn't tell anything else. The boss wasn't surprised. People dressed like this usually didn't have a very legitimate reason for acquiring their gold. However, he was just a gold buyer, and wasn't curious about where his customers' gold came from. In fact, he could easily scare them a bit, and lower the price. So, the shop owner immediately gave her a scrutinizing look, then smiled and said in a somewhat condescending tone, "Put the gold on the scale, let me weigh it." Jiang Mian did as she was told. The moment the gold bar was placed on the scale, it showed only 49 grams. Jiang Mian looked at the shop owner, then at the gold bar marked 50 grams. She had weighed the gold herself. It was exactly the right weight. How could it be a gram short when the shop owner was selling it? She preemptively said, "Shop owner, is this shop cheating me? How come my gold is a gram short as soon as I come in? I just withdrew it from the bank not long ago, and it hasn't been bumped or knocked over at all. It shouldn't have lost this much." The shop owner rubbed his bald head. He hadn't expected Jiang Mian to bring out a gold bar. He thought it was jewelry. Usually, if a customer asked about jewelry, they would just say it was due to wear and tear, or something similar. However, this clearly brand new 50-gram gold bar left the shop owner speechless. Jiang Mian grinned crookedly. "Trying to scam me? No way. Boss, is your scale fake? You think I won't report you? Oh, young lady, don't worry, don't worry. My son dropped this scale a couple of days ago, and it broke. See, it's a misunderstanding, isn't it? I get you a new scale, and weigh you again." Jiang Mian quietly watched the boss's act. She didn't call him out on it. The boss's attitude was clearly much better than before, and that was enough. The price for gold recycling wasn't as high as Jiang Mian had imagined, and gold wasn't expensive in this world either. 1 gram of gold only cost a little over 600 yuan, so she only sold her 50 grams of gold for 28,000 yuan. The recycling price was only a little over 500 yuan per gram, so Jiang Mian didn't say anything else. As for comparing prices, she didn't have that much time right now. She desperately wanted to buy a phone, hoping to find out what future disasters might be through it. She randomly went into a mobile phone store in the mall and bought a reasonably priced phone. She wasn't concerned about how fashionable it was, she just needed it to have all the necessary functions. These days, they even give away SIM cards with phone purchases, which saved Jiang Mian the trouble. After registering the SIM card with her ID card, Jiang Mian asked the staff to download some apps for her, and then she went straight to a coffee shop and sat down. Looking at the trending topics on her phone, the headlines were all about which celebrity had fallen from grace, which celebrity had released a shocking photo, or celebrities dating, cheating, or some internet celebrity wearing Balenciaga. Jiang Mian felt overwhelmed. What was all this? She didn't want to see any of this. Just then, the weather forecast suddenly popped up, predicting a significant drop in temperature tomorrow. Jiang Mian stared at the words cooling down, unsure if she was overthinking it, but the message stuck in her mind. She went to the bank, opened a new account, checked into a hotel, ordered takeout, and while waiting, quietly scrolled through her phone. She nodded, shook her head, and opened her mouth. Soon, various loan websites on her phone started transferring money to her. In just 2 hours, Jiang Mian had pocketed 300,000 yuan. The interest rates were terrifying, 1%. On one website, she borrowed 100,000 yuan, needing to repay 1,000 yuan daily, with a repayment deadline a month later. Jiang Mian knew this, which is why she was so reckless. If she really had to repay, she definitely wouldn't choose online lending. Online lending is a modern-day cancer. Once you borrow from it, congratulations, you'll be working for the lending company forever. Jiang Mian used the money to search on a map. She first found pharmacies, and talked to them about cooperating on purchasing medicines. Several pharmacies directly refused her, but a few others said they needed to consider it. Jiang Mian knew this meant she had to show sincerity. So she didn't mince words, offering them profits, handling the sourcing, and paying them extra fees. Soon, both sides reached an agreement, and Jiang Mian cooperated with several pharmacies. Of course, she directly rejected those with particularly high prices. Although she wasn't short of money, she wasn't a sucker. She wouldn't be ripped off, and then help the other party count the money. Everything has its limits. After preparing the urgently needed medical supplies for the apocalypse, Jiang Mian noticed her money was almost halved. She immediately started searching the map for gold buyback shops. This time, she had time. After comparing prices at 3 different shops, she finally chose the one offering the highest price, and exchanged it for 200,000 units of gold before stopping. She silently memorized the locations of these gold buyback shops, planning to take advantage of any opportunity to profit when the world's catastrophe occurred. After all, business is about give and take. On the first day of the apocalypse, Jiang Mian spent her time shopping, completely unaware of the situation of others. Some earthlings who were visiting this world for the first time looked at their clothes in astonishment, the same plain white t-shirts and plain black shorts, with an ID card in their pockets. They thought this was a game, and some even started robbing people. The result was a 15-day jail sentence. They thought they could quit the game, internally shouting, "I'm quitting! I want to quit!" Chapter 53. However, their cries were utterly useless. They were even beaten up by the natives, who mistook them for madmen, before they finally calmed down. It wasn't until they were locked in cold cells that they realized this world was real, and that committing crimes really did lead to arrest. Of course, with these fools, there were also those with brains. After discovering they had little money, and fearing the apocalypse described in the game, they began trying to find ways to earn money. The more honest ones naturally sought jobs they were good at, daily wages, or at the very least, waiter/waitress positions with room and board. Suddenly, people even fought over a single job. A dishwasher job that normally paid $3,500 a month with room and board was being offered for as little as $2,000. Seeing this, the person cursed "Shark Arm" and left. The man who volunteered for a lower wage of 2,000 yuan glanced smugly at the departing person. "Trying to take a job from me, Wang Laolu? Don't you even know what you look like? I'm the king of scoundrels. Who can outmaneuver me?" The restaurant owner, seeing the two arguing like this over a dishwashing job, was overjoyed. He didn't even need 3,500 yuan. He could hire a laborer for just 2,000 yuan. He couldn't be happier. He tossed the apron to Wang Laolu. "Don't just stand there. Get to work. There's a huge pile of dishes that haven't been washed yet." "Okay. Boss, I'm going right now." "Don't worry, the dishes Wang Laolu, wash will be spotless." The restaurant owner looked at the somewhat acquainted Wang Laolu, thinking it was just a dishwasher job, not dealing with other customers, and wouldn't cause trouble for the restaurant, so he didn't bother with it. When Jiang Mian woke up, she found it a bit cold. The weather had indeed cooled down. Yesterday it was 32 degrees Celsius, but today it had dropped to 22 degrees. Many people online were posting about how cool it was, and they didn't have to endure the scorching sun on their way to work anymore. Jiang Mian was genuinely anxious. The game had only been going on for a day. How could the temperature drop so quickly? Wouldn't it drop to 12 degrees tomorrow? Suddenly Jiang Mian lost all interest in resting. She went out to look for clues about the apocalypse. She still knew too little. She didn't know if it was just a simple drop in temperature, or if there were other hidden dangers. Perhaps, like in the first world, the temperature drop was just a pretext, and there were monsters lurking in reality. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Mian noticed that people who had been wearing short skirts and shorts to work yesterday were now wearing long sleeves and pants. However, they all had smiles on their faces, showing that the change in weather had indeed made them feel comfortable. Jiang Mian watched the people coming and going on the street, and suddenly saw several men and women wearing white t-shirts and black shorts setting up a stall, selling small hair clips. The sign on the stall read, 1 yuan each, 5 yuan for 6. It's common knowledge that girls are powerless against small hair clips and similar items close to their skin, and Jiang Mian was no exception. Most importantly, these people looked very much like the same kind, and she wanted to go over and find out more. "Boss, I scanned the 20 yuan, so I can choose 24, right?" Jiang Mian paid first, and then prepared to slowly select the hair clips. One of the girls smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, 20 yuan gets you 25. Pick and choose as you like, and we replace any that are broken." Jiang Mian's eyes lit up, and she began browsing the stall, eavesdropping on the conversation. "Xiaowei, your idea is brilliant. Yesterday we only made 200 yuan, and that was because we didn't stock enough. Today we stock so much, we're sure to make a little over 1,000. It'd also be good time to prepare for the future." Xiaowei was the girl who had just spoken to Jiang Mian. She scratched her head and said, "I was just lucky. This kind of model doesn't exist in this world. It's all thanks to Brother Zhang and Brother Li. You two worked so hard yesterday. Without the money you begged for, we wouldn't even have the capital to start." At this, everyone laughed. They weren't embarrassed, they were all just trying to survive. So what did it matter? Jiang Mian listened for 10 minutes, but didn't glean any useful information. After selecting some hair clips she liked, she left. These people seemed to be newbies, unlike the veteran players she encountered before. Their eyes lacked the wariness and the ever-present danger emanating from them. Jiang Mian looked at the map and realized this city was a large metropolis with a population of 10 million. There were no mountains or sea nearby, ruling out the possibility of landslides or tsunamis, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She began to set aside some money to stockpile food. She specifically rented a van, which only cost 100 yuan a day, and started ordering 100 portions of everything she wanted online, citing a need for a large food meal for her employees. After making several hours of phone calls, Jiang Mian declined her boss's offer of delivery and began picking up the goods herself. The restaurant owner had already packed everything, placing each item in a box. Seeing Jiang Mian, a young girl, the owner immediately instructed his staff to help, striving to provide this important customer with value for money. Wang Laolu, working as a dishwasher in the kitchen, only lasted 2 days before he wanted to quit. The work was exhausting and uncomfortable. His hands were constantly greasy and wrinkled from being soaked in water, looking quite frightening. The owner wouldn't allow him to use gloves, saying they wouldn't get the dishes clean enough, and he had to use his hands. How could Wang Laolu, who had always been pampered by his parents, endure this? But because he had no money, his parents weren't around, and he had no one to serve him, he could only silently endure it, planning to slack off after working 7 days and receiving his first paycheck. Just then, he was suddenly called over by his boss to fetch some things. Wang Laolu was indignant. He was a dishwasher earning only 2,000 yuan a month. Why should he have to do work that wasn't his responsibility? So, while working, he threw and smashed things, spilling the soup in the containers. Jiang Mian saw this, frowned, and immediately stopped him. You don't need to do this anymore, go and rest over there. If you keep doing this, will my staff meals be edible? She had tolerated this employee several times already. The first time, she thought he was just being rough and would change next time, but the second and third times were increasingly outrageous, so she simply told him to stop making things worse. Chapter 54. The boss, hearing his cash cow was angry, rushed over to see what was wrong. He found the boxed lunches mostly spilled soup. The boss panicked and pointed at Wang Laolu, yelling, "What are you doing? I told you to pack the customer's food, and this is how you do it." Wang Laolu scoffed, "Boss, you paid me 2,000 to wash dishes, not do odd jobs. Don't dump all the work on me. You? Go back to the kitchen and wash dishes." The boss was so angry his chest hurt, but he hesitated because this employee was so cheap. Thinking it over, he quickly apologized to Jiang Mian and offered to waive the charges for the remaining portions. Jiang Mian, seeing the spilled soup all over the bag, didn't want to take advantage of the owner, so she said, "You can keep the rice, it's just a little spilled, nothing serious." With that, Jiang Mian left. To say she wasn't angry would be a lie. She had paid for the food, hadn't asked for less money, and hadn't made any demands. It was indeed quite inexplicable that an employee with a grudge against the owner would take it out on her. However, because of this incident, the subsequent owners she encountered were all relatively normal, and her mood improved considerably. Jiang Mian spent the second day of the game in this busy state. On the third day of the game, the temperature didn't drop by 10 degrees, but it still reached 18 degrees Celsius. The pharmacy staff called to say that what she wanted was ready. Jiang Mian arrived at the back door of the pharmacy. Because it was a clandestine smuggling operation, the pharmacy staff didn't dare to make a big fuss. The pharmacy owner even gave the staff half a day off to ensure that the operation was foolproof. Jiang Mian ordered mostly masks, protective suits, and gas masks from this first pharmacy. She bought a smaller amount of painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and cold medicine. After settling the bill in person, she declined the owner's offer to eat and left immediately. She still had items to move from other pharmacies and didn't want to waste too much time. At the second pharmacy, she bought mostly medicine to prevent heat stroke, along with fever-reducing patches, medicated oil, and floral water. These were her largest purchases. At the third pharmacy, she bought some tonics. When Jiang Mian arrived at the last pharmacy, the owner looked at her with a mocking gaze. This was because the store mainly sold aphrodisiacs, Luei Di Huang Wan, a traditional Chinese medicine, deer antler, and other such items. Jiang Mian remained unfazed by the owner's mocking gaze, took her things, and left. Just then, the shop assistant, watching the departing van, stroked his chin and asked with a sly smile, "Boss, why did this customer buy so much aphrodisiac stuff? She's a girl. She can't possibly use it all." The boss rolled his eyes, looking at his clueless employee, and was furious. "Why do you care so much about her? Do your own job. If I hadn't noticed quickly today, I wouldn't have known you secretly switched the deer antlers for her." The employee dismissed the boss's words. "Oh boss, with so many deer antlers, switching a little won't matter. She won't even notice." The boss patted his belly, looking at his clueless nephew, and said, "You don't know anything. This woman clearly has money. She was so generous when she paid. She's definitely a big customer. Are you really going to give up future benefits for such a small profit? Kid, your parents made you come with me, so you better watch and learn." Jiang Mian drove her van to a secluded road, parked it on the side of the road, got into the back seat, and immediately stored the contents of the van into her spatial storage. Just as she was about to return to the driver's seat and drive to the hotel, a group of 5 men on motorcycles stopped her. The men looked at the van behind Jiang Mian with greedy eyes. One of them whistled and said in a lewd tone, "Beautiful lady, all alone? Driving so far out, what kind of shady business are you up to? How about we brothers join you?" Jiang Mian sized up the 5 men. They looked to be of different ages, clearly not from the same age group. The oldest looked to be in his 40s or 50s, while the youngest was only in his early 20s. Judging from their lewd appearance and vulgar words, Jiang Mian didn't overlook one thing: the murderous intent and greed in their eyes, and the bloodstains on their motorcycles. All of this indicated that these men were no ordinary people. More likely, they were also players. Seeing Jiang Mian remain silent, the leader, a man in his 30s, stepped forward and said, "Beautiful lady, don't blame us for being heartless. As long as you obediently hand over what's in the car, we spare your life." Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, and finally spoke. This was the first time her own men had heard her speak. "What's in the car? Do you know what's inside?" She now strongly suspected she was being targeted. Were these 5 the only ones watching her, or were they just the vanguard? "Heh! Little wench, I've been watching you all along, ever since you made that deal with that boss. You must be a player too, right? Just hand over what's inside, and then let us enjoy your skills, and we promise we won't kill you. We even help you through the game. How about it?" Jiang Mian turned her gaze to the speaker. It was a crew-cut young man in his early 20s. He wasn't tall, and his appearance was unremarkable, yet his eyes were lewdly scanning Jiang Mian up and down. Seeing Jiang Mian staring at him, the crew-cut young man even raised an eyebrow lewdly, acting like he was all that cool, almost making Jiang Mian vomit. "What's your special ability? And when did you notice me?" The crew-cut young man raised an eyebrow. "That's not for you to know. You just need to know I'm very strong." Hu Ping naturally wouldn't reveal his special ability in public. His ability didn't have any offensive power, but he was the most valuable member of the team. That's why they were able to acquire a motorcycle on the 3rd day of the game and haven't been arrested yet. Jiang Mian, unable to elicit any information about the man's abilities, and she hadn't expected to find out from the start, just testing the waters to see if there were any idiots out there, finded the man to be suspicious. As it turned out, the man was quite level-headed. At least, he wouldn't casually reveal his abilities, even if he was seen as a lamb to the slaughter. Chapter 55. What if I don't hand over the things in the car? What will you do then? Kill me? Seeing Jiang Mian's ungrateful attitude, the crew-cut youth decided to play with her. Resist? Good. Lately, all I met are guys who don't know how to resist. It's really boring. Guys, let's teach this woman a lesson. Let her know that not everyone will tolerate a woman. The man seemed to hold a high position in the group. At his command, the remaining 4 rushed forward, while the man himself retreated. Jiang Mian looked at them. Unsure if there were others behind them, she wouldn't act rashly. She felt that with her basic martial arts skills and the enhancement card she was using, she could easily beat these 4. Jiang Mian pretended to take a meter-long, solid steel bar from the van, actually, from her spatial storage, and hurled it at them. The other 4 men, seeing the weapon in his hand, and then looking at their own watermelon knife, wooden stick, and even a tennis racket, realized that their weapons were far superior. However, seeing Jiang Mian's thin and frail body, coupled with the natural weakness of women, they naturally weren't afraid of her. This was exactly the effect Jiang Mian wanted. She slammed the steel bar into one man's wooden stick, shattering it into pieces, while the steel bar, its force undiminished, struck the man's shoulder. Crack! Ah! The sound of breaking bone and the man's scream rang out simultaneously. The others watched in shock, but Jiang Mian, without the slightest distraction, swung the steel bar directly at the man holding a fruit knife. The man reacted, steeled his resolve, and swung the fruit knife at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian easily dodged the attack, but the man couldn't dodge her steel-like blade. This time, Jiang Mian showed no mercy, striking the man squarely on the head, knocking him unconscious. Seeing her handiwork, Jiang Mian smiled, staring at the 2 others, who were somewhat hesitant, and the crew-cut man staring at her incredulously. Seeing the scene before him, Hu Ping knew he had bitten off more than he could chew, provoking someone he shouldn't have. The strongest fighter in the group, the middle-aged man, was now lying unconscious on the ground. This man had undergone a power evolution, participated in 2 missions, and used 2 body enhancement cards. He was the strongest among them, yet he had been defeated by this woman with a single blow. Hu Ping no longer had any intention of taking this woman. All he wanted was to find an opportunity to escape. However, Jiang Mian didn't give him that chance. Seeing the man try to drive away, Jiang Mian threw the fruit knife on the ground at him. The knife struck Hu Ping squarely in the thigh. Although Hu Ping looked like a tough guy, only he knew his true strength. He immediately collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Seeing this, Jiang Mian ignored him. Seeing her distracted, the other 2 began to attack her together. Jiang Mian grabbed a tennis racket and hurled it at the man. The man instantly metallized his body, successfully dodging the attack. However, Jiang Mian had anticipated they would have other skills, so she simply knocked him unconscious. The man who had just used his supernatural ability didn't even have time to react before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The only remaining standing man, seeing Jiang Mian approaching, immediately threw down his weapon and began to back away. He was still explaining, "Sister, big sister, I'm sorry, I didn't know anything, please let me go, I was forced into it." Jiang Mian watched him, pressing closer step by step. Whether it was out of fear or something else, the man actually managed to reach the door of her van. She thought he was a character from a movie, able to open the door, start the engine, release the handbrake, and step on the gas in an instant. Unfortunately, just as he got into the van and was about to turn the key, Jiang Mian pulled him out. After dealing with the 5 men, Jiang Mian dragged them together like corpses. Holding the steel bar, she looked at the group and asked, "Tell me, how long have you been following me? How long have you been watching me? What did you see? If you answer honestly, I let you go." Hearing Jiang Mian say she could let them go, the men were overjoyed. One of the men was about to say something when Hu Ping interrupted him. "Boss, we know we were wrong. We were blind to your greatness and offended you. We hope you be magnanimous and forgive us this time." Jiang Mian, holding the steel bar, looked at the dishonest man and immediately pulled the knife out of his thigh. The blood that had been seeping out suddenly began to spurt out, covering the men nearby. Seeing this, Hu Ping became agitated. Boss, I know I was wrong. I tell you everything. Please help me stop the bleeding. I don't want to die. I'm very useful. Keep me alive. I can help you find out who the players are and who the ordinary people are. We can keep an eye on those players and steal their supplies and items. Please don't kill me, save me." "Oh, your ability has that kind of use?" Jiang Mian perked up immediately and asked, "What's the name of your ability? What's its main function?" Having learned his lesson, Hu Ping immediately became obedient and answered every question. "My ability is a detection type, but not ordinary detection. It's a branch of detection that allows me to directly distinguish between players and natives. Natives appear green to me, while players appear red. It's very easy to tell them apart. That's why we were able to get a motorcycle on the 3rd day. Of course, compared to you, sir, getting one on the 3rd day. Even with the car, we're still utterly weak." Jiang Mian was very interested in the crew-cut man's superpower, but she completely ignored his subsequent flattery. She approached the man, touched the wound on his thigh, and tested her healing ability. To be honest, she wasn't really sure how good her healing ability was. Having copied 2 people's abilities in the previous world, she couldn't very well use their abilities in front of them, so she hadn't used or practiced her healing and fire abilities much. After completing the mission, her abilities were suppressed again. Normally, she had few opportunities to use her healing abilities, and she couldn't just cut herself open. That would be utterly insane. She had been reborn, not reborn as a monster. Chapter 56. So, all she knew about this ability after all this time was that it could heal injuries. She didn't know the severity of the injuries. Now, she could use this guy as a guinea pig to test it out and, incidentally, replicate his ability. Watching his nearly 8-centimeter long cut slowly heal, the flesh inside beginning to heal as well, Hu Ping felt an itch at the wound. He wanted to scratch it, but dared not move because of Jiang Mian's intimidating presence. Jiang Mian touched it and found that the cut had healed, and a scab had begun to form. She immediately withdrew her hand. At the same time, a notification sounded in Jiang Mian's ear. Humanoid detector. With this ability, you can distinguish whether the other party is of the same kind or an anomaly. Jiang Mian withdrew her hand, somewhat regretful. This ability was actually quite useful, but her 3 abilities were already maxed out. Her current ability was just a little short of being able to upgrade. She wondered if the upgraded ability could be combined with another ability. She could only sigh inwardly. She looked at the man and asked, "When did you start following me? What did you see?" Hu Ping was excited. After seeing Jiang Mian treat his injuries, he thought this female boss wanted to recruit them as underlings, and now was the time to prove their loyalty. So he told her everything. "Boss, we found you when you were moving goods with the pharmacy owner. After I realized you were a player, I saw you loading so much medicine into the trunk, and I thought about cooperating with you to get through the apocalypse together. It was all a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart." Jiang Mian looked at him and asked, "Does any of you have a hidden talent? Why didn't I hear anything when you were following me?" At this moment, the last man said, "Boss, I'm a special ability user from our world. I have the ability to make others ignore my presence. After entering the game, this ability happened to become my talent, which is why the noise of our motorcycles didn't disturb you. So that's how it is." No wonder she was so careful, yet she was still caught. Having clarified everything, Jiang Mian stood up. She clapped her hands, and countless black, tentacle creatures immediately crawled out of the vehicle and scrambled towards the 5 people. At first, when Hu Ping and the others saw her stand up, they thought she was letting them go. Hu Ping was still thinking, women are so easy to fool. A few more sweet words, and she really thinks she's a big shot. When the opportunity arises, they definitely kill this woman and take her supplies. As for playing with her, forget it. This woman is so powerful, if something happens to her, they'd be dead. However, when they saw the familiar black worm emerge, they were all terrified. Those who were still conscious couldn't help but scream. How could this be? Isn't this a different world? How can there be such worms? So disgusting. Don't come near me, I don't want to be parasitized. Damn! Brain-eating worms. Why are there such worms in this world too? Any player who survived the previous world knew the power of these things, and was terrified of them. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Jiang Mian, some even shouting, "You monster! Who are you? How can you control these insects? Don't come any closer. Get them away. Don't let them near me. System assistant, I want to report. I want to report someone." Jiang Mian quickly silenced the man. She almost forgotten that everyone had a system assistant. What if they successfully reported him, and she got punished by the system? Seeing this, the others hurriedly called for their system assistants, but unfortunately, their cries were nowhere near as fast as Jiang Mian's actions. Looking at the brain-eating worms that hadn't yet parasitized any living person, she comforted them. "It's alright. Evolve a little more, maybe next time you become transparent, and can help me. Next time, your master will find a good time for you to parasitize living people." Hearing their master's assurance, the parasites immediately moved their tentacles. They were clearly happy. Sigh. It's so pitiful for her to be a brain-eating worm. She's never experienced the taste of a living person since birth. Thinking about it, I feel a little sorry for her. Jiang Mian waved her hand, storing the brain-eating worm and the 5 parasitized corpses into her spatial storage. She secretly resolved that next time she encountered people like this, she would have the brain-eating worm ambush them and let them taste the flavor of a living person. Jiang Mian went to the group's motorcycle. Seeing the bloodstains, she noticed they were still fresh and could be wiped away with a damp towel. It wasn't a big deal. She stored the motorcycle away as well. After doing all this, Jiang Mian left and returned to her hotel. Because of this group's delay, it was already late. She still had many things to do today, so she could only go to sleep first. On the 4th day in the game world, Jiang Mian woke up early and suddenly wondered if she was in summer or autumn. Why was the weather outside so cold? She checked the weather forecast, which said that the most unusual cold wave in history was expected to arrive in the coming week, and it was a summer cold wave at that. Today's temperature was only 10 degrees Celsius. The clothing stores on the street were even selling last year's winter styles. Dongguan hadn't released any new clothes this year, so they could only continue using last year's garments. Jiang Mian looked at the clothes for sale in the store. A down coat was selling for 3,000 yuan, and it wasn't even a well-known brand. It was just a no-name brand she had never heard of. Although the salesperson's sales pitch was incredibly persuasive, Jiang Mian wasn't one to be easily fooled. Confirming that the disaster in this world was most likely due to the temperature, Jiang Mian stopped hiding her purchases and bought a lot of hand warmers, hot water bottles, and heating rods. Hot water bottles and heating rods are common items, sold in supermarkets, but hand warmers are rarely available there. Jiang Mian could only buy these online, and it would take at least 3 days to ship them to her. Jiang Mian wasn't in a hurry. While shopping, she got a little hungry and happened to run into an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes. She bought 3 and asked him where he bought his stove. The old man's stove had a bottom for storing coal or firewood, and a middle section for roasting things. It looked quite convenient, and Jiang Mian was instantly tempted. If she had such a stove, she would no longer be afraid of the cold winter. The old man was very kind. Upon hearing that Jiang Mian wanted to buy such a stove, he immediately called over his wife, and while looking at the roasted sweet potatoes, he led Jiang Mian back to a dilapidated factory. Chapter 57. The junkyard was piled high with all sorts of things. Most conspicuous was a huge stack of firewood under a plastic shed, presumably for the old man to roast sweet potatoes. Only then did the old man realize that bringing a girl here in such a remote place, alone with her, would usually frighten any girl. He scratched his head awkwardly and said cautiously, "Kid, don't be afraid. Look at me, I'm old and useless. I should have had my wife bring you here. I don't mean any harm. I made this stove myself. I just like tinkering with all sorts of random things. Since you wanted a stove so much, I brought you here. Don't mind." Jiang Mian waved her hand, adopting a docile demeanor, and said, "It's all right, sir. I could tell you and my wife are kind people, so I wasn't on guard and just followed you. Don't be so careful, sir. Let's go see the stove you made." Actually, Jiang Mian wasn't afraid of what the old man could do to her. He looked frail and old, probably unable to withstand even a slap from her. She wasn't afraid of him doing anything to her. Seeing that the girl wasn't frightened, the old man led her to a shed made of plastic sheeting, and shakily took out several stoves of different sizes. The old man's price wasn't high. He only wanted 100 yuan for a 1-meter-tall stove. Moreover, the stove was quite sturdy, and it was clear that it wasn't counterfeit. Jiang Mian hadn't expected it to be so cheap. Seeing Jiang Mian remain silent, the old man assumed his asking price was too high and quickly said, "Young lady, this price isn't high at all. When we sell scrap metal, we only get 3 yuan per kilogram. This stove weighs at least 30 jin, 15 caddies, and I made it myself entirely by hand. It's guaranteed to burn well." Jiang Mian, realizing the old man's misunderstanding, quickly said, "Okay, I understand. How about this? I take all the stoves you have. I give you 3,000 yuan. How about that?" "Ah? This? No, just give me 500 yuan. This small stove can't be sold for that much. 3,000 yuan is far too much. 500 will do." Jiang Mian had never seen anything like this before. An old man who doesn't take advantage of a bargain. Well, it's true what they say, being too honest won't make you rich. She grabbed the old man's calloused hand and said, "Grandpa, don't rush. I haven't finished talking yet. I have a stove now, but I need some coal, right? Do you know anyone who can help me find some?" The old man thought for a moment and said, "Young lady, are you planning to use it to roast sweet potatoes, or for something else? If it's just sweet potatoes, firewood will do. Firewood is cheaper and warmer than coal, but it burns quickly and produces smoke." Jiang Mian shook her head, knowing that this old man was trying to save her money, but she didn't want firewood. She wanted coal. "Grandpa, don't ask so many questions. I just want to use it to roast some meat or something. If you know anyone, could you introduce me? Consider the extra money a referral fee, okay?" The old man thought for a moment, and actually remembered someone. He gave Jiang Mian an address, and told her to go there, and find a man named Pei Wanqing. As for the money, after much persuasion, the old man finally accepted 1,000 yuan. This was only because Jiang Mian asked him to help her transport the stove to a roadside. Of course, Jiang Mian mainly noticed that the old man's tricycle was modified. It could move forward on its own after being switched on, a simplified version of a tricycle. "Girl, after dropping you off here, will someone come to pick you up? It's getting late, and it's quite dangerous for you to be out alone." Yes, don't worry, Grandpa, my dad will come to pick me up soon. You can go back now." After much persuasion, Jiang Mian finally saw the old man off. She waved her hand, and put the stove into her spatial storage before leaving. The old man was just too enthusiastic. There was no way to resist. While it was still early, Jiang Mian followed the address the old man had given her to an old residential area. At the entrance, there was only an old man, looking drowsy and with barely 8 teeth left. Jiang Mian knocked on the glass and asked, "Grandpa, do you know where Pei Wanqing lives?" The old man opened his eyes, and seeing it was a young girl, he immediately relaxed his guard and asked, "What do you want with Pei Wanqing?" "I heard from Grandpa Wang in the west of the city that Pei Wanqing lives here. I need to talk to him about something. Can you tell me where he lives?" The old man looked Jiang Mian over several times before finally saying, Pei Wanqing's house? After you go in, turn left, walk about 30 or 40 meters, then turn right, and then you. Listening to all those twists and turns, Jiang Mian was almost dizzy. She interrupted the security guard, saying, Sir, just tell me which building and apartment number he lives in. I can find it. The guard replied, Building 9, Unit 2, 702. Okay. Thank you, sir. It's just a small token. Jiang Mian handed the guard a pack of cigarettes and headed towards Pei Wanqing's apartment. The guard took the cigarettes the young man had given him, thinking that it would have been better if he had just given them to the young man earlier, so he could have told him where Pei Wanqing lived. Jiang Mian arrived at the place the guard had mentioned and knocked on the door of apartment 702. Coming. The person inside opened the door, and was somewhat taken aback when they saw Jiang Mian. The woman, who looked to be in her 40s or 50s, looked at Jiang Mian and asked, Young lady, who are you looking for? Did you come to the wrong room? Jiang Mian smiled and said to the woman, Sister, do you know Pei Wanqing? I'm here to see him. As she spoke, Jiang Mian shook the case of AD calcium milk she was carrying, indicating that she had come as a guest. Her grandmother had taught her from a young age to be polite. Jiang Mian was there to ask for a favor, not to cause trouble, so she was very courteous. When the hostess saw that Jiang Mian had even mentioned her husband's name, she quickly invited Jiang Mian into the house. Is brother Pei not home? Him? He'd be waiting a while. The company hasn't closed yet. What's up with Wanqing? Well, I heard that brother Pei specializes in delivering coal around here, so I was thinking of buying some from him. Grandpa Wang introduced me to brother Pei, so I came to pay him a visit. The woman visibly relaxed after hearing Jiang Mian's explanation. Then she shook her head to herself. What am I thinking? With Pei Wanqing's appearance, how could such a pretty young girl be interested in him? I'm really getting old. I'm overthinking things. Chapter 58. It was obvious to the naked eye that the woman's attitude towards Jiang Mian had improved significantly. She poured tea and served fruit, making Jiang Mian quite embarrassed. Not long after, Pei Wanqing returned. Hearing Jiang Mian's purpose, he hesitated. I need to report this to the boss. I can only sell to you if the boss agrees. After all, you're a small-time buyer, and you're not buying much, so... Jiang Mian, realizing his misunderstanding, quickly said, Although I'm a small-time buyer, I actually need quite a lot of coal. How much inventory do you have now? I'd like to see if it's enough for me. If possible, I'd like to buy all the coal without affecting your work. Is that all right? Hearing that she wanted so much, Pei Wanqing immediately called his boss on the spot. Jiang Mian directly communicated with Pei Wanqing's boss, and finally bought 20 tons at 2,000 yuan per ton, which was 40,000 yuan. It wasn't that she didn't want more, but Pei Wanqing's boss couldn't provide any more. Jiang Mian paid the deposit directly, and then had them deliver the coal to the designated location. Someone would pick it up later. After completing this, she politely declined the couple's invitation to eat at their house. On the 5th day of the apocalyptic game, the weather was getting colder and colder. Even wearing a hoodie, Jiang Mian felt a bit chilly. Fortunately, she could use another upgrade card today. These fulfilling days of gradually improving her strength were truly something to look forward to. Jiang Mian noticed that robberies were becoming increasingly frequent lately. The players must have finally had enough. As the weather grew colder, they began to have their own guesses. Nobody was stupid. The situation clearly pointed to the rising temperatures, and most people were stocking up on winter clothes. Jiang Mian didn't buy the fancy but impractical clothes from the clothing stores. Instead, she went to an outdoor store and bought some thermal wear, athletic clothes, cold weather gear, and a thermal parka. While paying, she saw skis and bought several different types before leaving. As Jiang Mian left, she bumped into some familiar faces, the same people who had sold hair clips at the stall before. They were browsing in a clothing store, also buying down jackets. Jiang Mian wasn't interested and turned to leave. Then, they heard an older woman say, I don't think it's necessary. It won't get that cold, and these clothes are ridiculously expensive. I think we should just buy some cotton and make our own clothes. They'd be warmer and cheaper, much better than those fancy but useless down jackets in stores. This woman was Zhang Ji's mother. Zhang Gu looked at his mother awkwardly and quickly said to the others, I'm sorry, this is my first time participating in the game with my mom. She's just a bit blunt, she didn't mean any harm. The middle-aged woman patted her son's hand, which was holding hers, and said helplessly, Son, listen to your mother, clothes made of cotton are much warmer than down jackets. I'm not lying to you, you always wore clothes made of cotton when you were little, don't you remember? Jiang Mian really didn't know this. She had never worn clothes made of cotton since she was a child. When she was little, the clothes she wore in the orphanage were all donated by kind people in society. After she grew up, she was adopted by her grandmother, and wore new clothes that her grandmother bought herself. She really had never worn cotton clothes. She considered asking where she could buy such clothes, but seeing the woman and her son about to argue, she didn't want to cause trouble and turned away. Oh well, she was just curious. Even the warmest cotton clothes couldn't compare to thermal underwear. Back home, Jiang Mian saw that the heat packs she ordered online were almost ready to arrive tomorrow, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she made the right bet. Although it wouldn't matter if she didn't use them, she could store them in her spatial storage for emergencies. There was still a pang of regret that the money hadn't been spent wisely. Now that she was certain the temperature would drop further, Jiang Mian felt a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Mian arrived at the place she arranged to meet yesterday and saw a large pile of coal, guarded by two burly men, one of whom was Pei Wanqing. The amount here was far less than the 20 tons, only 10 tons. After agreeing to have the rest delivered tomorrow, Jiang Mian told them to leave and immediately stored the coal in her spatial storage. The weather outside was truly cold. A gust of wind made Jiang Mian feel chilly. Not wanting to stay any longer, she drove her van straight back to the hotel. As soon as she arrived, she discovered it had started snowing. The snowflakes began lightly, but gradually increased in intensity, and soon everything visibly covered in white. On the streets, some children, who had never seen snow before, ran out to play in it. Others began leaving their footprints in the thin layer of snow. And some adults started filming and posting videos of their city, celebrating the snowfall, especially during what should be summer. Immediately, opinions online were divided. Some said it was an unusual celestial phenomenon, and that something terrible was bound to happen. Others called it a once-in-a-century auspicious sign, jokingly suggesting people look up who was born that day, saying they might become important figures in the future, and that they too were witnessing history. Major news outlets rushed to report on it, and summer snow quickly became a hot topic online. Furthermore, enthusiasts of apocalyptic literature claimed, the end of the world is coming. Everyone is urging others to stockpile food and warm clothing. Unfortunately, the comments below were mostly just for fun. No one took it seriously. After all, they experienced many prophecies predicting the end of the world, only to have time and again prove otherwise. However, there were also some who, while claiming indifference, secretly hoarded supplies. Some even posted videos about it. The videos showed empty shelves, except for the recently controversial Lao Tan pickled cabbage beef noodles, which remained unsold. Everything else had been bought up, with snacks and chocolates becoming essential stockpiles. Soon, media outlets began urging people not to be misled by marketing accounts, assuring them that the world wouldn't end and would continue as normal. People verbally expressed their trust in the government, but in reality, stores were being emptied daily, and even fruit and vegetable prices were rising. Despite this, customers continued to flock to the supermarkets, and the owners were beaming with joy. Jiang Mian also took advantage of this opportunity to buy some things to avoid suspicion. In reality, she had already stockpiled enough basic necessities, mostly unique local specialties from this world. Chapter 59. On the sixth day of the apocalyptic game, Jiang Mian was stunned early in the morning by the snow-covered landscape below. In just one night, a thick layer of snow had accumulated. Although sanitation workers had already swept and snowplows had been used, the snowflakes continued their relentless snowfall, quickly piling up a white layer again. In some areas where the snow hadn't been cleared, it had even accumulated to a depth of 3 centimeters. It didn't seem like much, but this was only from one night's snowfall. What if it continued like this for a month? How deep would the snow become? Jiang Mian didn't know. However, she knew that if she didn't collect her coal soon, it would be ruined by the snow. When Jiang Mian arrived, Pei Wanqing was waiting for her in his car. Seeing that she had come alone, he quickly asked, "Miss Jiang, did you come alone? The snow is getting heavier. If we don't move the coal quickly, some of it will be buried, and it will definitely get damp and difficult to light." Jiang Mian waved her hand, seemingly unconcerned, and said, "It's all right, Brother Pei, you can go ahead. My brother had some trouble on the way, and will be delayed for half an hour." "It's only half an hour, it's no big deal. We can just use the coal at the bottom for now." Seeing that his employer had said so, and didn't seem to want her to pay him, Pei Wanqing left. After confirming that Pei Wanqing had left, Jiang Mian quickly collected the coal. As for the damp coal at the bottom, it didn't matter. Although it might not dry in this world, in this extremely hot world, drying it would only take 2 or 3 hours. Jiang Mian took out her newly bought outdoor thermometer and was shocked to see the outside temperature, -3 degrees Celsius. Judging by this, the temperature would definitely drop further tomorrow, and the roads would surely become icy. It wasn't just this one city that was experiencing snow, most cities were snowing. Icy roads would make food transport difficult, and the world would descend into chaos. Just then, Jiang Mian's phone received a notification that her package had arrived. When she arrived at the delivery station, the deliveryman looked at her with admiration. "Beautiful lady, what did you buy? This is the 3rd truckload, isn't it? These are all your packages." Jiang Mian smiled awkwardly. "Nothing much, it's just that the weather's going to get colder lately, so I stocked up on a bunch of hand warmers online, planning to sell them at a street stall." She was now very glad she had taken precautions. She had bought them in batches, not all at one delivery station. Although it was a bit more troublesome, at least it didn't attract much attention. Just 100,000 hand warmers were enough to surprise them. If they knew she had bought 1,000,000 of them, they'd probably suspect they were smuggling hand warmers. Jiang Mian had spent the entire day picking up her packages at various courier stations, so she was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Players entering the game world started with only an ID card, nothing else. Some learned about the impending temperature drop from others, while others sensed it themselves. And so, they began hoarding items almost entirely on their own. However, with little money in hand, they couldn't buy much and soon found themselves penniless. Some could tolerate this, but some with more impulsive tempers resorted to robbery. After several days of snow, some couldn't resist any longer and began targeting migrant workers who got off work late. Some just wanted a little money, but others wanted much more. Although Jun Chansheng was participating in the game for the first time, his chosen talent, foresight, combined with his intelligence, quickly found like-minded companions. Although they weren't from the same world, their goal was the same: survival. His foresight was also very useful. Although it could only be used once every 10 days, and only foresee a specific period within those 10 days, he successfully predicted the chaos and hardship that would follow. On a certain day in the future he saw, chaos erupted outside. Robbery, arson, and murder were rampant. People were like madmen, looting everything. Even with official intervention, this trend couldn't be completely eradicated. Therefore, he knew what was going to happen on the first day. On the 3rd day, after forming a team, they began preparing warm clothing and supplies. Their team consisted of about a dozen people. During the day, they worked day labor, and at night, they used their earnings to buy supplies. Jun Chansheng was no exception. To earn more money, he chose to work on a construction site, earning 300 yuan a day. At first, it was incredibly tiring, but he got used to it afterward. Of course, they could be described as a group sticking together for warmth, but to say they truly trusted each other would be a lie. If they truly trusted each other, they would pool their money and prepare supplies collectively, instead of each preparing their own. Jun Chansheng understood this principle, which is why he was wary of others. Jun Chansheng finally knew which day's scenario he had foreseen. On the 7th day of the game, the temperature dropped to -8 degrees Celsius. Those players who had endured so long couldn't take it anymore. The better off ones could still wear cotton-padded coats, but the worse off ones could only wear work clothes. Not only were they cold, but they also had little money. Wang Lao was like that, wearing a dishwasher's uniform and receiving a salary of 300 yuan from his boss. He was fired. Because the boss felt he was not doing his job properly. He dawdled while washing dishes, always leaving early or arriving late, and frequently breaking plates and dishes. The boss got angry and threw things away repeatedly, but today he simply couldn't tolerate it anymore. He was fired without hesitation. Wang Lao, holding the 300 yuan he just received, was furious. "What do you mean? I worked for you for so long, and you're treating me like a beggar?" The boss sat in his chair, cracking sunflower seeds and watching TV. He learned about Wang Lao's background over the past few days. He'd come to the city alone, penniless, and if it weren't for his ID card, he suspect Wang Lao was an undocumented immigrant. This guy had nothing. Even if the restaurant owner hadn't paid him a single cent, let alone the 300 yuan he'd been paid, what could Wang Lao do to him? Would he sue him? Did he even have enough money? Therefore, the restaurant owner completely ignored Wang Lao's yelling. He said disdainfully, "Wang Lao, given your performance, I'm already being lenient by not asking you for the 300 yuan. Tell me how many bowls and chopsticks you broke in these past few days, how many customers you offended, and you still have the nerve to talk back to me. What am I keeping you in the restaurant for, to cause trouble? Look at you, you have no skills, no ability, no looks. What can you do? You're just a freeloader, and you're always yelling at me. I'm really giving you face. Chapter 60. Hearing the restaurant owner's belittling of him, Wang Lao became enraged. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and slashed at the restaurant owner. The kitchen staff, initially seeing him leave with a knife, came out as if to watch the spectacle, only to witness a scene that shocked them. Wang Lao had gone mad. Taking advantage of the owner's inattention, he stabbed him in the stomach, then stabbed him several more times, and before the owner could resist, he had severed his neck. Blood splattered 3 meters high, spraying directly onto the ceiling. Ah! Someone screamed, and immediately the people in the kitchen began to run out. Wang Lao chased after them. This scene was exactly what Jun Changsheng had foreseen. Jiang Mian frowned as she watched the snow falling heavier and heavier. Although the sanitation workers were still shoveling snow, it was clear that the older ones were struggling. Office workers continued going to work regardless of the weather, seemingly unconcerned about the situation. Except for the 93,621 people in this world. Yes, initially there were 100,000 people here, but gradually, some died from robberies or being killed by other players. However, the mortality rate was much lower than on the cruise ship. Looking at the situation downstairs, Jiang Mian immediately asked the hotel staff to upgrade her room. She was originally staying on the 5th floor, but now she was staying on the 10th. It was too cold outside, and Jiang Mian was too lazy to rent a place. She was also running out of money. She had almost squandered it all. So she decided to stay at the hotel a little longer. Society hadn't really descended into chaos yet, and once it did, no one would care if she lived in her rented apartment or even a high-end neighborhood. Besides, the hotel's location was quite good, centrally located in the city, making it convenient to go anywhere. Jiang Mian was quite satisfied. Since she had nothing to do today, she didn't go out. Eating the food delivered by the hotel, Jiang Mian quietly watched some educational videos. The title on the projector was, How to Use a Hand Grenade. Next episode, How to Use Wind Direction to Make Sniper Rifles More Accurate. Anyone seeing this would suspect Jiang Mian was an assassin, diligently studying murder techniques. Jiang Mian ate boneless chicken feet, replenishing her energy. Accompanying her crunching chewing was a dissection video on the TV. It showed a teacher being dissected and explained step by step. Jiang Mian was so engrossed in watching that she even forgot to feed the chickens in the coop. Looking at the corpses inside the brain-eating amoeba, she suddenly had a better idea. She released them and, following the stitching techniques she had just learned from the video, began to sew up their mutilated parts. For example, a corpse with its own throat slit looked quite gruesome. When Jiang Mian stitched them up, she naturally didn't use sterile needles and thread, but rather ordinary needles and thread used for sewing quilts. Since these people were already dead, there was no risk of bacterial infection, so it didn't matter what she used, as long as the procedure was correct. After skillfully stitching him up, Jiang Mian looked at her awkward stitches and was somewhat displeased. She had no choice but to undo the stitches and sew it up again until she was satisfied. Next was another boy, whose skull she had dented. Of course, she didn't repair his skull. He hadn't learned that yet. She repaired the top of his head. This boy had been shot in the head. The top of his head was covered in blood, looking quite frightening. Jiang Mian plugged the wound with cotton and then covered it with a band-aid, making him look like a sickly boy, just not very good looking. After tidying everyone up, Jiang Mian gave them an order. Each person would be responsible for a breeding farm. You guys should be able to do some simple tasks, right? Who's been the most convincing human being before? Raise your hand. The boy whose forehead she had a band-aid on raised his hand. Jiang Mian nodded and said, Okay, then I give you a task. How about you guys? Starting today, in your respective areas, help me take care of the creatures weaker than you. Raise them until they're plump and healthy. I give you a reward then. It's okay if you don't know how. See this? Jiang Mian pointed to the projector and continued, I downloaded various videos on raising animals here. Watch carefully, learn carefully. If you learn well, I give you the best award. The brain-eating worms that collect all the best award brain-eating worms will receive a fresh human. Understand? Applause. Clap, clap, clap. Immediately, the brain-eating worm standing to the side applauded. All right, stop. Jiang Mian pressed her hand down, signaling them to stop clapping. They immediately stopped. As expected of brain-eating worms that completely obey their commands, they're so adorable. You guys stay in the hotel and watch the video. I'm going out for a bit. If any strangers knock on the door, don't open it, understand? Jiang Mian left her room and went out onto the street. Because the roads were accumulating more and more snow, the sanitation workers couldn't be there all the time, and a thick layer of snow had accumulated on the ground. People would slip and fall on the road every now and then get up awkwardly. The temperature was below zero, and the ground was already starting to freeze. Luckily, Jiang Mian was wearing snow boots, so walking was a bit easier. What was frequently seen on the road were traffic police and vehicles involved in accidents, mostly due to the slippery roads, cars not being able to brake in time, or skidding while changing direction. The sirens of rescue vehicles were constantly heard along the way. Knowing the roads were starting to freeze, Jiang Mian didn't drive or cycle, but instead planned to walk to the subway. Half an hour later, she arrived at a reservoir. This was a place she'd seen online before. It had been advertised recently as a summer resort, but the developers were probably bankrupt by now. Who would have thought the weather, which had been gradually warming up, would suddenly turn cold? This was a boon for Jiang Mian. The place was deserted and unguarded. She slowly walked in, climbing for another half hour before finally seeing the reservoir. The reservoir was nestled in the mountains, but the surrounding area had been filled with commercial shops. Common milk tea and ice cream shops were all there. Chapter 61. Jiang Mian looked at the reservoir water. It looked quite clear, and she could see the koi carp swimming lively inside. However, the water was incredibly cold to the touch. Jiang Mian put her hand in, and immediately pulled it out. Hiss, it's so cold. Jiang Mian took out a pair of rubber gloves from her spatial storage. The gloves had a cotton lining. She must have brought them back from the previous world. She had several boxes of these gloves in her storage space. After putting on the gloves and putting the food into the water, the biting cold was gone. Jiang Mian quietly maintained this posture and began to collect the water into her spatial storage. Because the reservoir was still flowing water, it hadn't frozen yet, so collecting the water was easy. If it froze completely in a few days, she would have to break the top layer of ice. She maintained this posture for about 3 hours. Jiang Mian looked at the dim sky. It was already 5 o'clock. Because of the snow, there was no sun outside, but the sky was visibly darkening. She then went down the mountain. She planned to come back early the next day to collect water from the reservoir for another day. By the time Jiang Mian returned to the hotel, it was completely dark. Jiang Mian opened the room. Because he had gone out with his room key, the air conditioning wasn't on, but it was still much warmer than outside. The group of guys were still intently watching the tutorial. Jiang Mian looked at them and asked about their progress. Everyone nodded, indicating they had learned it. Jiang Mian waved his hand, putting them into his spatial storage, ready to let them practice their abilities. The first person started by collecting eggs from the chicken coop, then cleaning up the chicken droppings, and finally putting the droppings into a special bucket. This was specially prepared by Jiang Mian for use as fertilizer, to be applied when the planting space opened later. Watching him work so skillfully, Jiang Mian nodded in satisfaction. She wasn't an exploitative person. To ensure fairness, she implemented a shift system, rotating everyone weekly. 1 week he was at the chicken coop, the next week someone else would take his place. This way, it wouldn't be monotonous, and there wouldn't be any resentment about who did more or less work. Although these people trusted her and probably had no intention of betraying her, it was still important to be fair. Most importantly, perhaps some of them were good at raising chickens, or perhaps others were good at milking cows. They were all different, weren't they? After finishing all this, Jiang Mian took advantage of the fact that the hotel still had a shower, and quickly took a hot shower. Lying happily on her plush blanket, drinking the pearl milk she had just ordered, she couldn't have been more content. She always ordered milk tea in bulk, 10 cups at a time. She'd drink 1, and store the remaining 9 in her spatial storage for later. On the 8th day in the game world, the temperature dropped to -15 degrees Celsius. Jiang Mian checked the local chat list, and found many people posting videos online of their frozen water pipes. Some even said they had no water at home and had to buy bottled water from the supermarket. That's true. This world's development is similar to Earth's. Every household uses tap water. If the pipes freeze, there will be no water. Often, if one household runs out of water, all the neighboring households will also lose their water supply. The player chat room erupted in complaints. A user with the ID Deep and Shallow commented, "What kind of awful weather is this? It suddenly got so cold. I just saved up some money for my part-time job, and I haven't even had a chance to buy anything yet. I'm only wearing my work clothes. Prices are going up everywhere. This game is getting more and more inhumane." Others followed suit, offering a variety of complaints. Butterfly Knife, I think this game is actually very simple. I used to work in a nightclub, and on my first day in the game, I found a job. I earned several thousand yuan that day alone, and then I used that money to buy supplies. Isn't that easy? How could anyone think the game is difficult? Seeing this, some people's resentment towards the wealthy immediately surfaced. Justice advocate, I really envy the person upstairs. Women make money so fast, unlike us, who can only do the hardest and most tiring jobs, barely making any money each day. Serger, it's okay, at least our money is clean. Unlike some people, I wouldn't spend this money even if you gave it to me. Doesn't she think about her mother when she says that? How shameful it must be for her mother to have a daughter like that. Jiang Mian almost burst out laughing at the lively chat group. The world is truly full of wonders. She could even see this kind of gender antagonism in a post-apocalyptic game. The next second, a twist quickly followed. Butterfly knife, silent JPG. Is there any possibility? I'm a man too? Who says men can't work in nightclubs? Don't you know men make money faster in nightclubs than women? Gu Yongja, butterfly knife, are you hiring? I like to do it too. I'm 177 centimeters, 165 centimeters, and kind of handsome. Is that okay? Butterfly knife, sorry, you're a bit overweight. Our club is quite upscale. With your height, you can only weigh 120 pounds unless you work out regularly. Gu Yongja, but I'm handsome. And I'm 165 centimeters tall, and weigh 177 kilograms. Can you please not get it backwards? Butterfly knife sat on the leather sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at Gu Yongja's message, his lips twitching involuntarily. Later, he simply stopped paying attention to this person because his rich sister was coming home from get-off-work today, and he needed to quickly cook for her. It's normal for male models who provide value and emotional support to charge a higher price. Jiang Mian had thoroughly enjoyed the gossip, and was full of energy early in the morning. Even walking for an hour and driving for half an hour didn't feel tiring. At noon, Jiang Mian ate directly on the mountain. She decided that since she was in a good mood, she indulged in a bunch of high-calorie snacks. Anyway, in this cold weather, how high could the calories be? All day, the place where Jiang Mian was staying made a constant creaking sound. Anyone who didn't know better would think there was an animal grinding its teeth there. It got dark much faster today. Jiang Mian checked the time on her phone. It was only 4:30, and it was already getting dark. Jiang Mian put the koi she had accidentally gotten into her hands into her breeding space. She even made a separate breeding space for them. There were quite a few koi, in total, large and small. There were probably over 1,000. She was afraid that the fish would eat each other if they were mixed with other fish. Chapter 62. Jiang Mian carefully made her way down the mountain, a hiking stick in her hand. She hadn't been paying attention earlier, and almost slipped down the stairs. Luckily, her physical fitness had improved, and she had become more adept at controlling her body, preventing a nasty fall. But Jiang Mian was even more careful now. If she had fallen down the mountain path, wouldn't she have been covered in bruises? More and more people were getting into accidents on the road, hospitals were overflowing, and even the cars parked near hospitals were packed. On her way back, Jiang Mian even witnessed some people robbing stores. Judging from their familiar movements and nimble figures, they were clearly seasoned thieves. These veterans were the most cunning. They specifically chose this time to rob because there weren't enough people in society to stop them, which allowed them to act so brazenly. Even if they were caught, at most they would be punished and have to pay some money. What could they do if they had no money? If they had no money, they naturally wouldn't have to pay compensation. Suddenly, even some of the indigenous people joined them in looting. The indigenous people's mentality was easy to understand. Since others had started looting, it wasn't unreasonable for them to join in. With someone leading the way, they weren't afraid. Jiang Mian wanted to grab some too. These were all the supplies she had ordered. However, unlike these people who only took a little, she planned to take everything. This wouldn't be a small-scale robbery, it would attract a special pursuit. Thinking about it, she decided she shouldn't be so arrogant. As she walked, Jiang Mian suddenly realized she was surrounded. At first, everyone seemed like a stranger, and as she walked forward, suddenly, all the strangers around her turned and looked at her. Those malicious glances, those eager, clenched fists. As someone who had survived 5 years of natural disasters, how could she not understand what they meant? Seeing these men getting closer, Jiang Mian, trying to lower their guard, asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Unfortunately, not a single one spoke. They were clearly well-trained, or familiar with robbery procedures, and didn't treat people like human beings. Jiang Mian looked at the group, her gaze mainly fixed on 2 of them. These two gave her a fierce feeling. Jiang Mian had a premonition that these two were players who had experienced the game several times. They must have used quite a few upgrade cards, which explained the sense of pressure they exerted. However, the pressure wasn't too strong. She felt she could handle it. Beautiful lady, we're a little short on cash lately. Do you have a place to stay? Let us stay for a few days. We leave once we have some money. The person who said this looked at the heavily bundled up Jiang Mian and immediately curled his lip. In this freezing weather, robbing someone is like opening a blind box. Last time they robbed a man, thinking his house would be a nice place, but it turned out to be a tiny room of less than 10 square meters, without even a toilet, too small for a group of men. They wondered if this woman would bring them any surprises. They hoped it wouldn't be another place like that, small, dilapidated, and cramped. Jiang Mian raised her hands, feigning innocence, and looked at the group, asking, "Big brothers, please don't kill me. If you don't kill me, I'll let you live in my house." Hearing this, the men exchanged glances. This woman is quite sensible. She knows our strength and didn't intend to fight us head-on, but obediently led us back to her home. However, does she think we let her go like this? Impossible. In the apocalypse, those who are soft-hearted don't survive long. This woman's luck is just bad. For them, killing was commonplace. The only difference was whether they killed men or women. With men, they would swiftly eliminate them, but with women, of course, they wouldn't let any resources go to waste, including female bodies. So Jiang Mian led the way, while the men kept their eyes fixed on her. Behind her, another man held a dagger to her waist. It was as if they were ready to kill Jiang Mian if she dared to misbehave. In reality, the dagger in the man's hand posed no threat to her at all. In fact, she could kill the man instantly, because she had released the brain-eating worm, which was now crawling all over everyone. They were all waiting for Jiang Mian's command to launch their attack. As the group walked, suddenly, one of the men who exuded a sense of oppression towards Jiang Mian sensed something was wrong. He immediately stopped the group. Wait a minute. Why is this location getting further and further out? He glared fiercely at Jiang Mian, who explained, "My home is nearby. I work alone, so renting a place a little further out is normal, isn't it?" The man nodded, seemingly convinced, but the next second, a pistol was pressed against Jiang Mian's head. Jiang Mian's expression changed. This was indeed unexpected. This man actually possessed a spatial ability, and could even afford a handgun. It seemed she had underestimated them. The man pointed the gun at Jiang Mian's head and said coldly, "There's no fear in your eyes. You're clearly toying with us. You're a player too, trying to outmaneuver us, aren't you?" Jiang Mian took a deep breath, trying to suppress the urge to use the brain-eating worm to eliminate the man immediately. Being held at gunpoint was incredibly stressful. "Brother, don't be impulsive. My home is nearby. I have my keys in my pocket. Show them to me if you don't believe me." Jiang Mian didn't answer the man's words. She knew from her previous world that natives wouldn't understand terms like player or game. Such talk would be silenced. Seeing Jiang Mian's reaction, the man narrowed his eyes, becoming even more convinced. He held the handgun in one hand and reached for Jiang Mian's pocket with the other. Just then, a gunshot rang out. The man who had instilled such a sense of oppression in Jiang Mian was instantly shot in the head. The others, thinking it was one of their own, hadn't even processed the situation when their eyes saw the man lying on the ground. Dead for sure. Jiang Mian picked up the man's pistol and aimed it at the others. A slight smile played on her lips as she chuckled, "My dear players, now you are the fish on the chopping block, and I am the butcher. Hand over everything you have, and I consider whether to spare your lives." The robbery gang had no idea how things had turned out this way. Chapter 63. Originally, they intended to rob someone, so they specifically chose a woman who appeared wealthy and was traveling alone. However, they ran into a brick wall. Now, their brother was dead, and their other leader wouldn't step forward. They could only raise their hands and obediently squat on the ground, hoping the woman would spare them out of pity for their meekness. Unfortunately, they were overthinking it. Jiang Mian's main purpose was to buy time for her brain-eating worms to devour them. One of the men, who also instilled a sense of oppression in her, was about to resist when the brain-eating worms suddenly accelerated their devouring. He was the first to die. These people had forgotten the fear the brain-eating worms had instilled in them in the previous world, and no one had imagined that someone could raise such creatures. Therefore, when they felt unwell, they didn't even consider that possibility. Watching the robbers who had fallen to the ground and then gotten back up, their eyes now blank and dazed, she nodded with satisfaction. Unfortunately, perhaps because they weren't in the previous world, The brain-eating worms didn't gain the memories of these people from their previous lives. Jiang Mian didn't mind and simply waved her hand, recalling them back into her spatial dimension. As she walked, she recalled the battle she had just fought. This time, her time acceleration had been the key. She had used her time acceleration ability on her flames, instantly setting the man's arm ablaze, seizing the pistol, and shooting him in the head. She used the same skill on another man, but this time it was the brain-eating worms that had accelerated the time. Compared to the flames, the time acceleration on the worms consumed more mental energy. Perhaps it was because the original level of the flame was relatively high. Jiang Mian was only guessing. She didn't know the actual situation. Having used today's copying skill and successfully gained some experience, Jiang Mian was filled with enthusiasm as she looked at the skill about to upgrade. She wondered what the level 2 copying skill would be like. She was getting more and more excited. Because of this little incident, it was completely dark when Jiang Mian returned to the hotel. The hotel receptionist saw Jiang Mian return and immediately kindly reminded her, "Ma'am, it's a bit unsafe outside lately. If you don't have anything to do, try not to go out. I almost got robbed today if I hadn't gone out with a colleague." Jiang Mian nodded and thanked her. "Thank you, but you should also be careful at work. There are many violent criminals outside now. It's quite dangerous. If possible, try to resign." The receptionist was kindly reminding her. She didn't need to be so indifferent. Hearing Jiang Mian's words, the receptionist gave a wry smile. "There's nothing I can do. If I don't go to work, I have to go home and get married." "I see. If the weather gets colder, I plan to stay in my rented room and rest for a while." Hearing the receptionist's words, Jiang Mian fell silent. She didn't know how to persuade the girl, and finally just nodded and went upstairs. Jiang Mian took a hot shower, and only after wrapping herself in the blankets did she have time to check her loot. When she killed these people, the system gave a notification, but she didn't have time to watch it. Now she finally had time to look at it. "Killed the space holder, you have obtained a space card. Please use it as soon as possible. The space card will be inherited upon death." A space card can be inherited? Jiang Mian had never heard of this before, but thinking about it, it made sense. Who would openly tell others, "Come kill me, I can get your space," after exchanging for a space? Even those who obtained a space wouldn't tell others. The more people knew, the greater the competition. Jiang Mian asked the system assistant, "Can this space card be bound to a non-player?" "No. Non-players can consume food produced by the system, but cannot enjoy the various cards and benefits sold in the system shop." "Okay." Jiang Mian had considered this possibility when she asked the question. She shrugged and stopped thinking about it. Jiang Mian chose to bind the space card mainly because, after receiving it, she couldn't put it into her static space. It was as if the two were inherently incompatible. She couldn't possibly keep such an important spatial card on her person. What if she lost it one day and someone else picked it up? Wouldn't she be at a huge loss? So she simply used it. The space inside the spatial card wasn't large, only 1 cubic meter, but there were some things inside, probably food the man had left earlier, some compressed biscuits and bottled water. Jiang Mian wasn't interested in them. Besides these, there was also a box of bullets. Jiang Mian put the bullets and a pistol into her own space. As for the food, she didn't touch it. She had plenty of food in her space. There was no need to eat compressed biscuits. She wasn't in that dire straits yet. Jiang Mian was unaware that although she had chosen a relatively secluded spot, the gunshot had still attracted other players. However, when they arrived, there was nothing on the ground except a pool of blood. Jun Chansheng looked at the blood on the ground and listened to his teammates' analysis, then silently looked away. "Let's go!" The squad leader patted Jun Chansheng on the shoulder and said with a sigh, "That's how the game world is. There will always be killing and fighting. It's alright now. It's only been a short time since the game started. In the last few days, that's hell on earth. At that time, all the evil in human nature will be revealed. Don't be too afraid. We're here. We definitely protect you." Jun Chansheng smiled noncommittally. "Of course, I trust Brother Nong. I have to rely on you a lot." "No problem, no problem." Brother Nong patted Jun Chansheng on the shoulder, praising himself to the skies. In reality, Jun Chansheng knew that Brother Nong didn't have much combat power, but he was quite good at managing people, and had a certain ability to make promises, which was why he had gathered so many people. However, he could get a lot of useful information from Brother Nong, which was the most important reason he chose to join. And Brother Nong, well, he's actually a pretty good person, quite loyal. Jiang Mian woke up, washed up in the bathroom, and then went outside. Jiang Mian found that the hotel she was staying at was quite crowded. There were families of 3 carrying large bags and small packages, and young men and women carrying only a suitcase. She frowned. Why were so many people checking into the hotel? Chapter 64. After listening for a while, she understood. These people were originally guests at another hotel, but that hotel had stopped supplying water after a pipe froze and burst, leaving them no choice but to move to this hotel. The owner, naturally, wanted to make money, so they moved here. Today's temperature was already below -20 degrees Celsius. Even in the coldest winters, temperatures rarely reached this low. -15 degrees Celsius was the absolute maximum. Therefore, these cities had no experience with preparing for the cold. Listening to the merchant's hype, they genuinely believed the pipes could withstand temperatures of -30 or -40 degrees Celsius. In reality, they couldn't withstand even -20 degrees Celsius. The milk tea shops on the street were still open. Jiang Mian ordered 10 cups of milk tea in one go, then, under the guise of putting them in her bag, actually smuggled herself into her spatial dimension. Jiang Mian walked around the area according to her plan, scouting the surroundings before leaving. Only after confirming that the jewelry stores were still open and hadn't been robbed did she breathe a sigh of relief. The group is still scrambling for food, water, and warm clothing. No one has thought about gold yet. It makes sense. While people might fight over these things early on, later on, when money is no longer valuable, gold becomes irrelevant. So, the current situation is that the native inhabitants don't dare to steal gold, and the veteran players think it's pointless. Gold isn't as precious as food, so gold is being left out for now. Walking through knee-deep snow, Jiang Mian struggled back to the hotel. Shaking off the snow, Jiang Mian finally felt like she had come back to life. She didn't choose to take the elevator. Given the situation, climbing the stairs was more suitable. It was only 10 floors, after all. Consider it exercise. However, the weather was too cold. Even after climbing 10 floors, she didn't break a sweat. Jiang Mian continued exercising in her room for 2 hours before stopping. After wiping the sweat from her brow and resting for a while, she went to take a shower. The player chat group was abuzz with discussion about the current weather. People were asking questions and speculating about how long the cold snap would last. A mountain monkey commented, "I don't know how long it will last, but I know that soon, a lot of people will freeze to death in this weather. An elderly couple here has already frozen to death. You retreat? I retreat too suggested. I suggest everyone stock up on thick clothes and fire starters. That way, in this sustained low temperature, your body will still be able to function, and you won't freeze to death." Barbell retorted, "What's the point of all that? We might as well find a hot spring." Ring ring ring. Where's a hot spring? Please tell me. However, no one was stupid. They wouldn't just give away the hot springs address based on a single comment. Soon, the chat group shifted to a different topic. On the 9th day of the game, robbery became the norm. Most people started robbing supermarkets. Some did it purely for the thrill, some to grab a bargain, and the rest were those who knew disaster was coming and were desperate to survive. The roads are no longer cleaned, the weather is too cold, and sanitation workers have no way to clean such a large area of the city. The authorities simply halted their work and ordered them to clear snow from the main roads. Snowplows started working. Because the hotel was located on a main road, access was still possible there. However, other areas were impassable. The snow was knee-deep, and half of the snow beneath was frozen solid, making it impossible for vehicles to drive. Now, due to accidents, the repair shops were practically overflowing with damaged vehicles. Public transportation had also stopped running. You might think that just because the horses aren't working, they don't have to? No, they're still working. They started working remotely. Shopping malls began closing one after another, but the authorities had a solution. They set up a location, 3 kilometers away, where everyone could collect a week's worth of food by showing their ID card. When this policy was announced, Jiang Mian, just to join in the fun, went to check it out and even collected a food package. The bag contained 10 packs of instant noodles, some rice, bottled water, noodles, and eggs. Wow, they prepared quite a lot, but it seems they didn't consider how those without rice cookers would cook. Luckily, the hotel does have rice cookers, originally intended for staff meals, but now they're convenient for them. Perhaps unsure of what to expect, some tourists readily handed their food to the hotel staff. "Just cook it and bring it up to us. We don't have any pots, so thank you for your trouble. But we made it clear beforehand that this can't be added to the room rate. After all, the higher-ups said this is a natural disaster that the whole nation must unite to fight, and no one is allowed to profit from this national crisis. The hotel manager readily agreed with a smile. The receptionist pushed a trolley into the kitchen, but Jiang Mian refused to eat the communal meals with them. She didn't trust the people in the hotel. This hotel wasn't just home to the original inhabitants, there were also many players. With these people around, things were bound to go wrong. Sure enough, the next day, a scream suddenly echoed through the hotel lobby. Ah! What happened? What happened? Some disturbed guests rushed down to check. Jiang Mian was exercising when she heard the scream and came to investigate. The scream came from the kitchen. The receptionist who had checked her in was crouching on the floor in terror, pointing at the horrific scene, unable to process what had happened. Jiang Mian followed her gaze, and saw several older women from the kitchen lying on the floor, their necks slashed open by sharp objects. The blood had frozen on the floor, and the wounds were frostbitten. The scene of death was gruesome, and the kitchen was empty. The food these people had just received yesterday was gone. Clearly, the group that killed the old woman was there to steal her food. It's likely that during the robbery, the old woman discovered the robbers, and to avoid being exposed, she simply killed them to silence them. The hotel owner was devastated by what he saw. Not only had someone died in his hotel, but his guests' food had also been stolen. Now he not only had to pay for his employee's death, but also faced the wrath of his customers. Sure enough, after being stunned by the scene, they quickly recovered and confronted the owner, demanding, "How could this happen? We entrusted our food to you, because we trusted you. Now you have to give us an explanation. That was our food for the next week, gone just like that. What are we going to eat?" Chapter 65. The hotel owner was at his wit's end, trying every possible way to reassure his guests. Just then, the hotel manager said, "Don't worry, everyone. We have other warehouses with enough food to last us for the next month. Rest assured, our hotel will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Hearing this assurance from the hotel staff, the guests finally let them go and returned to their rooms. After all, it was incredibly cold outside. Even just being outside for a short while had left some of the weaker guests with runny noses. The hotel owner looked hopefully at the manager and asked, "Third brother, what can we do? I didn't know we kept other food in the warehouse. Isn't that all hotel supplies?" The hotel manager tugged at his brother and whispered, "There's no food. I was just lying to them. Don't say anything more. Let's get out of here. Once they realize what's happening, they definitely make us pay." The hotel owner finally understood and gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant. You're brilliant. Let's go, let's go, let's go now." Before leaving, the hotel owner glanced at the receptionist, feeling a little regretful. "I'm sorry, Tian, I'm in a precarious situation right now. I can only ask you to shield me from their anger. They're all grown men, they certainly won't hold a grudge against a girl like you." The receptionist, Tian, was completely unaware that she had been abandoned. She sat trembling at the front desk, still shaken from the earlier ordeal. If it weren't for the fact that it was impossible to move around outside, she would have quit long ago. Just then, a beautiful hand reached out. The girl's fair hand had prominent veins on the back, making it look very strong. "Have some hot water to calm down." Tian followed the hands to their owner. She recognized the customer, a very pretty young woman, probably not even 20. She had come from out of town alone to work, constantly searching for jobs. She had even offered her a job as a receptionist at their hotel. Recognizing an acquaintance, Tian took the water, took a sip to moisten her throat, and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, thank you. You're welcome." Jiang Mian then said, "I think I just saw your boss and manager run out the back door. They weren't planning to leave you here to face the wrath of others, were they?" Tian froze, immediately stopping her water. She stood up and went to an inconspicuous little door. Seeing it wasn't locked, she suddenly realized she had been abandoned. She looked at Jiang Mian and immediately said, "Thank you for reminding me. If I stay here, I definitely become a target for angry customers. I'm just an employee, I don't own the shop. Why should I take the blame for them?" Facing the receptionist's thanks, Jiang Mian smiled and reminded her, "But if you leave, there are robberies outside too. You're alone, and it's easy for someone to target you. You'd be in danger. It's better to find a room and hide so no one can find you." Tian thought about it and agreed. After thanking her, she hurriedly packed her things and started moving them to another floor. Jiang Mian watched her leave before turning her gaze away. She checked the security footage and found that just as the camera was about to capture something, it was knocked away with something. She rewound the video, slowed it down, paused it, and after several attempts, finally saw what it was. "Phew?" She breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a rock. She had thought it was a gun. She had scared herself. That makes sense. Why would so many people choose to exchange for guns? Perhaps some are secretly developing their abilities, saving money to exchange for spatial abilities, or strengthening their physical strength. After all, strengthened physical strength still has its uses in the real world. However, superpowers or other things don't have offensive capabilities in the real world. Thinking this way, she felt much more at ease. Not long after the hotel owner and manager left, they were spotted. 6 young men surrounded them. The leader looked at them menacingly and asked, "We've been following you all this way. Where's your own warehouse?" The 2 surrounded men exchanged a glance and immediately understood. These men were probably the ones who killed and robbed people of their food supplies. The hotel owner's knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground with a thud, begging for mercy. "Heroes, please spare my brother and me. We don't have any warehouse. This is just a delaying tactic. We don't know where the grain is." "So you ran all this way not to find grain, but to escape?" "Yes, yes." Upon hearing this, not only the questioner's face changed, but even the manager's expression changed. He grabbed his elder brother. "Brother, shut up." The hotel owner wasn't very bright to begin with, and even now, he hadn't realized what was happening. His younger brother grabbed him and turned to run. Unfortunately, they were no match for the group. Realizing they'd been tricked, the 6 men, enraged, attacked. Ultimately, the owner and manager also met their end, their bodies left to rot in the wilderness. Meanwhile, by noon, no one had brought food from the hotel. The people grew furious and prepared to go down to confront the hotel owner, only to find all the staff had vanished. The remaining corpses in the kitchen lay untouched. No one had bothered to clean them up, let alone call the police. Given the current situation, even calling the police wouldn't have helped. After a moment of lamentation, the starving indigenous people began to worry about themselves. Instead of worrying about the dead and the misery of having no one to collect their bodies, they worried about themselves. What would happen if they went without food for the next 6 days? These people still clung to the hope that the government would provide food after 6 days. In reality, it was all wishful thinking. Jiang Mian ignored what was happening downstairs. Since coming up, she hadn't gone down again, exercising entirely in her room. Maintaining 4 hours of exercise a day, her daily energy expenditure was extremely high. If others saw her current appetite, they'd probably exclaim, "What a glutton." For lunch alone, she ate 5 palm-sized steamed buns, 3 bowls of rice, 250 grams of braised beef, a whole roast duck, and finished with a glass of milk. This was actually quite normal, considering her body was digesting food 5 times faster than usual. The more she ate, the more she digested. To be honest, if it weren't for the resources in her spatial dimension, she wouldn't be able to afford it at all. She was grateful for her spatial dimension again. The more grateful she was for her spatial dimension, the more she hated Lan Lingling. If Lan Lingling hadn't stolen her spatial dimension in her past life, she wouldn't be living such a miserable life. However, on the other hand, she was indeed tempted by the 1 million yuan to treat her younger brother's illness. If it were just that, it wouldn't be so bad. However, Lan Lingling clearly didn't find out afterward. She had her eye on her bracelet's spatial dimension from the very beginning. "Lan Lingling, you better pray that I don't find out after the apocalypse, otherwise, I make you suffer the same pain I did in my past life." Taking a bite of roast duck with resentment, Jiang Mian ate her meal, and then started watching her favorite TV show. How to deal with your tracks after killing someone. Friend, remember, after you kill someone, the first thing you need to do is calm down, and then... Jiang Mian silently memorized it. As she watched, she became engrossed, and even the sounds of her chewing quieted down. The snow outside was falling thicker and thicker. At first, snowplows were occasionally seen, but today they were barely seen 3 times. After a brief commotion, the people downstairs actually started forming groups to go out and find food. Jiang Mian truly admired their efficiency. They acted immediately, without any hesitation. Some people invited her to join them, but Jiang Mian refused. Immediately, some of them looked at her differently. Jiang Mian looked at them defiantly. "The food the government provides is enough for me to eat for several days. I'm not in a hurry. If you want to go, go yourselves." Hearing this, the people immediately looked away. She did it on purpose, deliberately saying it to dispel their suspicions. Chapter 66. On the 11th day of the game, the temperature had dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius, a nearly 10-degree drop from yesterday's minus 20 degrees. Power outages were occurring in many areas, water pipes were freezing and bursting, and the heating system was completely paralyzed. Jun Changsheng saw it all. He saw his team, having provoked a group of people, being shot dead by them. Even he wasn't spared. The group didn't give him a chance to speak before opening fire. Heh! He gasped for breath. Nonggu, standing beside him, quickly patted him on the back and couldn't help but ask, what happened? Why are you acting like this? Jun Chongqing's brain felt like it was being pricked with needles. The waves of pain contorted his face. It took him a long time to recover. Looking at Nonggu, he said, let's go, let's get out of here quickly. It was clear he was in a hurry, especially after using up his special ability. Nonggu naturally didn't dare delay, and quickly told his men to pack their things. They moved quickly, swiftly packing their belongings and moving on to another location. Jiang Mian also took advantage of the snow-covered roads to begin her $0 shopping spree. She first went to a jewelry store, opening the door under the cover of darkness. Jiang Mian disguised herself as a robber, wearing a black hood and completely covered up. The owner had probably gone home, but everything in the store was still there. Jiang Mian searched the counter but couldn't find the keys or anything like that. The owner must have taken them home. The glass appeared to be bulletproof, but that was easy for Jiang Mian to handle. She unleashed her flames, and within a minute, the glass cracked from the heat, then shattered. Luckily, Jiang Mian was prepared and stayed far away. After the glass burned through, Jiang Mian began frantically loading goods. Her backpack was like a treasure trove, never quite full. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Mian looked around the store, wondering if there was a second floor or a basement storage area for gold. As it turned out, she was overthinking it. If the gold shop owner were truly that wealthy, they wouldn't be in this business. Shaking her head in disappointment, Jiang Mian moved on to the next location. She tested the snow on the ground and found it wasn't suitable for skiing, so she abandoned the idea. When she arrived at the second gold shop, she discovered a security camera outside. Jiang Mian used a slingshot to smash the camera before trying to open the door. This tactic was inspired by the murderer in the hotel. Using a slingshot and marbles to shoot down the camera saved her ammunition. After opening the door, she discovered there was another camera inside. Following the same procedure, Jiang Mian used flames to shatter the glass and retrieve the gold. Then she went to the third shop. The night passed quickly, and Jiang Mian's haul was considerable. After all, she had acquired ownership of so many gold shops overnight, and with so many people supporting her, how could she not become incredibly wealthy? Indeed, the saying all the ways to make money are written in a book is true. When Jiang Mian returned to the hotel, she found a group of people inside, the same group who had gone out to find food. They had piled up snacks at their feet, their origins unknown, as most shops were already closed, and the food inside had long been swept away. She glanced at it briefly, then lost interest and headed upstairs. They watched Jiang Mian's departing figure in silence. One of them asked worriedly, "Will she call the police?" "No, even if she does, the police don't have time for this kind of thing right now. We just don't do it often, and we feel guilty. I saw many people doing this online a few days ago, when there was still electricity. What if this woman calls the police? What if they come?" The man looked at his companion with disdain, too lazy to answer such a stupid question, and simply said, "Let them come. We just give them the money back. It's all the same, isn't it?" After saying that, the man ignored him. They had gathered in the lobby on the first floor to divide the loot. They had almost finished discussing it. Those who had contributed more would naturally receive more food, while those who had just gone out to buy soy sauce would receive less. Some people thought this distribution was fair, while others naturally thought it was unfair. Unfortunately, those who were merely there to observe from the sidelines dared not voice their discontent, even if they were. Those who received the most supplies first were all ruthless individuals, practically wearing "I'm a murderer" written all over their faces. The others dared not provoke them. Jiang Mian didn't care about this little incident. After returning to her room, she was about to turn on the hot water for a shower, when she suddenly discovered that the pipes were not running. The hotel's pipes must be frozen. She clicked her tongue softly, and turned on the air conditioner to boil water on the spot. She took out the stove and lit it directly in the bathroom. There was also a water heater. The water was, of course, the clean water she had previously stored in her spatial dimension. This stove, as expected of something her grandfather made himself, was indeed ingeniously designed. It could burn coal at the bottom, had a small iron plate underneath to catch the ash, a middle section for roasting sweet potatoes, and a top section for boiling water, a multi-purpose stove. She turned on the bathroom ventilation, stretched, and then moved a chair to sit by the fire. Sitting next to the stove was much warmer than with air conditioning. If she weren't worried about carbon monoxide poisoning while sleeping, She would have liked to put the stove next to her bed. Smelling the aroma of sweet potatoes, Jiang Mian swallowed hard and, unable to resist, took out a small piece and ate it. The sweet potato wasn't fully cooked inside, it was still a little hard in the middle, but Jiang Mian ate it without a second thought. In her past life, let alone a sweet potato like this, no one would waste even the peel, it would be snatched up if left on the ground. Of course, those important people are an exception, otherwise, where would the sweet potato peels on the ground come from? After the water in the stove boiled, she changed the water in the water heater tank several times, putting all the boiled water into her spatial storage. While the electricity was still working, Jiang Mian started boiling water in the kettle, then put the water into a hand warmer. Then she put the hand warmer back into her spatial storage. After eating the sweet potato, Jiang Mian put away the stove and started taking a hot bath. She took out a collapsible bathtub from her spatial storage, sat down contentedly, and even put on a face mask. Chapter 67. After showering, Jiang Mian lay in bed, pondering her next move. With so many people in the hotel, everything was inconvenient. She didn't plan to stay any longer, so she decided to spend the next few days both shopping and looking for apartments. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mian while she slept, the shop owners she had visited, upon seeing the state of their stores, immediately called the police. However, the police's response left them speechless. They simply said they were busy with other matters, and to wait patiently, they would investigate when it was their turn. No matter how much the jewelry store owner pleaded, cried, or even tried to pull strings, nothing could change the current situation. No one seemed to know what they were busy with. It seemed like every place needed rescue, yet no official personnel were visible. Only the media were trying to reassure people, spouting nonsense like these things were temporary, and the weather would warm up soon. What they need now isn't warmer weather, but rather to solve the problem of the mysteriously disappeared food. How could food disappear so quickly after some people have bought it? It all seems unrealistic, making one suspect there might be a mastermind behind it all. However, the official explanation is, due to weather conditions, various food transport vehicles have been forced to stop. Please rest assured, the government will absolutely not abandon them, and so on. Jiang Mian woke up at 4 in the afternoon. After washing up and stretching, she took out some food and began to eat. After finishing her meal, she left the hotel and headed to her next shop. Unbeknownst to her, someone else was eyeing her. Boss, the group we were observing didn't return to the house after they left. It seems they discovered something? Long Nan waved his hand dismissively at his subordinate's report, surprisingly calm. Alright, I know. Don't worry about those people for now. Compared to those small fry, Deaf Man has found someone more valuable. The subordinate looked at Deaf Man in surprise and asked curiously, Boss, who is that person? I go keep an eye on them for you. Long Nan waved his hand. No need for you to keep an eye on them. Deaf Man heard that the woman has a spatial ability and plans to leave soon, just in case anything happens. We act tonight. However, when Long Nan led his men into Jiang Mian's room, they found that Jiang Mian had already left. Damn it! Long Nan kicked the door shut, his suspicious gaze fixed on his underling. He now strongly suspected a mole within his team, otherwise, how could this woman have left so conveniently? Moreover, there wasn't a single personal item left in the room. Even if that woman had a spatial ability, how big could it be? 3 cubic meters, 5 cubic meters, or 10 cubic meters? 5 cubic meters at most, right? Long Nan looked at the deaf woman, wrote a few words, and told her to do them. The deaf woman was a petite girl, not very tall, about 1.5 meters. Due to a congenital condition, she had been deaf since childhood and couldn't hear others speak, but she could read. After reading Long Nan's words, the deaf woman nodded and activated her special ability. Her ability wasn't particularly combat-oriented, but it was excellent for support. It's called telepathy. It can sense the thoughts of others within a meter. This morning, when Jiang Mian returned, because it was so close, it heard Jiang Mian's thoughts. At that moment, Jiang Mian was thinking, luckily, I have a spatial ability, otherwise, I have to be like them, openly sharing everything. It was precisely because it heard Jiang Mian's thoughts that it told Long Nan, because it didn't want to go hungry, it wanted to eat its fill. However, it said that killing someone with a spatial ability would drop their resources, which is why Long Nan was so eager to kill a stranger whose strength was unknown. Long Muzi looked at the cramped 0.5 cubic meter space inside her spatial ability, and her greed drove her forward step by step. She only learned after buying the spatial card that killing someone with a spatial ability would grant access to that person's space. This intrigued her, and she planned to deliver the final blow to Jiang Mian when everyone surrounded her. However, she hadn't expected that despite their careful planning, the protagonist with the spatial ability wouldn't cooperate. Her first reaction was the same as Long Nan's. She suspected a traitor among her. However, through telepathy, she didn't detect anything unusual about those around her. She frowned and said with some difficulty, "No. Anything's wrong." Long Musi had only recently learned to speak. Before, she couldn't hear others' voices, and naturally, she couldn't hear her own, so she couldn't speak at all. Now, with telepathy, she could sense what others were saying, and the pronunciation of those words miraculously appeared in her mind. Slowly, she learned to speak. Long Nan frowned, his suspicious gaze falling on Long Musi, then he shook his head. That deaf woman is incredibly socially awkward. If I hadn't helped her before, she wouldn't have revealed her abilities. Perhaps, it really is just a coincidence. Jiang Mian had no idea that a group of people were staking out her. She always liked to avoid wasting things, and every time she left, she would tidy up her room. There was plenty of space anyway. The snow outside was now a meter deep, and even the snow on the main road, which she used to clear regularly, was now up to her ankles. Walking in it would sink your legs. After walking for a while, Jiang Mian came to a small roadside shop. The shop was locked, half hidden by the snow. She broke the door, locked it, and went inside. After confirming that she had destroyed all the cameras inside, she changed her clothes. Her shoes were soaked with snow, making them very uncomfortable, and even her pants were half wet. Jiang Mian changed into tight-fitting padded pants, then put on another layer over them. In this weather, wearing too little was unbearable. Finally, she put on a pair of tall boots, tightening them to prevent snow from getting in, before getting up and surveying the shop. Due to the blizzard, many shop owners had gone home, leaving the streets deserted. Of course, there were also those who tried to make a quick buck, but they'd been robbed of everything, even their underwear, and some had even lost their lives. The reason this shop wasn't being looted was because it sold kitchenware. In everyone's mind, the items there weren't edible or useful for keeping warm, so there was no point in stealing them. Chapter 68. Jiang Mian didn't think that way. Adhering to the principle of a thief never leaves empty-handed, she collected everything one by one into her spatial storage. Later, she found collecting them individually too troublesome, so she simply collected them shelf by shelf. Sure enough, her speed increased significantly. After collecting all the dishes and chopsticks, Jiang Mian left. The new shoes were indeed quite comfortable. She wouldn't get snow inside them anymore. Jiang Mian had initially bought these shoes because they looked imposing, never expecting them to have this effect. Her destination this time was a factory 3 kilometers away. She had searched it on the map before. It was a supermarket that delivered to her door, with a wide variety of goods, vegetables, meat, fruits, and snacks. She wondered how it was doing now, whether it had been robbed clean. On the way, she encountered 2 more groups of people trying to rob her. Jiang Mian swiftly dealt with them, then activated her copying ability, successfully copying several ordinary abilities. Jiang Mian was somewhat disappointed. She was just a few experience points away from leveling up, but unfortunately, she had used up her copying attempts for the day. She comforted herself. It's precisely because this ability is so powerful that the limitations are so strong. Sure enough, people need self-deception. Thinking this way improved her mood considerably. She still stored the corpse in her spatial storage, to use as a body for her army of brain-eating worms. A master as understanding as her is truly rare in this world. After a moment of self-admiration, Jiang Mian cheered herself up and continued walking towards her destination. After wandering around for a while, when she finally found the location, she stared blankly at the small door that could only fit one person at a time. Had she arrived at the back entrance? There should have been stairs, but they were all covered in snow. Jiang Mian was about to open the small door when she heard a noise inside, and she immediately stopped. Xiao Wei was entering this game for the first time. A torrential rainstorm had swept through her world, breaching dams and flooding everything. She had no tools, no connections, and could only passively wait for official rescue. She ate the relief food provided by the official authorities every day, constantly worrying that it would be stolen by others. Just when she was about to starve to death, she suddenly heard a heavenly voice. She didn't hear anything else, only that the system said she could exchange food after completing a task, and she eagerly signed the contract. This was her first game. Not long after entering, she met Brother Zhang and Brother Li, along with other members. They naturally formed a team, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Although everyone was entering the game for the first time, this also meant there was less scheming. They only had the desire to survive. After making some money setting up a stall in this world, they rented a house nearby. It was a bit cramped, but at least they had a place to stay. Later, the snow fell heavier and heavier, making business difficult. They began to change their mindset, stockpiling various supplies for emergencies. However, food eventually runs out, especially with so many of them. What to do when the food runs out? Go out and find more, of course. After witnessing others openly looting, they lowered their standards and started looting as well. Relying on their numbers, they rarely suffered losses. Today, they came to a place provided by one of their teammates, who had previously worked part-time there and knew about a storage warehouse there. The storage room was well stocked and perfectly suited to their current situation. They even considered taking it over if no one else was there. The food inside would last them a long time. The girl named Xiaowei felt it was somewhat immoral, but what did it matter compared to her own life? She didn't want to experience the near-death experience again. She wanted to live a life with enough to eat and wear. However, when they arrived, they discovered another group of people who had already claimed the place and were forbidding anyone else from entering. They sized up the group and, upon recognizing them as natives, breathed a sigh of relief. Natives are good. Natives won't try to kill right away. Who are you? How did you get here? Leave now, or I report you for trespassing, said a fat man leading the group as they broke in. He was the station manager, responsible for recruiting staff and resolving issues at the station. When the heavy snow blocked the roads, they didn't have time to evacuate and were trapped in the city. Fortunately, there was plenty of food, enough to keep them from starving and freezing. However, everything has two sides. Others knew about the abundance of supplies, and they occasionally encountered local residents trying to rob them. Some were easygoing. They get money to buy food at inflated prices. As for the more difficult ones, they beat them up and throw them out. Therefore, they weren't exactly welcoming to Xiaowei and her group of 7 or 8 who had barged in. Just then, a refined-looking man with glasses suddenly noticed one of Xiaowei's group and exclaimed in surprise, "Qin Sheng? What are you doing here? Did you bring them?" Qin Sheng, whose name was called, instinctively shrank back. Looking at the man, before he could speak, he smiled and said, "Deputy Station Master, what a coincidence. We meet again." The fat man looked at the bespectacled man and asked, "Do you know this guy?" The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, then nodded and explained, "He's a writer who recently joined us. You were on a business trip to headquarters, and I was the one who received him." After understanding the situation, the fat man nodded, softening his tone somewhat for the sake of his own people. He looked at the 8 men and asked, "All right, since you know someone, I won't waste any more words. What do you want? Robbery or buying something?" The leader, Brother Zhang, glanced at the 30 or 40 men opposite him, then at his own group of only 8. The advantage was obvious. He wisely said, "Hey bro, we're here to buy some food. Could you do us a favor?" The chubby station master waved his hand, making it clear beforehand, "Sure, since you're on the same side, I won't overcharge you. I charge others 50 for a loaf of bread, so you can have it for 25. Don't think I'm being unfair, this is the normal price. Some people want to buy it, but we don't have any in stock yet." The group exchanged glances upon hearing the price. Xiaowei smiled and said, "Okay. Let's pick out some things we like first, and pay together later." Chapter 69. The station master nodded, not particularly wary of them, and started playing cards with his brothers again. "Come on, I almost won the last round. Let's start again." "What do you mean you almost won? We only played less than 20 cards. How are you going to win?" Don't worry about it. Hurry up and grab your cards." Xiaowei packed her food into her backpack and carefully said to Zhang Wanda, "Brother Zhang, which way should we run?" Zhang Wanda whispered, "We run in the opposite direction, definitely not towards where we live, just in case we get discovered." "Okay." Xiaowei nodded and started packing food into her bag. This time she was smarter, packing mostly filling items. After they had packed almost everything, Zhang Wanda gave a signal, and the group suddenly pushed past the guards and started running. The people inside the station were startled and immediately gave chase. "You lot, stop right there. Damn it, you dared to lie to me." However, 2 people fell behind. Li Chanfeng dragged his mother along. It was already rare for him and his mother to enter the game together, and the fact that they were in the same world made it even more enviable. However, Li Chanfeng felt suffocated. His mother was a very controlling woman. From childhood, she forbade him to do this and that. If his mother were a sensible person, it wouldn't be so bad. Unfortunately, his mother was a sensible person. Like last time, When they said they were stocking up on some warm clothes or cotton-padded coats, Li Changfeng's mother retorted that cotton-padded coats were more comfortable and wouldn't let them buy them. Instead, she took them to buy cotton, saying she was going to make clothes for them. Li Changfeng knew his mother well enough to know her limits, so he righteously refused. Unfortunately, his controlling mother wouldn't allow her son to contradict her. After slapping him in front of everyone, she resolutely chose to make clothes for Li Changfeng out of cotton. She couldn't control others, nor did she have the right to. But Li Changfeng was her son, and she chose to vent all her strictness on him. The others knew what Li Changfeng's mother was like. Usually, when they went on missions, they would leave her at home. This time, she insisted on coming with them. Plus, some team members had been injured and were resting in a rented room, so they had no choice but to bring Li Changfeng's mother along. Unexpectedly, when she saw her son take the things and try to run away without paying, she grabbed Li Changfeng. "Changfeng, what are you doing? We haven't paid yet." Li Changfeng was stunned, not expecting his mother to grab him. He anxiously looked at his teammates, who had already run away, trying to get his mother to let go, but he couldn't break free from her grasp. "Mom, what are you doing? Let go! If we don't take this opportunity to run, we definitely get a beating if we get caught. Let go!" However, upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's mother wouldn't have it. "How did I teach you before? To be a polite and morally upright child. I don't expect you to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, but at least you should be an upright person, not do this kind of petty theft. If we take someone else's things, we have to pay them back. How could you become like this? It's all those people's fault. You learn from them. What have they turned you into? What you're doing is no different from robbery. I spent so much money on you. Who told you to go astray? You let me down after all the education and investment I made in you." Her insults pierced Li Changfeng's ears. Because she had delayed for so long, the station staff, who had discovered Zhang Wanda and his group had already fled, vented their anger on the two of them. Li Changfeng covered his head, enduring the beatings. Seeing this, his mother rushed over again, trying to stop the beatings. "What are you doing? Hitting people is illegal, you know? We didn't steal anything, the things are still there. We didn't take them. If you want to find them, find them. What does this have to do with my son? My son is a law-abiding citizen." The fat station manager, his flesh trembling with rage, said in a gruff voice, "Your son is in cahoots with them. They stole and ran away. Your son just didn't escape because you didn't stop him. Isn't it normal for us to beat him? You're making a scene. Scream, or we beat you up too." Hearing this, the woman became even more agitated. She stood up, neck stiff, and shouted, "My son isn't with those robbers. We were all deceived by them. They said they were helping each other, but they're just a bunch of criminals. I told you they had no money. Where would they get their food? They all stole it, and it even caused my son to get this disease. I will absolutely never let my son have any contact with them again." The woman, neck stiff, confronted the station chief, determined to make things clear. If someone didn't know the situation and what had just happened, they might think this was a scene of an elderly mother fighting against thugs to protect her useless son. In reality, she was just a muddle-headed person who thought he was righteous. Li Changfeng coldly watched all this, seeing his mother shamelessly say, "I can take you to those robbers, as long as you let my son go. They should take responsibility for their mistakes, not continue to make them." The station manager and deputy station manager exchanged a glance, then asked, "How far is your place from here?" The woman, "About 800 or 900 meters, not very far." The two women and the others exchanged glances. The other employees shook their heads, indicating they didn't want to go that far to chase after those people. After all, what they took was just a drop in the ocean. They had plenty at the station, more than enough to eat. So, after discussing it, they decided they could choose not to chase after those people, but they had to give the others a warning. Otherwise, if this happened once, it would happen again. Seeing someone rob their station and get away with it, others would definitely be tempted to do the same. So Li Changfeng and his mother, who were left behind, were tied to a pillar outside, and their crimes were written on their bodies. Li Changfeng, ashamed, was tied to the pillar with a sign that read, "I am a robber." This alone was enough to humiliate him, but his mother, seemingly eager to attract attention, was shouting and cursing nearby. Chapter 70. I already said, we're not in cahoots. Arrest those other people. What does this have to do with my son and me? Let me go right now, or I definitely call the police. Didn't you hear me? Let us go right now. Li Changfeng roared in shame and anger. Enough. Can you please stop talking? Seeing her son dare to rebuke her, The woman burst into tears. Chanfeng, I'm only doing this for your own good. I'm afraid you go astray, that's why I stopped you. Aren't you afraid of waking up in the middle of the night overwhelmed by guilt? Mom, this is just a game. To live, you have to abandon your conscience. A game is a reflection of the human heart. You absolutely cannot go down this path. You must be an upright and good person. Li Chanfeng rolled his eyes, his patience finally wearing thin. He bluntly exposed his mother's true feelings, his voice hoarse and cold as he said, "What you done is all for my own good. You're just forcing me to do things I don't want to do, out of your own selfishness. You want to raise a puppet who only listens to you. Do you know what my classmates call me? They say I'm a mama's boy, that I have no independent thought, that I only listen to my mother and no one else. Do you know how others mock me? They say my dad divorced you because of you, that he doesn't want you anymore." The woman looked at this son, whom she felt was a stranger, in disbelief. "Chanfeng, what are you saying? What nonsense are you spouting? I won't allow you to talk to me like that. I'm your mother. I'm the person who loves you most in this world. Your father abandoned me because he cheated on me. It wasn't that he didn't want us, it was that we didn't want him." Li Chanfeng sneered. "What's the use of saying this now? We're already in this situation. From the moment we entered the game, I constantly told you how dangerous this world is, how people in it even kill each other. Yet you always said that every world has a government, and no one would dare to be so blatant. You're always so self-righteous, so confident in your own judgment, unwilling to try new things. You always try to stop me, prevent me from flying, always trying to break my wings to keep me by your side. But Mom, I'm a person with my own thoughts. I have my own judgment. I shouldn't be bound by you. What do you mean by that? When did I stop you?" Tears streamed down the woman's face, quickly freezing back to ice. However, the coldness on her face was nothing compared to the chilling words her son spoke. Seeing his mother still so confused even at this point, Li Chanfeng said, "Mom, you don't think they let us in after tying us up for a while, do you? Isn't that what they're doing?" The woman looked completely innocent, as if her words were perfectly reasonable. Li Chanfeng hated seeing her like this. Every time she made a wrong decision, she would make this face and say, "I don't know either. Isn't that what they're doing? What does it have to do with me? You just didn't do it right." Now, seeing her like this, Li Chanfeng sneered, "Then you can stay here quietly and see if they let you in. They treat you to the best food and drink." "What do you mean?" "Chanfeng, don't be stupid. We just need to stay here and beg them for mercy later. They definitely let us in. Don't do anything foolish." Li Chanfeng licked his dry lips and said coldly, "Mom, if you still consider me your son, shut up and stop yelling. Let me leave." "No, you can't leave. If you leave, it will only solidify your crime of robbing others." After discovering there were people inside, Jiang Mian didn't plan to continue. She had come from humble beginnings. Even if she forgot her roots, she wouldn't forget them so quickly, resorting to robbing others. The world is so big, there are plenty of resources. Besides, she had enough resources in her spatial storage for herself. There was no need to get her hands dirty with unnecessary blood for such a small thing. So she chose to change direction and came to the factory next door. There wasn't much people in the factory next door, because they were building a gate, and everyone had left due to the blizzard. Jiang Mian looked at the heavy, stacked gate and with a wave of her hand, she put it away. Over 100 large doors were piled up in the corner. Further to the side was a car repair shop with several damaged vehicles, all brands she didn't recognize. Jiang Mian waved her hand and took them all. These cars were only physically damaged. They could still start and wouldn't prevent her from driving them. However, they definitely couldn't be driven in this world. It was freezing cold, the roads were slippery, and she could easily crash into a telephone pole. Besides, there were very few people on the streets these days, let alone someone driving a car. It was best not to be too arrogant. Jiang Mian packed the repair shop's tools and parts into her spatial storage, just in case. She then rummaged through the storage and found some other items. 2 large jugs of gasoline and 2 jugs of diesel fuel. These were scarce resources, and also valuable fuels. Jiang Mian unceremoniously took them. She decided to go to a gas station later to find some gasoline. This was a good opportunity. In the real world, she didn't dare to hoard such supplies, nor had she deliberately stockpiled them in the previous world, so she was relatively short of gasoline. After making up her mind, Jiang Mian left. She went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. It was pitch black inside, the power had been turned off sometime earlier. Jiang Mian turned on her flashlight, looked at the locked door, and pried open the lock. Inside, she found rows of neatly arranged desktop computers. She immediately put all the computers away, along with the desks. When the weather gets colder, these desks can be used as firewood. Next stop, the music room. Better to pack up than not. Next to the music room was a bridal shop, filled with hundreds of wedding dresses of all kinds. Jiang Mian packed up the dresses as well, and didn't forget the cosmetics in the dressing room either. After about an hour of packing, Jiang Mian, with her haul, saw a man and a woman tied up outside. She guessed that these two had probably argued with the people inside earlier. It was another group, but she had heard a lot of noise earlier. Why was the mother and son alone? After listening for a while, Jiang Mian understood. The two were mother and son. The mother was overly possessive and confused, while the son wanted to survive. However, the mother wanted her son to be an upright person. It seemed like they had a long-standing grudge. In the midst of the argument, the man broke free of his ropes, glanced at his mother one last time, and turned to leave. Chapter 71. Chanfeng, Li Chanfeng, where are you going? You're not allowed to leave. Come back here. Are you going to abandon me like your father? Seeing that her son didn't react to her cries, the woman immediately changed her tune and began to curse. You heartless wretch. I knew your father's genes were terrible, that's why he gave birth to someone like you. Sure enough, genes are hereditary. You're your father's child, and naturally you have his ungrateful character. Li Chanfeng, who had initially hesitated, left without looking back after hearing his mother's insults. During this time, Jiang Mian not only discovered 3 more transport trucks, but also witnessed a good show, making him extremely satisfied. After finishing his gossip with satisfaction, Jiang Mian finally left. The woman was eventually buried in the snow and froze to death. Before she died, she still fantasized that the staff at the station would let her down, but unfortunately, no one was as kind as she had hoped. It's also possible the staff at the station had long forgotten about her. After all, they had plenty of food and drink inside, enjoying their leisure time, and completely forgetting about the mentally unstable robber outside. Jiang Mian walked on the snow, each step leaving a footprint. Luckily, she was light enough not to sink in, but walking was still difficult. She took out her skiing equipment, but the top layer of snow wasn't frozen at all, offering no friction. Skiing was slower than walking. Jiang Mian gave up on this mode of transportation. Jiang Mian arrived at the gas station, which was completely empty, without a single person guarding it. This made things easier for her. She opened the door and went inside. The gas station door had been vandalized, and the food inside had been looted. However, she did find something useful: 2 diesel generators. These were probably stockpiled for emergency use during power outages, and now they were all in Jiang Mian's hands. After finding nothing of value, Jiang Mian left and went to the refueling equipment. She destroyed the machine and then began to collect the underground fuel tanks into her spatial storage. There were 6 fuel tanks in total, 4 large and 2 medium-sized. Jiang Mian measured the tanks and found that they were still more than half full. The tanker truck had probably just filled up, so the tanks were still quite full. The 6 tanks contained 2 95-octane diesel tanks, 1 large and 1 small, and 2 large 92-octane tanks. In short, it added up to about several dozen tons, enough for Jiang Mian to have her fill. Having done all that, she decided to try a different approach. Since the malls and supermarkets were completely sold out, she decided to try some unassuming farmers markets. Even if she wasn't sure if there was anything left, she wanted to take a look. Jiang Mian used her phone's navigation to find the nearest farmers market. When she arrived, she discovered it was quite large. However, most of the vegetables on display had already been snapped up. Jiang Mian was a little disappointed, and was about to leave when she noticed some small shops nearby. She tried searching and surprisingly found some bags of rice and flour there. The flour came in a 50-kilogram bag, and the rice in a 25-kilogram bag. Jiang Mian unceremoniously put these items into her spatial storage. Walking a little further, she saw some frozen fish and shrimp. She didn't overlook those either, and then searched every shop along the roadside, finding ice cream, hot pot meatballs, instant noodles, and roasted nuts like sunflower seeds and peanuts. She stored all of these in her spatial storage. At the very back, Jiang Mian found sweet potatoes, but they didn't look very fresh. They were probably past their season. Jiang Mian stored those too. As long as they were edible, freshness didn't matter. After doing all this, Jiang Mian began to pay attention to the nearby houses. Unfortunately, the houses didn't look very nice. Not only was the water out, but the electricity was also cut off. Jiang Mian immediately ruled it out. As it grew darker, Jiang Mian decided not to go back to the hotel and instead planned to spend the night in an empty house nearby. The ground floor nearby was mostly submerged in snow, making the door impossible to open. Using a quick leap, without even utilizing her flying ability, Jiang Mian landed on a second-floor window. She jumped down from the window, brushing the snow off her hands. It was a staircase, and she didn't see anyone else. Jiang Mian found an empty room and used a small card to open the door. Because no one lived there, the room looked completely empty. Jiang Mian took out a broom and swept the room, then wiped the dust off the bed with a rag. Just as she finished wiping it and turned to put the rag in the basin, the water inside had already begun to freeze. Jiang Mian stared speechlessly at the scene. This is too fast. Warm water freezes in this weather in just 3 minutes? She changed the water and wiped the bed again. Great, in a short while, the water droplets on the bed had frozen solid. Jiang Mian shrugged helplessly, wiped away the ice with a dry towel, laid out a thick mattress, added a fluffy blanket, and a 10-pound quilt. Looking at her masterpiece, she was extremely satisfied. She brought back the outdoor thermometer, looked at the minus 32 degrees Celsius reading, and considered her supplies. Most things were prepared. Surviving the apocalypse shouldn't be too difficult. Jiang Mian took out the stove, opened the bathroom window a little, and opened the bathroom door as well. She lit the charcoal fire and started roasting sweet potatoes on it, while also boiling water. It was warm and convenient. Although the sweet potatoes looked like they had been sitting for a while, they still tasted quite sweet. After eating and drinking her fill, Jiang Mian fell asleep without realizing it. The next day, she woke up shivering. The fire in the stove had dwindled considerably. Jiang Mian picked up the kettle from the stove, and then stored the stove away in her spatial storage. After washing up and eating something to fill her stomach, Jiang Mian stored all her belongings away and prepared to leave the neighborhood. However, she encountered a group of people gathered together as she went downstairs. The people looked at her, surprised. One of them asked, "Are you also going out to find supplies?" Jiang Mian was about to wave her hand and say no when she heard another person mutter, "Why is there another person? The more people, the less food we get." The person's eyes were full of disdain as they said this. Jiang Mian glanced coldly at the man, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. Wasn't he the one she'd seen upstairs yesterday, the one who'd stolen someone's things and run away? The reason Jiang Mian remembered him so vividly was mainly because this man had used a special ability when he escaped. His ability was quite unique. He could move forward a short distance, a weakened version of teleportation. Chapter 72. Jiang Mian nodded directly, acknowledging that she was also among those who had gone out to find food. "Alright, I make it clear beforehand. Once you're out here, you're responsible for your own safety. No one else is obligated to take responsibility for your fate. If you die or are maimed on the way, it's your own fault, and no one else's." The leader looked at Jiang Mian, as if speaking to her, yet also using this opportunity to warn others. Jiang Mian remained silent and nodded. Soon, several more residents came down from upstairs, bringing the total to about 30 people. Everyone, regardless of gender, was young and strong. They were residents who had discovered that food was scarce and had spontaneously set out to find it. Jiang Mian followed them. The group trudged through the deep white snow, each step sinking deep into the ground. Every now and then, someone would slip and fall, and they would help each other along. Jiang Mian frowned, instinctively not wanting to make such intimate moves with a stranger. However, upon seeing that the person beside her possessed a similar teleportation ability, she didn't resist but instead grabbed the man's arm. Successfully copied Gene ability, instantaneous teleportation. Ding! Congratulations, your talent has been upgraded. Please check. Hearing this notification, Jiang Mian excitedly opened the control panel to check. Talent, copy and paste, level 2. Can copy other people's talents 4 times per day. 3 pasting attempts, 1 deleting pasting attempt. Jiang Mian, I don't understand, let me read it again. In other words, her copy and paste ability had been upgraded to level 2, increasing the number of copying attempts by 1. Although the pasting attempts hadn't increased, she now had 1 deleting pasting attempt. She wondered if the paste/delete option was only available once, or once a day. Jiang Mian tried deleting the flight ability. Delete flight ability? If you delete flight ability, this entry will disappear. Jiang Mian, She knew it. This was what they were waiting for, but it didn't matter. She could easily acquire the flight ability. With so many creatures in the space breeding farm, she could just grab any person with the ability to fly. Jiang Mian switched to the talent she had copied earlier, the one that could clearly distinguish between players and natives. Almost instantly, she saw the differences between the 30-odd people in front of her. Most of them had red heads, while about 10 others had green. Jiang Mian looked at the person with the ability she had just copied. Their head was red, meaning the red ones were players, and the green ones were natives. Wow, the player's infiltration ability is quite strong. It's unbelievable that so many players could be gathered in one building. They didn't know what they were looking for either, acting all mysterious. They walked for nearly an hour, their steps uneven, and still hadn't reached their destination. Jiang Mian, who had initially been uninterested, was now increasingly curious. After walking for another hour, the group finally stopped. This place was beyond Jiang Mian's usual area. One of them pointed to the empty courtyard and said, "What I'm talking about isn't here. We needed porters here, so I came to work. I saw with my own eyes how much grain was moved here. Although they told us not to ask too many questions, they weren't stupid. Those people in special clothes, all nervous and suspicious, it was obviously not normal. Sure enough, last time I was so hungry I had nowhere else to go, so I came here. I originally thought they had already moved the supplies, but actually they hadn't. There were still some things inside that they hadn't had time to move." Hearing what he said, Jiang Mian understood. In other words, this was a supply prepared by a special department, originally intended to be secretly transported away, but because the weather changed too quickly, they didn't have time to move the food, and it was left here. Coincidentally, this man had worked here before and remembered that there was food here, so he came here. As for how the man was discovered by the people in the building, Jiang Mian didn't know. After hearing what the man said, the others' eyes lit up immediately, and they hurriedly asked, "He's here. Let's go quickly, lest we be discovered." The man led the group to a secluded back door, and then pointed to the snow on the ground, saying, "When I came here, the snow wasn't this heavy. There's a hole here, we can crawl in from underneath. Now we just need to dig the hole, and we can get in." Jiang Mian saw the players exchange glances, then one of them unleashed their ability, conjuring a ball of flame that instantly melted the surrounding ice and snow. A few minutes later, a half-meter high hole appeared in the ground. The hole looked jagged, as if it had been blown up. The natives stared at the person in astonishment. "Wow! You awakened a superpower?" The person who released the flame ignored the natives completely. In their eyes, these natives were doomed to die sooner or later. Why waste time talking to them? "Are you going in or not? What's the point of being so curious?" The man thought it made sense. In the current situation, what was the use of worrying about whether others had special abilities? It would be better to use that time to pack more food for their families. So, the eldest brother, who had been there before, was the first to climb in, followed by the others. Jiang Mian was among the last to enter. After those in front went in, they didn't wait for the others, but pushed open a door and went inside. Jiang Mian heard their cheers. "So much food. Great. My son won't go hungry anymore. Don't fight me. There's plenty inside. What are you fighting me for? Let go. I saw it first." Jiang Mian went inside and saw a chaotic crowd and scattered items. She wasn't interested in any of this and turned to head towards another warehouse. The warehouse door was locked. Jiang Mian used flames to burn open the door and went inside. Inside was a huge grain warehouse filled with wheat. Jiang Mian really wanted to put all the wheat into her spatial storage, but because of the people outside, she had to suppress her desire. After closing the door again, Jiang Mian checked the other warehouses. They were mostly filled with grain, with only a few that had been opened, containing compressed biscuits, canned meat, luncheon meat, and other similar items, the kind of military supplies. To avoid attracting attention, Jiang Mian, like the others, stuffed some food into his bag. Everyone tried to take as much as possible. Those who couldn't carry any more simply stuffed themselves into their mouths, trying to eat until they were stuffed. This way, they could save on a meal's rations. Chapter 73. Jiang Mian used to do the same when she found food. Only by doing this could she prevent others from stealing it. Only what she ate was truly hers. Pity was fleeting. Her real thought was to find an opportunity to take everything. It was all unclaimed anyway. Whoever got it, got it. Whoever had the ability could have what was inside. "Girl, hurry up and eat. Fill your stomach first." A woman next to her, seeing Jiang Mian staring blankly at her bag, kindly reminded her. "Thank you." Jiang Mian thanked her and quickly stuffed canned meat into her mouth. The canned meat wasn't as delicious as freshly cooked food. Jiang Mian only felt it was sticky, fatty, and greasy. Even so, She couldn't bear to spit it out. Instead, she secretly smuggled some in, hiding in a corner, and swallowing it with a steamed bun. She drank 2 bottles of water before she could suppress the greasy feeling in her mouth. Jiang Mian shook her head inwardly, reflecting, I really spoiled myself. This is canned meat. Isn't it more precious than the cat food she had in her past life? When did I start to despise this kind of thing? Having figured everything out, a determined look appeared in her eyes. She picked up another can of meat and forced it down her throat. She wanted to make this body understand who its master was. This time, without steamed buns or water, she could still eat. After eating 2 cans, the stubborn Jiang Mian finally smiled. Seeing the others, who had eaten and drunk their fill and were preparing to leave, she quickly caught up with the group. Just then, someone suddenly said, It seems we're missing 2 people? That was the man who had been muttering to himself since Jiang Mian joined. He was also a player, and he was probably responsible for observing the number of people in the team, otherwise, he wouldn't have raised this question so immediately. The leader's eyes hardened, and he said coldly, We split up and search. We have to find this person. If he exposes this location, people might come here to collect supplies soon. His gaze swept over everyone, lingering on each person's face for a moment before he said, As you all know, this is our first time working together. If we can't obtain stable resources because of this, we starve to death in the coming days. You understand, right? As soon as he finished speaking, several people in the group with unusual expressions immediately spoke up, Don't worry, since you gathered us here to collect supplies, it must be for our own good. Since those 2 have betrayed us, we can't let them live. Yes, if we let them continue to live, they might tell their relatives and friends. Their relatives and friends also have friends, and soon more people will know what's going on here. We absolutely cannot let them continue to live. Everyone thought this way and did this. They split up and began searching for the 2 men. Jiang Mian joined the others in searching for the missing 2 people. In reality, she had no idea what they looked like, or whether they were men or women. She was just slacking off. Inside a grain warehouse, 2 women huddled together. One of them whispered, Sister, is this really okay? What if we get discovered? The woman she called sister quickly covered her mouth and whispered, Don't speak. Let's get these people over there first. The 2 were twin sisters, Zhang Ying and Zhang Wan. They lived together in Anhua community, relying on each other for survival. They were both very busy with work, and their rare break came during a blizzard that locked down the city. Because they were often away for work, they didn't have the habit of stocking up on food at home. So, they quickly became starving. Fortunately, Zhang Wan, who was on a diet, had stocked up on some oatmeal. They survived on that 1 bag of oatmeal for a week, but eventually, they couldn't take it anymore. When they heard someone say they were going out to find food together, they were tempted. Although they had read news online that things were dangerous outside, and that going out could easily lead to robbery or being killed, they knew they were going to die anyway, even if they couldn't find food, so they might as well risk it. After hearing about so many people, they mustered their courage and came here. But seeing so much food before them, the 2 people, who had been starving for so long, finally had a full meal, yet other thoughts arose. They thought that each person could only carry a limited amount of food, and they might have to return to this place in a few days. Then why should they go back? Others had families, but they didn't. Rather than going back, they might as well stay here, where they had food and drink and wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. But they were also afraid of being forced to go back, since it had been agreed from the beginning that they weren't allowed to travel alone. So they decided to go all in and hide. It was unclear who had opened the outer door, but it conveniently provided shelter for the 2 women. Jiang Mian passed by the granary, and happened to see the information above their heads. Looking at the 2 green figures, motionless and hidden there, Jiang Mian hesitated for a moment. Should she interfere? After thinking for a while, she said, I don't know what happened to you, but I want to say that this place isn't safe. If you have the chance, you should take some things and leave. With that, Jiang Mian left. Her casual reminder wouldn't do her any harm. If the 2 women listened and left obediently, that would be fine. But if they ignored her words, then any future encounters between the 3 of them would be a life or death situation. Jiang Mian had already claimed the contents of the granary for herself, so naturally she didn't want anyone to see her harvesting the grain. If these 2 women stayed, then it could only be said that this was their fate. Half an hour later, most of the people had returned, and their reports were that they hadn't found anyone. The players huddled together and discussed the situation for a while. Unfortunately, none of the dozen or so people possessed any detection abilities. If even one of them had life detection or other auxiliary skills, finding 2 people wouldn't have been like searching for a needle in a haystack. In the end, everyone had no choice but to leave. Jiang Mian followed them. Originally, she had planned to separate from the group on the way back to collect her belongings. However, these people were incredibly shrewd, afraid that anyone might escape and spread news of the place, so they kept a close watch on her. Chapter 74. Jiang Mian couldn't find a chance to leave along the way. She gave up on the idea and walked. About 100 meters from the residential area, Jiang Mian suddenly sensed something was wrong. Her hair stood on end, a warning of unknown danger. The others were still smiling, looking at the residential area in the distance, imagining the scene of their families seeing the food they brought back. A genuine smile appeared on their faces, red from the cold. However, the next second, a piece of metal pierced the man's skull, instantly freezing the smile on his face forever. Those nearby didn't even react, their faces still smiling. When the blood splattered on their faces, it wasn't warm, but instantly froze into ice, coldly slapping against their skin. Suddenly, someone shouted murder. Instantly, the previously excited residents were thrown into panic. Their first instinct was to run, but how could they possibly escape when they had been so thoroughly outmaneuvered? Unbeknownst to them, they were already surrounded by players, and the carnage, like a plague, silently reaped their lives. Jiang Mian saw her older sister, who had been so kindly warning her, instantly cut in half at the waist. Her sister wasn't even killed outright, she was left to rot in agony. Jiang Mian struggled to survive on the snow, but without her lower body, and without professional medical care, she was doomed. These people even killed players, giving no chance for resistance. Jiang Mian was now preoccupied with her own survival. Seeing her still standing there unharmed, the players immediately swarmed around her. Facing the three attackers, Jiang Mian remained calm. These three were of mediocre fighting ability, nothing to fear, they were merely overconfident due to their numbers. In fact, Jiang Mian, wielding a long sword, quickly dispatched the three. Seeing this, the others glared at her and surrounded her. Jiang Mian, naturally unafraid, was thrown into chaos. Seeing someone fight back, the others, as if seeing a savior, quickly swarmed around Jiang Mian, as if they were allies. Heroine! Kill them! They must be insane, trying to kill us to silence us. Just for a bite to eat? It can't be that serious. There's so much food there, even if we divided it among the entire neighborhood, it would be enough to feed us for years. My brother! They killed my brother! He was the lifeblood of our family. What? My sister died so tragically. Jiang Mian looked at these people who had surrounded her, but weren't offering any real help. She didn't want to be their free henchmen. Seeing they couldn't take down Jiang Mian, and had already lost 5 teammates, the group opposite them grew anxious. Beautiful lady, since we're all players, there's no need for us to fight amongst ourselves and profit from the chaos, right? How about this, you join us, and we kill all these natives together to prevent them from spreading information. We promise you we can share some of the supplies from the place we went to today. How about that? Hearing their leader's words, the natives and weaker players hiding behind Jiang Mian immediately panicked, fearing she would agree to the man's conditions. How could they think Jiang Mian was so easy to talk to? Someone actually wanted to order her around. Hey! Don't believe them, they're definitely lying to you. If you kill them, we definitely give you half of everything inside. Yeah. Just from how they kill without hesitation, you can tell they're no good. You can't trust a word they say. Why don't we team up and kill them? Both sides thought they already given enough, but they underestimated Jiang Mian's greed. Jiang Mian's appetite was much bigger than they imagined. She wanted more than just a small portion of the supplies. She wanted everything. Therefore, she wasn't interested in either side's invitation. However, she didn't want to incite public outrage alone, so she said to the person hiding behind her, "Okay, let's cooperate. Let's deal with them." Seeing Jiang Mian's willingness to cooperate, the people behind her were overjoyed, their eyes gleaming as they looked at her eagerly. Jiang Mian understood, they wanted her as their henchman while they hid behind, waiting to reap the benefits. She, Jiang Mian, was always the one scheming against others. When had she ever been schemed against? So, her face turned cold, and she said bluntly, "Attack together. Otherwise, I don't mind betraying you and joining them in killing you. Compared to their strength, you're a bunch of trash. I just admire your fearless spirit in the face of adversity. My willingness to help you doesn't mean I help you unconditionally. Either we kill them together, or you die. The choice is yours." Sure enough, spurred on by her, those people immediately began to fight back. Although they were utterly weak, they at least managed to buy her some time. After killing a few more people, Jiang Mian looked at the remaining 7, then glanced behind her and saw only 3 left. But it didn't matter, The advantage was still in her hands. The opposing leader, seeing this, was both distressed by his heavy losses and wary of Jiang Mian's strength. Friend, there's no need to continue fighting, is there? We're all just trapped beasts, all wanting to survive. There's no need for this infighting. The loot inside is enough for all of us, and it'll all disappear after the game ends anyway. How about we shake hands and make peace? Jiang Mian looked at him coldly. Don't you think it's too late for you to say this now? So many people have died, and now you want to shake hands and make peace? Have you even asked those dead people if they're willing? The leader's heart skipped a beat. He thought she was going to kill him to silence him. Then Jiang Mian said, those you killed? They're all my relatives and friends, my closest family. How could you expect me to just let it go so easily? Unless... The leader player, hearing this, immediately saw an opportunity and quickly asked, unless what? Unless you can offer enough medical expenses to compensate for my psychological trauma, then I can let this go. Her words were practically an open declaration of robbery. No, blatant robbery. The player opposite frowned. How could he not understand that this woman was purely trying to rob him? However, it was their bad luck that they had been double-crossed instead of being able to wipe out these weaklings. So she said somewhat hesitantly, but we don't have many gold coins on us. We used almost all of them before entering the game world. If you're willing, we can offer 300 gold coins as compensation. Chapter 75. Jiang Mian glanced at the man's expression, confirming that this was indeed the limit of what they could offer, and then agreed. The next second, Jiang Mian received a notification from the system assistant. Ding! You have received a transfer, please check. Jiang Mian opened her email and, sure enough, saw a transfer record. Her gold coins had increased by 297. Wait, something seems off. After confirming the transfer was indeed 300 gold coins, she looked at her system notification that 3 gold coins were inexplicably missing and asked, System Assistant, can you explain why I only received 297 gold coins? Hello player, the System Assistant is here to answer your question. For all transactions within the game, the system will charge a handling fee as a reward. Please understand. Okay. Having understood what was going on, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a pang of regret. These players were really something. Why didn't they always carry some small cards with them? That way, they wouldn't have to pay the 1% handling fee. Seeing that Jiang Mian seemed unhappy after receiving the gold coins, the other player became somewhat nervous. They were afraid Jiang Mian would go back on her word. Fortunately, Jiang Mian was a woman of her word. After receiving the money, she naturally let them go. The group slowly retreated, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. However, the people behind Jiang Mian became dissatisfied. They considered themselves to have a life-or-death bond with Jiang Mian, so their speech was less than respectful. How could you let them get away? What were you just saying? Now that they're back, what if they attack our families? That's right, you should come back with us right away. If he attacks our families, we have a chance to fight back. Only the remaining player remained silent. He had overheard everything clearly. They had made a deal. They paid to have their lives taken, and the female assassin had agreed. But he didn't have the gold coins they were talking about, and he was afraid Jiang Mian would change her mind and kill him. So, the boy remained silent like a quail. Looking at his companions who were recklessly courting death, he almost knelt down before them. Please stop talking. Can't you see the female assassin's eyes have turned cold? She doesn't want to face death again after just escaping one. Unfortunately, the other two were so absorbed in their own lofty moral compass that they completely missed the boy's pleas. Acting on his sixth sense, the boy suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. Sister, I don't know them. I'm just a player. I haven't said a single word of moral blackmail. Please let me go. Before the other two could react, one of the middle-aged men pulled him up, saying, Young man, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling to people so easily? This isn't some feudal society anymore. There's no need to kneel. Get up quickly, don't disgrace us men. As he spoke, the man tried to help the kneeling boy up by the arm, but the boy kept pushing him away, refusing to let him touch him. Let go, let go. Don't touch me. I don't know you, and I have nothing to do with you. Stay away from me. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Mian and raised his hand to swear, Sister, I never intended to hurt you from beginning to end, and I put in a lot of effort just now. I didn't slack off at all. If I'm lying, may I die a horrible death. Please don't kill me, please. I really want to live. Jiang Mian was very curious about the boy's pragmatism. She asked, Why are you so afraid of me? Why are you so sure I want to kill you? She admitted that she had indeed shown murderous intent towards the boy, but she didn't seem to have said she wanted to kill him. So why was this boy so afraid of her? Sister, my talent isn't very useful, but my senses are very sharp. So when you're angry, I sense it immediately. For example, right now, you no longer have murderous intent towards me, but your murderous intent towards the two people next to me is gradually rising. Jiang Mian looked at the boy and found that he was indeed quite good, so she said, "Get up, I won't kill you, but if you kill them, I can let you go." As she spoke, she threw a dagger in front of the boy. Cui Yu looked at the dagger beside his knee. He hardened his heart. He wasn't unfamiliar with killing. In his world, murder was commonplace. Only by killing could one earn the right to live. He picked up the dagger and attacked the man who had just been his comrade. "Ah!" The other man screamed, turning to run, but his feet sank into the snow, slowing him down considerably. Cui Yu quickly caught up. He died on the spot. Jiang Mian looked at him and asked, "Do you have any gold coins?" Cui Yu looked embarrassed and weakly explained, "Sis, this is my first time in the game. I don't even know what you mean by gold coins." He was afraid Jiang Mian might kill him if she got upset, but his sixth sense didn't detect any danger, so he relaxed. Jiang Mian wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. She actually admired the boy in front of her. She picked up her backpack and said, "Okay, I understand. Good luck surviving. I hope we meet again." After saying that, Jiang Mian prepared to leave, but Cui Yu stopped her. "Sis, can I come with you? I can do anything, wash clothes, cook, sing, and if all else fails, I can even sell my body." Jiang Mian looked at Cui Yu, sizing him up. It wasn't that she thought Cui Yu lacked self-respect. Rather, she was quite curious about his upbringing. He was so pragmatic and willing to give up everything just to survive. She admired this kind of person. Often, it was these kinds of people who could survive in the apocalypse. Jiang Mian, however, wasn't exactly a kind person. She wasn't willing to help others grow from weakness to strength. She herself hadn't even grown up yet, so how could she possibly extend her meager kindness? She left without a second thought, like a scumbag who was sweet-talking someone 1 second and then became utterly heartless the next. Cui Yu stood up dejectedly, picked up the dead man's backpack from the ground, and walked in another direction. Since the boss didn't want him, he had no choice but to abandon shortcuts and struggle to survive step by step. Speaking of which, I'm pretty handsome, right? Why am I not attractive enough? Why isn't any rich woman willing to spend a fortune on me? Jiang Mian, unaware that she had become a rich woman, immediately returned the way she came after resolving everything. Chapter 76. Thanks to these people, the road surface had become hardened by their footsteps, so Jiang Mian took out her skis and started skiing. It really made a difference having a means of transportation and a map. What took them 2 hours to walk before, she reached her destination in just 1 hour. Jiang Mian was practically smoking, a natural phenomenon caused by the intense activity, the cold, and the weather. This time, Jiang Mian didn't choose to climb through the dog hole, but instead entered directly through the main gate. She easily burned through the gate, then simply put it away. The gate was made of pure iron, a full 10 centimeters thick, perfect for smashing people. Jiang Mian inspected all the rooms and, finding that the 2 people hiding in the granary had disappeared, began her work. When she actually tried to store the granary, she discovered it was built very deep. With her current mental strength, it took her more than 10 attempts to store the contents into her spatial storage. There was one downside. Some of the wheat at the bottom was moldy. Jiang Mian separated the moldy wheat. She could dry it later and use it to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. After collecting everything, to avoid suspicion, Jiang Mian released a large truck from her spatial storage. The truck immediately sank halfway into the ground. Jiang Mian started the truck. Fortunately, the wheels were high enough, however. She had never driven such a vehicle before and needed to learn online. As the truck drove along the road, people would occasionally come downstairs to greet it, assuming it was an official rescue vehicle or a delivery of food. In reality, it was all orchestrated by Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, seeing that she had traveled enough distance, parked the truck in a secluded spot. The location was perfect. It was right on a mountain road, and Jiang Mian had further fabricated a path, creating the illusion that the truck had slid down the slope. Now it was even more perfect. Having done all this, Jiang Mian left, intending to find a place to stay. She didn't want to return to the hotel, and the place she had found the previous night was even more unacceptable. Therefore, Jiang Mian decided to solve the problem once and for all, directly finding a wealthy area where the water and electricity hadn't been cut off. Jiang Mian used her phone's navigation and found a villa area nearby. It looked quite upscale. She had initially assumed there would be bodyguards or other residents in such an area, But upon entering, she found it completely empty, with very few people in sight. Jiang Mian found it strange. Wasn't this supposed to be the most occupant, affluent area? Why did it feel so deserted? Logically, it had only been a little over 10 days since the apocalypse. The world shouldn't be in such chaos. Unable to figure it out, she didn't dwell on it. She randomly chose a house, jumped over the wall, and went inside. Sure enough, no one was there. Jiang Mian simply broke the lock and went in. The furnishings inside were befitting of an affluent area. They were things Jiang Mian could only see online. A crystal chandelier, a huge, inlaid fish tank, a television taking up an entire wall, and a sofa made of an unknown material, but incredibly comfortable to lie on. The only downside was the mess. She didn't know if the owner had fled or been murdered. Jiang Mian leaned towards the former, as there was no blood or signs of a struggle. Jiang Mian went into the bedroom and spread out her plush three-piece bedding set. She noticed the villa still had electricity, so she turned on the underfloor heating. Soon, the house warmed up, and the water supply was still working. There were no problems with the water and electricity. The kitchen was fully equipped with appliances, which Jiang Mian used to boil water and fill hot water bottles. This gave her an idea. Gold coins could be exchanged. What if she sold these hot water bottles in the chat group? Would that work? So Jiang Mian posted a message in the chat group. I love salty soy milk. Hot water bottle for 1 gold coin. Contact me if interested. Immediately someone asked, what kind of hot water bottle? Rechargeable, or just for filling with hot water? Singing Night Owl. These things are sold in supermarkets. They're practically free now. The one upstairs is selling them for so much. Why don't they just rob someone? Jiang in Moonlight. I'm in a supermarket right now. They have all kinds of hot water bottles. If I can really sell them, I'm willing to sell them for 0.5 gold coins. Jiang Mian frowned, watching the people below start lowering the price. She thought she wouldn't be able to sell them, but someone readily paid. Your hot water bottle transaction successful, deducting 0.01 gold coins. Jiang Mian looked at the 0.99 gold coins in her hand and immediately smiled. Looking at the others following suit, she didn't care. She was just testing the waters. After discovering that this thing could indeed be sold, she had already found the days of making a lot of gold coins in the future. Not everyone is like her, able to find a place where there is still water and electricity. Many people are struggling to move around. Therefore, Jiang Mian, who possesses a large amount of resources, is destined to become rich. The timing just isn't right now. Selling hot water bottles or food is a bit early. She should wait until the final days, when people will spend a fortune to stay alive. After all, if they die in the early stages of the game, they give up, but in the final days, with hope on the horizon, they're unwilling to die. That's when Jiang Mian should step in. Where there's demand, there's supply. Without demand, she won't make money. Just as Jiang Mian was about to close the chat group, she saw someone starting to curse. Mercer at Jiangnan Moonlight, what are you selling? A hot water bottle that's not even charged. And you're selling it to me for 0.5 gold coins? Are you crazy? Bright and sparkling, I'm speechless. I also bought a hot water bottle, but I don't have any electricity here. How am I supposed to charge it? Can I return it? Princess on the run from Flower Fruit Mountain, I'm freezing. I thought I'd finally get a hot water bottle to warm me up, and this is it. Jiangnan Moonlight, yes, I'm selling hot water bottles. We're saying you received a hot water bottle, right? You yourself? No power over there, and you're blaming me? The runaway princess of Flower Fruit Mountain, damn it, give me my money back, and I won't bother with you. Otherwise, don't let me see you again, or I definitely kill you. Jiang in Moonlight, come on then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiang in Moonlight was actually a skinny boy. He was teaming up with a group of other players, and happened to find a supermarket. Seeing someone selling hot water bottles in the chat group, he thought he'd sell the unusable hot water bottles in the supermarket too. Unexpectedly, someone actually bought them. Although the response after the sale was terrible, so what? He already earned over 40 gold coins, almost a bonus for his entire game world. Chapter 77. Jiang Mian didn't care about the flame war in the chat group. After all, it wasn't her being insulted, and she found it quite enjoyable. Motivated by the prospect of making money, Jiang Mian started boiling water in the kitchen, exercising while keeping an eye on the water. To extend the life of the kettle, she took out several kettles from her spatial storage and used them in rotation. After boiling the water, she put it directly into a refillable hot water bottle. These hot water bottles would have a better market than rechargeable ones, which typically only reach 55 to 65 degrees Celsius before exploding. They were fine at minus 10 degrees Celsius normally, but now it was minus 40 degrees Celsius, and they didn't provide much warmth. As she worked, Jiang Mian suddenly realized she didn't have enough hot water bottles. She hadn't stockpiled many, only a few thousand, in various sizes and models. Now that the bottles were full, Jiang Mian didn't waste them, but took the opportunity to boil more water. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Mian rested for a bit, then decided to go outside and find some more hot water bottles. She already bought all the hot water bottles at the supermarket, so she decided to check the market to see if they had any left. Deciding to act quickly, Jiang Mian put everything in the room into her spatial storage. The fish tank, the TV, the chandelier, all were gone. She released the ornamental fish from the tank into the fish farm. Only then did she push open the door and head out. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Mian shivered. It was so cold outside. How low could the temperature be? Jiang Mian took out a thermometer, and after 2 minutes, she looked at the temperature displayed and was shocked. Minus 52 degrees Celsius. This temperature is comparable to some extreme cold regions. How could someone who has never experienced anything like this survive? She silently went back and covered herself with heat packs, and soon she felt warm. On her way out, Jiang Mian frequently saw ice sculptures on the road. They were sitting, standing, or lying on the ground, each with a different posture. She even tripped over something on the ground. Jiang Mian looked back, and her expression changed instantly. That wasn't a roadblock. It was clearly a dead person's head, most of their body covered in ice and snow, only the top of their head showing. Jiang Mian clasped her hands together and silently said, "I'm sorry" several times. "Please don't blame me. I didn't kill you. Don't seek revenge on me. Go find the person who killed you. I don't want to take the blame." She had only been out for a few days, and the snow outside had already piled up to the height of a building. Some shops had their names no longer visible, only the tall buildings remained. The only advantage was that the snow was frozen solid, making it much easier for her to ski. Jiang Mian skied for almost 2 hours before finally arriving at her destination. A sign, not yet covered in snow, read, "Small Commodity Wholesale Market." Yes, this was the location Jiang Mian had navigated to. She couldn't find it on the map. It specialized in selling hot water bottles, which wasn't worth having a dedicated store for, so she simply went to the wholesale market. Perhaps they had some in stock. The entrance to the first floor was frozen shut by ice and snow. The second floor was quite high, and the glass was the kind that only opens in one direction, making it difficult for one person to climb in. Jiang Mian glanced at the small commodity market and discovered that there were actually some native inhabitants and players inside. She immediately abandoned her idea of using a rocket to pierce the wall. It's always better to be discreet. She was best at it. Bang! Crash! Jiang Mian shattered the glass with a punch and walked in from the second floor. Once inside, Jiang Mian stored her boxing gloves in her spatial storage and swaggered upstairs. The people upstairs heard the commotion and rushed down to check. When they saw Jiang Mian alone, they stared at her in surprise. Because Jiang Mian was so well covered, the people coming downstairs couldn't tell if she was male or female. One of the older men asked, "You're the one who broke the window. What are you trying to do?" Jiang Mian looked at the group. 2 of them were players, but judging from their timid demeanor, they seemed no different from ordinary native inhabitants. It was probably their first time participating in the game. "I came in to find some things, but the front door was covered in snow and I couldn't open it, so I came up from the second floor. The things I brought might be a bit large, and I apologize for disturbing you." Upon hearing that she was a girl, the people upstairs immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and their attitudes softened. One of them, an older woman with a short, slightly frizzy haircut and wrapped in several layers of clothing, asked, "Young lady, you came in from outside. What's the situation outside? Has the official rescue arrived?" Jiang Mian shook her head and answered the woman's question. "The official rescue hasn't arrived yet. As for the situation outside, well, it's a mixed bag. Some places have lost water and electricity, and it's become commonplace for people outside to loot." Someone, after hearing her words, asked, "Do you know where it's still safe?" "I don't know. It seems like nowhere is safe anymore," Jiang Mian answered honestly. "Sigh." Someone sighed, saying sadly, "How could it have turned out like this? It wasn't like this before. The weather was so hot before. How could it change so suddenly? We haven't even reacted yet, and I don't know how my daughter is." Jiang Mian's long-winded explanation wasn't without reason. The time was right. She asked the ant who had spoken first, Auntie, do you know where I can buy a hot water bottle around here? I came here specifically to find one. If you know where to buy one, I can give you some food as a reward. As she spoke, Jiang Mian opened the bag on her back, revealing the compressed biscuits she had prepared earlier. She looked at the crowd and said, "If you can lead me to the hot water bottle, everything inside is yours." Of course. She changed her tone, looking at the few men with unfriendly eyes, and said, "If you want to rob me, I don't mind talking to you. After all, since I dared to go out alone, I'm sure you won't underestimate me, right?" Jiang Mian saw the restless men exchange glances, and then silently take a few steps back. The older woman, who had spoken, was clearly an old-timer from the wholesale market. She thought for a moment, then immediately thought of a shop and said to Jiang Mian, "Young lady, are you serious? If I can lead you to what you want, you give us all the food in your backpack?" "Of course I'm serious. It's just food. I have plenty. As long as we can find the hot water bottle, I can give you all the food in this backpack." Chapter 78. After hearing Jiang Mian's words, the ant glanced at everyone and immediately tried to lead Jiang Mian away, but was stopped by someone. It was a rather unconventional ant. The sides of her hair were shaved, leaving only the middle section short and permed. At first, before she spoke, Jiang Mian thought she was an older man. Wait a minute, that's someone else's place, no matter what. Even though old man isn't here, you can't just take people to his shop and take things without permission. We're all neighbors. Isn't that a bit unethical? Exactly. It's not your territory. You can't just take things as you please. How are you going to explain this to old men later? Jiang Mian blinked, perfectly understanding what they were thinking, and said, "Everyone, I didn't say I wouldn't give them to you. Didn't I just say that as long as you can take me to what I want, I can share the food here with you? It's just a matter of how much you share. That depends on how much effort you put in. I believe that in such a large wholesale market, there's definitely only one stall that sells hot water bottles, right?" Upon hearing this, some of the people with good memories immediately remembered the other stalls and scrambled to take Jiang Mian to those places. After all, Jiang Mian's bag was only so big. If she shared it with others, they would get even less, and naturally, they weren't willing to fall behind. Jiang Mian stopped their pointless tug-of-war. "You two can discuss it slowly. I go with Auntie to the place she mentioned first, and then come down later." With that, Jiang Mian followed the woman who ran the online vendor upstairs. The mall where the hot water bottles were located was on the 5th floor. It usually sold bedding and similar items. Each stall wasn't very big, but they had a wide variety of goods. Jiang Mian immediately took out 20 packs of compressed biscuits and handed them to the ant. The ant took the biscuits, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she stuffed several packs into her trouser legs, and a few more into her clothes before leaving. As the ant left, she lingered, looking at Jiang Mian's bag. If she hadn't seen that she had taken almost half of it, she would have been reluctant to leave. Jiang Mian put the hot water bottle into her spatial storage. She wasn't afraid of people discovering her supernatural ability. After all, these people hadn't seen her face, and the only thing they knew was her gender. Having already done it, she wasn't afraid of things escalating. Jiang Mian simply took everything from that floor. They took some bedding from the 5th floor for warmth, leaving behind only summer items like summer blankets and mats, which Jiang Mian didn't mind and packed away. When she got downstairs, she found that the group had split into several groups, indicating they had already reached a decision. Sure enough, when they led Jiang Mian to a certain location, they looked at her backpack, their meaning clear. "We brought you here, shouldn't we get some food now?" Jiang Mian looked at the 3rd floor, which housed a small shop selling underwear, but it was better than nothing. She took out 20 packs of biscuits from her backpack and handed them over. The group, seeing they only received 4 packs of compressed biscuits, were immediately reluctant. One of them complained, "Why is there so little? Beautiful lady, look at all these people, why don't you give us more?" "Don't worry, we absolutely won't tell anyone else." Jiang Mian smiled coldly and said, "This is already a lot. The place you brought me to has so little usable stuff. I only gave you extra because there are so many of you." It was clear she wasn't willing to give anything more. The men exchanged glances and immediately surrounded Jiang Mian. "Beautiful lady, calling you beautiful lady makes you think you're something special. Either hand over everything in your bag, and we let you go, or you leave with your bag. We haven't had any fun in ages. The women in the building are old and fierce, so why don't you keep us company?" As he spoke, the man's unwashed hand reached for Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian immediately pulled out a dagger and stabbed him in the head. Thump! Along with the man falling to the ground came the terrified screams of the others. Realizing Jiang Mian was truly formidable, they panicked and began to flee. How could Jiang Mian let them get away with this? She swiftly and decisively dealt with them all. This served to both make an example of them, and make them pay for their foul mouths. After putting away the hot water bottles, Jiang Mian smiled and looked at the group downstairs, saying, "Want to go up and take a look? See what your senior is like now." The group's expressions changed. They had heard it clearly. The screams from upstairs had carried down directly to them. The fact that no one had come down was enough to prove everything. "Sister, you're joking. We're not with them. We genuinely want to make a deal with you. We wouldn't dare do something like that." "Really?" Jiang Mian neither said she believed nor disbelieved. Those two simple words were enough to intimidate the others. The rest of the journey went smoothly. Having learned their lesson, they dared not provoke this female killing machine again. Her willingness to kill without warning had indeed shocked them. Jiang Mian finished collecting her items and left. As she walked, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw two players with red icons above their heads approaching her. Jiang Mian stared at the two men. They exchanged a trembling glance, bumping into each other. Just as her patience was about to run out, a tall boy finally stammered out a sentence. Sister, are you a player too?" "We're players too. Can we come with you?" "Don't worry, we promise we won't hold you back." Jiang Mian looked at the two cowering like this, truly baffled as to how they could say they wouldn't hold her back. "What good will it do me to take you along? What can you offer me?" The two were stunned. They genuinely hadn't thought of how to respond to Jiang Mian's words. It turned out they were just novice players, having just arrived in this world and been working in this small commodity market, naturally ending up trapped here. After discovering the other was a player, they relied on each other for survival. In truth, they had no real value. They were just trying their luck. Aren't women generally said to be unable to bear seeing others suffer? Although this woman dared to kill, she was still a woman. Why was she so different from the women in their world, seemingly so cold? Completely unaware of what the two were thinking, Jiang Mian turned and left after they remained silent, leaving behind the words, "If you want to live, work hard yourself. You have no value, and no one has an obligation to help you." Chapter 79. She had no obligation to save others, especially two players, who hadn't brought her any value. She was already being too kind by not using this opportunity to let the brain-eating worms parasitize them. The two indeed stopped following Jiang Mian. Most importantly, they were afraid of being killed by her. They found a shop by the roadside, went inside from the second floor, and huddled together for warmth. Jiang Mian, sheltering on the second floor of a house, watched the sudden gust of wind outside. She had almost been covered in snow. Thankfully she had taken cover quickly, but even so, some snow had inevitably gotten into her clothes. Survival was already difficult enough, and now a blizzard was making things even more difficult. Judging by the speed of the blizzard, she would probably have to stay here for the night. She didn't want to face the blizzard's onslaught directly. Fortunately, the blizzard wasn't heading towards Jiang Mian. Wherever it passed, the snow fell heavier and heavier, and the whole world darkened. Jiang Mian looked at the frozen corpses on the bed in the house, and sighed helplessly. They were the bodies of an elderly person. Before they died, they were covered with thick blankets, which looked new. It seemed neither of them had ever used them, only bringing them out in the coldest weather. Sadly, they were gone just like that. She moved to another room and made a makeshift bed on the floor. Of course, Jiang Mian laid a mattress on top, and then put her beloved three-piece bedding set on top of it. She took out a meter-long hot water bottle and placed it under the covers. Then she took out a stove from her spatial storage, which immediately started burning. There was also a kettle on the stove. Jiang Mian opened the door and, listening to the bubbling sound of the kettle, gradually drifted off to sleep. When she woke up, she could still hear the howling wind outside. The blizzard hadn't passed, and perhaps it had even expanded. Jiang Mian didn't want to eat rice today, so she took out some noodles she packed from a restaurant and ate them with two small stir-fried dishes. She didn't dare dawdle the whole time. In the current weather, if she hesitated even for a few minutes, the food would get cold. The noodles were indeed delicious. She ate 4 bowls of noodles and 2 large steamed buns before patting her stomach, only feeling half full. After eating some more, Jiang Mian finally felt comfortable. It was time to use the enhancement card again. The speed at which she used the card couldn't keep up with the speed at which the weather was getting colder. Even after using another physical enhancement card, she still couldn't withstand the cold outside. Jiang Mian knew it wasn't that her physical enhancement card was useless, but rather that her body hadn't adapted to the cold. Back on Earth, Some regions could reach temperatures below -70 degrees Celsius, yet humans still survived. Didn't that prove they had adapted to extreme weather? Jiang Mian moved her body, trying to make herself more comfortable. Unfortunately, the current level of activity wasn't enough to warm her up. Jiang Mian hugged a hand warmer, wishing she could stick it to her entire body. Today's temperature had plummeted to -65 degrees Celsius due to the blizzard. With 9 days left in the game, Jiang Mian didn't know what would happen next. Would it drop to -100 degrees Celsius? How many people would still be alive then? She didn't know, but she wanted to live. She didn't know, but one person did. Jun Chasheng watched as those around him died one by one. The earthquake struck, and it happened in the dead of night, silently. They didn't notice, and when they tried to escape, the ground tilted, and they all fell into the ground. Jun Chasheng sat on the ground, suddenly feeling utterly exhausted. How could this be? How could it be so difficult? If it were just ordinary cold, it would be one thing, but why an earthquake? With such a cataclysmic disaster, who could possibly survive? No! There was someone who survived. I saw it. In the last scene, while they were all falling into the crevice, someone was running in the opposite direction. His eyes lit up as he tried to recall the person's figure. Because they were dressed so thickly, he couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, but judging from their height, it was probably a short man or a tall woman. The person was carrying a black backpack. If he looked carefully, he would definitely find them. Jun Chasheng, what did you see this time? Brother Nong, knowing Jun Chasheng had used his supernatural abilities, rushed over to ask. If it hadn't been for his ability to predict their danger last time, they might already be dead in that place. Therefore, Brother Nong now treated Jun Chasheng like a precious treasure. Jun Chasheng looked at him, naturally not missing the eagerness in his eyes. Jun Chasheng knew that he had told this man about his abilities from the beginning, meaning he already knew that his abilities could only be used 3 times per world, and this was the last time. Jun Chasheng estimated that, after telling Nongge about his predictions, Nongji's attitude towards him would no longer be one of concern, but rather complete indifference. Jun Chasheng could only gamble. If he gambled right, he would live. If he gambled wrong, he would die. That's what Nongge thought, which is why he made no attempt to hide it. But was that really the case? Jun Chasheng thought of the last figure he had seen. He still had a chance to survive, that figure. As long as he paid a sufficient price, he could live. Since he could see that person's figure, it meant that person was nearby, and finding him wouldn't be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Jun Chasheng recounted his premonitions to Nongge, omitting the last figure, of course. Seeing the fearful yet relieved look on Nongji's face, he closed his eyes. Nongge patted Jun Chasheng on the shoulder. Well done, Chasheng. With your special ability, we'd definitely be able to live peacefully. Jun Chasheng smiled bitterly. Nongge, if an earthquake happens in the future, the danger could strike at any time. How will we avoid it? Nongge had also thought of this. He patted Jun Chasheng on the shoulder and comforted him, saying, we can only leave it to fate then, take it one step at a time. Jun Chasheng forced a smile, and finally nodded. Watching Nongji's departing figure, he thought to himself, I'm sorry, Nongge. Don't blame me for hiding things. It's just that you also had thoughts of giving up on me. We can only say that we both schemed against each other, so we're even. Jun Chasheng looked at the blizzard outside, his heart sinking. He didn't know when the next disaster would strike. This was always the most unsettling thing. Chapter 80. Sometimes knowing about a disaster beforehand isn't a good thing. In such an unpredictable predicament, one can only face death with trepidation. Phew? Jun Chasheng exhaled and returned to the fire to warm himself. The fire was made from wood they had collected nearby. It has to be said, some merchants are really ruthless. The cabinets weren't filled with planks, but with compressed waste materials. Every time they lit it, black smoke billowed from the house, choking them badly. Jiang Mian was secretly transferring snow into her spatial dimension from the doorway, when she saw black smoke rising from the house next door. This is a fire? It looks pretty serious. Jiang Mian was only curious for a moment. Going to see the commotion? Forget it. With snow and wind raging outside, she really didn't want to see the situation. Moreover, Jiang Mian discovered why the snow and ice here were so difficult to handle. It was twice as difficult as collecting water from a reservoir. When collecting water from a reservoir, all she needed to do was cover the surface with her mental energy. However, when working with the snow-covered ground, although she used the same mental energy to cover the ice and snow, the pulling sensation was much more intense. Jiang Mian felt that the difference in volume between the two was the reason for her difficulty in collecting the snow. She now needed to rest after collecting for 2 hours. Otherwise, she would feel a splitting headache. Jiang Mian was very picky. She didn't want the snow on the ground, nor the top layer, only the cleaner middle section. However, it turned out she had oversimplified things. While collecting the snow, she would occasionally find a corpse. Jiang Mian twitched her lips. This was something she had prepared for use in the real world. If she had such a large basin of ice in the house, and it was melting, and suddenly found half a corpse inside, her grandmother's heart probably wouldn't be able to take it. Jiang Mian threw the body back to the roadside. After thinking for a moment, she decided to find a new place to stay, a sparsely populated area, preferably deep in the mountains. Then, she thought of a familiar place, the reservoir she had visited before. Few people lived there, and the snow inside certainly didn't hide anyone. With this in mind, Jiang Mian decided to wait until the blizzard subsided before setting off. 2 days passed before the blizzard finally moved away. However, it left its mark. Some fragile houses had been overturned, leaving only ruins. Jiang Mian slung her backpack over her shoulder, ready to leave. Not only Jiang Mian was leaving, Nong Ji's group, seeing the blizzard had stopped, also planned to leave. Jun Chansheng could clearly sense a change in everyone's attitude towards him. From initial careful flattery to current indifference, even when warming himself by the fire, he was only allowed to sit on the edge. They even went so far as to say, "We need to keep our bodily functions active, so we can better protect someone as defenseless as you." Jun Chansheng didn't want to argue with them, and knew it was better to save his energy than argue. The weather outside was so cold it was chilling to the bone. Without the fire in the middle, he would surely die. He was wearing layers of cotton-padded coats, but it felt like he wasn't dressed at all. He was still shivering from the cold. Jun Chansheng looked out the window, and suddenly saw a familiar bag. That figure, wasn't it the same bag he'd seen before? Jun Chansheng seemed to realize something and quickly stood up. The others watched as he hurriedly ran downstairs. Someone tried to call out to him, but was stopped. Why call him? He still thinks he's worth anything. He's used up all his advance opportunities. He's useless now. Whether he lives or dies is none of our business. Someone said with pity, "He saved us, after all. Aren't we being too heartless?" The other person rolled their eyes. "If you're so kind, you go yourself. And while you're at it, share your food with him. From the moment I entered the apocalypse game, I knew that you can't be too soft-hearted, or you only face death. You see, only someone as cold and ruthless as me can thrive in the apocalypse." Brother Gnome also. Seeing Jun Chongqing's actions, he didn't stop him from leaving. To Nonggu, their relationship was merely a little better. There was no deep friendship. Although his ability was indeed very useful, who knew if they would meet again in the next world? Even the most useful ability is useless if you can't use it. Don't go. Don't go, I have something to tell you." Jiang Mian was walking ahead when she suddenly heard someone calling her. She turned around, but the wind and snow obscured her vision. She could only vaguely see a figure running towards her. Jiang Mian was somewhat wary, unsure of what this person wanted. She only glanced back before turning to leave, not intending to wait for the person behind her. Seeing this, Jun Chansheng gritted his teeth and directly revealed his trump card. "Don't go. You're a player too, right? I'm a player too. My talent is precognition. I can foresee the disasters that will happen. As long as you're willing to save me. No. As long as you're willing to let me follow you, I can tell you everything that will happen." Hearing this, Jiang Mian immediately stopped. She turned to look at the man, her meaning clear. She wanted him to follow. Jun Chansheng was overjoyed. I made the right bet. However, now wasn't a good time to talk. Jiang Mian led Jun Chansheng to a nearby, still intact building and stopped temporarily. Jiang Mian sized up the person opposite her. He was wearing a helmet and several layers of cotton-padded clothing, looking like a large penguin. He even walked with a limp, making him look even more like a penguin. Jiang Mian really didn't know what information such a clearly unsuccessful person could possibly have. You better not be lying to me, otherwise I can bring you here, or I can keep you here forever. Jun Chansheng gritted his teeth, looking into Jiang Mian's eyes through the goggles, and said, I can tell you about the danger I foresee, but you must promise not to kill me. Okay. Jun Chansheng took a deep breath before recounting the scene he foresaw. Jiang Mian's expression changed. An earthquake? When now? Jun Chansheng fell silent. I don't know when the earthquake will happen, but in my premonition, I saw you, and my companions, we were all about to be swallowed by a fissure. Chapter 81. Jiang Mian's expression darkened further. I mean, is it possible that the earthquake you predicted is happening today? No, no way. However, these words were like flipping a switch. The vase that had been resting steadily on the table began to shake, and the chandelier overhead started to sway. Jiang Mian immediately ran out of the house. Jun Chansheng gritted his teeth and followed her. Outside, many people were running out. The earthquake was like releasing ants trapped in a bottle. People frantically fled their homes, desperately seeking safety. But where was safe now? Jiang Mian didn't know either. She looked at Jun Chansheng and asked, "In your precognitive memories, is there no safe zone?" Jun Chansheng shook his head. "I don't know where's safe, but I know it's dangerous behind us. A crack will appear here, and then the ground will collapse. Then what are we waiting for? Run! Staying here will only lead to falling into the crack." With that, Jiang Mian turned and ran. However, after running less than 10 meters, she realized something was wrong. She was falling backward. Jun Chansheng grabbed Jiang Mian. "Quick, let's run." Jiang Mian used Jun Chansheng's strength to stand up, then released a snowmobile, threw him onto it, and twisted the throttle, speeding off. The snowmobile was loud, immediately alerting the people nearby. "That person has a car. Help! Help us! Don't go! Please, I don't want to die. Please save me." Jiang Mian ignored the surrounding noise. Her mind and eyes focused solely on escaping. However, the direction she was heading also began to sink. There was nowhere to escape. Everything within hundreds of meters was plummeting. How could this be? Are we going to die? Jun Chansheng dared not cry, afraid his tears would freeze on his face. He had seen his companions secretly cry before, tears stuck in the corners of their eyes, freezing until they barely managed to stay awake by getting close to the fire. Jiang Mian stored the snowmobile in her spatial storage, then deleted her human detection ability, instantly replacing it with flight. She grabbed Jun Chansheng's arm and whispered, "Hold on tight." "What?" Jun Chansheng didn't hear her clearly, but the next second, he floated into the air, instantly clinging to Jiang Mian's arm. This was the first time Jiang Mian had used her flight ability to carry someone. Previously, her mental and physical strength certainly wouldn't have been enough to carry such a large man, but now it was more than sufficient. Just in case, Jiang Mian flew a short distance before stopping. Looking at the spot where they had been, now a bottomless abyss, she exhaled a breath of stale air, still shaken. Looking at the man lying on the ground, panting heavily, she kicked him. "Get up. Don't lie on the ground like that, you die." The outdoor temperature was chilling. Lying directly on the ground like that, the cold would easily seep into his body and cause him harm. Jun Chansheng's legs trembled. Looking at the ruins where they had been, he couldn't help but feel grateful that he had latched onto this woman's coattails. Thank you. My name is Jun Chansheng. What's your name? I definitely repay you in the future. I won't tell you your name. Repaying me is simple, you can do it now." Jun Chansheng didn't understand what she meant. He cautiously asked, "What do you need me to do?" Jun Chansheng, once an arrogant rich second generation, now lived cautiously every day. Of course, his good upbringing prevented him from complaining. He understood that his own incompetence had led to his current situation. Jiang Mian looked at him and said, "Close your eyes, don't resist. Don't worry, it won't hurt, it'll be over soon." Each of her words seemed fine individually, but put together, they had a perverse feel to them. Jun Chansheng swallowed hard. "Sister, what exactly do you want? I'm an entertainer, not a prostitute. Even if I were, we should at least find a secluded place, not do that kind of thing in front of so many people." As he spoke, he glanced at the survivors who had escaped the earthquake nearby. The group looked at them curiously, but most eyes were fixed on Jiang Mian. They had personally witnessed this woman's ability to fly. Jiang Mian didn't bother with further pleasantries. While he was speaking, she had already copied the ability she wanted. Prophet can foresee future dangers. Jiang Mian didn't choose to paste. She had already used up her deletion chances for today, and she wouldn't be able to use them again until tomorrow. After copying this ability, her gaze towards Jun Chansheng carried a hint of warmth. "Well done, kid. Your prediction was right. From today onwards, you be with me. I protect you on this mission." "Huh?" Jun Chansheng didn't react. He had no idea what had happened. The woman, who had previously been indifferent to him, suddenly became friendly. Although he didn't understand why, he was relieved that his life was safe, which was something he hadn't expected. Just as the two were about to leave, they were stopped by a group of about a dozen people. She recognized some of them. Wasn't that the girl who sold hair clips when she first arrived in this world? She had even bought things from that girl's stall. "Beautiful lady, judging from your appearance, You're a player too, right? Want to join our team? Our team is very friendly, and we focus on mutual help. Jiang Wanda's eyes were sincere as he spoke. If Jiang Mian hadn't witnessed them abandoning their teammates and running away when danger struck at a certain location, she would have actually believed him. Jun Chansheng tugged at Jiang Mian's sleeve and whispered, "His eyes give me a very familiar feeling, just like my former team captain. People like that will definitely abandon you when you're no longer of use. Don't be fooled by him." Jiang Mian nodded. She naturally wouldn't cooperate with these people. "Sorry, I always preferred to work alone. Let's cooperate another time." With that, Jiang Mian turned to leave with Jun Chansheng. Jiang Wanda, seeing that she had already made her point clear, didn't dare to stop her. The others, seeing that they hadn't managed to recruit this woman, and realizing they themselves had no leverage, gave up. This was the first time Jun Chansheng had seen a group of people afraid to provoke two people. At the same time, his thoughts deepened. Indeed, only true strength comes from one's own power. Everything gained through external advantages is illusory. Only by forging oneself into a strong individual can one truly compete with others. Chapter 82. Luckily, Jiang Mian didn't know what he was thinking. If she had, she definitely would have changed his mind. Who says power gained through cheat codes isn't power? Didn't she gain her space through her own cheat code? And now she's thriving, isn't she? The two found a building and moved in temporarily. In this situation, almost all the water and electricity were cut off. Jun Chansheng, in an unfamiliar place, subconsciously looked around and noticed many desks. His eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. Great! There are so many desks here. We can use them to make a fire. Jiang Mian looked at him and shook her head. She waved her hand and took out her stove. The stove was still burning, and as soon as it appeared, Jun Chansheng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He then realized that the older sister he had just hitched a date with actually possessed spatial abilities. Seeing his shocked expression, Jiang Mian explained, "Don't be shocked. After you complete your first game and get enough gold coins, you can buy a space card." "Oh!" Jun Chansheng nodded subconsciously, but the next second he realized something was wrong. "Sister, how did you know I'm a newbie player?" "Jiang Mian, judging from your appearance, I can tell you're a newbie player. You don't know some basic things, and besides, your eyes give me a very innocent feeling. You never killed anyone before." "Hee hee. You're right, sister. It really is my first time entering the game. My world is currently experiencing a continuous high temperature, but society hasn't gone into chaos yet. Who would dare to kill someone? If caught, they'd be executed. A persistent high temperature?" Jiang Mian was a little curious. Could this be someone from her world? Jun Chansheng was very easygoing. He answered whatever Jiang Mian asked. He relied on him for survival, so he had to be obedient. "Yes, the temperature keeps rising. The only good thing is that things haven't completely descended into chaos yet. Basic order still exists." "What's the name of your world?" Jun Chansheng was about to speak when he heard a notification in his mind. "Player, please do not reveal your planet to avoid unnecessary trouble." His expression changed, his mind racing. Finally, he looked at Jiang Mian and said, "Sister, the system is telling me not to reveal the name of my world." "It's not that I don't want to tell you." Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" She was about to say the name of her world. "Do you know which planet I'm on?" "My planet is called." "Player, please do not reveal your planet to avoid unnecessary trouble." Jiang Mian shut up. Fine, she wouldn't tell. She had plenty of ways to find out. She looked at Jun Chansheng and asked, "How many missions has your planet been on?" Jun Chansheng silently held up 2 fingers. Jiang Mian understood now. This guy was from the same world as her. At the same time, she was also puzzled as to why the system wouldn't let them reveal their planet's name. Was it to prevent them from uniting? But there was no need, was there? How could these people possibly unite? After all, there's only one position at the top. Yet, there are thousands upon thousands who want that position. Jiang Mian smiled at Jun Chansheng. "You're quite good. Follow me for now, and I protect you as long as I can." Jun Chansheng never expected such a stroke of luck, especially since it landed right on him. Okay, sister. Thank you for taking me in. I definitely repay you." Only he knew his sincerity when he said this. Being saved after being on the verge of death would make anyone grateful, and he was no exception. Seeing Jiang Mian reach for the kettle on the stove, he quickly took it from her. "Sister, let me do it. You can sit and rest." Jiang Mian looked at her new underling with satisfaction, thinking, not bad, quite perceptive. Taking him in wasn't a waste. Most importantly, His ability is very useful. She can replicate it multiple times for future use. Jiang Mian sat in a recliner next to the stove, watching most people in the chat group complaining. What kind of awful weather is this? It's cold enough, but then, there's an earthquake. I watched as the area next to me collapsed, and everyone inside was killed. I felt the earthquake too, and ran out to check. Luckily I got out in time, or I would have been crushed to death by the building. Damn! I saw 2 people on our side. They not only had snowmobiles, but they could even fly. They successfully flew out of the collapsed area. I really envy those big shots. These games are a goldmine for them, unlike us, who only get a tiny amount of gold coins per world, and even then, we have to be careful with them. Have you guys noticed how cold it's getting? I lit all the combustible things I can, but it's done nothing. I'm shivering from the cold, and I'm afraid I won't make it. Me too. Someone help me. I'm willing to pay anything. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. The opportunity has arrived. I love salty soy milk. Hot water bottles. 1 gold coin each, non-rechargeable. The water inside is already boiled. Limited quantity, first come, first served. What? Someone's selling hot water bottles? How do we trade? I love salty soy milk. You can click on my profile. I initiate a trade, 1 per person. After saying this, Jiang Mian noticed that the 100 hot water bottles he listed were immediately snapped up. Hey, you called I love salty soy milk. Do you have any more hot water bottles? I missed out. I love salty soy milk. Yes, bro. Still selling at the original price of 1 gold coin. This time, Jiang Mian listed 1,000. Less than 2 minutes later, they were all gone again. A hot water bottle costing 1 gold coin was an essential item for them, and since it wasn't expensive, they could afford it. Jiang Mian repeated the process of restocking the hot water bottles until all the small ones she had stocked were used up. Sorry, brothers, I'm sold out of hot water bottles. But don't worry, I have other types. Medium ones for 5 gold coins, and a large one for 10 gold coins. These 2 types keep you warm longer and hold more water. Come to me if you want to buy one. Her newly stocked hot water bottles were clearly less appealing than the small ones costing 1 gold coin, but Jiang Mian wasn't worried. She knew these people would be scrambling to buy them soon. Chapter 83. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the first batch of people who bought the hot water bottles started messaging her privately. The ape in the sky. The water in the hot water bottle isn't hot anymore. What should I do? Do you have any other hot water bottles? I can buy one. Mordo, I want a refund. This hot water bottle isn't hot anymore. I demand you give me a new one. Pearl, you have so many hot water bottles. You made so much money selling them. Can you give me one for free? I really don't have any extra gold coins. Jiang Mian scoffed at those who were out of their minds wanting refunds, and those who shamelessly asked her to give them away for free, completely ignoring them. She sent a private message to the gorilla in the sky. I post another message in the chat group later, please check back. I love salty soy milk. Everyone, given that many people have mentioned the hot water bottles cooling down quickly, this is normal. The outside temperature is already below -80 degrees Celsius. Even boiling water will cool down rapidly. Therefore, I decided to sell hot water separately. Just 1 gold coin will give you enough water. I love salty soy milk. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Mordo, damn, what a profiteer. Buying hot water bottles isn't enough. Now we have to buy hot water too? Why don't you just rob us? Pearl, speechless. At first, I thought you were a good person selling hot water bottles, but I didn't expect you to be so heartless. You didn't reply to my private messages. It's not like I don't want to buy. Unreasonable. Can 1 gold coin buy any amount of water? If I spend 10 gold coins on a large hot water bottle, does that mean I only need to spend 1 gold coin to buy the same amount of water? Jiang Mian looked at the question and thought, finally, I met a smart person. I love salty soy milk. Yes, if you spend 10 gold coins to buy a large hot water bottle, you can enjoy the same amount of water. Unreasonable. What if I buy a small hot water bottle and then buy a large one? Can I just use the water from the large one? I love salty soy milk. Sorry, I don't know if you bought a large or small hot water bottle. You can just tell me which type of water you want. Unreasonable stroked his chin, quickly realizing that the merchant was implying that if he bought the large hot water bottle, he could enjoy the benefit of buying the large hot water bottle for 1 gold coin, and then transfer the hot water from the large hot water bottle to the small one, thus saving gold coins and warming himself up. He decisively bought the large hot water bottle. 10 gold coins was only a small price to pay, considering his current predicament. Sure enough, the next second, a hot water bottle about a meter long appeared in front of her. The water inside looked like it had just boiled. It felt scalding to the touch. Without thinking, she quickly covered it with a blanket, hoping it would keep the hot water bottle warm for a while longer without burning herself. After doing all this, she looked at the items traded under the name I Love Salty Soy Milk and noticed that the large hot water bottle had already been snapped up, and the medium-sized ones were also running low. She quickly realized that I Love Salty Soy Milk was a clever person. She deliberately sold the small hot water bottles first, as they didn't keep the heat very well. Then, the person brought out the medium and large sizes, and naturally, others wouldn't buy them because of the prices. However, she then offered the perk of unlimited water for just 1 gold coin, perfectly exploiting consumers' greed and driving others to spend like crazy. Jiang Mian was grinning from ear to ear, looking at the sold-out hot water bottles and the 31,000 plus gold coins that had just arrived in her account. If it weren't for the system's transaction fees, she probably could have earned even more. Looking at her account balance, she thought for a moment, then opened the Magic Cube system and began upgrading her time acceleration ability. Spend 6,000 gold coins to upgrade time acceleration? Jiang Mian didn't hesitate at all and immediately clicked yes. Since the system shop was locked anyway, she might as well spend the gold coins she received now. It's all about real power. Thinking this, she didn't hesitate and kept clicking yes. Until she upgraded time acceleration to level 9, when she ran out of gold coins and had to stop. Time acceleration, level 9, can increase the speed of objects 9-fold. Jiang Mian tried using her ability on herself. At first, she didn't feel anything different, but after about half an hour, she started to feel hungry. Jiang Mian took out some food and started eating. Now, with this ability, she could eat 9 meals a day. Jun Chansheng watched her eat almost non-stop all day and swallowed hard. So hungry? How many days has it been since you last ate? He couldn't help but wonder what kind of world this woman lived in. How could she starve herself like this? Jiang Mian didn't care about others' opinions and continued eating. Of course, she wasn't the kind of capitalist who made others work without feeding them. She still brought Jun Chansheng some food. Jun Chansheng looked at the food, his Adam's apple bobbing. He wanted to be polite again. Thank you, sister. I'd boil this water later before I eat. Jiang Mian, eat first. In this weather, the food will get cold in a few minutes. Then I won't be polite. Jun Chansheng was starving and wolfed down his food. After finishing a bowl of rice, he still felt empty inside, and then another dish appeared before him. This one was soup. Jiang Mian, drink some soup to warm yourself up. If you're still not full, let me know. Judging from the speed at which he ate, Jiang Mian knew his stomach hadn't quite caught up yet. That portion was quite large, enough for an adult's meal. Jun Chansheng took the soup and said, thank you. Tears streamed down his cheeks, dripping into the bowl. To be precise, this was the best meal he had eaten in days, not the food itself, but the atmosphere, and the first time he had encountered someone who truly cared for him. Successfully copied Gene ability, Profit. Jiang Mian withdrew her hand. Good, she used up all her ability attempts for the day, but thankfully, she successfully copied 2 backup opportunities for the Profit ability. If the number of delete/paste attempts could be increased, theoretically, she could infinitely refresh the cooldown of a skill. The only problem was the limit. She could only delete 1 entry per day, which was difficult to achieve now. The intermittent tremors outside suggested there were still areas that might collapse. Jiang Mian dared not delete her flight ability now. What if, by accident, the area she was in collapsed again? It wasn't that she wanted to curse herself, but she always had to think of the worst-case scenario, so that she wouldn't panic when the outcome came. Chapter 84. Jiang Mian told Jun Chansheng to wait inside, while she went out to check the situation. Jun Chansheng was reluctant. He wanted to stay with Jiang Mian, feeling safe only by her side. However, he was, after all, working for her. What if he refused this powerful figure, and she got angry? He reluctantly watched Jiang Mian leave, then returned to his work, occasionally turning over the sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes roasting in the oven, silently praying that an earthquake wouldn't occur. Jiang Mian didn't intend to go far. She just felt the place was somewhat familiar, somewhat like the home of an elderly couple she had visited before. Although the heavy snow had buried much of the area, Jiang Mian spotted a familiar rooftop. What she remembered most vividly was the design of the rooftop. 2 dragons with a round bead in the middle. Now only the rooftop and the bead remained. Jiang Mian walked over and used her supernatural ability to collect the snow below into her spatial storage. After several times, she saw 2 corpses. It was none other than Grandpa Wang and his wife, who had been selling sweet potatoes outside. Both were covered in bruises and chilblains, their bodies now stiff with cold. Before they died, their expressions were filled with pain and despair, their bodies huddled together in a ball, multiple fractures visible. Jiang Mian looked at the collapsed corner of the shed. It was completely empty, and the wood she had noticed earlier was gone. Jiang Mian guessed that someone had attacked the two elderly people. They were already a vulnerable group, and selling sweet potatoes in the cold weather naturally attracted attention with their large firewood reserves. They were likely targeted the moment the weather changed, and their injuries were proof enough. Although she had known all along that the two men were likely dead, seeing their bodies still left her feeling somewhat depressed. How to put it? Their relationship wasn't actually that deep. The old man had simply acted as a go-between. Yet, the stove she was using was bought from him. Jiang Mian collected the bodies, planning to bury them when she had time. Avenging them was impossible. She couldn't possibly search for the murderer in such a dangerous place. To survive in this apocalypse, all she could do was collect their bodies. Don't blame her for being cowardly. Don't forget, this was only the second world she had experienced. Or rather, she had only experienced one. Many people had entered the game before her. All she could do was survive as long as possible. Jiang Mian didn't want to leave now. She took out pots, pans, and utensils from her spatial storage, anything that could hold something, even the bowl she had collected earlier. After arranging them neatly, she filled them with water she had collected from the reservoir. Within minutes, all the water had frozen. Jiang Mian retrieved it from her spatial storage and replaced it with a new batch of containers. She took out some high-quality plastic bags, filled them with water, and placed them on the ground to freeze. While waiting, she went to collect snow and ice from a nearby location. Collecting snow and ice from the reservoir was no longer an option. Because of the earthquake, going into the mountains would be suicidal. Even with her flying ability, she couldn't withstand the falling rocks. She only had one life. Once it was gone, it was truly gone. So, it was a bit of a hassle. After receiving the bodies, they would pile them up and find a place to bury them. She had done a good deed, at least giving them a proper burial. Jiang Mian's actions were quickly noticed by others. In a building not far from her, a group of people watched Jiang Mian busily working below. Their curiosity piqued. Long Man frowned, looking at her. He felt she looked familiar, but couldn't quite place her. After staying at the hotel for a while, the hotel's water and electricity were cut off, making it impossible to prepare some food. They had run out of food, so they had no choice but to move to a different location, preferably a residential building near a supermarket. With a supermarket nearby, even if it was emptied, it would mostly be the local residents who had done it. They could simply sit back and enjoy the spoils, without worrying about starving. After several detours, they arrived at this place. Nearby was a farmer's market, where many items had been taken home by residents. One family even had an old-fashioned stove for cooking, the only inconvenience being the lack of electricity. Later, they found a generator and gasoline, finally enjoying a comfortable life. Unfortunately, their good fortune didn't last long. 3 days ago, due to the extremely low temperature, the gasoline solidified and became unusable. They were forced to rely on a fire around the stove for warmth. While they managed to stay warm, they were still freezing. Fortunately, a player in their game chat group specialized in selling hot water bottles. Although they didn't know where she got so many hot water bottles and hot water, presumably through some extraordinary encounter, they provided a significant benefit, at least keeping them warmer. Jiang Mian was busy in the snow. Just in case, fearing discovery, she had deliberately hollowed out a section of the snow and was working inside it, so no one could see what she was doing, only that she occasionally made some strange movements. She felt like she was being watched. She stood up and turned to look, only to see someone watching her from a rooftop that was barely visible. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, then continued with her work, unconcerned. Anyway, she didn't know them, and she didn't know what they wanted. She'd deal with whatever came her way. Brother Long, that person downstairs is really strange. He's been working there for hours. Isn't he cold? Long Man didn't answer his younger brother's curious question, because he didn't know either. Even his body, strengthened 5 times, couldn't withstand the cold outside. He really couldn't understand why someone would go crazy in the snow. Or perhaps there was something good in there that made this person work so tirelessly despite the cold. Thinking this, Lungnan's eyes began to turn hostile. Could there be some kind of fuel inside? So he sent someone to investigate. The man was somewhat reluctant. The weather outside was so cold, and the snow was piled several meters high. Although, Because of the weather, he wouldn't sink in as easily as before. Who wouldn't want to stay indoors with a hot water bottle to keep warm? However, Longnan was their strongest member and their de facto leader. He didn't want to experience the consequences of disobeying him. Chapter 85. Having no other choice, he went up to the rooftop and then walked down from there. The 2-story height was easily manageable. He could walk down from the rooftop unharmed. Seeing the person getting closer, Jiang Mian immediately packed up her belongings. She looked at the person with confusion. Xiangzi watched Jiang Mian's actions. He couldn't actually discern anything, except that the person had dug a hole in the snow, at least 2 meters deep, and the person was inside, acting suspiciously. The person looked wary of his presence. Xiangzi tentatively asked, "A player?" Jiang Mian hesitated, but thinking about it now, she figured not many native inhabitants had survived, so she nodded. "What were you doing just now? We saw you busy upstairs." Jiang Mian pointed to a bucket she had deliberately left behind and said, "I'm melting ice to cook some rice." "Xiangzi, you don't need so much ice, do you? Are there many of you? If there are a lot, can we join you?" Hearing a woman's voice on the other end, Xiangzi relaxed his guard, which was why he asked that. He had come to gather intelligence. If they had few people, they would simply rob them. That's what they've been doing for days. Jiang Mian could see the greed in his eyes, and knew that this man wouldn't dare go with her to her temporary residence. So she made up a story. "It's all right, about 20 people. How many of you are there? If there are few, we can cooperate to get through this game. If there are many, it might be inconvenient." Upon hearing there were over 20 people, Jiangzi thought for a moment and realized he only had less than 10 left. He knew he couldn't afford to offend such a powerful group, so he looked troubled and said, "Let's forget it then. We have quite a few people on our side. If we all come together, it'd be difficult to manage. Let's all rely on ourselves." He then turned to leave, and Jiang Mian didn't stop him. After watching him leave, she decided not to continue doing this. Being constantly watched wasn't a good feeling. She saw the direction the man disappeared in, memorized his location, and then left. Jun Changsheng had been waiting for her, and only when he saw her finally return did he feel relieved. He subtly boasted to himself, "You're finally back. The sweet potatoes and corn are roasted, but they're a bit cold now, so I put them back in to warm them up. The water in the kettle has been boiling for a while, so I boiled it dry and then went outside to get some snow to put in." Jiang Mian nodded and praised, "You're very thoughtful." Jun Changsheng bit his lip a little shyly. "You helped me so much, even letting me sit by the stove to keep warm. What I did was only right." Jiang Mian didn't say anything more about his words. It was the truth. After all, she was the one who saved him. A grateful person will find ways to repay others, while an ungrateful person will only say it, but not do anything. It's all a matter of opinion. She was indeed quite satisfied with Jun Changsheng. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, and he understood gratitude much better than others. Jiang Mian changed the water in the kettle, and then filled it with fresh water. She told Jun Changsheng about what had happened that day, asking him to be careful after she left. Jun Changsheng nodded, "Don't worry, I be careful." Jiang Mian nodded, noticing it was already past midnight, and lay down on her small bed, hugging a hot water bottle to warm herself. Jun Changsheng also enjoyed this moment. At least he had his own mattress. Looking at the already refreshed delete paste ability, Jiang Mian was really curious about Jun Changsheng's prophet skill. What exactly was it for? Could it really be as he said, able to foresee danger? If so, then Jun Changsheng's life was quite important. Delete flight ability, paste prophet ability. Prophet, foresee the dangers you will encounter in advance. Can be used 3 times per world. 10-day cooldown. Jiang Mian immediately used this ability. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Unable to dodge in time, she was wounded in the shoulder. The next second, a hail of bullets flew past. She had no chance to save Jun Changsheng. He died from the bullets. She, however, thanks to her spatial ability, successfully used the heavy iron door to escape. Jiang Mian didn't see what happened afterward, but she knew that given her temper, being attacked and having so many heavy weapons in her spatial storage, she certainly wouldn't let it go unpunished. She probably retaliated, but Jun Changsheng was truly dead. Jun Changsheng's abilities were so useful, yet he was killed so easily. Jiang Mian was instantly enraged. She sat up in anger, startling Jun Changsheng, who had just fallen asleep beside her. "Sister, what's wrong? What happened?" Jiang Mian looked at him, her voice much gentler than before. "Nothing, you go back to sleep. I have some personal grudges to settle. Even if you hear any noise later, Don't come out, understand? Jun Chansheng didn't know what she was going to do, but he obediently complied. Jiang Mian was satisfied with his pragmatism and didn't say much to him. She simply put on her clothes and got out of bed. She shivered from the cold. This weather was colder than anything she had ever experienced in her past life. In her past life, she had heard that the lowest temperature was only around 80 degrees Celsius, which was still within human tolerance. Now, it was probably over 90. Indeed, in this kind of weather, you need something special to warm your heart. On the other side, after Qiangzi told Longnan what he had found out, Longnan frowned. Upon hearing that there were more than 20 people on the other side, he also gave up the idea of robbing them. However, he felt that something was wrong. Just then, someone next to him analyzed, a group of more than 20 people wouldn't just send one person out to get water. That would not only be time-consuming and exhausting, but also a waste of time. Besides, although there are other groups of about 20 people nearby, they're all familiar to us. We keep to ourselves, so there shouldn't be any new groups appearing. Qiangzi scratched his head and said, could it be one of those groups that escaped from the collapsed area? No. The man shook his head and explained, we noticed before that only a few people could escape from the collapsed area. There's no group of more than 20. Could it be that woman is lying to you? Chapter 86. A moment of silence fell over the room, broken only by the howling wind and snow outside. Qiangzi said with difficulty, no way, I thought that woman was quite honest, answering all my questions. That's the strangest thing. How could someone who survives to the end answer every question? Jiang Mian agreed, but she had only answered to avoid trouble. She had been so reckless because she was capable of self-defense. She had to be more careful next time. As for these people, she could only say they were indeed very clever. She hoped they would be more careful in their next life. A rocket not only pierced the wall, but also wounded several people. Immediately afterward, they were met with heavy artillery fire. Before they could even react, they were all rendered incapable of fighting, completely at the mercy of their enemies. Long Nen reached for his submachine gun, but when he touched his back, he discovered it was gone. He immediately thought of someone, the deaf woman. She had been right behind him, and because of the heavy clothing she was wearing, he hadn't even noticed the gun had fallen. Now, Longnan was filled with regret. It was true what they say, you can guard against anything, but it's hard to guard against a thief within your own ranks. In the end, he could only close his eyes in reluctance. Jiang Mian fired for a while longer. Now that she had no reconnaissance skills, she couldn't see how many survivors were inside. Just in case, Jiang Mian set a fire inside. White flames immediately ignited, and soon a woman engulfed in flames ran out. She collapsed on the snow, rolling frantically trying to extinguish the flames, but the fire only grew stronger. The woman arched her back in pain, saw the woman standing in the center of the snow, and quickly crawled towards her. Telepathy instantly activated, and she spoke to Jiang Mian. I have a spatial ability. I can store things for you. As long as you can extinguish the flames on my body, I can give you anything else. Jiang Mian crouched down, listening to her own thoughts with some surprise. You can communicate with me directly using your mind? Long Musi groaned in pain, her voice hoarse as she shouted, yes, my ability is very useful. If someone gets within 1 meter of me, I can hear their thoughts. If someone wants to harm you, I can notify you in advance. Hearing this, Jiang Mian instantly took a few steps back, ensuring a 1 meter distance between herself and the woman before stopping. She extinguished the flames on the woman's body, coldly observing her. She hadn't seen this woman's figure in the new knowledge, but it was clear that this woman was indeed one of those people. However, Jiang Mian wasn't going to let her go just because the woman had said a few kind words. She wanted more. The woman's ability could be very useful in certain situations. The woman lay on the ground, having endured over 20 days of cold. She experienced warmth again, only to be near death. She looked at Jiang Mian, and as she looked, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Wasn't this the woman she overheard at the hotel, the one who claimed to have a spatial ability? They had gone to find this woman before, only to find nothing. They had even suspected a mole within their group. Now they had encountered this woman again, and this woman was the one who killed without hesitation, the executioner who had slaughtered their entire team. Of course, Long Miezi would never dare to seek revenge. As she had said before, Long Miezi only wanted to live. Whatever she was asked to do, she only wanted to live. After giving himself a mental hint, Jiang Mian approached the woman and pulled her into the room. The outside world had long been destroyed by the shells, and was now engulfed in flames. Jiang Mian walked in effortlessly. He saw corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. Jiang Mian asked the woman inside, "Is this everyone in your team?" Long Niazi opened her eyes. Although she was nearly unconscious, she could still barely make out the situation before her and said, "Yes, they're all here. They're discussing how to ambush you at dawn. Because my abilities aren't very strong, they didn't plan to take me with them." Jiang Mian was satisfied with the woman's pragmatism. At least he hadn't encountered someone so clueless. After extinguishing the flames, Jiang Mian began to search the corpses, and actually found some things. 3 daggers and a pistol. Jiang Mian immediately withdrew her spatial storage right in front of Long Miazi. Now, Long Miazi was even more certain of Jiang Mian's identity, the woman with the spatial storage. However, after witnessing Jiang Mian's strength, she dared not harbor any more ill intentions, fearing that Jiang Mian would notice and kill her. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live a good life. After searching the corpse, Jiang Mian stood up and looked at the woman on the ground. She said coldly, "Now it's time to fulfill your promise and hand over everything you have." Long Miazi gritted her teeth. Now she had 2 choices. 1. Take out the submachine gun from her spatial storage and aim it at Jiang Mian for a counterattack. The probability of death was extremely high, but winning would be a new beginning. 2nd. Obediently handing over the items in her spatial storage carries a very low probability of death, but it's not impossible. While Long Miazi hesitated, Jiang Mian kept a close eye on her movements. She even used time acceleration on her legs, ready to use her teleportation ability to dodge if Long Miazi acted strangely. Finally, Long Miazi made up her mind and handed over most of what she had in her spatial storage. Of course, there were some things she didn't hand over. What she handed over were resources that would be recycled. What she kept were the food and water she had purchased in her spatial storage, as well as some special items. Jiang Mian didn't mind the meager amount she had taken out and put it all into her spatial storage. She knew this woman still had things she hadn't given up, but she couldn't push her too far. As long as she showed a compliant attitude, that was enough. As for what happened afterward, she'd deal with that later. Jiang Mian carried the woman to her current residence. Since Jiang Mian left, Jun Changsheng hadn't been able to sleep. He didn't dare to continue sleeping and instead sat by the fireplace, quietly listening to the sounds outside. Not long after, he heard explosions and gunshots outside. Because of his unusual family background, he could clearly distinguish between the sounds of gunfire and firecrackers. It was easy for him to tell, and he didn't dare go out, silently praying that his older sister would return safely. Fortunately, Jiang Mian returned quickly, and not only that, she brought a woman with her. The woman looked quite badly injured, but Jiang Mian had no intention of treating her. Chapter 87. Jun Changsheng understood that since the woman was brought back from the place where the conflict occurred, she must belong to someone else, so there was no need to save her. He just didn't know why the boss had brought her back in the first place. Jiang Mian didn't pay much attention to her after throwing her on the ground. She handed Jun Changsheng a dagger, telling him to use it for self-defense, and warned him, "I advise you to stay away from that woman. Her talent is somewhat special. If you get within 1 meter of her, she can hear your thoughts." Jun Changsheng was stunned, his eyes widening. He immediately took a few steps back, silently moving away from the woman on the ground. Jiang Mian didn't explain to him why she went out in the middle of the night and then brought back a woman. She simply lay down on the bed and closed her eyes to rest. There were still 4 days until the game ended. She didn't know what would happen next, and she needed to be in good spirits to face the unknown. Seeing that the two were asleep, Long Miazi secretly took out an anti-inflammatory pill from her spatial storage and swallowed it. She was covered in burns, and with the current terrible weather, she was prone to infection if she didn't take the medicine. Jiang Mian heard the noise and stopped her lecture to the employee at the breeding farm. She opened her eyes, glanced at Long Miazi, and said, "There's a kettle on the stove. Taking the anti-inflammatory pill dry won't be as effective. You can use the water in the kettle to take the medicine. There are disposable cups in the corner. You can use any of those. As long as you don't have any bad intentions, I can guarantee I won't touch you in the last few days of the game." Long Miazi shivered. Whether from the cold or from being frightened by Jiang Mian, it was hard to tell. Jiang Mian thought it was probably the former. After all, she considered herself quite pretty. Was she really that scary? Looking at the ragged Long Miazi, she thought for a moment, then took a blanket from her spatial storage and handed it to her. "Cover yourself in this. There are so many stoves burning in the room, it shouldn't be too cold." At least, Jiang Mian didn't feel cold, and even Jun Changsheng, a newcomer who hadn't experienced any physical enhancement, didn't feel cold. Thank you." Long Miezi didn't know if she was being too kind, or if her own thoughts were too dark. In her mind, prisoners had no human rights, so why would she give a prisoner a blanket and water? In reality, Long Miezi had misunderstood Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian hadn't done all this out of kindness. She simply wanted to keep her alive a few more days, so she could replicate her abilities more. In fact, Jiang Mian was still thinking, should I replicate her abilities on the last day before killing her, or spare her life? This woman was clever, troublesome, and her abilities were also very tempting. Killing her directly would be a waste, but this woman wasn't exactly trustworthy, leaving Jiang Mian conflicted. She could only wait and see how she behaved. This feeling of holding someone's life and death in her hands was truly wonderful and addictive. Seeing that she had enough gold coins, Jiang Mian quickly accelerated her leveling up, successfully reaching level 10. Feeling refreshed, she finally fell asleep. Of course, countless brain-eating worms were hidden around her, all for her safety. The next day, because she hadn't updated her inventory while asleep, her private messages were flooded with inquiries. Many people wanted to add her as a friend, but Jiang Mian rejected them all, even disabling private messaging altogether. Even in private messages, someone was cursing her, all because she was late with her hot water order? Could Jiang Mian tolerate that? She simply blocked him. Without her hot water supply, he could fend for himself. Damn it! In a villa area, a man huddled under the covers, looking at his own chat group where he couldn't buy a hot water bottle, and immediately burst into a tirade of anger. Damn it, they dared to block me and stop me from buying hot water. They really don't know how powerful Godu is. I'm the most famous paparazzi, I blackmail you, you piece of trash. Godu, what do you mean? And I love salty soy milk, what do you mean by blocking me? I have no grudge against you. I just bought water a few times using a large hot water bottle. Are you just trying to avoid giving me so much water? That's why you blocked me? He even hired some people to help make the whole thing more convincing. Empty. I'm really fed up. I bought a large hot water bottle, and he only traded me the large hot water bottle, not the water. What does that mean? Little bird, huh? So you guys have this kind of situation too? I thought I was the only one experiencing this. I'm all alone and don't dare to fight back. I can only swallow this bitter pill. I didn't expect you guys to have experienced this too. Ultraman, I'm really fed up. You need to refund our money and compensate us for our losses, then we can forgive you. Otherwise, don't even think about selling your stuff. We will boycott you. Jiang Mian ignored their crazy comments. However, perhaps because of Jiang Mian's silence, these people felt they had the upper hand and became even more unscrupulous. The chat group erupted with insults, discussions, and arguments in Jiang Mian's defense. Jiang Mian remained silent, because they were currently escaping for their lives. Another earthquake struck their area, and with the ground collapsing behind them, they frantically ran forward. The snowmobile was unusable, the outside weather was too cold, and the gasoline froze solid after only 2 attempts. They could only run on foot. Jiang Mian occasionally used her teleportation ability, which could only be used 3 times, and she had to use it precisely at the right moments. Fortunately, she was strong enough to carry one injured person and another even weaker than the injured, managing to run. Jiang Mian truly felt targeted. Why were earthquakes occurring everywhere she went? Or was the world already doomed? Had the entire world collapsed due to earthquakes? Jiang Mian plopped down on the rubble, staring at the ever-growing crater in the distance, and looked helplessly at the 2 others. Let's rest for a bit, then continue running. I have a feeling this place isn't safe either. We need to find a safe place before nightfall. The other 2 nodded. Although they didn't have to run, being carried was still uncomfortable. Long Miezi looked at Jiang Mian with a complicated expression. When the earthquake struck, she thought Jiang Mian would abandon her and escape with her teammates. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mian also pulled her along, and when she activated her ability, she heard Jiang Mian say she didn't want them to die. This was the first time she had felt warmth from a stranger. Unfortunately, Jiang Mian didn't know what she was thinking. Taking advantage of her momentary lapse in attention, she copied Jiang Mian's ability, filled with joy. After resting for a while, Jiang Mian got up and looked at the crowd not far away. Everyone tacitly avoided each other, and then walked in different directions. Chapter 88. She led the 2 in another direction. Looking at the crack that separated their path from another place, Jiang Mian was furious. This is infuriating. How could my luck be so bad? I chose a dead end right away. I feel like I'm being targeted. Jiang Mian changed paths. This one hadn't cracked yet, so the 3 of them quickly went over. This time, Jiang Mian didn't go against the grain. Instead, she chose to walk the same path as others and find an empty room to stay in. Because she didn't trust Long Muzi, she didn't immediately take out the stove to boil water. Instead, she used a stove that hadn't been lit. Jiang Mian had previously experimented and found that a burning stove placed in the system space would continue to burn over time without stopping. Therefore, if she took out a burning stove, it would be easy to detect the problem. So, she simply used the hot water she had previously stored in her space as the bargaining chip. Finally, she stopped and saw that a group of people in the chat group were cursing her. There were just too many messages ahead, so she didn't bother scrolling up, but she still spotted a few particularly active accounts. She looked at them and found that she had blocked 2 of them. One was Soul Reaper, and the other was Ultraman. She remembered Ultraman. He seemed to have wanted to buy her hot water before, but he hadn't paid for the hot water bottle. That was one thing. Jiang Mian wasn't against selling water separately, but what was worse was that he wanted to pay 1 gold coin for a hot water bottle that held 10 gold coins. She was utterly speechless. The man even had the audacity to say, selling to someone else is the same as selling to him, so I might as well sell to both of them and make a friend. Jiang Mian's expression was incredibly complicated. Wait, what's in it for me to be friends with you? So it's unacceptable for others to take advantage of me, but it's perfectly acceptable for you to do so? She immediately blocked this Ultraman, never expecting this group to gang up on her. Just when she was worried about selling water too cheaply, Jiang Mian posted an announcement. I love salty soy milk. Sorry everyone, there have been earthquakes here, and my water boiling equipment has been damaged. I can only provide a limited amount of water each day. To prevent malicious purchases, I decided to raise the price to 2 gold coins, and it will be limited. I hope this can help more people. After saying that, Jiang Mian changed her price to 2 gold coins per serving. She couldn't care less about the wailing below. Everyone was joining the bandwagon to criticize her, so let them. She controlled the resources now, and she was the one with the power. She wouldn't bother with them. Did they think she was easy to talk to? Upon hearing this news, the others felt as if the sky had fallen. Even some of those who had been reselling the large hot water bottles were devastated. Previously, they had spent 1 gold coin to buy water, with no purchase limit. So, to save gold coins, after buying Jiang Mian's hot water, they secretly started listing their own water. Not only did they not lose money, they even made a small profit. Now, Jiang Mian has not only raised the price, but also implemented a purchase limit of 2 items per day, which is truly devastating for them. At the same time, they started venting their anger on the previous group, with all sorts of insults flooding the chat group. Some people are practically facing the destruction of their entire families, and all sorts of novel swear words that Jiang Mian could barely understand have sprung up. At this moment, Jiang Mian finally understood the feelings of those who didn't understand her use of internet slang. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. It's like the helplessness of being halfway through a meme, and then realizing you don't understand the content. Jiang Mian silently withdrew her gaze, looking at the remaining number of players in the upper right corner. There were probably still over 20,000 players alive. Jiang Mian silently wrapped herself tightly in a blanket covered in hand warmers. Although the highest temperature of the hand warmers was only around 70 degrees Celsius, they emitted a higher temperature when wrapped in the blanket. Similarly, wrapping them in clothes worked the same way. This was her secret to staying warm, although some of the quality wasn't very good, forcing her to lose some equipment as she walked. Jiang Mian simply tossed the inferior items to Jun Changsheng. At first, Jun Changsheng refused, saying things like, Jiang Mian has been good enough to him, he can't take more of these things. Jiang Mian simply said, since you're following me, I need to provide you with some security. Otherwise, you freeze and become unable to take care of yourself, and I have to take care of you. Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Jun Changsheng thought this made sense, so he didn't refuse anymore. As for Long Muzi, she was covered in burns, and wasn't suitable for using heat packs. Besides, Long Muzi and Jun Changsheng were different. Long Muzi was a prisoner, while Jun Changsheng was a subordinate. Moreover, considering the importance of Jun Changsheng's special ability, it's definitely superior to Long Muzi's. If something were to happen to either of them simultaneously, Jiang Mian would prioritize saving Jun Changsheng. After all, the prophet skill is indeed very powerful. It allows her to foresee impending danger and thus resolve it. Its usefulness is undeniable. Jiang Mian discovered that today's earnings were actually higher than the previous few days, exceeding 10,000 gold coins. Even after deducting transaction fees, she still had over 14,000 gold coins. She didn't use these gold coins to upgrade. Instead, she planned to save them. The game was almost over, and she wondered if the system shop would have any newer or better items. She wanted to save some gold coins for a big shopping spree later. Jiang Mian ate a roasted sweet potato from the stove and drank some freshly boiled water, barely managing to eat. Looking at the dim sky outside, a bad premonition crept into her heart. This awful weather, is another blizzard coming? The next second, the rooftop, swirling in midair, crashed down on the gun opposite. Jiang Mian, watching the scene, felt this blizzard seemed even more intense than the last one. She immediately called the two others, then stored the stove in her spatial storage. The three of them quickly descended the stairs to the snow-covered first floor. People were also coming down from upstairs from time to time, all worried that the blizzard would destroy their houses. Seeing the situation, Jiang Mian didn't take out her stove. She gave each of the two a hot water bottle, and the three of them sat quietly in a corner, waiting for the blizzard to end. Damn it, I hate these kinds of natural disaster dungeons the most. They're completely unpredictable, you can't even dodge them. A burly man with a thick beard complained in the middle of the area. Other players chimed in, yeah, who can argue with that? I experienced a natural disaster before, and in that disaster, only 4 digits remained in our game. I wonder how many people will be left after this disaster. Chapter 89. This game feels like it's getting harder and harder. I heard that at the beginning, people only experience hunger, and at least half of them survived each time. Now, it's like they don't value our lives at all. I hope the next game won't be about natural disasters. It would be best if it were a monster-killing game, then more of us could survive. Is killing monsters easy? It's not exactly easy, but fewer people will die than with these natural disasters. Jiang Mian listened to the others' discussions. She looked at Long Miuzi, who nodded and whispered, he's telling the truth. In his understanding, killing monsters is simple, you just need to hide in the shelter. Just then, a tremor suddenly came from outside, and the buildings above began to collapse. Everyone was now trapped, unable to leave or run away, caught in a dilemma. Just then, a loud boom was heard, as if some building had collapsed. Immediately afterward, rocks began to fall from above, hitting everyone's heads. The three exchanged a glance. Just as Jiang Mian was about to draw his weapon, someone suddenly used a ball of dirt to blast a hole in the wall. Immediately, everyone scrambled out. They all knew they couldn't stay there any longer. Seeing that there were too many people in that spot, and the three of them couldn't possibly squeeze through, Jiang Mian simply used a bomb to blast open the wall, and the three of them rushed out. The others, seeing an additional exit, quickly squeezed towards it. Jiang Mian activated his flash ability, and the next second, he appeared 3 meters away from where he had been. He was right on the snow, just a hair's breadth away from being buried alive. Jiang Mian pulled her leg out and looked at the two others, half buried in the snow. She helped them up, and everyone looked at the building they had just been in, now a ruin, feeling incredibly relieved. Even though the lingering effects of the blizzard hadn't completely dissipated, and snowflakes mixed with dust stung their faces, it couldn't dampen their good spirits. Jiang Mian and her companions headed towards safety. However, the difficulty of the last 3 days of the game skyrocketed. There were constant blizzards and earthquakes, and occasional harassment from other players, making Jiang Mian's business difficult. Most people were fleeing. Where would they find people to buy hot water? Jiang Mian suddenly realized that more players meant more money. Fewer players meant less money. On the second day of the game's countdown, the temperature had dropped to minus 100 degrees Celsius. Jiang Mian felt that even breathing had become a luxury. The air in her lungs was icy cold. Many of the players, who had traveled with her along the way, collapsed because of this, quickly turning into ice sculptures. Jiang Mian withdrew her gaze, and continued walking. With fewer and fewer continental plates remaining, she began to wonder if the world was doomed. Perhaps even planets would be destroyed. Sister, it's too cold. I feel like I can't breathe. You guys go ahead, I come find you later. Jun Chongqing's voice trembled, his teeth chattering. Jiang Mian, seeing his trembling eyes and slurred words, quickly realized he was suffering from hypothermia. Jiang Mian grabbed him and pulled him into her arms. Her body temperature was actually nearing room temperature, but she was using her special ability to keep it afloat. She used her healing ability to treat Jun Chongqing, and his condition improved somewhat, but not significantly. Jiang Mian immediately decided they couldn't go any further. We urgently need a house as a refuge. If we continue, we all die. Long Miuzi nodded. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. It's just too cold, we can't stand it. If my body hadn't been strengthened several times, I probably would have died here too. However, the land was covered in snow, with only trees frozen into ice sculptures. This place was extremely remote. What kind of house could they possibly have? Jiang Mian took out a large tent from her spatial storage, set it up, and camped on the spot. Then she quickly put Jun Changsheng inside, took out a stove, and the tent, made of waterproof material, was quite airtight. Although it wasn't as good as a wall, at least they had a place to stay. She opened a small gap in the tent for ventilation. Jiang Mian, worried that one stove wouldn't be enough, took out 2 more, filling the corner completely before feeling relieved. She then took out her now cold hot water bottle and refilled the kettle. After changing the water for both of them, she plopped down on a folding chair. Long Muzi was already used to the things Jiang Mian had brought out, simply assuming Jiang Mian had a large storage space. Even now, she still considered Jiang Mian a powerful figure, perhaps even one of the first powerful players. She looked at Jiang Mian with envy. If only I had been one of the first players to enter the game, maybe I would be as powerful as her now. Somewhat forlorn, Long Muzi didn't reveal her thoughts. Entering the game sooner or later wasn't the end. Only those who survived had the right to become powerful. She understood that. Jiang Mian secretly used the time acceleration function on the stove, speeding up the burning to warm the tent. Jiang Mian held Jun Changsheng's hand the entire time. Long Muzi looked at them strangely, suspecting they were a couple who met in the game, just with a slightly stronger woman and weaker man. Didn't they have some kind of special preference? Perhaps they liked this kind of thing. She regretted not being a man. If she were, would she also be treated so meticulously? Completely unaware of Long Muzi's thoughts, Jiang Mian gripped Jun Changsheng's hand tightly, watching the countdown to the copying ability, her heart pounding with excitement. She wasn't after his looks, but his talent. She had only copied 9 of Jun Changsheng's talent attributes so far, and she always felt it wasn't enough. Successfully replicated gene ability, Prophet. Jiang Mian smiled, finally releasing Jun Changsheng's hand. Seeing that his complexion had improved considerably, she felt somewhat relieved. As long as he's alive, whether he's half dead or alive, and well doesn't matter. I promised him I'd protect him until the game ended. I didn't say he had to be perfectly healthy. Jiang Mian realized how much she resembled He Ling. Had she unknowingly been influenced by this guy? Jiang Mian shook her head. How terrifying. He Ling really is a menace. Anyone who gets involved with him will be unlucky. On the last day of the game, the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees Celsius, and it got colder and colder outside. The 3 of them didn't move, spending their days inside the tent. Chapter 90. Those players who had previously had the energy to rob others now had no other thoughts. Having experienced the natural disasters of this world, they never wanted to go through this again. Covered in frostbite and wounds, and constantly having to guard against blizzards and earthquakes, they were truly tormented. It would probably take a long time to recover. At least, Jiang Mian didn't want to experience this awful weather for the time being. Fortunately, she could go home in a few more hours. She didn't mind the high temperatures back home at all. Just thinking about the warmth of her hometown filled her with satisfaction. Jiang Mian looked at Long Muzi, who was a meter away from her. She no longer had the urgent desire to kill her. This woman was indeed a very intelligent person. She hadn't caused any trouble or made any underhanded moves these past few days, and had generally kept a low profile. Jiang Mian was satisfied, and therefore no longer had the intention to kill her. Long Muzi looked at Jiang Mian and suddenly said, "Can I know your name? I'd like to add you as a friend. My name is Long Outyan." Jiang Mian, huh? For a moment, she didn't know whether to be surprised by Long Muzi's nickname or by the fact that Long Muzi had actually taken the initiative to add her as a friend. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mian said, "I know your name now. I add you when I get back." "Thank you." At this moment, Jun Changsheng weakly raised a hand and asked in a feeble voice, How do I add you as a friend? I want to add you too." Long Muzi glanced at him, shattering his fantasy. "Don't daydream. You're still a newbie. You haven't even created a nickname, let alone joined a chat group. What friends can you add?" "Oh." Jun Changsheng silently withdrew his hand, visibly dejected. Unfortunately, Long Muzi ignored him, and Jiang Mian had used up her powers. Now Jun Changsheng was useless to her, and she didn't know if they meet again in the next world. If they did, given their relationship, she could probably get another windfall. Survival mission complete. Everyone is about to be teleported. Jiang Mian opened her eyes again, still seeing a pure white space. Congratulations to I Love Salty Soy Milk for successfully surviving one world. Initial reward, 100 gold coins. Based on your performance in the mission, you will receive 70,000 gold coins as a reward. In this survival game, your overall world ranking is 6th. You will receive 5,000 gold coins as a reward. Keep up the good work, I love salty soy milk. You are ranked 1st in your current personal world. You can receive 10 gold coins daily. Keep up the good work and maintain your ranking. New items unlocked in the player system shop. Please check them out. Jiang Mian listened to the pleasant announcements and comfortably squinted her eyes. 75,100 gold coins, plus the gold coins I earned in the world before. I now have over 100,000 gold coins. The system shop has also opened new items. I wonder what they will be? Jiang Mian opened the system shop and found that it was Mental Strength Enhancement Potion price, 10,000 gold coins. It greatly enhances mental strength after consumption. It is recommended not to take this potion frequently, as it can easily cause mental instability and a series of side effects. Physical Fitness Enhancement Card Plus price, 1,000 gold coins. An upgraded version of the Physical Fitness Enhancement Card. It greatly enhances physical fitness after consumption. Recommendation: use only when food is plentiful. Can be used once every 30 days. Jiang Mian was quite interested in both potions. After buying one mental strength enhancement card, she bought 10 plus version physical fitness enhancement cards. Finally, she directly bought a high-level martial arts card worth 100,000. High-level martial arts cards are significantly different from intermediate ones. Although she couldn't immediately master them, the knowledge contained within was vast, far exceeding what she could possess in her world. Most importantly, some of the techniques for capturing various species, combined with killing skills, were not simple matters. Jiang Mian silently absorbed the movements from her memories. Just then, the system assistant suddenly notified her. A player has been reported. The reason for the complaint is, this player has engaged in a series of egregious behaviors, including reselling resources in the game world, profiting from resources, and charging exorbitant fees. The system is investigating, and the results will be available in 3 days. The player can choose to appeal. Jiang Mian, ? Face? Which idiot reported me? Are they sick? I want to appeal. I don't think I did anything wrong. I just wanted to help more people survive. If doing so is wrong, I'd rather stay wrong forever. The player's appeal has been received and is being processed by the system. After uttering these words with an air of righteous indignation, Jiang Mian nudged the system assistant, who was feigning death, and whispered, I spent so much money, as my assistant, you must get a commission, right? Seeing the system assistant's lack of response, Jiang Mian said directly, don't play dead. I don't need you to say anything to the system. Just tell your superior that I've given more players a chance to survive, which also saves it some effort in training new players. Most importantly, won't the gold coins I earn eventually go back into the system's pocket? So, in short, what I did absolutely nothing wrong to it. It was all beneficial. Okay, the system assistant will warn the system. Okay. Huh? Something feels off. Wait, how can a system assistant be so brazen as to warn the system? Shouldn't the system assistant be a subordinate? How arrogant. Unfortunately, the system assistant didn't explain. Jiang Mian, seeing that things were settled, now just waited for the investigation results in 3 days. I better not find out which player is behind this. They're shameless to the extreme. If I catch them, I make them taste the consequences of being stuffed with brain-eating worms. System assistant, I want to return to the real world. The next second, Jiang Mian got out of bed. She immediately opened the door, feeling the heat wave rushing towards her, and let out a comfortable sigh. Awesome. So comfortable, so warm. After more than 20 days of cold weather, this kind of weather is truly blissful. Grandma saw Jiang Mian basking in the sun and looked at her with some confusion. Mian Mian, it's so hot outside, what are you doing standing there? What if you get heat stroke? There are quite a few people suffering from heat stroke these days, and they're basically beyond saving. Jiang Mian waved her hand and continued to bask in the sun's embrace. Grandma, I'm fine. I desperately need the sun's warmth to heal my wounded heart. You go back inside first, I go back in a bit. Chapter 91. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian wasn't the only one experiencing the same symptoms. Having survived their last day, they faced temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius again, and instantly felt incredibly comfortable. While everyone else stayed home with air conditioning, these unusual individuals braved the scorching sun, shedding tears of relief after their near-death experience. Jun Chansheng was no exception. After spending 10 gold coins to treat his frostbite and hypothermia, he immediately ran out of the courtyard and into a sunny spot. Back in familiar territory, he could no longer contain his fear and burst into tears. Jun Chongqing's grandfather, seeing this, thought his son had gone mad and quickly pulled him back. Jun Chongqing resisted fiercely. "Grandpa, let me go. I want to bask in the sun. It's too cold, so incredibly cold." Grandpa Chong, thinking his grandson had lost his mind, immediately called for the doctor in the courtyard. He learned that the doctors had all gone to the courtyards of those superpowered individuals, and that many of them had died, their last symptom being frostbite covering their bodies. Looking at his grandson, he suddenly realized something. The thin old man asked tremblingly, "Chongqing, you participated too, didn't you?" Jun Chongqing remained silent. Who was old Master Chong? He was a founding father of the nation, and besides, Jun Chongqing was someone he had raised. He could see through his grandson's thoughts at a glance. For a moment, Chong Tan-sheng felt a mix of emotions. He should be happy that his grandson had joined the plan, because almost everyone could foresee that the world ahead would be anything but simple, even fraught with danger. The extreme heat outside had lasted for over a month, and the farmers were relying on artificial rain to grow their crops, which was becoming increasingly difficult. Many outdoor workers also suffered from heat stroke, fever, and even heat exhaustion due to the weather, with many dying despite attempts to save them. Social chaos was inevitable, sooner or later. He should have been grateful to have been chosen, but the mortality rate of that plan was simply too high. He didn't want his grandson, the only bloodline of his family, to struggle for survival. He believed he could protect his grandson and wouldn't need him to fight for survival. However, so far, no one chosen had any way to escape. "Grandpa, it's all right. I met a very kind person outside. Thanks to her help this time, I was able to get through this world unharmed." Jun Chongqing told his grandfather about his experiences in the game, praising Jiang Mian repeatedly. Although he didn't know the name of the person who saved him, he was genuinely grateful. After explaining everything to his grandfather, Jun Chongqing looked at the rewards he had received. Besides the 100 gold coins he received at the start of the game, there were also 120 gold coins as a reward. 220. No, it should be 210 gold coins, because he used 10 of them to heal his injuries. This was a drop in the ocean for Jun Chongqing, utterly useless. He had thought that after completing the first task he could buy a space card, and then he could get rich using Jiang Mian's method. However, in reality, he couldn't find the space card option at all. Asking the system assistant only yielded a vague answer. New items will be unlocked in the shop once the player has enough gold coins. Please continue your efforts. Keep up the good work. Jun Chongqing, His silence wasn't out of agreement, but because he was truly at his wit's end. Jiang Mian didn't suffer from any psychological trauma, she just wanted to sunbathe. After staying outside for about 3 hours, Jiang Mian returned to her room. "Oh my god! It's not cold anymore, not cold at all. The weather outside is so hot, what temperature is it?" She was sweating profusely from the heat. Jiang Mian sat on the sofa, looking at the mental strength enhancement card and the plus version of the body enhancement card she had purchased, and decisively used both. She didn't currently have the time acceleration option activated, but after using the two cards, she felt a little sleepy and hungry. Not long after, Jiang Mian couldn't hold on any longer. After eating some high-energy food, she laid down on the sofa and fell asleep. Spending so much time in other worlds in fear, especially the last 3 days, with the occasional earthquakes, blizzards, and some unscrupulous players, had truly exhausted her. She slept until 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Mian sat up in her bed, looked at the sunny weather outside, and stretched. "I'm so hungry. I only took a nap. How can I be so hungry?" Could it be the effect of the plus-size physical enhancement card? No wonder there was a warning that it was recommended to use the card when food was plentiful. So that's how it is, it really does make you hungry. It's like using time acceleration. The hunger rate is many times faster than before, and of course, the physical enhancement is also much more noticeable. Jiang Mian dared not use her own time acceleration again, afraid that she might accidentally starve to death. That would truly be the biggest joke in the world's #1 dying of starvation. How astonishing! After dinner, Jiang Mian used her supernatural ability on Jiang Wuzai again. The ability was still suppressed, which bothered Jiang Mian. What would be a quick cure in the game world was impossible in the real world. She could only try a slow and gradual approach. Jiang Mian forced a smile and said, "All right, stop staring at me like that. Go exercise. Didn't you want to exercise with me? You can't be inconsistent, you know?" Jiang Wuzai scratched his head, looking at Jiang Mian with innocent eyes. "Sis, I've been exercising the whole time. I haven't been slacking off. Jiang Mian slapped her forehead. I almost forgot. In my memory, a month has passed, but in reality, it's just a blink of an eye. I even doubted that time had stopped flowing. So Jiang Wuzai hasn't been lazy at all. I wronged him. Afraid he would cry, Jiang Mian quickly took out a bag of croissants from her spatial storage and handed it to him. Alright, I know I was wrong, I wronged you, but you can't be unreasonable. Consider this bag of croissants my apology. Gulp. Jiang Wuzai looked at the bread he hadn't eaten in a long time in the bag, couldn't help but swallow, and quickly took the bread, saying, Sis, it's okay, you can wrong me again next time. He was clever, he knew that after being wronged, his sister would always give him something good to eat, as she had always done since he was little. Of course, if she found out he had done something wrong, he would get a beating. Like the last time he learned to smoke from the young men in town, he was severely beaten by his grandmother. Chapter 92. Days passed by, and the weather outside grew increasingly hot, eventually exceeding 60 degrees Celsius. People were suffering terribly. Most jobs requiring outdoor work had been suspended, but the question of where to find the laid-off workers became a major problem. Most of them were middle-aged, married with children, and some were even elderly. If they didn't work hard to support their families, how would they pay for their children's tuition and books? As a result, the job market saw an influx of job seekers. Therefore, society was now in a state of low wages and oversupply. There were plenty of people willing to do the work, and this situation inevitably led to some negative consequences. For example, some people began robbery, while others turned to crime. Even more people firmly believed in the end times, and started $0 shopping. Of course, these people were immediately arrested. Jiang Mian watched all this unfold. In her past life, at this time, Jiang Wuzai had been misdiagnosed by the hospital, and had a fever for several days. Her grandmother, worried about her grandson, was robbed on her way here. Fortunately, she wasn't seriously injured, but all her belongings were stolen, including her medical expenses. They had no choice but to move out under these circumstances. Adding to the social unrest, it was truly difficult for the three of them, the elderly, the weak, and the disabled, to survive. But this life was different. She had a spatial ability, superpowers, and improved physical abilities, enough for her to stand on her own and protect her family. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile. A happy occasion puts one in a good mood, and perhaps for this reason, she suddenly heard the Rubik's Cube's notification sound. More templates are available in the space, please check. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Mian became excited. This time, she didn't let the planting space down and directly chose to activate this module. The planting space is now open. More features await your discovery. Keep up the good work. Looking at the activated planting space, Jiang Mian found it to be an endless field. The soil was black, appearing extremely nutritious. The only pity was that she couldn't enter the space. She could only plant crops using her consciousness. Jiang Mian found the planting tools she had bought earlier and began to till the soil. However, farming was much more tiring than feeding chickens, ducks, and geese. She tilled the soil for a long time, but had only managed to till 2 plots. Looking at the endless field, Jiang Mian felt more frustrated than ever before. How can there be so much land? At this rate, it's definitely not enough. There are so many plants waiting to be planted in the space. How many can I plant in these 2 plots? Just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, the Rubik's Cube suddenly popped up a notification. You can choose the managed mode, 0.1 gold coins per day. You can manage 100 plots of land. You definitely won't lose out. Just selling the vegetables in the space can make several times the profit. Jiang Mian, How much? How much did you say? 1 silver coin. That's too cheap. Jiang Mian has become rich now, and has started to forget her roots. Besides, this is different from the breeding farm. The breeding farm costs 1 silver coin per breeding area. With her current 100 or so breeding farms, she would earn more than 10 gold coins in 7 days. She didn't want to waste it like that. Most importantly, since there are free laborers, brain-eating worms, why should she spend that silver coin? But things are different now. This only costs 1 silver coin a day to manage 100 plots of land. The more you plant, the more you earn. You know, she's currently ranked number 1 in her world, earning 10 gold coins a day. Even after deducting that silver coin, she's still net 9.9 gold coins a day. It's incredibly awesome. Manage it all. With this shortcut, why should she bother digging the land herself? Jiang Mian dug 100 plots of land at once and planted the vegetable seeds she bought earlier: cabbage, bok choy, lettuce, green peppers, potatoes, green beans, garlic sprouts, and so on, 1 plot for each. Next, she planted fruit tree seedlings, all of them. Then came the staple food seeds. 10 plots for wheat and 20 plots for corn, because she especially liked corn, particularly sweet corn. She also planted 10 plots for rice. The moment the rice was planted, the fields changed. Paddy fields appeared underneath. Jiang Mian couldn't help but give the planting space a thumbs up. It was truly meticulous and scientific. Although the existence of the Rubik's Cube was rather unscientific. Looking at the 102 plots of land, which were now almost fully planted, Jiang Mian suddenly thought of some fruits she couldn't afford: durian, cherries, lychees, and other expensive fruits. She hadn't thought of this before and hadn't bought them. Now that she remembered, thankfully it wasn't too late. Jiang Mian went to town and arrived at Jean Dia's agricultural supply store. Seeing the long-closed door, she slapped her forehead. I was so stupid. Most shops in town are closed now, and agricultural supply stores are no exception. Besides, it's not planting season or harvest season. Agricultural supply stores have even less business. She took out her phone and dialed the number on the sign. The call was answered quickly. Amidst the background noise, a familiar, loud male voice rang out. Hello? Who is this? The shop is closed right now. You have to go somewhere else. 9 of bamboo. Jiang Mian's lips twitched as she listened to the sound of mahjong tiles being rubbed on the other end. This Jean Dia was really enjoying himself. He'd given up business and started playing cards. Boss Jean, I'm a client you done business with before. The fruit tree saplings you got me were quite good. I'd like to buy some more from you. The price is negotiable. Jean Dia was taken aback. Hearing the familiar tone of the voice, he immediately remembered who this person was. A big client he'd done business with recently, who had even kindly given him 2 doses of Wuxiang Jingqi water, a traditional Chinese medicine for relieving ailments. He immediately abandoned his card game, waved for another middle-aged man, who had been watching for a while without taking a seat, and then went to a quiet spot to answer the phone. Young lady, it's you. What do you want to buy this time? Jiang Mian heard the silence on his end, before revealing her purpose. Boss, do you know any suppliers who sell durian or cherry saplings? And also, do you have any lychee or strawberry saplings? If so, I'd like to buy those. Jean Dia's eyes darted around. Looking at the scorching sun outside, and remembering that they had traded several times before, plus Jiang Mian's good manners, he didn't hold back. Young lady, to be honest, in this heat, it's not worth making a trip back and forth. How about this? I just give you my friend's address. Consider it payment for the medicine you gave me last time. Chapter 93. Jiang Mian never expected that simply doing a good deed would actually bring her a reward. Okay, thank you, boss. Jiang Mian took the address and phone number the boss had given her, and made a call. Hearing the busy tone, Jiang Mian frowned. No one answered. She called again, but still no answer. Just as Jiang Mian was about to ride her electric scooter home, her phone rang. Jiang Mian answered the phone and saw it was the same number calling back. A young man's hoarse voice came from the other end. Hello. This is Happy Nursery. How can I help you? Jiang Mian explained her needs. I want to buy some fruit tree saplings, the kind that's quite particular about their environment. Do you still have any in stock? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Just when Jiang Mian thought they didn't have those saplings, a hesitant voice came through. Yes, we do. But I have to warn you beforehand that because of the weather outside, some of the saplings are quite sickly. You might need to come and pick them up as soon as possible, otherwise, they might not survive. Hearing this, Jiang Mian quickly asked the young man for the address, and found it was about 20 kilometers away. Fortunately, it wasn't too far, and she could accept it. Jiang Mian switched to a car without license plates in an area without cameras. This was a car she had acquired in another world. Not only did it have no license plates, but she had even peeled off the car emblem. Since the traffic police are now forced to stay home, no one is checking driver's licenses or license plates, and the cameras can't track him at all. Jiang Mian isn't afraid. There were very few vehicles on the road, and Jiang Mian drove directly to the location. It only took her about 10 minutes to arrive. The words Happy Nursery were written in large characters next to it. Inside, there were dense rows of black sunshade nets used to cool the seedlings, but unfortunately, they weren't very effective. Jiang Mian made a phone call. After the call was answered, a young man quickly came out of the nursery. He looked somewhat worried when he came out, but he still smiled when he saw Jiang Mian. Hello, are you Ms. Jiang? Jiang Mian hesitated when she saw the young man's outstretched hand. Having survived for several years in the apocalypse, and with the game world being equally dangerous, she had long been accustomed to avoiding physical contact with others. Now, this boss had caught her off guard. Realizing what she'd done, Jiang Mian chuckled. She overreacted. Why hadn't she just told the owner directly? She looked at the young owner and said, "Excuse me, I don't really like shaking hands. Can we get straight to the point? Show me the fruit trees, and then we can discuss the price?" The young owner silently withdrew his hand. True, some people didn't like that. He didn't mind, and led Jiang Mian inside. As soon as they entered, a wave of heat hit them. The young man smiled somewhat sheepishly. The weather's like this now, so hot. Many of the saplings can't take it, and have died. No matter how much water we give them, it's no use. My dad even fainted from worry. I only recently took over, and seeing these saplings die one by one is really painful for me. Jiang Mian listened quietly to the young man's complaints. She knew he might not have spoken to anyone in a long time, or perhaps he wanted to use this as an excuse to ask for more money, but she didn't care. Jiang Mian arrived at an orchard planted with durian trees, though they weren't fully grown yet, each tree only about 2 meters tall. The durians there came in many varieties, including Golden Pillow, Muzang King, and Chane. Jiang Mian inquired about the price, and the shop owner hesitated before saying, "Logically speaking, everything is more expensive in this weather, including fruit seedlings. But to be honest, these seedlings are all listless right now, and I don't know if they even survive. So I charge you the original price. Is that all right?" "Sure, I take them all. Have someone get them out and load it onto the truck now, and we go look at the other seedlings first." "Huh?" The young man was a little taken aback. "You want them all? Are you sure?" "Of course. Your seedlings are of good quality, although some are a bit unhealthy, but I don't mind. I take them all, and then we go look at the other seedlings. Besides, I trust your quality. I had a friend buy some for me before, and they were all quite good." The young man's eyes lit up. "Okay, I have someone come and transplant the seedlings right away. Don't worry, it'd be quick. I take you to see the lychee trees now." "Okay." Jiang Mian was satisfied with the shop owner's understanding. He didn't ask too many questions about the customer, saving her time from explaining further. Jiang Mian bought a lot of fruit seedlings and paid the owner to transport them to a designated location. Each trip cost 5,000 yuan, most of which went to the workers for their labor. The owner only took a small portion. That evening, the truck set off, as Jiang Mian had requested. Firstly, the daytime heat might accelerate the seedling's death, and secondly, the daytime operation would be too ostentatious and exhausting for the workers. Their bodies hadn't been enhanced, and they were prone to suffocation and heatstroke under strenuous activity, which would only lead to more trouble. To avoid problems, Jiang Mian wasn't too forceful. After having the workers unload the goods to a secluded location, Jiang Mian let them leave. The driver hesitated. "Boss, are you sure you want to leave it here? This place is quite remote. Isn't it unsafe for you, a woman, to be alone? Should we wait here until your people arrive before leaving?" Jiang Mian waved her hand, knowing they meant well, and smiled. "No need, thank you. You all worked hard today. Go home and rest. Someone will come to take care of these things soon, so we won't trouble you." They all left after hearing Jiang Mian's words. Watching their car drive further and further away until it was completely out of sight, Jiang Mian then stored the goods in her spatial storage. Then, sitting in the car, she placed the seedlings into her cultivation space. She activated the cultivation space at 10 times speed. Some seeds planted yesterday had already begun to sprout today. With the system's planning, Jiang Mian didn't need to worry too much. Only 2 plots of land remained for her to tend to when she had free time. Actually, it was quite leisurely. The weather outside continued to heat up, and some crops were beyond saving. People sat on the ground weeping bitterly, and many even fainted from the heat in a mixture of grief and anger. Even with government support, it was of little use. The land was parched, and the groundwater was scarce. It was a miracle that any crops could survive. The only saving grace was that factories had opened across the country to process food, and recruitment was underway nationwide, which conveniently provided a place for those who couldn't find work. Chapter 94. Because it was for the sake of the country, there was no deliberate attempt to lower the price. Jiang Mian ate her food, reading the online discussions. Everyone was expressing gratitude to the country for providing them with food. Jiang Mian remained non-committal. Compared to the countries in the game world, the countries in their world were indeed doing real work. Just after leaving the game, while still within the system space, she had just seen other people's discussions. The reason the extreme cold world descended into chaos so quickly was because those above already knew about the impending disaster. Some wealthy and powerful individuals chose to abandon this world, migrating their families to another, more habitable planet. Aside from politicians, they mostly took soldiers. The remaining wealthy individuals constituted a very small proportion. This was why, when Jiang Mian entered a villa, she couldn't see anyone inside. The wealthy and powerful fled, those who had resisted the disaster fled, and those responsible for rescue operations left, leaving only ordinary civilians to lose body temperature in the cold and fend for themselves. Some were even used as fuel to keep the survivors warm. Around 4 in the morning, the air conditioner suddenly stopped. Jiang Mian woke up feeling hot and instinctively tried to turn on the light, but found it wouldn't turn on. "Is there a power outage?" she muttered, not thinking much of it. She placed an ice basin next to herself, then placed one in her grandmother's and brother's rooms, and went back to sleep. "I'd deal with tomorrow's problems tomorrow." It wasn't until the next day that she learned that there had been a directive from higher authorities. Due to weather conditions, electricity use in certain areas would be restricted, only available from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m., with other areas receiving priority power at other times. Jiang Mian's situation was similar. Although it was a rural area, it still had to meet the requirements set by higher authorities. She didn't mind managing to withstand the weather outside, but her grandmother couldn't. In just a short while, she was drenched in sweat, and Jiang Wuzai, the half-grown boy, was even more energetic, his forehead constantly covered in sweat. However, Jiang Mian didn't say much. So many people online were complaining, some even more outrageous. In some areas, air conditioning could only be used for 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, people had to find their own solutions. If the higher-ups wanted to manage it, they would have done so already. They just gave it the cold shoulder, letting people vent online. Once they vented, the anger subsided. Jiang Mian directly took out a generator from her spatial storage and plugged in the electricity. The refrigerator's freezer compartment had melted because she hadn't gotten up yesterday. The ice cream was also soggy. Jiang Mian gave all the ice cream to Jiang Wuzai, but there was a limit, only 2 a day. Everything else was fine. The power outage was relatively short, and the family was used to waking up early, so things naturally returned to normal once the generator was running. Just then, the system assistant suddenly reminded her. "Dear I love salty soy milk player, this is the system headquarters. Regarding the report you received 3 days ago, the system has now investigated and confirmed the facts. You are indeed innocent. The following punishments will be imposed on the person who falsely accused you. 1. Confiscate 50% of their points for the next world. 2. Freeze the player's current account balance. 3. Deduct 20% of the other player's gold coins as compensation for the false accusation. If the player is dissatisfied with this result, they can appeal again." Jiang Mian looked at the email from the system and was immediately overjoyed. She knew who she was. She was a high-quality player who had only participated in 2 games and spent no less than 150,000 gold coins. How could ordinary players compare to her? Her earlier words further pleased the system. Moreover, the system also earned a considerable amount of gold coins from this. Just the deductions alone amounted to several thousand gold coins. The system was a beneficiary too, wasn't it? Jiang Mian had initially thought the players who reported her wouldn't have many gold coins left. Unexpectedly, she gained over 2,000 gold coins. She couldn't help but wonder how many people had reported her. How could she still gain so many gold coins? Jiang Mian asked the system assistant, and the answer was, "How many? How many did you say?" "Over 1,000 people reported me." "Yes, according to statistics, 1723 people reported you." Jiang Mian bit her lip, thinking, I was too lenient with them, which led to their frantic reporting. "It seems I can't be lenient next time I buy things. I need to be a true profiteer." In the following days, the temperature didn't continue to rise, but remained at 62 degrees Celsius. Jiang Mian took out the ice and snow she had collected and placed it under the air conditioner. The air conditioner, which hadn't been very effective due to the heat, became much more comfortable with the addition of ice. Jiang Mian, on the other hand, trained even harder, striving to become stronger before the next world arrived. That day, the tightly closed courtyard gate was suddenly knocked on. Outside stood a group of elderly men and women, fanning themselves. It was during a power outage, and they were unbearably hot. Having heard that the newly moved-in family had a generator and were running their air conditioning, one of them immediately hatched a plan to take advantage. He might not have dared to do such a thing alone, but these elderly men and women enjoying the cool air outside were the perfect targets. Those who loved to take advantage of others gathered as soon as they heard about the incident, ready to cool off in the house. When they saw a young girl, looking no more than 17 or 18, open the door, clearly easy to bully, they immediately grinned with smug satisfaction. One of them, a middle-aged woman with a fleshy face, stepped forward and hugged Jiang Mian, saying in a warm and friendly manner, "Oh my little girl, how old are you this year? You're so pretty. You don't look like a girl from our village at all, you're so beautiful." Jiang Mian took a step back, avoiding the woman's sweat-dampened hand. She frowned as she looked at the group of menacing people outside. "What are you all doing gathered in front of my yard? We haven't left the house for the past few days, and we haven't offended you, have we?" Seeing that she hadn't managed to grab Jiang Mian's hand, the woman smiled and tried to ingratiate herself further. "You're old Zhang's granddaughter, aren't you? The moment I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity. Don't you remember me? Logically, you should call me Auntie. We're from the same family, didn't your parents tell you?" Jiang Mian gave her a cold look, mercilessly exposing her. "Auntie? Why are you bringing up my parents for no reason? They died over 10 years ago. What do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble?" The woman realized she messed up. She really hit a nerve by bringing up someone's deceased parents. "Oh dear, look at my mouth. I'm so sorry, she said, patting her mouth and silently taking a few steps back. The next second, another elderly man with gray hair stepped forward. He had a simple, honest appearance, wearing a cracked slipper. He glanced at Jiang Mian, then hesitated before saying, "Aren't the Jiang?" "What? Anyway, you mean sleeping? You came back for Chinese New Year before. Your grandfather is the eldest son in his family, and I'm his younger brother, the kind of younger brother who's your second grandfather. Well, the weather's getting hotter, isn't it? I heard you have a generator at home, so we were thinking of using your air conditioning. Don't worry, we pay for the electricity." Jiang Mian's lips twitched. What Jiang sleeping? That's Mian. However, she understood their intentions. Of course, she wouldn't want such a group of people as guests in her home. Aside from the fact that her belongings couldn't be discovered, she had absolutely no connection with these people. Why do something so thankless? They were complete strangers. Even if this old man claiming to be her second grandfather spoke eloquently, it had nothing to do with her. She didn't remember the old man at all. As for his mention of coming back for the new year, her grandfather used to come home every year when he was alive. But after he passed away, her grandmother became too lazy to go back and see these people anymore. Every time they met, these people would say they cared, but their words were always hurtful. Chapter 95. Over time, they stopped coming back, and the talk of being from the same lineage ceased. She looked at the group and said, "If you want a generator, go buy one. Wouldn't it be better if all of you chipped in to buy one? Besides, our house isn't big enough for all of you." Sensing her refusal, the elderly people left behind exchanged glances. Finally, it was the second grandfather who spoke up. "Child, look, we really have no other choice now. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a hurry. Even if we can handle it, the children can't. If it really comes down to it, you can let the children stay at your house for a while. Once we buy the generator, we'd bring them back. What do you say?" Jiang Mian gave a mocking smile. "Second grandpa? Are you senile? Why should I take care of your children for no reason? Do I owe you anything? I'm making this clear today. No one is coming in. Having a generator is my business. It has nothing to do with you. You won't achieve your goal, and I can't be so selfless. If you want, you can buy it yourselves. Don't tell me about how hard it is for children. Who has it easy these days? Everyone has a hard time." Hearing Jiang Mian's blunt words, someone couldn't hold back any longer and loudly accused, "Young lady, you can't be so heartless. We're all from the same village, and if we go back a few generations, we all share the same blood. How can you do this?" Jiang Mian remained silent. "Why don't we start from 500 years ago? If we did, they might actually be from the same ancestor. Even if she were adopted, or even if she were biologically related, she couldn't just use her resources to support others for no reason, especially so many children. Doesn't caring for children require feeding them? Does she have to care for them all by herself? Wouldn't more people then use the excuse of caring for children to take advantage of the situation? Do they think her home is a free hotel? Besides, they have no real relationship with them. So why should she give so much for nothing?" The second grandfather tried to mediate, saying in a gentle voice, "Well, how about this? I discuss it with everyone. How about I give you 100 yuan a day for electricity? Please have pity on them, okay? Jiang. Jiang Mian gave a forced smile. No way. If you go to town now to buy a generator, you might still be able to find one. If you wait any longer, they'd probably all be sold out. Instead of living under someone else's roof, why not buy your own generator and use it however you want? Jiang Mian genuinely meant well. Some people weren't in business and didn't realize the importance of generators, while others had considered it, but only a minority. If they went to buy one now, they'd definitely find one, though it would be more expensive than usual. Some listened, while others refused to listen. It's just using a little of your electricity. What's the big deal? You're just relying on having a generator. If you're so tough, stay home forever and never come out again, or I make you pay. Jiang Mian looked at the man who spoke, clearly sensing the threat and malice in his words. She stared coldly at him, wondering how to make him disappear without a trace. The man seemed to sense the murderous intent, shivering. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and muttered to himself, "What's wrong? Why do I feel so cold?" Jiang Mian looked at them, about to say something, when a sharp voice suddenly came from inside the house. "What? You bunch of people, threatening my granddaughter just because you're old? Don't you respect me? Or do you think the Jiang family is powerless?" After speaking, Jiang Suiyu looked at her second grandfather, Jiang Yankai. "When your eldest brother was still alive, you were always trying to sow discord between me and your brother. Now that your older brother is dead, you're starting to bully my granddaughter again. Are you just deliberately trying to pick a fight with me?" "No, Suiyu. Listen to me, it's not like that." Jiang Suiyu waved her hand. "I'm too lazy to listen to you all. As for you people, I advise you to leave now. If you wait any longer, I can't guarantee what I might do." Jiang Suiyu was a fiery woman in her youth. Who in the village hadn't been scolded by her for gossiping about her? Otherwise, she wouldn't have usurped her husband's place and moved to another city, even taking out a loan to buy a house there. Later, she helped her son get married and have children, only returning home for the new year. Everyone said she was lucky to have married such an obedient husband. In reality, they were just talking. They knew perfectly well that their family's success was all thanks to Jiang Suiyu. Jiang Suiyu was capable and resourceful from a young age. She was the smartest in school, and if it weren't for the family's preference for sons, she wouldn't have dropped out of school after junior high. Later, she married Jiang Langshan, simply because he was willing to pay a dowry of 100,000 yuan, even though he was a full 12 years older than Jiang Suiyu. Jiang Suiyu was a determined woman. Even after marriage, she wanted to build her own career. She used to sell tofu in town, but after earning some money, she focused her efforts on the city. Since Jiang Langshan was willing to spend 100,000 yuan to marry Jiang Suiyu, it showed he genuinely loved her. Therefore, he had no objections to whatever Jiang Suiyu did, and it was precisely because of this that the two were able to prosper. Later, they settled down in the city. This also made others forget Jiang Suiyu's previous abilities. Now, after being scolded by Jiang Suiyu, their arrogance immediately subsided, much more effective than when Jiang Mian had spoken to them. Some people, unable to save face, went home dejectedly, while others were considering whether they could get a generator in town. Those with connections had already begun to act. After everyone left, Jiang Suiyu pulled Jiang Mian into the courtyard, slamming the door shut. Jiang Yankai was left alone, hesitant to speak, but ultimately shook his head and left. Jiang Mian could tell her grandmother was angry, but she didn't know what she was angry about. "Sigh." Grandma finally sighed and went back inside. "Mian Mian, if you encounter these people again, just call me. They're a bunch of scoundrels. Talking to them politely won't work." Jiang Mian fell silent. She touched her face. Was she really that intimidating? But that didn't seem right. In the game world, she was quite intimidating. No one dared to mess with her. Jiang Mian returned to her room and looked in the mirror. Chapter 96. Her appearance was fine: oval face, crescent-shaped eyebrows, big eyes, a straight nose, and a delicate tip. She didn't seem like someone easily bullied. Unable to figure it out, she stopped thinking about it, and simply immersed her consciousness in her spatial dimension, starting to weed her 2 plots of land. To save time and effort, she planted easy-to-grow potatoes and sweet potatoes in both plots. As long as she watered them enough, she didn't need to worry about anything else. Because of the accelerated time, some of the shorter cycle vegetables, such as lettuce, cilantro, scallions, and garlic sprouts, had already been harvested several times and were piled up quietly in her spatial dimension. Not only did she harvest crops, but she also produced seeds. After harvesting, Jiang Mian replanted lettuce and other plants in these plots. While harvesting the crops, The Rubik's Cube asked her if she wanted to sell them for gold coins. Jiang Mian refused outright. She'd be foolish to sell these things. If she processed them, she could probably sell them for even more. She wasn't that short-sighted. After settling things in her farming space, Jiang Mian suddenly wanted to eat fish. She scooped out a 3-pound fish from her space, intending to make a sauerkraut fish dish and steam some wuchang rice. After handing the food to her grandmother looked at the fish, surprised, and then simply smiled before going to the kitchen to clean it. Some things don't need to be said. The two understood each other perfectly. Jiang Mian helped out in the kitchen, washing and chopping some side dishes, then rinsing rice for 5 people, 2 portions for her grandmother and Jiang Wuzai, and 3 portions for herself. Jiang Mian not only wanted to eat fish, but she also wanted chicken. So she went and killed a chicken to make braised chicken, both perfect with rice. Jiang Wuzai insisted on cooking, but the two of them didn't have the large pot in the room, and in this hot weather, wouldn't it be even hotter with a fire? Even so, Jiang Mian placed a lot of ice cubes nearby and used a fan to cool them down. After the meal was cooked, all 3 of them were drenched in sweat. Jiang Mian and Jiang Wuzai were hot from cooking, while Jiang Wuzai, purely for fun, insisted on fanning them, exhausting himself in the process. Jiang Mian picked up a piece of fish. The fish was fresh and delicious, the broth flavorful, and the crispy fish skin made it even more appetizing. The braised chicken was loaded with side dishes, and combined with the tender chicken, even the neighbors' kids were drooling. Jiang Mian immediately ate 3 large bowls of rice, plus 2 pounds of fish and side dishes, and ate half a chicken all by herself. Grandma looked worriedly at her granddaughter's stomach, afraid she overeaten. How could such a small body eat so much? Looking at her, she suddenly paused, sensing something different about her granddaughter. Mian Mian, have you grown taller? Huh? Jiang Mian was startled, not yet understanding what her grandmother was talking about, still looking down at her food. When she finally realized, she touched her head. Really? Maybe it's because I've been eating more lately, so I've grown taller? Although she said that, when she returned to her room that evening, she took out a ruler and measured herself, surprised to find that she had indeed grown 5 centimeters. She was only 1.65 meters tall before, but now she was 1.7 meters. She didn't know when she started growing taller. Was it because of a physical fitness enhancement card, or perhaps time acceleration? Essentially, time acceleration, when applied to her body, accelerates the activity of her body's cells, a fact she had confirmed at the breeding farm. An animal's lifespan is finite. Using time acceleration does indeed shorten it. Chicks born at the same time, those that underwent time acceleration died faster than those that didn't. Similarly, the chick's growth rate increased, and some hens laid eggs at a faster rate. So, her own body was also growing and developing rapidly, causing her to grow taller? Unable to understand, she didn't dwell on it. If time acceleration truly caused her to grow taller while shortening her lifespan, that was normal. According to the law of conservation, every loss has its gain, and every gain has its loss. That's perfectly normal. She wasn't particularly concerned about it. After all, she could exchange time for increased strength, even though it would reduce her lifespan, a side effect. But if she didn't use it, while her lifespan wouldn't be reduced by as much, she wouldn't become stronger either. Wouldn't she be constantly at risk of dying in dangerous situations? Besides, it's just lifespan. There are so many item cards in the game store. Maybe she find one that could increase lifespan later? There was no need to worry about things that hadn't happened yet. She just needed to focus on the present. She had only grown 5 centimeters taller. The pants and clothes she bought before still fit. There hadn't been much change. Her shoe size hadn't changed either, and her life hadn't changed much. Taking advantage of the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, Jiang Mian slipped out of the house, intending to go find the man from earlier that day. Although the man didn't make any real move, the fierceness and malice in his eyes remained vivid in her memory. This was the real world, not the game world where she was all alone. In the game world, she had nothing to fear, but the real world was different. In the real world, her grandmother and younger brother were there. A slight misstep could endanger them. To be on the safe side, it was best to eliminate any potential threats. Thinking this, Jiang Mian started walking in a certain direction. How did she know the man's identity and home address? Wasn't it just a coincidence? She had just watched a short video posted by this man, and at the time, she had marveled at how grand his house was. Now, it conveniently provided her with the means to commit the crime. After scouting the location and confirming there were no cameras inside, Jiang Mian simply jumped over the courtyard wall. Landing lightly, Jiang Mian pushed open the door to the main room. She closed her eyes and listened carefully, noticing heavy breathing inside. There were probably 4 or 5 people in the house. She didn't make a move, trying hard to discern the man's breathing. On the left side of the first floor, there were the breathing sounds of a man and a woman. On the second floor, there was only one man's breathing. Jiang Mian decisively went upstairs, and sure enough, the man upstairs was the same man who had spoken arrogantly during the day. Jiang Mian smiled. I hope you use your brain in your next life, and not say those threatening words so directly. If you had kept them to yourself, perhaps I wouldn't have known, but you said those things to my face, so you have no reason to live. Chapter 97. After speaking, Jiang Mian ended the man's life without making a sound. He died silently. Jiang Mian took him into her breeding space, providing a host for her brain-eating worm babies. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Mian also packed away the man's clothes and suitcase from his room, creating the illusion that he had run away in the middle of the night. Having done all this, Jiang Mian left. For the next few days, no one reported him missing, and no one suspected his whereabouts. The man was a bachelor in his 30s, idle and unemployed, spending his days doing petty theft and living off his brother and sister-in-law. Since his luggage and clothes were gone, his family naturally assumed he had gone out to work. Although they didn't know what had gotten into this lazybones that he would voluntarily go out to work, it was still a good thing, and they didn't bother him by sending him messages, which is why no one noticed his disappearance for a long time. While Jiang Mian was asleep, the system assistant reminded her that there were still 24 hours until the game started. Jiang Mian groggily opened her eyes, mumbled an aha in confusion, and then closed her eyes again to fall asleep. It wasn't until the next day that she fully woke up. Looking at the remaining 18 hours, Jiang Mian trained as usual, then began to inventory the food in her spatial storage. She still had plenty of food from the restaurants she had bought before, and she also had food from the previous world. She wasn't lacking in these things. The crops she had planted in her spatial storage had already been harvested once in the past few days. The fruit trees weren't ripe yet, but she wasn't in a hurry and planned to buy some more fruit in the next world to put in her spatial storage. Game countdown, 3, 2, 1. Game shop closed. 10 million players currently existing in the game world. Due to the special nature of this world, all players have one resurrection opportunity. Game start. This mission, survive for 15 days. Jiang Mian opened her eyes again, and saw that she was indeed wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts, another beginner's outfit, but there was hardly anyone around. She looked around. Before her was a lush green landscape, with vast expanses of weeds reaching her head. Even on tiptoe, all she could see was an endless expanse of grass. Taking the opportunity, she changed into a tracksuit. Jiang Mian then saw the mission description and paused, stunned. This survival mission only has half the time of the last world, and there's even one chance to revive. It seems like a great deal. However, upon closer inspection, it's clear this time it's about survival, not just survival. That two-word difference means many things are different. Jiang Mian became wary. She took out a compass, trying to figure out which way to go in this world, but as soon as she took it out, it started spinning wildly, like an unstable magnetic field, making it impossible to distinguish east from west. Helpless, she could only randomly choose a direction and start walking forward. Meanwhile, the chat group started buzzing. And Tooth Black, oh my god! Where am I? I opened my eyes, and found myself in water. Butterfly Knife, I'm dying. Help! I'm being chased by a monster. And Xianyao, can anyone tell me where this place is? It's so weird. The compass I bought in the shop is completely ruined. 358, hilarious. I almost fell into a monster's mouth at the start, and I'm still running for my life. Who's more unlucky than me? After extracting some important information from the chat group, Jiang Mian closed it. Seeing the 10 million members in the chat group rapidly decreasing, she knew this world was no ordinary place. Even with a resurrection chance, it didn't seem so easy to pass this level. As she walked, Jiang Mian suddenly stopped. She suddenly remembered that she had the prophet's skill. Why not use it? So, she quickly switched her flash ability, closed her eyes, and sensed the scene she foresaw. Under the dim light, a pack of colossal beasts lunged at her. She tried to run, but it was futile. Her short legs were no match for the monster's 2-meter-long legs, and not only were their legs long, they had many. Their entire bodies moved at a speed comparable to a high-speed train. Jiang Mian swallowed hard. Although she didn't know how many days later this would happen, it was better to be prepared. After walking for about 2 more hours, Jiang Mian finally emerged. Before her lay an abandoned city wall, inside which were some buildings that belonged to humans. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. Finally, she had found a place inhabited by humans, and could finally figure out what was going on. However, as far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single intact place, and no one to ask for information. Jiang Mian touched her nose and continued walking, but someone grabbed her trouser leg, causing her to stumble and almost fall. She looked at the hole in the ground and the person at the entrance, about to ask a question, when the man put a finger to his lips, shushing her. Then he beckoned Jiang Mian to come down with him. Jiang Mian lowered her eyes, wondering what this man wanted. She hadn't sensed anyone around, otherwise the man wouldn't have grabbed her ankle. However, the man wasn't very strong, he must have only exposed one hand, but her force had likely pulled him down, exposing half his body. Out of curiosity, Jiang Mian followed the man down. Only then did she notice his strange clothes, a mix of colors, like something out of a non-mainstream style. Looking at his clothes, a different idea formed in her mind. The man led her to a place with about 100 people, young people, children, even a pregnant woman, but no elderly. They all looked at Jiang Mian warily, as if she were a monster. Why isn't she wearing clothes? Miki, you brought this person here? What if she attracts monsters? Jiang Mian looked at the man who spoke. He looked somewhat like the man beside her, only a bit older. Miki said hesitantly, Brother, when I brought her here, there weren't any monsters around. I saw her walking alone on the road, and was afraid she'd be attacked, so I brought her here. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't think that much. The man Miki called brother looked Jiang Mian up and down, noticing her clothes, which were clean despite being a little dusty, and his eyes darkened. Chapter 98. He tossed Jiang Mian a brightly colored garment, saying, Put this on, don't cause us any trouble. Jiang Mian avoided the garment, unsure if there was anything wrong with it. She looked at Michi's brother and asked, What is this? What's it for? Why are you all wearing this? Seeing her avoid the garment and ask so many questions, Michuan frowned. He wasn't a good-tempered person to begin with, and now he disliked this woman even more. Michi stepped forward and picked up the garment. He kindly explained, This garment is made of a special material. It can conceal our scent, preventing us from being found by monsters, and providing stronger protection. As he spoke, Michi handed her the garment. Jiang Mian took the garment and put it on, then zipped it up. She knew that this group of people didn't want to talk to her. The only one willing to engage was this silly boy Michi. Therefore, she focused all her attention on Michi, trying to build a good relationship with him. Jiang Mian led the person to a corner. Michuan glanced at her, said nothing, and then closed her eyes again, pretending to doze off. Jiang Mian took out a piece of bread without any packaging or information from her spatial storage, and handed it to Michi. Michi looked at the bread, somewhat surprised. This is too precious. I can't accept it. You should keep it for yourself. In Michi's eyes, Jiang Mian became even more mysterious. Not only was she dressed neatly and cleanly, but she also seemed unaffected by the changes brought about by the world's anomaly, daring to walk alone on the street. Now, she was taking out bread, which truly piqued Michi's curiosity. Seeing his refusal, Jiang Mian forcefully shoved the bread into his hand, saying softly, Eat it. I have plenty more in my bag. I want to ask you some questions. Consider this bread your payment. Miki looked at the bread. He really wanted it. He hadn't eaten this kind of food from before the world's upheaval in a long time. Hearing Jiang Mian's words, he accepted the bread. However, he didn't finish it all, but only tore off a small strip and put it in his mouth. He chewed slowly, savoring the wheat aroma and the sweetness of the bread, silently putting the rest away. He planned to give it to his brother later. Jiang Mian could tell from his expression that food held a more precious meaning in this world. Miki looked at her and asked, What do you want to ask me? I can tell you anything I know. Jiang Mian smiled and asked what was on her mind. What happened to your city? Why did you all move underground? Was there a battle up there? I saw a lot of blood, but no bodies. What happened? Miki looked at her suspiciously, wondering why she would ask such a simple question. Wasn't this common knowledge? Thinking about the bread she could easily produce, and the clean clothes she wore, Miki guessed that perhaps this girl was a rich young lady who had escaped from some large base for a trip, which explained why she dared to walk alone on the surface without fear. Probably her protectors weren't around, which was why she was out alone. No wonder she was so innocent and kind. A different thought crossed Miki's mind. If he could get close to this rich young lady, could he escape his current status and become someone of high status? Even if he didn't become someone of high status, it didn't matter, as long as he could provide them with a place to live in the large base and have a secure life. I heard that in those large bases, everyone has enough to eat and wear. Not only that, they can walk on the surface and fight monsters. It's much better than our small, civilian bases. Thinking this, Michi's attitude improved even more. He practically treated Jiang Mian like a god of wealth. Jiang Mian had no idea what he was thinking. She was simply waiting for the answer to her question. Our base was discovered by those monsters 3 days ago. They followed a wounded member to our base, and then began a massacre. We were forced to retreat underground to survive. As for why there are no corpses, that's because those monsters eat people. They ate all the bodies. So, we couldn't even save our comrade's body. Jiang Mian, what kind of monsters? Do you have any pictures? She asked this because she had seen the buildings in the city on the surface. They clearly belonged to a high-tech era, perhaps even more advanced than their world. At this moment, Miki shook his head. Our base here doesn't have a signal network, so I don't have any pictures for you to see. However, I can describe what those monsters look like. Most of them are mutated animals. Listening to his explanation, Jiang Mian understood. 3 years ago, this world suddenly underwent a mutation. All plants and animals began to grow rapidly, their size increasing 10-fold, 100-fold, or even more. Humans, who were originally the dominant species, remained unchanged, still possessing their original weak bodies. Humanity's status was drastically reduced to that of a vulnerable group. Aside from a few lucky individuals who awakened supernatural abilities, the remaining ordinary people were left to be slaughtered by the monsters. Later, those with supernatural abilities united and established a base, thus preserving a semblance of humanity. What about those who didn't awaken supernatural abilities? How do they protect themselves? Are they simply left to be slaughtered by the monsters? Jiang Mian didn't understand. If that were the case, there wouldn't be so many people left here, right? Surely not everyone could be a supernatural being. Those who didn't awaken supernatural abilities can only join nearby small bases. If they're lucky, they might survive. If they're unlucky, they might die at any moment, just like this base of ours, which could be destroyed at any time. Michi's tone was somewhat somber as he spoke, clearly unwilling to discuss this painful matter. Jiang Mian wisely refrained from asking further. Actually, what she wanted to know more about was how they dealt with those monsters. Because until now, she hadn't encountered the kind of monsters they described. However, seeing that Michi didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press the matter further. Watching the various jokes and banter in the chat group, no one offered any advice on how to deal with the monsters. She gave up. It wasn't like she hadn't seen those monsters before, she just hadn't clearly seen what they looked like. She just wondered what the thing that would chase her in the future was before the world's upheaval. Jiang Mian temporarily settled down here. In fact, this wasn't a simple underground cavern, it was more like a circular, eggshell-like structure. The bottom was completely enclosed, covered with a layer of some unknown material, and the top was the same material. Only the walls had some lighting fixtures. Chapter 99. The underground space was spacious. Even with so many people, there was still an open area. After being underground for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Mian suddenly noticed that people were frequently glancing at her, then frowning and looking away. Jiang Mian didn't understand their intentions. Soon, she understood why they were looking at her. They had set up a large pot in the center of the open space. Several heavily pregnant women began working, placing some unidentifiable black, lumpy objects inside the pot, and then building a fire underneath. Fortunately, there were ventilation openings, otherwise, the underground would have been filled with smoke. After about half an hour, they opened the pot, and a fragrant aroma immediately filled the open space. Then they added some compressed biscuits. About 10 minutes later, they extinguished the fire, and someone pushed out a small cart loaded with bowls and chopsticks. The others lined up to receive their food. Jiang Mian understood. The people looking at her earlier meant they were considering whether to cook for her. Jiang Mian didn't approach them, not only because they hadn't invited her, but also because she didn't want to annoy them. Another reason was that the dark, mushy food was rather unappetizing, and she had no appetite for it. Unexpectedly, Michi brought over 2 bowls and handed one to Jiang Mian, indicating it was hers. Jiang Mian was speechless. She really didn't know whether to thank him or resent him for meddling. She didn't really want to eat this. Seeing her resistance, Michi became even more certain of his suspicions. She must have come from the large base, so naturally, she wouldn't be able to eat this. Miki whispered, "Don't let the appearance fool you. This stuff is really good for replenishing energy. This is from a rat our base's commander killed. It's edible, and you won't be hungry for 3 days after eating it." Hearing his explanation, Jiang Mian felt even less inclined to eat. Although he said it would replenish energy, the thought of rat meat made it truly hard to swallow. She suspected he was just saying it to make her lose her appetite. After she handed him the bowl, Miki devoured the food in it like a whirlwind. Jiang Mian sighed, "Oh well, I just pretend I didn't see through his little scheme." Jiang Mian noticed that after she stopped eating, the people who had been staring at her earlier were giving her even more hostile looks. They were whispering amongst themselves, seemingly thinking Jiang Mian couldn't hear them. "Sister Hong, that woman is going too far. We cooked for her especially because we thought of her, and she won't eat it. Does she think our cooking is bad? Yeah, we don't have much food to begin with. We only cooked for her because she's a girl, and we know it's not easy for her all alone. And she just throws away all our good intentions like this? She's so ungrateful. Alright, that's enough. It's just a meal. If she doesn't want to eat it, she doesn't want to. We won't cook for her next time." Sister Hong spoke up, and the other women fell silent. Looking at Jiang Mian's expression, Sister Hong knew this girl had never experienced hardship. She definitely couldn't stomach the food their base prepared. However, if she went hungry for a few days, she realized how precious food was. Jiang Mian withdrew her attention, knowing they meant well, but she simply couldn't stomach the rat meat. Besides, she wasn't completely starving yet, so she felt there was no need to deprive herself. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, a dozen or so strong men stood up, weapons in hand, and prepared to head upwards. Some women watched them worriedly, including Sister Hong. She, heavily pregnant, approached a muscular man, whispered a few words, and the two embraced before reluctantly parting. Jiang Mian overheard their conversation. "Badine, have a safe journey. My child and I are waiting for you to return. Han Tian, wait for me at home. I'll be back soon, bringing you fresh meat." Watching the departing group, Jiang Mian's eyes flickered. Just as she was about to follow, Miki grabbed her arm. "Don't get too close. They're on patrol, going out to find food. Don't go with them, it's dangerous." Jiang Mian frowned and explained, "I need to go upstairs to see what the situation is. I won't go too far." Michi guessed that she wanted to find her people, but it was too dangerous outside to go out and search for others. But it's very dangerous outside. If you go out, you might not come back. My brother is also on patrol. I told him to keep an eye out for your companions, and if he finds any, he'd bring them back." Seeing that he had no intention of letting go, and not wanting to ruin her relationship with this naive boy, Jiang Mian thought for a moment and didn't resist. "Forget it, I go out next time and see what happens this time." Thinking this, Jiang Mian calmed down. Seeing that Jiang Mian had no intention of going out again, Michi finally relaxed and let go of her hand. Jiang Mian huddled in a corner, occasionally stuffing food into her mouth when no one was looking. Most of it was bland bread and steamed buns. She didn't dare take out anything with a strong flavor in front of so many people. Firstly, she couldn't explain where the food came from, and secondly, she was afraid they would fight over it. She couldn't possibly fight off a group of hundreds of people. In the underground cave, it was impossible to distinguish between day and night. Jiang Mian only realized it was nighttime after seeing others make a makeshift bed on the ground and lie down. Miki took out a blanket and handed it to Jiang Mian. "Don't mind, this is my brother's. He went hunting today. You can sleep in his blanket for the night, he won't mind." Jiang Mian waved her hand in refusal. She pointed to her school bag and said, "Thank you, but no need. I have a blanket in my bag, I can manage myself." "Alright." Miki scratched his head, seemingly remembering something. He asked, "By the way, what's your name? I can't keep not being able to address you, can I?" That's a little impolite. Jiang Mian thought for a moment. Even if she gave her name, it wouldn't matter. No one else in the world knew her anyway. So she gave a pseudonym. It's always good to be cautious when traveling. Chapter 100. Just call me Soy Milk from now on, that's what everyone calls me. Jiang Mian wasn't exactly lying. In the later stages of the previous world, everyone called her boss Soy Milk. So, Soy Milk was kind of her other name. Okay, Miss Soy Milk. Michi not only didn't doubt it, but even called out with complete conviction. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. It really was quite different between words and reality. Just reading about it, and people calling her boss Soy Milk didn't make her feel ashamed, but in reality, someone calling her that made her incredibly embarrassed. Oh well, she just have to bear it. Jiang Mian took out a not-so-clean blanket from her spatial storage, pretending she'd taken it from her backpack, and lay down on it. The floor was hard. Lying on it all night would probably leave her sore all over the next day. That's normal for most people, let alone those pregnant women next to her. Jiang Mian couldn't sleep, so she tended to her crops in her spatial storage, and then went to her farming space to talk to her employees. Excellent, excellent. You all done a great job. The livestock in the breeding area are all plump and healthy. No wonder you've been taught by me. You done a perfect job. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing Jiang Mian's praise, even though they couldn't see him, they knew their master was very satisfied with their work, and immediately clapped. It's all thanks to the boss's excellent teaching. Ha ha ha. No, it's all because you worked so hard. Jiang Mian was genuinely satisfied with them, and generously praised them again. These men, like donkeys injected with stimulants, work even harder. The brain-eating amoebas are developing rapidly. One of them, without any host, has grown to a meter long, covered in tiny legs, making Jiang Mian's scalp tingle. She wondered what such a large brain-eating amoebas could be used for. It was almost the size of a person. Could it even parasitize anything else? After finishing all this, Jiang Mian prepared to use the toilet before going to sleep. The toilet here was a squat toilet, essentially a dry toilet. The only saving grace was its good sealing, with a ventilation opening at the back leading directly to the outside, so there wasn't a strong odor in the underground cave. After using the toilet, Jiang Mian instinctively wanted to wash her hands, but then she remembered that this was a survival game, and a new survival mode had been developed here. Who would provide a toilet? After figuring this out, Jiang Mian took out a pack of wet wipes from her spatial storage, wiped her hands, and then threw the used wipes into the toilet. The toilet was deep enough that she couldn't see what was below. After coming out, Jiang Mian saw Sister Hong, heavily pregnant, struggling to sit up. After a moment's thought, she went over and helped her up. Sister Hong, afraid of disturbing others' rest, whispered, "Thank you, young lady. You're welcome." After helping her up, she returned to her seat and lay down to rest. Sister Hong watched her retreating figure and smiled. She's such a kind-hearted young lady. Why would you hold a grudge against her? Sister Hong, supporting herself against the wall, went to the restroom. Once back, she couldn't fall asleep no matter what she did. A feeling of emptiness lingered in her heart, and her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. She closed her eyes, but sleepiness vanished. Her mind raced with chaotic thoughts. The next day, the patrol returned. Sister Hong watched anxiously as they descended one by one. Suddenly, her face changed, and she rushed forward. The patrol had left with 17 men, now only 7 had returned. "What are you doing? Why did you close the gate? Where's Badon? Badon hasn't come back yet," she shouted hoarsely, trying to stop them from closing the gate, still clinging to a sliver of hope. "Sister Hong, I'm so sorry, Badon and the others died fighting the monster." Hearing this devastating news, Sister Hong, who hadn't slept well all night, fainted immediately. "Sister Hong! Sister Hong! Something's wrong. Sister Hong is bleeding down there." Chaos erupted in the cave. The others, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sorrow. Some, who hadn't seen their husbands return, couldn't help but cry. They all knew in their hearts that those who hadn't returned would likely never come back. Jiang Mian watched the chaos unfold inside the cave, feeling helpless. After a moment's thought, she took out a pregnancy-preserving medicine and fed it to Sister Hong. The woman beside her grabbed her hand, coldly asking, "What is that? What are you trying to do?" Jiang Mian showed her the medicine box. "It's for preserving the pregnancy. Sister Hong's condition is probably a bit dangerous. Taking some of this should help." However, the woman's grip didn't loosen at all. Jiang Mian was puzzled. Weren't they on good terms? Why was she stopping her now? The woman looked around, and only after confirming no one was paying attention did she whisper, "You can't take it. If this child is lost, Sister Hong can find another man to protect her. If the child is still there, Sister Hong will have to give birth to him and raise him. We definitely can't afford that. It's better to just get rid of him." Jiang Mian was taken aback. Yes, this world was different from theirs. In their world, disasters were natural calamities, resulting in significant population loss. Therefore, the government would distribute resources to ensure pregnant women receive better treatment. So, back then, many women would become pregnant and give birth repeatedly to receive government assistance. But this was different. Here, each base was managed by an individual, and if a base was destroyed, there would be no rescue. If they were carrying a child in this situation, it certainly wouldn't be feasible. However, all of this was just their speculation. What if Sister Hong was willing to give birth to the child? She asked this question. The woman hesitated. "Since Sister Hong is awake now, why don't we ask her? If she's willing to keep the child, then let her keep it. If she's not willing, then don't force her, okay? Okay. The two explained the situation to Sister Hong. Of course, Jiang Mian had mentioned beforehand that the pregnancy-preserving medication only increased the survival rate of the baby in her womb, not guaranteed it to survive 100%, a point Sister Hong understood. Sister Hong smiled weakly, and shook her head in refusal. No. I won't give birth. I can't raise him. I can't raise him. Badon once said that if anything happened to him, he should take care of himself. I don't want to see him born into the same misery as me. Let him fend for himself. Logically speaking, Sister Hong is already 6 months pregnant. Even if she miscarried, it wouldn't be a natural miscarriage. She would need to go to the hospital for an induced abortion. But where are there hospitals in this place? Even if there were, they couldn't go to such places. Jiang Mian had no experience with this. The girl next to her, perhaps afraid that she, a young woman, would witness such a scene, shoot her out. You should go out first. We have more experience with these things. You're still young. This isn't something you should be seeing. Chapter 101. Jiang Mian opened her mouth as if to say something, but felt she had no right to. After thinking for a moment, she took out a ginseng slice and put it into Sister Hong's mouth before leaving. She gave a bitter smile. She was powerless in this situation. All she could do was secretly give her some tonics to help her recover. Ah! Hearing the painful wails behind her, Jiang Mian was somewhat lost in thought. To distract herself, she went to the things the patrolmen had been carrying when they returned. It was a strange creature, entirely black, with 6 legs, each composed of multiple joints, sharp mouthparts with spikes, 2 long tentacles on its head, and enormous eyes. For a moment, Jiang Mian couldn't clearly see what it was. Just then, Michi found her. My dear young lady, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for ages. Don't get too close to them. Even though they're dead, some of these monsters have sharp spikes on their abdomens. Be careful not to touch them, they're highly poisonous. A slight mistake, and you'd be poisoned to death. Jiang Mian saw him approaching and asked curiously, what was this monster before the mutation? I don't think I ever seen anything like it before. Michi was speechless. She really was a young lady who hadn't experienced any real danger. Finally, he said, it's an ant magnified hundreds of times. Before the world mutated, these ants were just things we could easily kill. However, after the world mutated, we became things that ants could easily kill. Its sharp breath can bite through our bones, and ants have always been able to lift things hundreds of times their own size. After they became powerful, they could easily kill a non-mutated elephant together, and then devour it. My brother said they were able to get these ants because the ants were killed in battle with their natural enemies. They were just lucky. They only managed to get them by chance. Unfortunately, they encountered other monsters on their way back, and many of them perished. The others could have made it back too, but bad luck struck. So they were ants. The next second, Jiang Mian stood up abruptly. She looked at Michi and pointed to the monster's corpse on the ground, confirming, you said these are ants? Ants can grow this big. If they stood up, they'd probably be as tall as me, right? Michi scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. He really didn't know how to explain the current world to this young lady. That's how ants are. They became like this after the world was modified. However, although ants grow very large, their reproductive capacity has decreased significantly. Otherwise, we would have all died long ago. Jiang Mian looked at these ants thinking, if she encountered them, how many could she kill? The truth is, she might be able to take one down from a distance, but in close combat, she would be 100% dead. Wait a minute. My replication ability can copy the genetic talents of my species, like the ability to fly. What if I copy this ant's genes? What would happen? Would I become incredibly strong? Thinking about this, Jiang Mian was intrigued. She looked at Michi and asked, will the patrol teams go out to find food tomorrow? Michi shook his head. Probably not. The food we hunted this time is enough to eat for half a month, and the patrol teams lost so many men. My brother and the others will probably go hunting before the food runs out. Oh, I see. Jiang Mian felt a pang of regret for not going out with this group yesterday. If she had, she might have been able to replicate the ant's abilities. Oh well, no need to torment herself over a missed opportunity. Jiang Mian planned to leave tomorrow, and then wander around the area to see if there were any lone ants. Just then, the screams from Sister Hong's side stopped. Jiang Mian went over to check on them, and saw someone carrying a basin hurriedly leaving. The contents of the basin were obvious. She saw a familiar face, and went up to ask, how's Sister Hong? The person smiled, a forced smile. She's alright, she's finally pulled through. However, this has been a huge blow to her. It probably take her a while to recover. Jiang Mian assumed the person was referring to Sister Hong's mental health. After all, Sister Hong had just lost her husband and now her child. The combined impact of these two events was indeed significant. However, she underestimated the resilience of women in the apocalypse. The woman looked at her hesitantly, her expression conflicted. Do you have any brown sugar? If not, candy will do. You know, in this situation, you need to take good care of yourself, but we don't have that kind of thing at our base. I can tell you're from outside, you're not one of us. You must have something on you, right? I don't need anything from you. I just want you to give Sister Hong a piece of candy. Is that alright? Jiang Mian didn't waste any more words, simply saying, I'd like to go in and see Sister Hong first. As for what you said, I discuss it with her. Alright. The woman didn't stop Jiang Mian from approaching. She lifted a corner of the curtain, letting Jiang Mian in. On the bed, Sister Hong lay there, utterly exhausted. Her eyes were vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Even with someone entering, she didn't look up at anyone. She dared not speak, afraid that the ginseng slices the little girl had kindly given her would be discovered, potentially harming the girl again. Too many people had died since the disaster. She didn't want anyone else to die because of her. Jiang Mian looked at her, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Sister Hong, it's me. Hearing Jiang Mian's voice, Sister Hong turned and smiled. Her lips moved, chewing and swallowing what was in her mouth. It's you, little girl. Thank you for the things you gave me. They saved my life. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it back from the brink of death today. Sister Hong's voice was very weak, almost as if she were using all her strength to speak. Jiang Mian gave her a cup of water with brown sugar inside. She had specially prepared it in her previous world, making a large batch that she hadn't finished, and now it was perfect for Sister Hong. Jiang Mian didn't tell her where the water came from. Sister Hong, being perceptive, didn't ask further, simply thanked her, and began to drink. Sister Hong was a smart woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to abort the child immediately after learning of her husband's death. She knew that under the disaster, she, as a woman, simply couldn't raise the child. Rather than let him be born and starve to death, it was better for him to be reborn into a better life, at least better than him coming from her womb. Similarly, when she saw the brown sugar water in Jiang Mian's hand, she didn't ask any questions. She knew this woman was mysterious, someone she couldn't afford to offend. Now, because of her kindness, Jiang Mian had given her so much, that was enough. Chapter 102. Perhaps because of the sweets, her complexion improved considerably, and Jiang Mian didn't disturb her further, simply retreating behind the curtain. Even the curtain and the bed belonged to someone else. The bed was just a piece of hardwood, and no one knew how it had been moved in, but they were using it as a bed. Normally, only the patrol team members were allowed to lie down there, but given the special circumstances, no one cared. That evening, someone began cutting the flesh off the ants. Jiang Mian tried it, and found that the ants' defenses were quite strong, especially in the areas covered by their armor plates. She used only 30% of her strength, leaving only a mark on the armor. Someone beside her reminded her, you can't cut like that. Don't specifically target hard parts, cut their joints. They break easily here. Soon, they cleaned the ant's flesh, and then, without even washing it, they directly put the meat into a pot to stir-fry. This time, it wasn't a dark, murky rice porridge, but rather chunks of bright red meat. Jiang Mian didn't have a big appetite, but she still forced herself to take a bite. She found the ant meat tasted rather strange, like bullfrog. It had a unique flavor. It wasn't exactly bad, but it wasn't delicious either. However, to her surprise, after consuming these pieces of meat, the system assistant popped up a notification. Ding! Consuming mutated meat has slightly increased your strength. Jiang Mian, Another piece of meat was down. Ding! Consuming mutated meat has slightly increased your strength. You can do this? Jiang Mian was stunned. Why hadn't they said so earlier? Consuming the flesh of a mutated creature could actually increase her physical abilities. What about all the time she wasted? Luckily, it wasn't too late. She still had a chance to make amends. If it weren't nighttime, as everyone knows, nighttime is when certain nocturnal creatures gather, making it far too dangerous, she would have left immediately. The next day, after waking up, Jiang Mian sat up, intending to leave. Before leaving, she checked on Sister Hong. Sister Hong was in much better condition than the day before, at least her voice wasn't so weak. She secretly slipped her a few pieces of brown sugar, and then left. Because someone was guarding the cave entrance, Jiang Mian needed to inform Michi before leaving, and then have Michi inform his brother. What? You're leaving today? But where can a girl like you go? It's dangerous out there. Maybe you haven't experienced the dangers of the outside world, which is why you think it's safe. You really can't go out alone. Jiang Mian knew he meant well, so she explained, don't worry, if I dare to travel alone, I must have something to rely on. Besides, we're just strangers who met by chance, and I'm only staying here temporarily. Michi gritted his teeth, wanting to say something more, but Michuan stopped him. You can leave, but let's make this clear beforehand. After you leave, we have no connection whatsoever. If you want to come here to escape danger, that's impossible. We won't risk opening the base gates to a stranger. I think you need to understand that. Okay. The two reached an agreement. Jiang Mian took out 10 loaves of bread from her bag as payment for the past 2 days. She also asked for some brightly colored clothes. Michuan, on the other hand, took out a palm-sized piece of dried meat and handed it to her. I heard from my brother that you quite like meat. Here, take this as payment for our exchange. Jiang Mian didn't refuse, but she didn't eat it either, afraid that the man might have put something in it. She stored it in her spatial storage and turned to leave, but Michi stopped her. Will you come back after you go back? If you're willing to come back, I wait for you here forever. Jiang Mian didn't know what he meant by that, but she didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs. She waved her hand and said, I probably won't come back after I leave this time. Your brother made it clear that you won't open the door for me. You don't need to wait for me. What's the use of waiting for me? Did he think that if he waited for her, she could take him away? Watching Jiang Mian leave through the exit, Michi said somewhat unwillingly, Brother, what are you doing? I almost got on her good side. If I had gotten on her good side, we wouldn't have to stay here anymore. She could have just picked us up with her bodyguards. Michuan gave his foolish younger brother a cold look, shattering his fantasy. When we went out this time, we didn't find any army or bodyguards nearby. Your belief that she's a rich young lady from a major base is just an illusion. She's probably just a survivor like us, only she's doing a little better than us due to some kind of stroke of luck. If you go out with her, you're doomed. But Miki wanted to argue with his brother, but didn't know what excuse to use. No buts. The world's been turned upside down. Stop dreaming about being a Phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieves success through hardship. Just living a realistic life is the only way to go. Completely unaware of what the two brothers were talking about, Jiang Mian randomly headed in one direction after reaching the ground. Since she couldn't tell which way to go, she simply chose randomly. Jiang Mian released an electric scooter from her spatial storage. The scooter was almost silent when it started, so it wouldn't attract any other monsters. She rode it, and the two wheels were much faster than her feet. After riding for about half an hour, she finally stopped, or rather, was forced to stop. Standing in front of her was a colossal creature, looking like a mountain of flesh. It was lowering its head, its mouth moving, seemingly eating something. Jiang Mian initially didn't intend to provoke this monster, but the next second, just as she was about to turn around, it noticed her. The monster instantly turned its head and stared at Jiang Mian. Woof! A familiar bark rang out, and Jiang Mian almost immediately confirmed that the massive mountain of flesh before her was a canine creature, though she didn't know which kind. However, this didn't stop her from running away, because this mountain of flesh was almost twice her height, and at such close range, she had absolutely no chance of fighting back. As mentioned before, she could only possibly take down an ant when attacking from a distance. Similarly, her combat power was strongest only at range. However, this dog was incredibly fast, and due to its enormous size, it ran almost twice as fast as Jiang Mian. Chapter 103. It opened its mouth wide, its canines magnified many times over. Jiang Mian knew that if it bit her, it wouldn't just be a matter of getting a vaccine, she'd probably die on the spot. Seeing she couldn't escape, Jiang Mian gave up on running away. She immediately stored her electric scooter in her spatial storage, turned around, and shot a ball of flame towards the dog. Her movements were swift and precise, as if she'd practiced countless times. The dog was enormous and fast. Its instinct was to dodge the flame, but because of its size, its tail caught a bit of fire. The next second, its entire body burst into flames. Awooh! Awooh! The flames burned on its body, its fat crackling and popping. After an unknown amount of time, the dog finally fell silent. Jiang Mian dared not approach, fearing that the dog's brain had also evolved. So, she took out a rocket launcher and fired it at the giant dog. The next second, sensing danger, the monster immediately stood up, its entire body engulfed in flames, and tried to flee. Unfortunately, it was already on the verge of death, and after its frantic movements, it not only failed to escape but also perished on the spot. Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to launch another rocket to test the waters, when she heard a familiar voice beside her ear. Ding! Congratulations to player for killing a mutated teddy bear, gaining 100 gold coins. Jiang Mian was stunned. She hadn't expected to receive an extra reward after killing a monster? 100 gold coins? That much? When did the system become so generous? But, if it's given to her, she should accept it. Isn't that only fair? Jiang Mian hadn't expected that the creature chasing her just now was a teddy bear. Weren't teddy bears supposed to be cute? Why was this one so ugly? She quickly realized it was probably because the teddy bear had grown so big. Indeed, all creatures are cutest when they're small. Jiang Mian put the teddy bear into her spatial storage, and turned to leave, only to find herself in a rather peculiar location. When the teddy bear was chasing her, she was so focused on escaping that she hadn't paid attention to her surroundings. Now she realized that familiar crops were growing here, the sweet potatoes she planted in her field. However, these sweet potatoes were much larger than the ones she grew in her field. The leaves were 10 times the size. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian grabbed a shovel and started digging. She was already quite strong, and with the boost from the mini enhancement cards she had used, she worked even harder, quickly digging a large pit in the ground. She also noticed the sweet potatoes in the field. The largest variety of sweet potatoes in her space was only about half the size of a basketball. However, these sweet potatoes were a full meter long. A meter? What did that mean? They reached Jiang Mian's thigh. Haha. I'm rich. I'm rich. With this, I won't have to worry about going hungry anymore, ha ha ha. Jiang Mian quickly put the sweet potatoes into her space, planning to grow these kinds of sweet potatoes from now on. Ordinary sweet potatoes no longer satisfied Jiang Mian, unless they were exceptionally sweet. She wondered if these supersized sweet potatoes were sweet. As she was putting them away, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a tremor beneath her feet. She lost her balance and fell face first into the ground. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, using her flexibility to regain her footing. Looking at the churning earth beneath her feet, Jiang Mian had a bad feeling. The next second, the earth stopped churning. Jiang Mian instinctively took a few steps to the side. The next second, a huge head lunged at her, but missed. Jiang Mian had already dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Looking at the monster's toothless mouth and smooth skin, Jiang Mian felt nauseous. She knew exactly what it was, an earthworm, a common creature in the soil. Perhaps the earthworm sensed her digging, or perhaps it sensed the commotion from her fight with Teddy, and thus decided to launch a sneak attack. Jiang Mian looked at it, assessing their fighting abilities. If the earthworm wanted to run, she definitely couldn't catch it, but in a head-on attack, the earthworm was no match for her. It all depended on what the earthworm decided to do. What would the earthworm do? Earthworms don't have brains, and even if their size increased countless times due to the world's anomalies, it wouldn't change the fact that they lack brains. Seeing the food in front of it, it naturally didn't want to miss out, so it opened its mouth wide and bit at it again. Jiang Mian wasn't going to let it get away with it. She directly shot a ball of fire into the earthworm's mouth. Heh heh. This was the first time she had heard an earthworm make a sound. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Mian pierced the earthworm through. The earthworm completely transformed into 2 heads and 1 body, twisting its 2 heads and hissing wildly. Seeing its state, Jiang Mian knew it had no fighting ability, so she was no longer afraid of it and simply ignored it, starting to dig sweet potatoes nearby. She harvested some smaller sweet potatoes and planted them there, hoping they would grow. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a mutated earthworm, gaining 100 gold coins. Jiang Mian turned around and stored the earthworm's corpse in her spatial storage, then continued digging for her sweet potatoes. After killing another earthworm that appeared on the ground, Jiang Mian successfully copied a rather special talent attribute from it. Regeneration. Possesses the ability to regenerate. Limbs will grow back after being severed, and it may even split into 2 different individuals. Note, the effect varies depending on the race. Jiang Mian, who was initially delighted, felt as if she had been doused with cold water after seeing this sentence. What does this mean? Does it mean that since I'm human, the ability copied from the earthworm won't be able to fully utilize the regeneration effect? This wasn't mentioned before. Oh well, even if it only has a small effect, it's better than nothing. She wouldn't use this ability casually unless she was missing a part of her body. Pah! What a jinx! Why curse myself? Jiang Mian stood up. She wasn't going to fight the sweet potato anymore. She already had enough supplies in her spatial storage. There was no need to waste time here. She had other things to do. Jiang Mian followed the sweet potato stalks deeper into the valley. She had already taken off her colorful clothes. She only had one of these, and if she ruined it, she wouldn't have a new one. She had to plan her use carefully. After walking for about 10 more minutes, Jiang Mian saw a pond full of frogs. The frogs weren't that abnormally large, just more numerous. Each frog was about half a meter tall, and their jumping ability was much stronger than before they mutated. Chapter 104. Jiang Mian didn't stand on ceremony with them. The moment she saw them, she unleashed a barrage of bombs, instantly filling the pond with croaking sounds. The notifications in Jiang Mian's ears didn't stop either. Player killed a mutated frog, gaining 10 gold coins. Player killed a mutated carp, gaining 10 gold coins. Player killed. Jiang Mian figured killing frogs was the fastest way to make money. In just a short while, she had earned over 700 gold coins. The only thing she needed to be careful about was, after the frogs reacted, they started chasing after her. Their jumping ability was superb, their muscles tense when they leaped, reaching 3 meters high. Fortunately, Jiang Mian was prepared. She used her submachine gun to take out the leading group of frogs, then drew her long sword from her spatial storage. She immediately began fighting. When she couldn't kill them anymore, she started using fire attacks, quickly wiping out the pursuing frogs. Looking at her masterpiece and the gold coins she had earned, 3,560 gold coins already displayed, Jiang Mian couldn't stop smiling. If she had known it was this profitable, she would have done it sooner. Jiang Mian realized she had underestimated her melee abilities. Now she discovered that her melee skills weren't weak at all. She went to the pond. There were very few frogs left. Jiang Mian dealt with them as well. She didn't go into the water, but instead began collecting the water, using the time acceleration effect on herself. Her water collecting speed suddenly increased, and the water level in the pond began to drop at a visible rate. Soon, the pond revealed its hidden depths, revealing numerous 2-meter-long fish. Jiang Mian stopped what she was doing, then used her supernatural power to envelop them and store them in her breeding space. Unfortunately, not all the fish were successfully collected. Some resisted too strongly, and were not collected. Jiang Mian wasn't angry. She simply released a swarm of brain-eating worms. The worms, which were normally small, looked like miniature bait next to the large fish. The large fish began to swallow them. Seeing this, Jiang Mian relaxed. Now she just needed to wait patiently. If they could parasitize these mutated monsters, her influence in this world would be even greater. If her guess was correct, wouldn't she be able to roam freely in this world? Jiang Mian directly commanded the brain-eating worms to devour the brains of the creatures with all their might, regardless of their lives. Upon receiving the order, the brain-eating worms immediately became excited and began to speed up their work. Jiang Mian also cast a time acceleration spell on them, allowing them to complete the experiment more quickly. Jiang Mian wasn't idle either. She went to a nearby open space and gathered a large pile of grass, putting it into her spatial storage. She planned to use this grass to feed the animals in her farm. If they liked it, she would gather more to plant. If they didn't, then so be it. As it turned out, things in this mutated world tasted much better than ordinary food, and the little animals in the farm were drooling with envy. Jiang Mian gathered some more as seeds, directly cultivating another 98 plots of land, and then spent gold coins to activate the managed storage mode. Then Jiang Mian started frantically exploiting this world's resources. She planted any blade of grass she saw, and unexpectedly harvested some medicinal herbs. These included key ingredients for hemostatic drugs, herbs for clearing the mind, and even tobacco for making cigarettes. These were cash crops, much more potent. If she filled her space with this tobacco, wouldn't she become incredibly wealthy through future collaborations with the government? The only concern was that the mutated tobacco might be harmful to people. Never mind, she planted it first. Wearing a large round hat and sun-protective clothing, and carrying a shovel, Jiang Mian looked like she was doing farm work, not experiencing a dangerous apocalyptic game. Jiang Mian wiped the sweat from her brow, and put a 3-meter-tall, overgrown dandelion into her space. Dandelions were also medicinal, with excellent heat-clearing and detoxifying effects. Jiang Mian finally stopped her work as the sun was setting. Looking at the land in her space, which was mostly planted, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Jiang Mian took out a 10-pound sweet potato, cut it up, and put it in a pot to steam. Underneath the pot was a stove she collected from the last world. Jiang Mian then took out some ordinary corn to roast. Soon, the aroma of corn wafted from the stove. Jiang Mian's appetite was whetted. After eating 2 years of corn, she felt no appetite, and simply took out a fish and grilled it over the fire. The fish had been prepared beforehand and marinated in her breeding space. This was all thanks to the brain-eating worms. Under Jiang Mian's tutelage, they had all learned to kill fish. If they weren't afraid of fire, they probably could have grilled the fish for her too. However, Jiang Mian wasn't the type of boss to make things difficult for others, so she didn't force these fire-phobic kids to do things they didn't want to do. It's just grilling fish, right? She could do it herself. She could make it when she had time, and if she didn't, there were plenty of other grilled fish available. Even though there was a bit more technology involved, it tasted delicious, but freshly grilled fish is even more fragrant, and the fish itself is even more delicious. Jiang Mian, seeing the fish was almost done grilling, quickly sprinkled some cumin and chili powder on it, then added some chopped green onions. She took a deep breath. The aroma was incredible. Even the neighbors' kids were coming over, drooling. It smells so good. Is someone cooking something delicious? A girl's clear voice rang out, followed by a deep voice. Little sister, don't be silly. This isn't a base. No one will care about your identity. How could there be the smell of grilled fish in this desolate place? Someone else must be there. Be careful, don't cause trouble. The girl didn't care about the man's lecture. Isn't there, brother? I'm not afraid. I'd be away sometime. As the voice grew closer, Jiang Mian frowned. She put the grill back into her spatial storage. Only a grill remained, on which, besides the grilled fish, were enoki mushrooms, potato slices, chicken strips, and other items. Jiang Mian watched the constantly trembling grass. Soon, about 10 people emerged from it. Everyone was dressed in distinctive clothing, their movements swift and agile, each with a uniquely designed weapon tucked into their waistband. Jiang Mian's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the weapons at their waists, a sense of curiosity rising within him. One of the shortest figures hopped over, stopping beside Jiang Mian as if she didn't even see him, and reached for the grilled fish on the grill. Wow! It smells so good. How can it smell so good? Brother, look, there really is grilled fish here. Ah! And my favorite enoki mushrooms. Seeing the girl's complete disregard for him, Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Chapter 105. I don't know if this girl is too naive or just plain stupid. Even if she can't see anything else, can't she see me, a living, breathing person? She just barged in like that, turned around, and tried to snatch my grilled fish. Oh, maybe in her eyes, this is a gift from heaven, but Jiang Mian didn't know her and didn't want to indulge her. She simply grabbed her own food first, leaving the girl with nothing. The girl was about to fall onto the grill, which was covered in coals. If she fell in, she'd probably be badly injured. To avoid trouble, Jiang Mian used her toes to pull the girl upright. However, the girl wasn't having it. She seemed to only just notice Jiang Mian, pointing at her and angrily accusing her brother. Brother, look at this person. She bullied me. She not only stole my grilled fish, but also kicked me. You have to avenge me. Jiang Mian coldly stared at the woman. She regretted saving her earlier. She should have just let her fall into the fire. Since she was going to cause trouble anyway, there was no need to save her. Jiang Mian assumed the woman's brother was also unreasonable, but surprisingly, the man wasn't blind to her behavior. He seemed to be familiar with his sister's personality, and he smiled apologetically at Jiang Mian. I'm sorry, miss. My sister has been spoiled rotten since she was little, which is why she's so arrogant. Please don't mind her, just pretend you don't see her. Before Jiang Mian could even vent her frustration, the girl became unhappy. She pouted and walked over to the man, saying unhappily, Brother, what are you saying? Why are you apologizing to her? She's just a lowly person, and she thinks she's so great? Does she really think she's someone important? It's her good fortune that I'm willing to eat her grilled fish. It's not like I'm not going to make it up to her. Ha! Jiang Mian was so angry she laughed. Since her rebirth, she hadn't heard the term lower class in a long time, and no one dared to call her that. Now, that term was truly a long-lost one. You say eating my grilled fish is a blessing I accumulated over 3 lifetimes? I'd like to know, what exactly is your identity that gives you such influence? The girl raised her head, chin held high, and said with extreme arrogance, You heard of the Tianhong base, right? The base commander there is my eldest brother. As for this guy next to me, he's my second brother. My second brother is the most powerful squad leader in the Tianhong base. It's obvious that a country bumpkin like you has never even heard of the Tianhong base. How about this? I just happen to be craving fish. Give me the fish you have today, and I let you off the hook. When I get back to the Tianhong base, you can be my maid. Then you won't have to go hungry and live a hard life anymore. What do you think of my suggestion? Not bad, right? Heh. Jiang Mian laughed mockingly. I don't think so. You dare eat something made by someone as lowly as me? Aren't you afraid of becoming like me? And be my maid? Do you think this is still slavery? You? Brother, look at her. Seeing that she couldn't argue with Jiang Mian, the girl stomped her feet and ran to her second brother, acting coquettishly. Hong Tianxiao patted his sister's head, comforting her. He turned to Jiang Mian, his tone somewhat serious. Miss, my sister is just a little naive. She doesn't mean any harm. How about this? We pay for the grilled fish you have. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. Don't you understand what I mean? I said I won't sell, which means I trade you a body-enhancing potion. Jiang Mian immediately shut her mouth after understanding the man's words. Enhancing potion? Isn't that just like the physical enhancement cards from the system? I just don't know how much strength their enhancement potions can increase. Are there any side effects? Jiang Mian immediately put on a smile. Look at this mess, boss. How would you like to trade? But I want to know how much enhancement one bottle can provide, and whether there are any side effects. Hong Tianqiu's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected this woman to be so cautious. It was just trading a fish. He wouldn't offer a very expensive potion. A perceptive person next to him handed over a pale red potion, explaining, this is just a basic potion, capable of boosting a person's strength 3 times. However, its effect is limited. After 2 hours, the effects will wear off, leaving you weak for 3 days. But the residual effects will remain, with an estimated maximum boost of about 30%. A basic potion? Only a 30% boost? That's pretty basic, much worse than the boost cards sold in the game store. The boost cards in the game store are based on one's constitution, increasing progressively, with a guaranteed boost of around 0.5 times, and some offering several times, even 10 times or more, depending on individual effort. When Jiang Mian first used it, the boost was 6 times. Subsequent boosts varied, reaching a maximum of 9 times, but the improvement became less noticeable with each use, as if he had developed resistance. If you persevere in your training, you reap greater rewards. If you slack off, you only get what you put in. Most importantly, these have no side effects. However, upon reflection, he said it was just a very ordinary potion, and besides, it was just a fish, merely for sustenance, not something truly valuable in return. Jiang Mian naturally agreed, handing over the grilled fish and receiving the pale red potion. She naturally wouldn't use it. The 3-day period of weakness alone dissuaded her. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, then administered the potion to a 1-meter-long brain-eating worm in her spatial dimension. After these days of evolution, 2 more brain-eating worms, each about a meter long, had appeared. Jiang Mian randomly selected one and placed it aside, observing its changes. Jiang Mian watched the brain-eating worm in her spatial dimension. Under the control of time acceleration, the worm instantly tripled in size, becoming the largest one. The other brain-eating worms, seeing this, immediately moved away. The brain-eating amoeba became agitated, charging at its companions. The other amoebas fled, and chaos erupted in the amoeba farm. Jiang Mian placed it alone in a separate room. Only then did it stop fighting its own kind and begin banging its head against the wooden planks and the ground. Like Sun Wukong being subjected to the tightening headband mantra, it tossed and turned, looking extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Mian frowned, suspecting there might be something harmful in the potion. Chapter 106. Just then, the young lady spoke up again. Hey, you woman, go catch a few more fish for me to grill. I give you 2 more low-grade potions later. Jiang Mian looked at this imperious girl. She certainly didn't seem very bright, making her perfect for gathering information. She asked, do you all carry so many potions when you go out? Aren't you afraid of losing them? Hong Yumo raised her head high. Humph. With my brother around, who would dare to steal his empty potions? They'd be asking for death. Although she quickly changed her tune, Jiang Mian still heard her. She probably meant to say space. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up, but she pretended to be nonchalant and said, okay, I go catch some fish for you. Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't go to the pond to catch fish herself, because the fish there were all parasitized. Just in case, she went to the pond anyway. Seeing that most of the fish were already parasitized, Jiang Mian put them into her space, leaving only the fish that weren't completely parasitized. After thinking for a moment, she scooped out a few smaller ones. The larger fish weren't suitable for grilling. After calming the brain-eating worms inside them, she returned to the Tianhong base team. So many fish, I need 3 enhancement potions. Hong Yumo glanced at the fish Jiang Mian had caught. He only needed 3 enhancement potions. It wasn't like she couldn't afford it. These things were just effective products to them. They could have as many as they wanted. The reason her brother kept these things in his space was simply because these magical potions could be used for trading. After agreeing on the price, Jiang Mian cleaned the fish, sprinkled it with sauce, marinated it for a while, and then put it on the grill. A man stood beside her, presumably there to keep an eye on her, worried that Jiang Mian might tamper with the food. The man remained silent, and Jiang Mian didn't bother with formalities. If she wanted to tamper with the food, would she do it under their noses? She would have already done it. They were just unlucky to have come at the wrong time, running into a gluttonous young lady. Soon, the grilled fish was ready. The young lady had quite an appetite, taking another fish by herself. Jiang Mian watched quietly as she reached out her hand. Give me my reward. Hong Yumo rolled her eyes. Look at you, so stingy. Do you think I shortchange you? You wait, I go get it from my brother right now. With that, she grabbed the fish and ran to Hong Tianxiao. The two talked about something, probably a deal. Hong Tianxiao glanced at Jiang Mian, then took out 3 enhancement potions. This time, Jiang Mian saw it clearly. He pulled them out of midair without any attempt at concealment. Jiang Mian knew his mentality. For ants, there was no need for concealment, because ants are ultimately ants. But Jiang Mian didn't think that way. She was a 6th-ranking member herself, and naturally understood the methods of another 6th-ranking member. She didn't underestimate anyone, only mentally assessing the strength of any enemy. Therefore, when facing her own people, she would play it safe, ideally taking them down without firing a shot. Jiang Mian carefully put the 3 vials of medicine into her pocket, or rather, into her spatial storage. Watching some of the people eating with their mouths full of oil, Jiang Mian almost burst out laughing. Although not everyone ate, about half the group had some food. After they finished eating, they rested. Jiang Mian grilled fish for herself, slowly finishing her portion. Seeing the others setting up camp nearby, Jiang Mian was truly. It could only be said that fate was on her side. While everyone was busy setting up tents, Hong Yumo came over again. Looking at Jiang Mian, she still had that haughty air about her. Hey! Your grilled fish is so delicious. Want to come with me? I can consider letting you into my private kitchen. The benefits there are quite good. Think it over. Jiang Mian looked at her, thought for a moment, and nodded with a smile. She knew fate was on her side. Just moments ago, she was thinking about how to stay in this group, even planning to secretly follow them. Unexpectedly, this arrogant yet gluttonous young lady had given her such a good opportunity. Seeing Jiang Mian nod, Hong Yumo cheered. My name is Hong Yumo. You can call me Miss Yumo from now on. I'm kind-hearted, so you can stay with us tonight. With that, she left. After taking a few steps, seeing that Jiang Mian hadn't followed, she frowned. Come on, what are you standing there for? How can you be so stupid? Your cooking is a little better than mine, but you're not qualified to be my maid. Ha! This was the first time Jiang Mian had ever been treated so rudely. If this woman weren't still of some use, she would have already turned on her. Jiang Mian followed Hong Yumo to their campsite, about 100 meters from the pond. This location was good for observing the surroundings, and if anything happened, they could evacuate in time. The others looked at Jiang Mian without saying much. This group was clearly led by Hong Yumo's second brother, and they naturally obeyed Hong Yumo's every word. They didn't seem to have any complaints about Hong Yumo bringing back a woman of unknown identity. Jiang Mian was assigned to a tent with a girl who was about 1.8 meters tall. This girl had a buzz cut and a deep voice. If she hadn't said she was also a girl, Jiang Mian wouldn't have been able to tell her gender at first. She had thought Hong Yumo was the only girl in the group. The girl's name was Tao Ran. After thinking for a moment, she took the initiative to speak. Actually, Miss Yumo is quite nice. You're lucky to be with her. At least you don't have to worry about being killed by her in a fit of anger. Jiang Mian wondered if she meant that other young ladies in the base would kill people at the drop of a hat. She didn't ask further, just smiled and nodded. She casually asked, Where are you planning to go? Looking for someone. I was in this area before. Maybe I can help you. Tao Ran paused for a moment, then realized, yeah, the fact that this woman came out alone means she's a survivor from this area, right? Searching like headless chickens is less convenient than just asking her. However, this wasn't something Tao Ran, as a member of her team, could decide. She first asked her captain before letting Jiang Mian enter the tent belonging to Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 107. I heard from Tao Ran that you're a survivor from this area. Jiang Mian nodded, looking at the man's tent. His tent looked far more luxurious than Tao Ran's, fully equipped with everything imaginable, even a tea table for making tea, truly, a luxury. Even with her own space, Jiang Mian didn't dare indulge like this, only daring to secretly gather things for herself. We're going out this time to find a base that was attacked by monsters. I think it's called something like that? Hong Tianxiao couldn't quite remember. He looked at Tao Ran, who perceptively said Dawn Base. Yes, Dawn Base. When they were attacked, they sent a distress signal to our base, but we had some issues on our end and couldn't provide immediate assistance. Now we finally managed to free up some time to come and help. Do you know where Dawn Base is? Dawn Base? Jiang Mian actually knew it. Coupled with their similar experiences, she quickly guessed that the underground cavern she had been in was the location of Dawn Base. As for the man's talk of rescue, Jiang Mian dismissed it all as nonsense. What kind of good Samaritan only sends a dozen or so people for a rescue? Whether it's a genuine rescue or something else entirely is still unknown. But what does this have to do with Jiang Mian? Dawn Base, I know where it is. I can take you there, but we need to discuss the payment. Jiang Mian's greedy behavior didn't anger Hong Tianxiao. On the contrary, it seemed normal. Hong Tianxiao's impression of Jiang Mian was that of selfishness, and this perfectly confirmed that impression. Looking at the pale pink potion Hong Tianxiao had brought out, Jiang Mian felt a little dissatisfied. Why this potion again? Can't they come up with something more novel? Although she thought this, her actions remained unchanged. She directly took the potion and put it into her spatial storage. She naturally wouldn't use this stuff, but she could sell it. Although the side effects were quite severe, it undeniably boosted her strength. The brain-eating worm in her spatial storage had now grown into a 1.3-meter-long brain-eating worm, the largest one there. Most importantly, it had begun to grow armor. Jiang Mian tested it. Its resistance to high temperatures was significantly better than the other brain-eating worms. The only drawback of these brain-eating worms, all evolving in the same direction, was that they could no longer parasitize others. Since their bodies had already reached 1 meter in length, there wasn't enough space for them to utilize. The advantage is that they can produce adult black brain-eating worms, and these worms also change in appearance, no longer as thin as a hair, but becoming as thick as a little finger. While this makes them harder to hide, it significantly increases their devouring speed. After reporting the news, Jiang Mian returned to her tent. She didn't sleep a wink that night. When she woke up the next day, Jiang Mian was still full of energy. For her current physical condition, not sleeping all day didn't make her feel tired. Early in the morning, the young lady didn't want to eat anything greasy, so Jiang Mian didn't cook. Instead, one of the bald, burly men started preparing the meal. Jiang Mian looked at the strangely shaped contraption the burly man was using. All it took was putting a bunch of oddly shaped stones inside to start a fire. After cooking, the fire would automatically extinguish with a flick of a switch. Jiang Mian stared at the contraption curiously, thinking she'd get more if she had the chance. After everyone received their share of food, Jiang Mian hid in a corner, storing the food in her spatial storage. She then took out a few steamed buns and started eating. She wouldn't eat anything given by strangers. After eating, Jiang Mian was responsible for leading the way. While the others were packing up their tents, she went to the pond and collected all the creatures from it into the breeding farm. Only after finishing this did she return. Back at the pond, she saw Tao Ren rolling her eyes at her. Jiang Mian understood what she meant. Since Tao Ren had left while she was packing up the tents, she was left to do all the work herself, and she naturally didn't want to do extra work. After all, the tent was for 2 people, not just her alone. However, since Jiang Mian was one of Hong Yumo's people, she didn't say much, though her attitude was much colder. Jiang Mian touched her nose, not caring much. In her eyes, these were all dead people. There was no need to argue with them, since they were all going to die anyway. Jiang Mian followed the route she remembered. When she was riding her electric bike and running away, she hadn't realized how far the distance was. Now, with so many people, she found it was incredibly far. They had been walking for 3 hours, and still hadn't reached their destination. Most importantly, she didn't know what was going on yesterday. There weren't so many monsters on the road she had taken, but today there were suddenly many more. They had to take a different route, which is why they were delayed. Hong Yumo, the pampered young lady, started complaining again. Why is it so far? How much longer? I'm exhausted. I shouldn't have come out. It's no fun at all. Hong Tianxiao, her older brother, tried to comfort his sister. We're almost there. It should be nearby. Yumo, Just bear with it a little longer. If you really can't take it, someone can carry you. Hong Yumo immediately chose someone, who happened to be another girl in the group. Tao Ran. Tao Ran, though reluctant, obediently squatted down. Fortunately, Hong Yumo was relatively short and light, so Tao Ran didn't have much trouble carrying her. After walking for about half an hour, Jiang Mian finally led the group to some ruins. Looking at the empty ruins, Hong Tianxia frowned, his thick eyebrows furrowing as he looked at her. You mean this is it? Where are the survivors? Jiang Mian pointed underground. They're all hiding down there. They're probably wearing clothes made of a special material, which is why you didn't sense their presence. Hong Tianxia nodded. He did know this. The Dawn base had traded with them before and knew their specialties. They came here because they wanted this technology. The group followed Jiang Mian to a seemingly ordinary patch of ground. Jiang Mian pointed there and said, the exact location is here. However, I don't know how to activate the switch. You can try calling the people inside. Perhaps a kind soul will open the door for you. Hong Tianxiao gave a wink, and a man stepped out. He placed his hand on the ground, closed his eyes, and after a few seconds nodded. It's empty down there. Someone must live there. Chapter 108. Hong Tianxiao gave the order, call the door directly. If they refuse to open it, we just break in. Yes. Can you hear us? We're from Tianhong base. We're here to rescue you. We hope you won't make things difficult for us. The man shouted 3 times, but no one responded, and no one showed any intention of opening the door. Jiang Mian, however, keenly heard the voices below. Brother Chuan, it sounds like there are people upstairs. What should we do? Should we open the door? Could it be that woman from yesterday has returned? Could she have brought some danger? Brother Chuan, you need to think carefully. If we open the door and there's any danger, all of us will be doomed. Not necessarily, brother. Maybe things aren't as dangerous as we think? Mi Chuan was caught in the middle, unsure what to do. Just then, seeing that they hadn't moved, the people above simply began to break down the door. The man who had previously placed his hand on the ground suddenly shouted, "Rise!" The sand and soil instantly sprang up, revealing the door buried beneath. This was the entrance to the underground cavern. Another man drew his gun, preparing to fire at the door. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from beside the door. Jiang Mian recognized him. It was Mi Chuan. Mi Chuan didn't immediately see Jiang Mian. He looked at the attire of the people outside and paused. You are from the Tianhong base? Hong Tianxiao stepped forward, looking at Mi Chuan and asking, are you the base commander of the Shuang base? Why do you look different from the picture? Shouldn't you be a middle-aged man? Mi Chuan explained, my father was the previous base commander. He unfortunately died in battle a few days ago, so I took over all the base's affairs. Hong Tianxiao nodded. Tianhong base received your request for assistance before, but you were wiped out before we could even send troops. We came out this time to investigate and see if any of you are still alive. Since you're still alive, that's perfect. Pack your things, and we head to Tianhong base today. Huh? Now? Mi Chuan was somewhat surprised. Now was definitely not a good time. It was already close to noon, and the distance between the two bases would take at least several days to travel by foot. And nighttime was the most dangerous time. He didn't want to set off at this hour. There were pregnant women and children inside the base. If they set off now, they would suffer heavy losses by nightfall. Moreover, this team only had a dozen or so people. Could they really protect them? Hong Tianxiao naturally understood his concerns, but he was too lazy to explain. He simply said firmly, we don't have that much time to waste with you. Either leave now, or you stay here and fend for yourselves. We take some who want to leave. You can choose. Mi Chuan was somewhat dissatisfied, but seeing Hong Tianxiao's domineering manner, he suppressed his anger. Hong Tianxiao's identity was clearly extraordinary. Now that he had spoken, if he hesitated any longer, something unexpected might happen. Fine. I go gather the men. We leave in half an hour. Mi Chuan could only gambling that these people were strong enough to protect everyone inside the base, otherwise, he would miss this opportunity. Father, being the base commander is truly difficult. If we make a wrong judgment, our Dawn base will be completely extinguished. With a sigh, Mi Chuan went down to explain the situation to the group. Looking at the whispering crowd, he said, if any of you are willing to leave, we all go together. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here, but I don't know what the consequences of staying here will be. We can only leave it to fate. These words immediately sparked discussion among the people in the cave. How could this be? Is this really a good idea? If we stay here, aren't we just waiting to die? It's better to leave. Commander Michuan, are you leaving? But what about the dangers along the way? Most of us are defenseless, and there's a pregnant woman in our group. What will happen to her if something happens? Maybe we shouldn't leave. Staying here is fine. Hearing the group's hesitant decision, Michuan coughed and said loudly, Gentlemen, quiet down. There are some things I need to clarify with you. To be honest, with our current strength, we simply can't protect you. If even a large monster horde were to gather, we'd be doomed. Rather than waiting here for death that may come at any time, we might as well take a gamble. We're all going to die sooner or later anyway, so we might as well leave and seek survival at the Tianhong base. Unfortunately, he had only been in office for a few days, and wanted to bolster morale like his father, but it was all in vain. He was ultimately too inexperienced, and many people were unconvinced by his leadership. You make it sound so nice, but death is real death. Don't we have another life? You and your brother can protect yourselves, but what about us? Are we just supposed to wait to die when we're in danger? That's right. Just based on your few words, you want us to leave this safe place and go to even more dangerous places outside. You have to offer some guarantees. Hearing this, Michuan, out of consideration for his status, could still tolerate it. However, Michi could no longer tolerate it. He stepped forward, looking at those who had once been kind and benevolent, now displaying greedy expressions. He loudly berated the others. What do you all mean? Didn't my brother say that those who want to leave can come with him, and those who don't can stay here? Can't you understand? If you don't want to leave, then stay here. No one will stop you, and no one will force you to leave. You want my brother to protect you, and you expect to reach Tianhong base unscathed? It's laughable. Even before the world cataclysm, going on a long journey involved considerable risk. You're all older than me, and you expect my brother to take care of you? Shameless. I can't even bring myself to ask my brother to take care of me. Just as the argument was escalating, a weak voice rang out. It was Sister Hong, who got out of bed and smiled at Michuan. You all go. I stay here. Those pregnant women all want to go. They don't need your guarantees for their safety along the way, they just want you to take them with you. They won't be a burden to you, they just want to live. Michuan looked at her, opened his mouth as if to say something, but the words stuck in his throat, leaving only silence. Chapter 109. What could he say? Could he say he could take a mother who had just lost her child with him on his journey? Or that he could protect her? But Michuan knew he couldn't do it. He didn't have that kind of ability, nor that kind of heart. However, Miki refused. He looked at Hong Tian. Sister Hong, we're all leaving. What are you doing here? You're still so weak. Staying here will only lead to your death. Why don't you come with us? Even if we walk slowly, it's okay, someone can carry you. Hong Tian shook her head. You guys go. Don't keep others waiting too long, it's impolite. Miki wanted to say something more, but his brother stopped him. Alright, that's enough. Those who want to leave, come with me. Those who don't, stay here. We take some food, the rest is yours to choose from. With that, he went to the food piled in the corner and took 3 days' worth of rations. Seeing this, some of the others who wanted to leave followed him and took 3 days' worth of rations as well. The others who remained in the cave wanted to stop him, but because of their numbers, they were afraid of provoking a commotion, so they stopped. Miki also went there and took some things. The group then passed through the cave entrance one by one. Hongjia was about to go back to her bed when someone suddenly grabbed her arm. Miki grinned foolishly. Hongjia, I take you away. My brother said staying here is just waiting to die. I don't want to watch you die. Let's go together. Hongjia tried to shake off his hand, but he held on tightly. Miki, I'm just a burden now. I want to live too, but my current physical condition will only hold you back. You should leave now, and don't worry about me anymore. Miki looked at her disapprovingly. Sister Hong, if it weren't for you and Brother Badan, I might have died out there. I won't abandon you. And I tell you a secret, my strength has increased a lot now. I think it's because I awakened my superpower again. I definitely be able to protect you, so even if Brother Badan dies, he can rest in peace. Hong Tian didn't want to say anything more, but Miki pulled her up. Her body was really weak. She had been sweating profusely from the pain after walking just a few steps, and now she couldn't walk at all. Seeing this, Miki simply carried her on his back, bouncing her around a bit. See? I told you it was easy. I feel like you have no weight at all. It's so convenient to carry you. On the ground, Hong Tianxiao saw that it was almost time, and no one else was coming out, so he waved his hand and said, Alright, let's go. About 70 people were willing to come with him this time. Including Hong Tianqi's group, there were a total of 94 people, including Jiang Mian himself. Looking at so many people, a bad feeling crept into her heart. With so many people here, won't their scent attract other monsters? She remembered how, when she left alone, she hadn't been wearing her colorful attire, and it had already attracted some small creatures. Now, so many people were here, some of whom weren't wearing colorful clothes, whether out of reluctance or because there weren't enough. Moreover, the people in the Rainbow Bridge group weren't wearing those clothes either. However, these weren't things Jiang Mian needed to worry about. Both teams had leaders. What business was it of hers, a stranger? The group continued forward, and soon encountered a group of monsters about a meter tall. There were about 10 of these monsters, their muscular legs covered in sharp spikes, their long whiskers whipping in the air. At the same time, they emitted a deafening roar, making Jiang Mian's ears ache, and the others covered their ears as well. The monsters noticed them, and immediately rushed forward enthusiastically. They'd never seen so much food delivered to their doorstep before. How could they not be excited? Hong Tianqiao and the others instantly drew their weapons, some pulling out their guns and beginning to fire at the monsters. The guns were silver-white, firing bursts of blue light. Wherever the light passed, parts of the monsters were severed, causing them to scream in pain. Simultaneously, a white liquid oozed from their bodies. It resembled human blood. The next second, provoked, the monster attacked even more fiercely. Although these people were blocking its path, some areas were inevitably unprotected. They didn't care, as long as a few survived, the rest didn't matter. A monster also charged from Jiang Mian's direction, its serrated teeth bared, lunging at her. Jiang Mian drew a long sword and delivered a fatal blow, slicing off half of the monster's face. In pain, it charged at Jiang Mian relentlessly. Its forelimbs were about to stab at Jiang Mian, but Jiang Mian blocked them, severing the forelimbs in the process. Within minutes, she had eliminated the monster. Congratulations to the player for killing a mutated cricket, gaining 10 gold coins. So it was a cricket? Indeed, these things that seemed easy to kill under normal circumstances become the most terrifying when magnified countless times. Jiang Mian couldn't help but think of another species, cockroaches. Cockroaches are known as the indestructible little strongmen, a nickname that carries a lot of weight. She wondered how terrifying the vitality of mutated cockroaches would be. She was really curious. But she absolutely didn't want to encounter one, because she was terrified of cockroaches. After dealing with the cricket, Jiang Mian saw the spot behind her where 2 people had already been bitten to death by crickets and hurried over. This is all money. She couldn't miss it. Soy milk? It really is you. I thought I was seeing things. Jiang Mian didn't react at all. She was focused on killing the cricket in front of her, and had long forgotten the name she had casually mentioned earlier. Seeing her lack of reaction, Michi knew she was busy. He wanted to help, but with someone on his back and no suitable weapon, he could only silently retreat to ensure his safety. After killing the monster, Jiang Mian left, giving Michi no chance to catch up. There were still many crickets waiting for her to kill. She had no time to waste. Hong Tianqiao also noticed the combat power of the woman who had joined their team yesterday, and was surprised to find that she seemed stronger than him. She had already killed several monsters with her physical strength alone, and judging from her appearance, she didn't seem to find it strenuous at all. On the contrary, she was getting more and more excited as she killed. Hong Tianqiao couldn't help but wonder why she had joined his team. He didn't believe that she had only joined because of the benefits his sister had mentioned. Chapter 110. A person as powerful as her is highly sought after by various factions within the base. How could she possibly bow down for something so trivial? Hong Tianqiao decided that after dealing with the monsters, he would talk to Jiang Mian, preferably to find out her motives. If possible, he would prefer to befriend Jiang Mian. Thinking about it, they didn't seem to have offended this girl. Even though his younger sister was a bit spoiled at first, they had explained things clearly later. Since she was willing to join their team, it meant she didn't mind his sister's rudeness. At worst, he could have Yuemo apologize to clear up the misunderstanding. These thoughts only flashed through his mind briefly. His focus remained on the monsters. It was 20 minutes later when they finally defeated them. During this time, Michuan's team lost 7 members, all accidentally killed while trying to avoid the monsters. Michuan felt a pang of sadness, but it was the only option. He had to take the risk. Looking at his comrade's corpse, he wanted to burn it, but was refused. There's just some dry grass and stuff here. If you start a fire here, it spreads so fast to kill us all along with your comrades. Are you sure you want to do that? These were Hong Tianqi's words. He looked coldly at Michuan, utterly bewildered as to why the leader of a base could be so clueless. Michuan finally understood. He gritted his teeth and looked at Hong Tianxiao, saying, "Then bury them. At least I let them rest in peace, and that will lessen my pain." Hong Tianxiao didn't object. Watching them dig with their hands, to save time, he had the person with the special ability help them create a hole in the ground. "Alright, hurry up, don't waste any more time. We need to find a safe place to camp before dark." Although Hong Tianxiao's words weren't pleasant to hear, at least he did something. Michuan looked at him gratefully. "Thank you." Hong Tianxiao ignored him and looked at his sister, asking, "How are you? Were you scared just now? Next time, stay behind us and don't run around, understand?" "Okay." Hong Yuma's eyes still had some tears. When danger approached, she instinctively ran backward, thinking she had found a safe place. However, not long after, a monster came running and almost bit her to death. If she hadn't pushed someone aside as a shield, she would probably be dead by now. Hong Tianxiao comforted his sister. Suddenly, he saw Jiang Mian and immediately led Hong Yumao over. This time, his tone and words were much more respectful, no longer the previous indifference and disregard, but rather cautious. "Miss, your skills are truly impressive. No wonder you dare to wander alone. I'd like to ask, what is your purpose in approaching my sister?" It was only now that he had witnessed Jiang Mian's strength. Before, his tone would have been far more questioning. In the past, he would probably have directly interrogated her, perhaps even resorting to violence. Jiang Mian scoffed at his question. "The way you put it, it's as if I'm eager to join your group. Wasn't it your sister who thought my grilled fish was delicious and wanted me to join? How did it become that I had ulterior motives in your mouth?" Hong Tianxiao chuckled. "I suppose you look down on a chef's status. Let's be frank and make friends. What exactly do you want? If possible, I can help you achieve your goal." Jiang Mian stroked his chin, hesitatingly saying, "Alright, then I won't beat around the bush. I just want to go with you to the Tianhong base to buy some potions." "Is that all?" "Of course. If the potions are of better quality, I'd be even more satisfied." Knowing Jiang Mian's purpose, Hong Tianxiao was naturally much relieved. He also intended to. "I see," he said with a smile. "That's easy. When I get back, I provide you with a high-level residence permit. You can then buy these potions at the base. Our base's core technology is these potions. We also have other potions with different effects. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Jiang Mian thought to herself, "What good is your guarantee? Who knows what traps lie ahead? It's more effective to just make you my subordinate and have you at my beck and call." Although she thought this, she still smiled and agreed. The two exchanged knowing glances. Only they knew the calculations in their hearts. After dealing with things here, they set off again. Michi strode over and arrived in front of Jiang Mian in a few steps. "Miss Soy Milk, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence." Jiang Mian was taken aback. She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Then she remembered that Miss Soy Milk was his name. She twitched her lips, completely baffled as to why she was called that. She should have said something else to him. This guy's an idiot. Doesn't he know there's soy milk in this world? Doesn't he understand it's just the name of a food? Jiang Mian chuckled awkwardly. Hee, what a coincidence. Hong Tian, on his back, greeted Jiang Mian shyly. "We meet again. I never thought I'd see you again in my lifetime. Thank you so much for what happened last time." Jiang Mian was quite surprised to see her. She hadn't expected her to be among those leaving. Seemingly sensing Jiang Mian's thoughts, Sister Hong laughed awkwardly and said, "That guy, Mi-Chi, insisted on taking me away. I told him I'm just a worthless life. It's not worth it, but he wouldn't give up, so." Jiang Mian nodded understandingly, and at the same time, her opinion of Mi-Chi rose a little higher. Although he seemed a bit dim-witted, he was genuinely kind-hearted, and that was enough. Jiang Mian admitted she couldn't be so open with a stranger. If she were in that situation, she probably would just leave the person some food and then leave. As for whether that person lived or died, it was up to fate. Therefore, regarding these actions that others called saintly behavior, she simply thought, who wouldn't want such a saintly figure? In the apocalypse, being able to save your life, only those who have truly experienced the apocalypse will understand that saintly isn't a derogatory term, but a genuine compliment. Saintly shouldn't be stigmatized. Along the way, Miki kept talking to Jiang Mian. Michuan saw this but didn't stop her. He had also witnessed Jiang Mian's strength, and no longer objected to his brother's contact with her.